Chapter 41, Complicated. Cecil Stedman sat across from Cecil Stedman. The mirrored image was perfect down to the last detail, same thinning hair, same wire-rimmed glasses, same perpetually exhausted expression that came from decades of managing superhuman crises. The only difference was the subtle hardness in the eyes of the Cecil from the original timeline, a man who had witnessed the betrayal of Earth's greatest hero and the slaughter of the Guardians of the Globe. So, original, canon, Cecil began, his fingers steepled before him, in your version of events, Nolan never killed the Guardians. No, altered, fanfic, Cecil confirmed, leaning back in his chair. Thanks to Sukuna's intervention. They sat in the secure conference room deep within the merged GDA headquarters, a strange architectural hybrid that somehow incorporated elements from both their original facilities, creating a building that felt simultaneously familiar and alien to both men. And you trust him? Original Cecil asked, skepticism evident in his voice. After knowing what he was sent here to do. Altered Cecil adjusted his glasses. Trust is a strong word. Let's say I recognize the strategic value of his cooperation. Especially with the Viltrumite Empire's imminent arrival. Original Cecil's expression darkened. In my experience, Nolan nearly killed Mark before fleeing Earth. He's been off-world for months. Interesting divergence point, Altered Cecil noted. In my experience, Sukuna confronted Nolan in the Flaxen dimension, forcing him to reconsider his mission. The battle between them was significant. This Sukuna, Original Cecil said, pulling up footage of the four-armed being on a nearby screen. He's not in our records. No equivalent exists in our history. A unique variable, Altered Cecil agreed. His presence appears to be the primary divergence between our timelines. The door opened, admitting both versions of Mark and Eve, along with Sukuna, Nolan, and Urim. The tension in the room immediately spiked as Original Mark's eyes locked onto Nolan. I still don't understand why he's here, Original Mark said through gritted teeth. Because we need every resource available, Original Cecil replied, his tone making it clear the decision wasn't up for debate. If dimensional barriers are collapsing across the multiverse, we can't afford to indulge personal grudges. Personal grudges, Original Mark repeated incredulously. He murdered the Guardians. He tried to kill me. He was still too incredibly traumatized to even contemplate truly trusting his father again, another version of him or not. In your experience, Altered Mark interjected, stepping between his counterpart and his father. In mine, he didn't. Because of Megami. Original Mark turned his glare to Sukuna. Right. The mysterious four-armed guy who supposedly stopped Omni-Man. Forgive me if I still find that hard to believe. Your disbelief changes nothing, Sukuna replied, his eyes regarding Original Mark with detached interest. Facts remain facts regardless of your emotional response to them. Everyone, please, Altered Cecil interrupted, raising a hand. We have more pressing concerns than historical discrepancies. He gestured to the main display, which showed a map of the merged city with dozens of glowing green points indicating dimensional anomalies. We're detecting new incursions every few minutes. Most appear to be confused civilians or alternate versions of known individuals, but some are hostile. Define hostile, Altered Eve asked, moving closer to examine the data. We have reports of at least 3 alternate Invincibles attacking civilians in different parts of the city, Original Cecil explained. Along with what appears to be a version of Battle Beast rampaging through the financial district. Another Battle Beast, Altered Mark groaned. We just finished dealing with one. Actually, I finished dealing with him, Sukuna corrected, his tone matter-of-fact rather than boastful. Original Cecil's eyes narrowed slightly. You defeated Battle Beast? Alone. Yes, Sukuna confirmed simply. Original Cecil exchanged a glance with his counterpart, clearly reassessing the four-armed being's capabilities. There's more, Altered Cecil continued, changing the display to show surveillance footage from downtown. We're picking up energy signatures unlike anything we've encountered before. 3 distinct sources, all sharing certain characteristics with Sukuna's energy pattern, but each with unique variations. The footage showed 3 figures moving through the chaos of the merged city. Each appeared humanoid but with distinctive characteristics that set them apart from normal humans. The first moved with predatory grace through a shopping district, his eyes scanning the surroundings with cold interest as civilians fled in terror. Though he appeared mostly human, there was something fundamentally wrong about his presence, as if reality itself rejected him. The second strode confidently down a main boulevard, 4 arms casually swinging at his sides, his traditional Japanese clothing marking him as clearly out of place in the modern setting. Buildings crumbled in his wake, not from any visible attack but simply from proximity to his overwhelming presence. The third moved more deliberately, studying his surroundings with analytical precision. This version appeared as a young man with haunted eyes and a face that seemed too burdened for its years. Though his body was clearly different from the others, leaner, with messy black hair falling across his forehead, the presence within was unmistakable. He too had a normal set of arms much like the first one and wore modern clothing. But what was most noticeable about him was his more controlled demeanor, suggesting a different temperament from the others. There was something particularly unsettling about this version, a cold calculation behind those dark red eyes that promised methodical destruction rather than chaotic violence. Sukuna stared at this third version longer than the others, his 4 eyes narrowing in what might have been recognition or concern. Yuta Okotsu, he murmured in his mind, the name falling from his lips with a weight that suggested significant history. He found a way to possess him after all. Sukuna himself wished to possess the body of Yuta rather than Megami as well, for the special grade could copy all cursed techniques, the 10 shadows as well. But, Sukuna could not find a way to work away the fact the boy was unsuited in body for his soul's poisonous strength. Apparently, this version of himself somehow managed to find a workaround. What are they? Original Mark asked, staring at the footage with growing concern. They're me, Sukuna replied, his 4 eyes narrowing as he studied the images. Or rather, versions of me from different timelines. There are more of you, Original Eve asked, unable to keep the alarm from her voice. Stupid question, she later thought in her mind, since with there being more versions of Mark and herself, more of others is a logical conclusion. But when it comes to a guy capable of subduing Omni-Man, the peak of strength in both Marks and her eyes, with them having to face 3 of them, the thought was terrifying. It appears so, Sukuna confirmed. Though each seems to represent a different point in my evolution. Altered Eve moved closer to the display, her curiosity evident despite the seriousness of the situation. The energy signatures are similar but distinct. Like different stages of the same fundamental force. This complicates matters, Nolan observed, speaking for the first time since entering the room. If these versions have even a fraction of Sukuna's capabilities, then they're immense threats. Both Marks exchanged glances, a shared thought passing between them despite their differences. I need to check on my mom, they said in unison, then stared at each other in surprise. I should come with you, Nolan said, rising from his seat. Debbie might be. No, Original Mark said firmly, placing a hand against Nolan's chest to stop him. There are probably 2 versions of my mom now, and you can do whatever you want with your wife, but you stay away from my mom. Don't speak to her. Don't even be in the same room as her. She's dealt with enough grief because of you. A flash of pain crossed Nolan's face before he quickly masked it with a neutral expression. I understand, he said quietly, stepping back. Altered Mark looked between them uncomfortably. We should go, he said to his counterpart. The sooner we make sure they're safe, the sooner we can deal with everything else. As the 2 Marks prepared to leave, Nolan nodded once to his son, the one from his timeline, before turning away, his shoulders carrying a weight that hadn't been there moments before. Sukuna's attention remained fixed on the display, particularly on the image of the version possessing Itatori Yuji. I'm going to handle that one, he stated, the decision already made. I'm coming with you, Altered Eve. I'll get things ready, Sukuna-sama and Urim stated at the same time, immediately, moving to his side. Sukuna shook his head. No. This is something I must do alone, his tone brooking no argument. But Eve began, while Urim herself retreated, understanding when her master has made up his mind. You should test your new capabilities, he interrupted, his tone softening slightly as he regarded her. Discover your limits before engaging in combat. It would be tactically advantageous. Eve hesitated, clearly wanting to argue but recognizing the logic in his words. Fine, she conceded reluctantly. But be careful. Sukuna's lips curved in a slight smile. Always while as he left he gently put his hand on Urim's head and ruffled her hair slightly, causing her eyes to widen in surprise as she looked up, but Sukuna had already passed her. As he walked toward the door, his thoughts turned to the vessel his alternate self had chosen, Itatori Yuji, the boy whose very existence he had once despised with every fiber of his being. Now, confronted with the possibility of facing him directly, Sukuna found his feelings unexpectedly complicated. He didn't know what he wanted from this encounter, but he knew he needed to face this version of himself. To speak with the boy. And ultimately, to destroy his other self. After all, the heavens and earth were too small to contain more than one king. Chapter 42, Thoughts of Invaders. In a warehouse on the outskirts of the merged city, 6 figures sat in uncomfortable silence. Each wore some variation of the Invincible costume, yet each was fundamentally different from the others in ways that went far beyond their attire. Sinister Mark leaned against a support beam, his dark costume with its black accents where the original had blue reflecting his corrupted soul. A cape hung from his shoulders, an affectation he'd adopted after taking control of his world's superhero community through systematic elimination of anyone who opposed him. Mohawk Mark paced restlessly, his spiked hair and modified costume with torn sleeves and added spikes projecting the rebellious image he cultivated. His fingers tapped against his thigh in an impatient rhythm, betraying his growing boredom. Viltrumite Mark sat rigidly in a chair that seemed too small for his imposing frame. His costume incorporated elements of traditional Viltrumite battle armor, shoulder plates, bracers, and a modified chest emblem that resembled the Viltrumite Empire's insignia. Unmasked Mark stood by the window, staring out at the city with an expression of quiet longing. True to his name, he wore no mask, his face exposed to the world. His costume was simpler than the others, almost minimalist, as if the trappings of heroism were an afterthought to him now. Dark Mark sat hunched in a corner, his costume a muted version of the original, all bright colors replaced with shades of grey and black. A hood partially obscured his face, casting shadows that matched the darkness in his eyes. Astronaut Mark studied a map of the city spread across a table, his costume modified with elements of space gear, reinforced plating, life support connections, and a subtle alien influence in the design that hinted at his time with the Flaxen Empire. So, Mohawk Mark broke the silence, his voice dripping with sarcasm, anyone else wondering why we're sitting around in this dump instead of blowing up Midtown like we're supposed to? Astronaut Mark looked up from his map. Because we're not stupid, he replied evenly. Something feels wrong about all this. The dimensional fluctuations are increasing exponentially. This isn't what Levy described would happen. Exactly, Viltrumite Mark agreed, his deep voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to commanding armies. It's the same reason as you. We didn't get to our positions by rushing blindly into chaos. Mohawk Mark snorted. Speak for yourself. I'm here because the pay was good and the promise of unlimited worlds to conquer sounded fun. He kicked at a crate, sending it skidding across the floor. Now we're just sitting around while reality itself gets a makeover. Patience, Sinister Mark advised, his cold voice carrying an undercurrent of amusement. The board is being reset. New pieces are entering play. We should understand the game before making our move. Always with the chess metaphors, Mohawk Mark rolled his eyes. Some of us just want to flip the board and be done with it. Dark Mark spoke up, his voice heavy with emotion. We all had our reasons for joining Levy. Mine hasn't changed, regardless of what's happening to the dimensions. And what's that, exactly? Astronaut Mark asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. Dark Mark's eyes took on a haunted quality. I just want to see my mom again. Mohawk Mark burst into cruel laughter. Still crying about mommy? That's pathetic, even for you. Dark Mark's fists clenched, but he didn't rise to the bait. You wouldn't understand. You didn't watch her die. No, I killed mine, Sinister Mark said casually, examining his gloves with disturbing detachment. It was surprisingly easy. Just like killing Cecil. And Robot. And everyone else who got in my way. An uncomfortable silence fell over the group. What about the rest of you? Astronaut Mark asked, deliberately changing the subject. Why side with Levy? What's your endgame here? Viltrumite Mark straightened, his pride evident in every movement. The conquest of all realities under Viltrumite rule. My father was weak, hesitating when he should have acted. I showed no such weakness when I took his place. How original, Mohawk Mark mocked. Another Viltrumite wanting to rule everything. Never heard that one before. And your goal is what? Chaos for its own sake. Viltrumite Mark countered, eyes narrowing. Mohawk Mark grinned, the expression more feral than amused. Freedom. Pure and simple. No rules, no responsibilities, no Cecil Stedman telling me what I can and can't do. Just the power to go wherever I want, take whatever I want, do whatever I want. You sound like a child, Astronaut Mark observed. And you sound like a bore, Mohawk Mark shot back. What's your story anyway, Spaceboy? Levy didn't share much about your timeline. Astronaut Mark's expression darkened. The Flaxons captured me during their third invasion. They have different perceptions of time. What was months for Earth was decades for me. I was remade in their image, trained in their ways of war. When I returned, everything I knew was gone. So you're helping Levy because? Dark Mark prompted. Because he promised me a world where the Flaxons never invaded. Where I never lost everything. His voice took on a harder edge. And if that doesn't work out, I have an army waiting for my signal to begin conquest across multiple dimensions. Unmasked Mark, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, finally spoke. I miss Megami. The simple statement drew all eyes to him. Who? Mohawk Mark asked, genuinely confused. Unmasked Mark turned from the window, his expression a complex mixture of grief and longing. Megami Fushiguro. In my world, he was my best friend. The only one who truly stood by me, not out of fear or reverence, but because he genuinely believed the world could be better with us together. Never heard of him, Sinister Mark said dismissively. He was different, Unmasked Mark continued, ignoring the interruption. Not because of powers or abilities he had none. But because of his mind, his way of seeing the world. He understood strategy, human nature, the long game in ways no one else did. He always knew exactly what to say, exactly how to approach a problem. What happened to him? Dark Mark asked softly, recognizing the pain of loss in Unmasked Mark's voice. Unmasked Mark's expression hardened. My father killed him. To prove a point about humans having too much influence over me. Said no human should have that kind of bond with a Viltrumite. His fists clenched at the memory. So I killed my father. Then I killed Thrag and took control of the Viltrum Empire. You killed Thrag? Viltrumite Mark asked, unable to keep the surprise from his voice. With strategies Megami had helped me develop before he died, Unmasked Mark confirmed. He showed me how to think differently, how to approach combat in ways Viltrumites never considered. How to get stronger. How to use their arrogance and predictability against them. So what's your endgame with Levy? Astronaut Mark asked. Revenge on all versions of your father. Unmasked Mark shook his head. I want to find this world's Megami. Bring him back with me. Have him at my side again so we can make all realities better, like we always planned. Mohawk Mark snickered. That's the gayest thing I've ever heard. The armrest of Unmasked Mark's chair shattered in his grip. In a blur of motion too fast for even the other marks to fully track, he hurled the broken piece directly at Mohawk Mark's face. Mohawk Mark barely managed to dodge, the projectile embedding itself in the wall behind him with enough force to crack the concrete. Say that again, Unmasked Mark challenged, his voice deadly quiet. Please. Mohawk Mark raised his hands in mock surrender, though his smirk remained. Touched a nerve, did I? You have no idea what it's like to have someone who truly understands you, who sees the world the same way you do, Unmasked Mark said, his voice tight with emotion. Someone who makes you better just by existing. And then to have that ripped away. An uncomfortable silence fell over the group. Has anyone actually seen this Megami guy in this timeline? Dark Mark finally asked, partly to defuse the tension. Astronaut Mark shook his head. I've been monitoring local hero activity since we arrived. No mention of anyone by that name. He could be operating under a different identity, Unmasked Mark suggested. Or maybe he's keeping a low profile in this world. Or maybe he doesn't exist here at all, Sinister Mark pointed out cruelly. Not all timelines have the same players. Unmasked Mark's expression darkened. He exists. I can feel it. Speaking of feeling things, Viltrumite Mark interrupted, his head tilting slightly as if listening to something distant. Anyone else sense that? The others paused, their enhanced Viltrumite senses picking up what ordinary humans couldn't: a subtle vibration in the air, a disturbance in the fabric of reality itself. Something's happening, Astronaut Mark confirmed, moving to the window. The dimensional fluctuations are intensifying. Outside, the sky had taken on a strange, rippling quality, as if reality itself was becoming fluid. Green energy pulsed across the horizon in waves, each one stronger than the last. Maybe our time to act is getting closer than we think, Sinister Mark stated with a smile. Astronaut Mark shook his head, his expression grim as he studied the rippling sky. No. This is different. The dimensional barriers aren't just weakening, they're collapsing entirely. He turned back to the group, his tactical mind already calculating possibilities. Levy's plan was to use controlled dimensional breaches to allow us to operate in this world. Then return to our own realities once we'd completed our objectives. This. He gestured toward the window. This is uncontrolled. Chaotic. So what? Mohawk Mark challenged, though there was a hint of unease beneath his bravado. More chaos means more opportunities. It means we might not have realities to return to, Astronaut Mark countered. The dimensional merger is accelerating. I've seen something like this before, during my time with the Flaxons. When multiple timelines begin to collapse into one another, duplicates can't coexist indefinitely. Viltrumite Mark rose from his chair, his imposing frame casting a shadow across the warehouse floor. Explain. The universe abhors redundancy, Astronaut Mark said, his voice taking on a lecturing tone. Two versions of the same person can't exist in the same reality for long. Eventually, the timeline will correct itself. By doing what, exactly? Dark Mark asked, pulling his hood further over his face as if to hide from the implications. By eliminating the duplicates, Astronaut Mark replied simply. Or merging them. Either way, only one version of each person will remain when this is over. A heavy silence fell over the group as they processed this information. And who decides which version survives? Sinister Mark asked, his cold eyes calculating. Usually the version native to the dominant reality, Astronaut Mark explained. But with this level of dimensional instability, it could be random. Or it could be determined by strength of will, physical power, or some other factor we don't understand. Unmasked Mark turned back to the window, watching as the green energy waves grew more intense. So we're fighting for our very existence now. It would appear so, Astronaut Mark confirmed. Mohawk Mark kicked another crate, his frustration evident. Great. So Levy drags us into this mess, promising unlimited worlds to conquer, and now we might not even exist tomorrow. Fantastic plan. We need to adapt, Viltrumite Mark stated, his military mind already shifting to contingency planning. If only one version of each of us can survive, we need to ensure it's one of us, not this world's Mark Grayson. How do we do that? Dark Mark asked. We eliminate him, Sinister Mark suggested, a cruel smile playing across his lips. Remove the competition. That might not work, Astronaut Mark cautioned. The merger appears to be operating on a metaphysical level. Killing this world's Mark might simply cause one of us to transform into his replacement, losing our own identity in the process. Then what do you suggest? Viltrumite Mark demanded. Astronaut Mark was silent for a moment, considering their options. We need leverage. Something that gives us an advantage in this merger process. Like what? Mohawk Mark scoffed. A dimensional anchor? A reality stabilizer? This isn't one of your sci-fi Flaxon technologies. No, Astronaut Mark agreed. But there might be something else. He turned to Unmasked Mark. You said this Megami person helped you defeat Thrag. That he understood strategy in ways others didn't. Unmasked Mark nodded, a flicker of hope entering his eyes. Yes. He could see patterns others missed, anticipate moves before they were made. Then finding him might be our best option, Astronaut Mark concluded. If he exists in this reality, he might understand what's happening better than we do. You want to pin our survival on some random human? Viltrumite Mark asked incredulously. He created a plan to make one of us kill Thrag and conquer Viltrum uncontested. That requires absurd amounts of intelligence and creativity. Astronaut Mark countered. And he's not random, Unmasked Mark corrected, his voice taking on a hard edge. He's Megami Fushiguro. The most brilliant mind I've ever encountered. Fine, Sinister Mark interjected, pushing away from the support beam. Let's say we try to find this Megami person. Where do we even start looking? Unmasked Mark considered this. In my world, he was a high school student at Reginald Vell Johnson High. The same school as Mark Grayson. Then that's where we start, Astronaut Mark decided. We find this Megami and convince him to help us. And how exactly do we do that? Mohawk Mark scoffed, gesturing toward the window where the rippling green sky cast an eerie glow over the chaos outside. The world has gone to shit. Dimensional rifts are opening everywhere. People are panicking in the streets. What kind of ridiculous idea is infiltrating a school? There probably isn't even school in this apocalypse. Astronaut Mark frowned, acknowledging the point. Fair assessment. Educational institutions would likely be suspended during a dimensional crisis of this magnitude. If he's anything like the Megami I knew, Unmasked Mark interjected, he wouldn't be sitting in a classroom anyway. Not with everything falling apart outside. Then where would he be? Dark Mark asked. Unmasked Mark considered this, drawing on his memories. Somewhere strategic. Somewhere he could observe, analyze, and plan. My Megami always positioned himself to gather maximum information with minimum exposure. The Global Defense Agency, Viltrumite Mark suggested. If he's as tactically minded as you claim, he might have found his way there. Or he could be working with this world's heroes, Astronaut Mark added. The Guardians of the Globe or the Teen Team. Or he could be dead, Sinister Mark pointed out coldly. Dimensional collapses aren't exactly conducive to survival for ordinary humans. Unmasked Mark's expression hardened. He's alive. And we're going to find him. Split up, Astronaut Mark decided. Cover more ground. Dark Mark and Unmasked Mark, check the GDA headquarters. Viltrumite Mark, scout the known hero bases. Mohawk Mark and Sinister Mark, search the emergency shelters and medical centers. I'll monitor the dimensional fluctuations from here and coordinate our efforts. What kind of shitty names are those? I know we all have the same name, but come on. Mohawk Mark protested. I like it, Sinister Mark, has a nice ring to it. Sinister Mark stated. And if we find him? Dark Mark asked, ignoring the two. We bring him here, Unmasked Mark replied. I'll convince him to help us. He'll understand the stakes. As the group dispersed to prepare for their respective missions, Unmasked Mark remained by the window, watching the increasingly unstable sky. His thoughts turned to memories of his Megami, the quiet confidence, the strategic mind, the unwavering loyalty. I'll find you, he whispered to the empty air. Wherever you are in this world, I'll find you. Chapter 43, What is old, what is new, what is gone, what remains? The sky above the devastated shopping district rippled with emerald energy as Sukuna descended, his forearms held slightly away from his body for balance. He landed with deliberate precision on the cracked pavement, creating a small crater from the impact. Before him stood a figure that was simultaneously familiar and foreign, a young man with distinctive pink hair and slitted eyes that gleamed with malevolence. Though the body was that of Yuji Itadori, the presence controlling it was unmistakable. Sukuna, the four-armed being acknowledged, a courtesy, since he himself has long gotten used to the name Megami, his multiple eyes assessing the vessel before him. The pink-haired youth's lips curved into a contemptuous smile, his eyes narrowing as he studied his counterpart. What is this? He asked, his voice dripping with disdain. Some pathetic imitation dares to wear my face. Not an imitation, Sukuna replied evenly. Another iteration. From this world. Shibuya Sukuna circled slowly, examining the four-armed figure with theatrical disgust. This world must be truly pitiful if this is what passes for me. He gestured dismissively. Look at you. Four arms yet no presence. Multiple eyes yet blind to your own degradation. The shopping district around them lay in ruins, evidence of Shibuya Sukuna's brief but devastating presence in this reality. Storefronts had been sliced apart with surgical precision, concrete pillars bisected by invisible blades, and the scattered remains of those unfortunate enough to cross his path lay in meticulously arranged pieces, a grotesque display of artistry in death. I see you've been entertaining yourself, Sukuna observed, glancing at the carnage with detached assessment. Merely stretching my legs after being confined for so long, Shibuya Sukuna replied, casually stepping over a severed limb. This vessel fought admirably, but the dimensional transition weakened him. Finally, I have what is rightfully mine. Release your hold on Yuji Itadori, Sukuna commanded, his voice resonating with authority. Shibuya Sukuna's laughter echoed through the ruined shopping district, sharp and mocking. Huh? You're giving me orders? How amusing. He wiped an imaginary tear from his eye. Why would I relinquish what I've claimed? This flesh is mine by right of conquest. You've forced his soul to bear the brunt of the dimensional transition, Sukuna stated. Weakening him enough to finally chain and control him. Relinquish that control. Or what? Shibuya Sukuna challenged, his smile turning predatory. You'll fight me? Please. I can sense your nature from here. His expression twisted with revulsion. You reek of humanity. Of compromise. Of weakness. Whatever version of me you are, you've fallen so far you might as well be human. Sukuna's four eyes narrowed slightly, but his expression remained controlled. I see you still cling to the delusion that isolation equals strength. That purposeless cruelty equals power. Delusion. Shibuya Sukuna scoffed. It is the natural order. The strong devour the weak. I am Ryaman Sukuna, the king of curses. My dominion is absolute. A king without subjects rules nothing, Sukuna countered. A king without purpose is merely a tyrant with a title. Purpose. Shibuya Sukuna's face contorted with disdain. What purpose does a god need beyond his own satisfaction? What meaning exists beyond power itself? Sukuna regarded him with something almost like pity. You still don't understand. After all these years, you remain blind to the most fundamental truth. And what truth would that be? Shibuya Sukuna sneered. That true strength lies not in what you can destroy, Sukuna stated, but in what you choose to preserve. Not in how many fear you, but in what you are willing to protect. Shibuya Sukuna's expression shifted from mockery to genuine disgust. You sound like that insufferable Gojo. Or worse, like the vessel itself. He spat on the ground. I can't believe you're a version of me. You're soft. I am still the king of curses, Sukuna declared, his voice carrying the weight of absolute certainty. But a king evolves or becomes obsolete. A king adapts or is overthrown. You have remained static, trapped in the same patterns of thought for centuries. Evolution? Adaptation. Shibuya Sukuna laughed bitterly. You mean surrender? Compromise? Weakness? I have not surrendered, Sukuna replied, his forearms tensing slightly. I have transcended. Where you see only destruction, I see potential. Where you see only domination, I see connection. Where you see only consumption, I see growth. Poetic nonsense, Shibuya Sukuna dismissed. If you were truly me, you would understand that power is its own justification. That strength needs no purpose beyond itself. I was you, Sukuna acknowledged. Arrogant. Isolated. Convinced of my own superiority. But I have become more. More. Shibuya Sukuna's voice dripped with contempt. You've become less. A shadow of true greatness. A domesticated beast who's forgotten his fangs. My fangs remain, Sukuna stated coldly. I simply choose when to bear them. Then bear them now, Shibuya Sukuna challenged, sliding into a combat stance. Prove you're still worthy of the name Sukuna. I don't need to prove anything to you, Sukuna replied. Especially not to a version of myself still trapped in childish notions of power. Childish. Shibuya Sukuna's rage was palpable, cursed energy swirling around him in violent patterns. I'll show you the difference between your evolution and true power. He lunged forward, fingers extended in the familiar formation for dismantle, the cutting technique that had slaughtered countless sorcerers across centuries. Sukuna didn't dodge. With a single, fluid motion enhanced by the smart atoms now integrated into his being, he struck, not at Shibuya Sukuna's physical form, but at the barrier between souls within Yuji's body. His fist connected with Shibuya Sukuna's abdomen with devastating precision, cursed energy bypassing physical defenses to strike directly at the spiritual boundary. The impact sent ripples through both visible and invisible planes of existence. Shibuya Sukuna froze mid-attack, his eyes widening in shock and disbelief. What he gasped, as something fundamental shifted within the vessel he had claimed. What have you done? I've reminded you of your place, Sukuna stated, his voice carrying the full weight of his authority as the king of curses. You are not the master here. You are a parasite, feeding on a strength that was never truly yours. The vessel's body convulsed violently as the barrier between souls shattered. Something dark began to emerge from Yuji's mouth, a finger, blackened and twisted with cursed energy, followed by another, and another. Impossible. Shibuya Sukuna snarled, his voice distorting as more fingers forced their way out. No one can break the binding vow. No one can separate me from my vessel. I am not no one, Sukuna replied calmly, watching as the cursed objects were expelled one after another. I am Raiman Sukuna, the king of curses, the first son of heaven. And unlike you, I understand the true nature of our power, not just how to use it, but why it exists at all. You still speak of purpose as if it matters, Shibuya Sukuna spat, even as his control over Yuji's body weakened with each expelled finger. As if power needs justification beyond itself. Something I refuse to even contemplate. Power without purpose is merely violence, Sukuna stated. Strength without direction is simply destruction. You could have been more than a curse, more than a nightmare whispered in the dark. You could have been a king in truth, not just in name. As the last of the fingers emerged, Shibuya Sukuna's presence began to fade from Yuji's body, coalescing into a spectral form that hovered above the expelled cursed objects. I refuse to accept this. All I see is a king whose hold has become soft, the spectre accused, its voice growing fainter as its connection to the physical world weakened. A pale shadow of what we once were. Sukuna stood impassive, unmoved by the accusation. Of course, he replied, his tone matter-of-fact rather than defensive. I've lost, after all. The admission seemed to confuse the fading spectre. Lost? What nonsense are you? Its words cut off as the last of its presence was forced out of Yuji's body. The young man's natural eye color returned, his eyes clearing of Sukuna's influence for the first time since the dimensional transition. Yuji blinked, disoriented, as he took in the four-armed figure standing before him and the spectral form hovering nearby. What happened? He managed weakly, his voice hoarse. You're free, Sukuna stated simply. Temporarily, at least. Yuji's gaze fell to the cursed fingers scattered around him, then back to the four-armed being who had somehow expelled them from his body. Who are you? Someone who understands, Sukuna replied. Better than he ever did. Before Yuji could respond further, his eyes rolled back in his head, his body going limp as exhaustion and the trauma of the forced separation overcame him. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious but free from Sukuna's control for the first time since crossing the dimensional barrier. Sukuna regarded the fallen vessel and the expelled fingers with a contemplative expression. The spectral form of Shibuya Sukuna still hovered nearby, weakened but defiant, tethered to this reality by the cursed objects that contained fragments of his soul. Eventually, they would need to be dealt with. The dimensional merger would not allow duplicates to exist indefinitely, even in this separated state. But for now, they could remain as they were, a reminder of what he had once been, and what he had chosen to become. The King of Curses turned his gaze to the rippling sky above, where green energy continued to pulse with increasing intensity. The merger was accelerating, reality itself becoming more unstable with each passing moment. There was much to be done, and little time remaining. But at least one task had been completed, one piece of himself established. As he lifted Yuji's unconscious form from the ground, Sukuna felt the weight of his choices, past, present, and future, settle upon his shoulders like the mantle of the king he still was, despite everything that had changed. A king evolves or becomes obsolete. A king adapts or is overthrown. And he had no intention of being either obsolete or overthrown. Chapter 44, So. That happened. The Grayson family home stood as an island of relative normalcy amid the chaos of the dimensional merger. Outside, the sky continued to ripple with emerald energy, casting an eerie glow through the windows of the suburban house. Inside, an unprecedented family reunion was taking place, one that defied everything normal. Two Debbie Graysons sat across from each other at the dining room table, their identical faces reflecting different lives, different experiences, different sorrows. Between them stood two versions of their son, Mark, physically identical yet fundamentally altered by the divergent paths their lives had taken. It's the strangest thing, Original Debbie said, her hands wrapped tightly around a mug of tea that had long since gone cold. One minute I was in the kitchen making dinner, the next there was this green flash, and suddenly. She gestured helplessly toward her counterpart. We were standing face to face, Altered Debbie finished for her, a gentle smile softening her features. It seems counterparts are being drawn together as the dimensions merge. According to Cecil, our Cecil, it's happening all across the city. Original Mark nodded, leaning against the kitchen counter with his arms crossed. Yeah, same thing happened with me. I was just flying around downtown when, bam. Suddenly I'm staring at another counterpart of myself with Eve. Then we fought, then we stopped, and now we're here. Talk about a weird day, even by superhero standards. No kidding, Altered Mark agreed with a half smile. Though at this point, I'm starting to think weird is our new normal. Original Debbie studied her alternate self, noting the subtle differences that distinguished them, a certain ease in her bearing, fewer worry lines around her eyes, a warmth that spoke of a life less traumatized. I still can't believe it, she said quietly. In your world, Nolan never. She trailed off, unable to complete the thought. Altered Debbie reached across the table, placing her hand over her counterparts. No, he didn't. Thanks to Megami. This Megami person, Original Debbie said, glancing between Altered Mark and his mother. You mentioned he confronted Nolan? How is that even possible? Nolan was, the most powerful being on the planet. Altered Mark's expression softened at the mention of his friend. Megami's, something else, he explained, his tone warming. Got these crazy abilities that even Dad couldn't just brush off. But it wasn't just that, Megami sees through people, you know? Gets them in a way that's kinda scary sometimes. He confronted Dad in the Flaxen dimension, he continued, running a hand through his hair. Somehow got Dad to actually think about what he was planning to do, what he'd be throwing away if he went through with it. A genuine smile spread across his face. And he did it. Got through Dad's thick Viltrumite skull somehow. Made him choose us. Original Mark let out a disbelieving snort. Yeah, right. My dad nearly beat me to death when I tried to stop him. Killed the Guardians without even blinking. But sure, this Megami guy just talked him out of it. He couldn't just accept it. He didn't want to accept it. Did just some guy, best friend of his alternate self or not, know his dad better than he did? Got through his dad when even the near-on killing of his son didn't? How can he just take that and go with it? Though deep down, Original Mark realized that he was jealous. Jealous that he didn't have such luck to have some awesome friend who fixed all your problems before they even became ones. Hey, I know how it sounds, Altered Mark shot back, defensive. I wouldn't have believed it either if I hadn't seen the aftermath. But it happened. In our world, the Guardians are still alive. Dad's actually working with them now, helping get Earth ready for when the Viltrumites show up. Original Debbie's hands trembled slightly, causing her tea to slosh in its mug. It's hard to accept that there's a version of my life where everything didn't fall apart, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Where I wasn't lied to for 20 years. Where my husband didn't turn out to be. She couldn't finish, tears welling in her eyes. Altered Debbie squeezed her counterpart's hand. It wasn't perfect, even in our world, she said. When Nolan finally told me the truth, about who he was, why he came to Earth, I was devastated. Betrayed. Furious. But he chose us, Altered Mark jumped in. That's the big difference. When push came to shove, he picked his family over his mission. Picked being human over being a good little Viltrumite soldier. Original Mark pushed himself off the counter, pacing the kitchen with restless energy. Well, good for you guys, he said, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. My father chose the Empire. He chose his precious duty over everything we had together. And I'm so sorry for that, Altered Debbie told him, her eyes filled with compassion. I can't imagine the pain you've both endured. Original Debbie wiped away a tear, attempting to regain her composure. Tell me about him, she requested suddenly. You're Nolan. After he changed his mind. What is he like now? Altered Debbie's expression grew thoughtful. More honest than he's ever been, she replied after a moment. There's a weight that's been lifted from him, now that he's no longer living a lie. He's more present, more engaged. She smiled faintly. And surprisingly vulnerable, in ways I never saw before. He's still Dad, Altered Mark added with a shrug. Still stubborn as hell, still thinks he knows everything. But he's also, I dunno, more real somehow? Like he finally stopped fighting against his human side and just let himself be both. Original Mark kicked at an invisible spot on the floor, his frustration palpable. And all because of this Megami guy? One random dude somehow changed the mind of a Viltrumite warrior with centuries of conditioning. Hey, watch it, Altered Mark snapped, his casual demeanor instantly vanishing. Megami isn't just some random dude. He's the most extraordinary person I've ever known. My best friend. The one person who saw what was coming and had the guts to do something about it. Original Debbie noticed the shift in Altered Mark's tone. You care about him a great deal, she observed. He saved my family, Altered Mark stated firmly. He saved my future. Everything I have, everything I am now, I owe to him. There was an intensity to his words that bordered on possessiveness. Without Megami, I'd have lost everything, just like. He glanced at his counterpart, then looked away. Just like I did, Original Mark finished for him, his voice tight. An uncomfortable silence fell over the kitchen. This Megami, Original Debbie said finally, attempting to ease the tension. What's he like? Beyond his abilities, I mean. Altered Mark's expression immediately brightened. He's brilliant. Like, scary smart. Sees things nobody else catches. Has this super dry sense of humor that catches you off guard. A smile played at his lips as he continued. He pretends to be this cool, detached guy, but he cares more than anyone I know. He just shows it differently, you know. He sounds special, Original Debbie said, noticing how animated her alternate son became when discussing his friend. He is, Altered Mark confirmed enthusiastically. Dad tried to blow him off at first, just some human butting into Viltrumite business. But even Dad couldn't ignore Megami for long. The guy just gets things. Sees through all the BS. Original Mark had stopped pacing, listening with growing interest despite himself. And now? How does your dad feel about him now? Respects the hell out of him, Altered Mark replied without hesitation. Which is saying something, cause Dad doesn't respect many people. They have these intense debates sometimes, about power, responsibility, civilization, all that deep stuff. It's like watching two chess masters going at it. They sound close, Original Debbie observed. Altered Debbie laughed softly. I wouldn't go that far. They respect each other, but there's always this tension between them. Like two alpha predators in the same territory, always keeping an eye on each other. That sounds more like the Nolan I knew, Original Debbie murmured. He's still Viltrumite, Altered Debbie acknowledged. That hasn't changed. But he's also more than that now. He's chosen to be more. Original Mark leaned against the wall, his posture defensive. And you trust him? After knowing what he was sent here to do. Altered Mark met his counterpart's gaze directly. Trust is earned, he said. And he's earning it, day by day. It hasn't been easy, and there are still times when I wonder. He shook his head. But then I remember what Megami told me, judge him by his choices, not his origins. By what he does now, not what he was programmed to do. Wise words, Original Debbie said softly. That's Megami, Altered Mark replied, that fond, protective tone returning. Always cutting through to the heart of things. Original Debbie studied her alternate son's face, recognizing something in his expression that reminded her of how her husband used to look at her, not romantic, but a fierce, almost possessive devotion. Something Altered Debbie could also see. And they were both correct. Altered Mark, after seeing his original counterpart, seeing the shadows over his original mother's face, her sorrow, his other's bitterness and jealousy. The thought of his own father nearly killing him, the family he would die for, who he loved more than life itself broken, displeased nearly broke him. He couldn't imagine going through all that, didn't want to imagine it, and therefore realizing more than ever all that was prevented because of his best friend made him extremely protective over him. You and Megami, she began carefully. You seem very close. Altered Mark nodded, as I said, he's my best friend. The one person who really gets what I'm going through, the pressure of these powers, the responsibility, the whole human Viltrumite balancing act. In my world, Original Mark said, that person was Eve. At least for a while. Eve, Altered Mark looked surprised. Eve and I are friends, but nothing like. He trailed off, shaking his head. She and Megami are actually together now. It's still new, but they're intense. Eve and Megami, Original Mark echoed, clearly struggling to imagine a relationship between someone he knew well and someone he'd never met, especially a counterpart of his own girlfriend. Makes sense, when you think about it, Altered Mark explained with a shrug. They're both super smart, both driven, both see the world in ways most people don't. And they're both. He hesitated, searching for the right word. Focused. When they want something, they go after it like a missile locked on target. They sound well matched, Original Debbie observed. They are, Altered Mark agreed. Though it took them forever to figure it out. Megami's not exactly Mr. Emotional Openness, and Eve. He chuckled. Well, Eve has her own brand of intensity. The conversation paused as another tremor shook the house, stronger than previous ones. The dimensional energy outside pulsed more violently, casting shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. It's getting worse, Original Mark said, glancing toward the window. Yeah, the merger's speeding up, Altered Mark confirmed, his expression growing serious. Cecil, our Cecil, thinks we're getting to the point where the realities will either become one stable dimension or what? Original Debbie asked when he didn't continue. Or everything goes boom, Altered Mark finished grimly. Total reality collapse. Original Debbie reached for her alternate self's hand, squeezing it tightly. What can we do? Cecil's got the best brains from both our worlds working on it, Altered Debbie assured her. Including Megami and Eve. If anyone can find a solution, they will. And if they can't, Original Mark pressed. Altered Mark met his counterpart's gaze. Then we deal with whatever comes next together. As a family, weird as this family might be right now. Original Debbie looked between the two versions of her son, then at her alternate self. Despite the strangeness of the situation, despite the apocalyptic energies swirling outside, she felt something she hadn't experienced in months, hope. Together, she agreed softly. As a family. Suddenly the roof explodes. Both Marks immediately move their mothers and protect the mothers from the collapse. Stand ready for my arrival, worms, a booming voice came from above. As the two looked, they saw a mighty titan of a Viltrumite, with a metal arm, and a scarred face with one blind eye. Conquest has descended from the heavens, ready for battle. Chapter 45, Conquest. The roof of the Grayson family home exploded inward, raining debris throughout the living room. Both Marks moved with identical superhuman speed, shielding their respective mothers from the falling wreckage. Stand ready for my arrival, worms, a booming voice announced from above. Through the newly created skylight descended a massive figure of Viltrumite even larger than Nolan, with bulging muscles that strained against his pure white costume. One of his arms was mechanical, gleaming with advanced technology far beyond Earth's capabilities. His face bore extensive scarring, with one eye milky white and blind, the other burning with cruel intelligence. Who the hell is that? Altered Mark whispered, positioning himself protectively in front of both Debbies. Original Mark shook his head, equally bewildered. No idea. But definitely Viltrumite. The massive alien landed with enough force to crack the foundation of the house, his weight causing the floorboards to groan in protest. He surveyed the room with casual disdain, his single functioning eye lingering on the two identical Marks. Two half-breeds, he observed, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. How convenient. Who are you? Original Mark demanded, his fists clenched at his sides. The Viltrumite's scarred face twisted into what might have been a smile. I am Conquest, enforcer of the Viltrumite Empire. He cracked his neck casually. And you are traitor's spawn. Without warning, he moved faster than either Mark could track. His metal fist connected with Original Mark's chest, sending him crashing through 3 walls and out into the yard beyond. Before Altered Mark could react, Conquest's organic hand closed around his throat, lifting him off the ground. Interesting still, despite having confronted it myself earlier, Conquest mused, studying Altered Mark's face as he struggled for air. You look identical, yet your energy signature is slightly different. This variant situation is so fun. Let him go, Altered Debbie shouted, her maternal instinct overriding her fear as she rushed toward the massive alien. Conquest flicked his wrist dismissively, creating an air current that sent her tumbling across the room. Original Debbie caught her counterpart before she could slam into the wall. Mom, Altered Mark gasped, clawing at the fingers around his throat. Pathetic, Conquest sneered. Is this truly the best this world has to offer? The son of Nolan, choking like a common animal. He hurled Altered Mark through the ceiling, sending him arcing high into the sky. Then, with a casual leap, Conquest followed, leaving the two Debbies alone in the ruined house. We need to get out of here, Original Debbie urged, helping her counterpart to her feet. Right now. Altered Debbie nodded shakily. Mark, both Marks. They're Viltrumite, Original Debbie reminded her. They're tough. But we're not, and we'll only distract them if we stay. Outside, Altered Mark had recovered enough to launch himself back into the fight. He intercepted Conquest midair as the Viltrumite pursued his counterpart, landing a solid punch to the alien's jaw. That the best you got? Original Mark taunted, following up with a rapid series of strikes. Conquest barely seemed to notice the assault. Amusing, he commented, catching Mark's fist effortlessly. You have spirit, at least. With a single twist, he dislocated Mark's arm, eliciting a scream of pain. Altered Mark rejoined the fight, driving both feet into Conquest's back with enough force to send all three of them plummeting toward the ground. They crashed into a nearby park, the impact creating a crater 30 feet wide. Civilians scattered, screaming in terror as the three superpowered beings emerged from the dust cloud. You fight well, Conquest acknowledged, brushing dirt from his shoulder. 4 children. Both Marks attacked simultaneously, coordinating instinctively despite never having fought together before. They circled Conquest, striking from opposite sides, using their speed and flight capabilities to stay mobile. Conquest merely laughed, turning to track their movements with practiced ease. Is this truly all you can muster? Nolan has trained you poorly. Shut up about my father, Altered Mark shouted, his dislocated arm hanging uselessly at his side as he continued to fight with his good arm. Your father, Conquest repeated, catching Original Mark's punch and using his momentum to hurl him into his counterpart. A traitor and a disgrace to the Empire. Both Marks tumbled across the ground, quickly regaining their footing. Blood trickled from various cuts on their faces, but their Viltrumite physiology was already working to heal the damage. We need a plan, Original Mark muttered. This guy's on another level. Hit him harder, Altered Mark suggested, grimacing as he popped his dislocated shoulder back into place. Works for me. They charged again, this time flying low to the ground before shooting upward at the last moment, catching Conquest with uppercuts that snapped his head back. The Viltrumite staggered slightly, the first sign that their attacks were having any effect at all. Better, Conquest acknowledged, wiping a trickle of blood from his lip. But not good enough. He moved with frightening speed, appearing between the two Marks before they could react. His metal arm caught Original Mark across the face, sending him spinning through the air. His organic hand seized Altered Mark by the leg, swinging him like a club to bat his counterpart further away. Did you truly believe you could challenge me? Conquest asked, genuine curiosity in his voice as he slammed Altered Mark repeatedly into the ground. I have conquered worlds that would make your nightmares seem pleasant. I have exterminated species whose very existence offended the Empire. He lifted Altered Mark by his costume's collar, studying his battered face. You are nothing. Less than nothing. A half-breed abomination playing at heroism. Leave my sons alone. The new voice cut through the chaos, followed immediately by a red and white blur that slammed into Conquest with devastating force. The impact sent the scarred Viltrumite skidding backward, releasing his grip on Altered Mark. Nolan Grayson, the Altered Timeline's Omni-Man, hovered protectively in front of his son, his cape billowing in the wind created by his sudden arrival. Dad, Altered Mark gasped, relief evident in his voice. Get your counterpart and go, Nolan ordered, never taking his eyes off Conquest. Get your mother somewhere safe. Conquest's scarred face split into a grin that held no humor. Nolan, he said, his voice almost friendly. The Empire's most notorious traitor. Conquest, Nolan acknowledged, his expression grim. I'd heard rumors you'd been assigned to this sector. I'd hoped they weren't true. You know this guy? Altered Mark asked, helping his counterpart back to his feet. Unfortunately, Nolan confirmed. He's the Empire's enforcer. When planets resist, they send Conquest to resolve the situation. Such a diplomatic way of putting it, Conquest laughed. Tell them, Nolan. Tell your half-breed offspring what I really do. Nolan's jaw tightened. Mark, go. Now. No way, both Marks replied in unison. How touching, Conquest observed. Family solidarity. It would be heartwarming if it weren't so pathetic. He studied Nolan with his single functioning eye. You know, I was sent here for the anomaly, this dimensional disruption that's caught the Empire's attention. Finding you was just a fortunate coincidence. Thrag will be pleased when I bring back your head. You can try, Nolan replied coldly. Oh, I'll do more than try. Conquest launched himself forward, his metal fist leading the way. Nolan met the charge head-on, their collision creating a shockwave that shattered windows for blocks around. The two Viltrumites grappled mid-air, each trying to gain leverage over the other. You've grown soft, Nolan, Conquest taunted, his mechanical arm whirring as it exerted increasing pressure. All these years playing house with these humans has weakened you. And you're still the same sadistic butcher, Nolan retorted, breaking the clinch with a headbutt that sent Conquest tumbling backward. The enforcer recovered quickly, wiping blood from his nose with an expression of delight. Oh, there's still some fight in you. Excellent. I was worried this would be too easy. They clashed again, moving with such speed that the Marks could barely track them. Buildings trembled from the force of their impacts, and sonic booms punctuated the air as they broke the sound barrier repeatedly. We have to help him, Original Mark insisted, watching as his father's counterpart took a devastating blow to the ribs. You're right, Altered Mark agreed. But we need to be smart about this. This guy's not like anything we've faced before. They rejoined the battle, timing their attacks to coincide with Nolan's, creating a three-pronged assault that even Conquest couldn't completely ignore. For a brief moment, it seemed they might be gaining an advantage. Then Conquest's expression shifted from amusement to irritation. Enough of this, he growled, his voice dropping an octave. I have indulged your resistance long enough. He caught Original Mark's punch, twisting his arm until bones cracked. Before Altered Mark could intervene, Conquest's boot connected with his chest, sending him crashing through a nearby office building. Then, with brutal efficiency, he turned his full attention to Nolan. You betrayed everything we stand for, Conquest snarled, driving his fist into Nolan's stomach with enough force to rupture organs. You abandoned your mission, your people, your purpose. Nolan attempted to counter, but Conquest was moving with newfound intensity, each strike precisely targeted to cause maximum damage. And for what? Conquest continued, catching Nolan's arm and wrenching it backward until the shoulder dislocated. For these weak, pathetic creatures? For a woman who will be dust in a century? For a half-breed son who will never truly belong to either world? With a sickening crack, he tore Nolan's arm completely from its socket. Red blood sprayed across the battlefield as Nolan screamed in agony. No, both Debbies cried out in unison. They had emerged from the ruined house, drawn by the sounds of the battle. Now they stood frozen in horror at the sight of Nolan's mutilation. Dad, Altered Mark shouted, struggling to free himself from the rubble of the collapsed building. Conquest didn't pause. With methodical cruelty, he seized Nolan's remaining arm. The Empire has opened my eyes, Nolan, he said, almost conversationally. After consuming my counterpart, I've come to know of your betrayal from the other's memories. With another savage twist, he tore off Nolan's second arm, eliciting another scream that echoed across the devastated neighborhood. Stop it, Original Debbie screamed, running toward them despite the danger. Altered Debbie followed, both women driven by the same protective instinct despite knowing they were powerless against such a being. Run! Nolan gasped, his voice hoarse from screaming. Debbie, please, run! Conquest turned toward the approaching women, a smile spreading across his scarred face. Ah, the human pets. Two of them, how delightful. Shall I show you what happens to those who corrupt Viltrumite bloodlines with sentiment? Leave them alone, Original Mark shouted, launching himself at Conquest despite his broken arm and numerous other injuries. Conquest swatted him aside like an insect, his attention fixed on the Debbies. I think I'll take my time with them, he mused, stepping over Nolan's armless form. Make you watch, Nolan. Show you the consequence of your weakness. He reached toward the women, who had stopped in their tracks, paralyzed by terror. The impact came from nowhere, a streak of red that slammed into Conquest with enough force to send him hurtling away from the Debbies, away from Nolan, away from the marks. The scarred Viltrumite crashed through several buildings before coming to a stop nearly half a mile away, embedded in the side of a bank. Where Conquest had stood moments before, a four-armed figure hovered a few feet above the ground, his multiple eyes scanning the battlefield with cold calculation. Sukuna, altered Mark gasped in relief. The King of Curses glanced briefly at the armless Nolan, then at the approaching Debbies, then at the two battered marks. His expression revealed nothing of his thoughts. Get them out of here, he commanded, his voice carrying that unmistakable authority. All of them. Now. Before either mark could respond, a sonic boom announced Conquest's return. The Viltrumite enforcer shot through the air, his face contorted with rage as he barreled toward Sukuna. You dare! Conquest roared, his metal fist cocked back for a devastating strike. Sukuna met the charge head-on, his own momentum carrying him away from the civilians as he collided with Conquest. The impact created a shockwave that flattened trees and shattered remaining windows for blocks around. Go! Sukuna shouted over his shoulder as he grappled with the Viltrumite. Take the women and go. The two titans crashed into the ground hundreds of meters away, creating a crater that swallowed half a city block. They emerged from the dust cloud locked in combat, Conquest's metal fist driving toward Sukuna's face with enough force to shatter mountains. Sukuna caught the fist with one of his four hands, cursed energy swirling around the point of contact. Conquest's scarred face split into a grin. Perfect, he whispered. From his mechanical fist, dozens of tiny needles suddenly extended, piercing Sukuna's palm and injecting their contents directly into his bloodstream. The King of Curses' eyes widened in shock as he felt something cold spreading through his veins, disrupting his cursed energy flow. Taking advantage of Sukuna's momentary surprise, Conquest lunged forward, his mouth opening impossibly wide to reveal filed teeth that gleamed with some viscous substance. Before Sukuna could disengage, those teeth sank into his neck, injecting another dose of whatever compound the needles had delivered. Sukuna broke away, putting distance between himself and the Viltrumite. His hand went to his neck, coming away stained with his own blood. More concerning than the physical wound was the sensation coursing through him, a disruption of his cursed energy unlike anything he'd experienced before. What is this? He demanded, his voice steady despite the alarm he felt. What have you done? Conquest laughed, wiping Sukuna's blood from his lips with evident satisfaction. Surprised? Did you think that these last few days the universe has been twiddling their thumbs? He began circling Sukuna, studying him with the calculating eye of a predator. We studied where the anomaly came from and found the heart of it to be this blue mud ball. We accessed its records and saw you kill Battle Beast, and boy oh boy did that get our king excited. Sukuna attempted to activate his reversed curse technique to neutralize whatever poison was spreading through his system, only to find the healing energy sluggish and unresponsive. Me too as well, can't deny that. Conquest continued, clearly enjoying Sukuna's confusion. I've always wanted to have my go at the fur ball, but orders are orders, and the cat was strong. It was no guarantee that either of us would survive, and Viltrum is already too low on manpower to risk one of their mightiest. He shrugged, the motion incongruously casual given the circumstances. Though let me not digress. We studied you, boy. We sampled your blood, we found out that you truly are an evolution of this species, one already so compatible with our race. It's got many of our women riled up and ready to have their way with you. Sukuna's four eyes narrowed as he processed this information. The Viltrumites had been monitoring him, studying him, and somehow they'd developed a compound specifically designed to counter his abilities. It was similar to the energy-disrupting daggers Battle Beast had but far more potent. We can't clone you though, sadly, Conquest continued, his tone almost conversational. Your DNA is too volatile. Probably something to do with your spiritual side. He lunged forward suddenly, forcing Sukuna to block a punch that would have taken his head off. The impact sent shockwaves through the area, threatening to collapse already damaged buildings where civilians might still be trapped. See, our kind has always had one weakness and one only magic, Conquest explained, pressing his attack with increasing ferocity. Magic and the spiritual have always been something we studied, but it could only get us so far because of us not having any natural aptitude for it. Sukuna found himself on the defensive, blocking rather than counter-attacking. Each impact threatened to create deadly shockwaves that would endanger anyone still in the vicinity. He needed to move this fight away from Debbie and the others who still weren't far enough away, but Conquest seemed to anticipate his intention. You are our chance to finally rid ourselves of this weakness. Conquest declared, his single eye gleaming with fanatical light. Every time Sukuna attempted to gain altitude, to carry their battle away from the city, Conquest countered, forcing him back toward the ground. It was a deliberate strategy, Sukuna realized, using the threat to civilians to limit his options. Take the women and go. Sukuna roared toward the marks, who were still hesitating near their mothers and the fallen Nolan. Get them out of here now. Conquest took advantage of his momentary distraction, delivering a devastating headbutt that sent Sukuna crashing into the earth, creating yet another crater in the already devastated landscape. Going somewhere? The Viltrumite enforcer asked, landing beside the impact site. We're just getting started. Before Sukuna could rise, Conquest was on him, pinning him with his massive weight. His metal hand seized one of Sukuna's arms, wrenching it with methodical precision until the joint separated. You know, I was so lonely, Conquest said conversationally, as if they were sharing drinks rather than engaged in mortal combat. So lonely until a few days ago. With a savage twist, he tore the arm completely free, tossing it aside like garbage. Blood sprayed across both of them as Sukuna roared in pain. All the Viltrumites are scared of me, Conquest continued, seizing a second arm. No one talked to me. No one wanted to be my friend. Everyone thinks I'm unstable. Another twist, another separation of flesh and bone. Another arm discarded. They send me from planet to planet, committing atrocities in their name. And as I got better at it, they feared me more and more. I am a victim of my own success. Conquest's face was inches from Sukuna's now, his expression a disturbing mixture of rage and something almost like tenderness. Tears gathered in his single functioning eye. Conquest, I don't even get a name of my own. Only a purpose. His voice caught, a sob escaping his massive frame. But that changed yesterday, and I feel somehow, that it is because of you. The tears flowed freely now, tracking clean lines through the blood and dirt on Conquest's scarred face as he continued to rain blows down on Sukuna's body. I finally met another version of myself, he explained between punches. We talked, we fought, we ate each other, till finally I was the one who remained, but during that time I was truly not alone, understood, all thanks to you. He seized Sukuna by the face, lifting him from the crater. With a burst of speed that broke the sound barrier, Conquest flew upward, dragging Sukuna through the air. All of this the dimensional merger, the barriers breaking down, it allowed me to find myself, Conquest continued, his voice carrying despite the roaring wind. To truly know myself, by consuming myself. They streaked across the sky, crossing continents in seconds. Mountains appeared below them, then oceans, then more mountains. Conquest never slowed, dragging Sukuna's battered form through the atmosphere with single-minded purpose. I'm sorry, Conquest said suddenly, his tone shifting to something almost gentle as they approached a massive mountain range. My heart aches for you. I wanted to fight you at your full strength, but orders are orders. You're too strong to play with. With devastating force, he drove Sukuna into the side of a mountain, burying him deep within the rock face. I'm sorry, he repeated, the words a strange mantra as he continued his assault. I want you to know that I am grateful to you. He seized Sukuna's shoulder with his teeth, tearing away a chunk of flesh and swallowing it. Your power will become part of me, he said, blood both his and Sukuna's dripping from his chin. Just as my counterpart became part of me. It's beautiful, really. The ultimate communion. Deep within Sukuna, something shifted. The poison flowing through his veins had disrupted his cursed energy, weakened his connection to his techniques, but it couldn't sever it completely. He was Ryaman Sukuna, the king of curses, the first son of heaven. His power was not merely physical, not merely spiritual, but a fundamental part of his very existence. With a roar that shook the mountain to its foundations, Sukuna unleashed a wave of cursed energy that sent Conquest tumbling backward. The Viltrumite crashed through several peaks before regaining control, hovering in midair with an expression of surprise that quickly transformed into delight. Yes, he shouted, his voice echoing across the mountain range. Fight back. Make this worthy of remembrance. Sukuna emerged from the shattered mountainside, his remaining arms glowing with cursed energy. The wounds where his other arms had been were sealed with that same energy, preventing further blood loss. His 4 eyes burned with cold fury. You talk too much, he stated simply. Then he moved, crossing the distance between them faster than even Conquest could track. His fist connected with the Viltrumite's jaw with enough force to send him hurtling into the sky. Sukuna followed, propelling himself upward. They clashed again at the edge of the atmosphere, the impact creating a flash visible from the ground below. Conquest laughed wildly as they traded blows, each impact powerful enough to shatter bones had either of them been normal beings. This is what I wanted. Conquest exulted, blood spraying from his mouth as Sukuna landed a particularly devastating strike. A true challenge. A worthy opponent. You're insane, Sukuna observed coolly, dodging a punch that would have taken his head off. Sanity is overrated, Conquest replied, catching Sukuna with a kick that sent him plummeting back toward Earth. Especially for those of us created solely for destruction. They crashed back through the atmosphere, their bodies heating to temperatures that would have incinerated lesser beings. The battle carried them across continents, through oceans, leaving devastation in their wake. Cities flashed beneath them as they fought, helpless humans looking up in terror at the streaks of light that heralded their passing. Wherever they touched down, destruction followed, buildings collapsed, streets cratered, lives ended in an instant. Please, somebody help us, a woman screamed as the battling titans crashed through her apartment building. What's happening? A man shouted, clutching his child to his chest as they ran from the collapsing structure. It's the end of the world, another answered, his voice hollow with despair. God has abandoned us. Sukuna heard their cries, felt their fear like a physical weight. These were not his people. He had never claimed humanity as his to protect, but they were innocent bystanders in a conflict they couldn't comprehend. Conquest showed no such concern. He reveled in the destruction, in the terror, in the death that followed in their wake. Each scream seemed to energize him, driving him to greater heights of violence. Can you hear them? He asked Sukuna as they grappled mid-air. The sweet music of their fear? This is what I live for. You live for nothing, Sukuna replied, landing a blow that shattered several of Conquest's teeth. You exist only to fulfill others' purposes. A weapon, not a being. Rage flashed across Conquest's face. I am more than a weapon. Are you? Sukuna countered, evading a wild swing. Then why do you follow orders you despise? Why do you commit atrocities that you yourself earlier alluded to not bringing you satisfaction? You're a tool, Conquest. Nothing more. Shut up. Conquest roared, his attacks becoming less precise, more fueled by emotion than strategy. Sukuna used this to his advantage, redirecting the Viltrumite's momentum, using his own strength against him. But the poison in his system was still working against him, slowing his reactions, weakening his connection to his cursed energy. And Conquest, for all his emotional instability, was still one of the most powerful beings in the galaxy. His physical strength remained overwhelming, his durability beyond anything Sukuna had encountered since his awakening in this world. Especially after devouring his other self, magnifying his strength immensely. The battle carried them back toward where it had begun, the suburban neighborhood now unrecognizable after the devastation they had wrought. The Grayson home was completely destroyed, but there was no sign of the Marks, the Debbies, or the injured Nolan. They had escaped, at least. Sukuna felt his transformation failing, the strain of maintaining his four-armed form becoming too much with the poison disrupting his energy flow. His body shimmered, the extra arms dissolving as he reverted to his original form, still powerful, still enhanced, but no longer the full manifestation of the King of Curses. Conquest noticed the change immediately, his scarred face splitting into a triumphant grin. Weakening already? The compound works even better than our scientists predicted. I have enough left for you, Sukuna replied, his voice steady despite the strain evident in his posture. They clashed again, their movements creating sonic booms that shattered any windows that had somehow survived the earlier devastation. Though reduced to his two-armed form, Sukuna fought with undiminished skill, each movement precisely calculated for maximum effect. Conquest matched him blow for blow, his wild fighting style contrasting with Sukuna's controlled technique. They were opposites in many ways, one a creature of pure emotion and instinct, the other a being of calculation and strategy. Yet both were killers, both were monsters in their own way. We're not so different, you and I, Conquest observed during a brief respite as they circled each other. Both feared. Both alone. Both beyond the comprehension of lesser beings. The difference, Sukuna replied, is that I choose my path. You merely follow the one laid out for you. Conquest's expression darkened. You think I have a choice? The Empire is everything. Without it, I am nothing. A convenient excuse for a lack of will, Sukuna countered. With renewed fury, Conquest attacked again. They traded devastating blows, each impact creating craters in the already ruined landscape. Blood spattered the ground beneath them as they fought with increasing desperation. Both were tiring now, the extended battle taking its toll even on their superhuman endurance. Conquest's movements were becoming slower, his attacks less precise. The poison in Sukuna's system prevented him from healing properly, each wound remaining open longer than it should have. Yet neither would yield. They stood amid the ruins of what had once been a peaceful neighborhood, bloodied, battered, but unbowed. Their eyes locked, Conquest's single functioning orb burning with hatred and something almost like respect, Sukuna's twin pools of crimson reflecting nothing but cold determination. One way or another, Conquest gasped, blood bubbling from his lips, this ends now. On that, Sukuna agreed, his own breathing labored, we are in agreement. They charged each other one final time, each summoning their remaining strength for a decisive blow. Their fists drew back, muscles tensed, the very air seeming to hold its breath in anticipation of the collision. It never came. A blur of motion intercepted Conquest mid-charge, yanking him away from Sukuna with such force that the air displaced by the movement created a vacuum. Before either combatant could process what was happening, Conquest was suspended in midair, held aloft by a figure in a familiar blue and yellow costume. Except this wasn't Mark Grayson, not the original, not the altered. This was someone else entirely. Someone with the same face but different eyes, harder, colder, more calculating. Megami. The newcomer said, his voice filled with unmistakable relief as he looked at Sukuna. I finally found you. Then, with a casualness that belied the immense strength required, he tore Conquest in half with his bare hands. The Viltrumite enforcer didn't even have time to scream before his body was separated at the waist, red blood and internal organs spilling onto the devastated ground below. The newcomer discarded the pieces without a second glance, his attention fixed solely on Sukuna. His expression was one of pure joy, of completion, as if he had found something precious that had long been lost. I've been looking everywhere for you, he said, taking a step toward the battered King of Curses. Across dimensions, across realities. And here you are. Sukuna studied the newcomer carefully, noting the similarities to Mark Grayson but also the profound differences. This was a being who had seen things, done things, that had fundamentally altered him. Who are you? Sukuna asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. The newcomer smiled a smile that held affection but also something darker, something possessive. Don't you recognize me, Megami? It's me. Mark. He spread his arms, as if inviting inspection. Different timeline, different experiences, but still me. Still your Mark. Behind him, the two halves of Conquest twitched, Viltrumite regeneration already beginning to work despite the catastrophic damage. Without looking, the newcomer unmasked Mark stomped on the upper half's head, crushing it with casual brutality. Sorry about the interruption, he said, turning his attention back to Sukuna. But I couldn't let him hurt you anymore. You're too important. His eyes so like Mark's yet so different gleamed with an intensity that bordered on fanaticism. I've been searching for you since the dimensional barriers started breaking down. And now that I've found you, I'm never letting you go again. The possessiveness in his voice was unmistakable, as was the devotion and the danger. This was not the Mark Grayson that Sukuna knew. This was something else entirely. And as the sun set over the devastated landscape, casting long shadows across the ruins of what had once been a peaceful suburb, Sukuna found himself facing a new and unexpected threat, one born not of hatred or conquest, but of twisted love. Chapter 47, The Mad Emperor. Sukuna studied the newcomer carefully, his body still tense from battle despite his exhaustion. The being before him wore Mark Grayson's face but carried himself with an authority that neither version of Mark he knew possessed. There was something imperial in his bearing, something dangerous in the casual way he had dismembered conquest without hesitation. Your Mark. Sukuna repeated, his voice neutral despite his wariness. I think you're confused. Unmasked Mark's smile didn't falter, though something flickered in his eyes, disappointment, perhaps, or impatience. I understand, he said, his tone gentle but insistent. The dimensional merger is disorienting. You might not recognize me immediately. He took another step forward, and Sukuna noticed how the ground seemed to tremble slightly beneath his feet, not from unsteadiness, but from barely contained power. But it's me, Megami. Your Mark. Your brother in all but blood. His voice softened further, taking on a quality of reverence. Do you remember when we were kids? When you found me behind the school, getting beaten up by those seniors. You were just the new transfer student, but you stepped in without hesitation. Sukuna remained silent, his expression revealing nothing as Unmasked Mark continued, his eyes taking on a distant quality as he recalled memories that weren't shared by the being before him. You taught me how to stand up for myself. How to think strategically. How to see the world as it truly is, not as I wished it to be. Unmasked Mark's smile turned wistful. Remember our pact? Under that old oak tree in your backyard? A better world, you said. Not through brute force, but through vision. He gestured expansively, as if showcasing an invisible empire. I've built it, Megami. Everything we talked about. Everything you envisioned. The Viltrumite Empire reborn under my leadership, guided by your principles. Strength with purpose. Power with vision. I am not the Megami you knew, Sukuna stated flatly. I may wear his face, but I am someone else entirely. Unmasked Mark's smile dimmed, tinged with something like pity. You always did that, tried to distance yourself when emotions became too intense. It was your way of protecting yourself. He shook his head fondly. But you never needed to protect yourself from me. Not from your brother. You're not listening, Sukuna said, his patience wearing thin. I am not your friend. I am not your brother. I am Sukuna. Sukuna, Unmasked Mark repeated, testing the name. Your hero identity in this timeline? Interesting choice. He nodded as if approving. Strong. Distinctive. I like it. He moved closer, his eyes never leaving Sukuna's face. Eve misses you terribly, you know. In my world, she's never been the same since my father took you from us. This caught Sukuna's attention. Eve. Yes, Unmasked Mark confirmed, something softening in his expression. You two were inseparable. Not just romantically though, you were that too, but intellectually. Two brilliant minds that found each other in a world of mediocrity. He sighed, a sound heavy with remembered grief. She's never moved on. Never even looked at anyone else. How could I, she told me once. He was the only one who ever truly saw me. Unmasked Mark's expression darkened. She was there when my father killed you. Tried to stop him, nearly died herself. The way she screamed your name. He shuddered at the memory. I still hear it in my nightmares. Your father killed your Megami, Sukuna noted, probing for information while assessing his options. Why? A shadow passed over Unmasked Mark's face, his expression hardening into something cold and vengeful. To prove a point. To show me that humans were beneath us. That no human should have influence over a Viltrumite. His fists clenched at the memory. He called it a necessary lesson in detachment. And how did you respond to this lesson? Sukuna asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. I killed him, Unmasked Mark stated simply, without emotion. Then I killed Thrag. Then I took control of the Empire and remade it according to the principles he had taught me. The casual way he described the murder of his father and the Viltrumite Grand Regent, beings of immense power, spoke volumes about his own capabilities. This was not someone to be underestimated. Do you remember our last conversation? Unmasked Mark asked suddenly, his voice taking on an almost childlike quality. The night before it happened? We were on your rooftop, looking at the stars. His eyes grew distant again, lost in memory. You pointed at the sky and told me that someday, I would rule those stars. Not as a tyrant, but as a shepherd. The universe needs order, you said. But order without purpose is just tyranny. Unmasked Mark's focus returned to Sukuna, his expression intense. I've fulfilled that prophecy, brother. I've created the order you envisioned. And now, by some miracle of the multiverse, I've found you again. We can complete what we started together. And if I decline? Sukuna asked, his tone deliberately neutral. Something dark flashed across Unmasked Mark's face, a glimpse of the violence that lurked beneath his controlled exterior. For a moment, he looked capable of the same casual brutality he had displayed with conquest. Then the moment passed, his expression smoothing back into earnest persuasion. This dimension is collapsing, he pointed out reasonably. The merger is accelerating. Soon, there will be only one reality, one version of each of us. He extended his hand. Come with me willingly, and I'll ensure it's us who survive the merger. You and me, as it should be. As it was meant to be. Before Sukuna could respond, a familiar voice called out from above. Megami. Both turned to see altered Eve descending from the sky, her body glowing with pink energy. Her expression shifted from relief at finding Sukuna to confusion at the sight of yet another mark. Eve, Sukuna acknowledged, his tone carrying a warning she immediately recognized. She landed a cautious distance away, her eyes darting between Sukuna and unmasked Mark. Are you okay? She asked, taking in Sukuna's battered appearance and the remains of conquest scattered nearby. I'm fine, Sukuna replied, though the statement was obviously untrue. This is another mark. From a different timeline. Unmasked Mark studied Eve with intense interest, his expression softening in recognition. Eve, he said, his voice gentle. You look so much like her. My Eve. Though she wears her grief more visibly than you. Eve's eyes narrowed at his tone. And who exactly are you? I'm Mark Grayson, he replied simply. Emperor of the Viltrumite Empire, ruler of 17 galaxies, and Megami's brother in all but blood. Eve's gaze snapped to Sukuna, a question in her eyes. Emperor? He's from a timeline where Megami existed but was killed by Nolan, Sukuna explained briefly. He believes I'm the same person. Because you are, unmasked Mark insisted gently. Different experiences, perhaps, but the same soul. Eve moved closer to Sukuna, her protective instinct evident in her posture. Well, sorry to disappoint you, your majesty, but Megami or Sukuna, as we know him is staying right here. With us. With me. Unmasked Mark's expression shifted as he reassessed Eve. Ah, he said, understanding dawning. You and he are together in this timeline too. The way he said it carried a strange mixture of approval and possessiveness, as if he were evaluating a familiar pattern rather than discovering something new. Yes, Eve confirmed, her own voice taking on a protective edge. We are. In my world, you never stopped loving him, unmasked Mark said, his voice softening. Even after he was gone, you remained faithful to his memory. To his vision. A sad smile touched his lips. She'll be overjoyed to know I found him. Found you. That we can be together again, the three of us, as we were always meant to be. This isn't your timeline, Eve pointed out, pink energy beginning to swirl around her hands. And Sukuna isn't your Megami. Unmasked Mark's expression hardened. The dimensional merger will resolve such discrepancies. Only one version of each of us can survive when the barriers fully collapse. Is that a threat? Eve demanded, the energy around her hands intensifying. Simply a statement of fact, unmasked Mark replied with a shrug. The multiverse abhors redundancy. It will correct itself, one way or another. His eyes fixed on Sukuna. The only question is which versions will remain when the dust settles. The tension in the air was palpable, Eve's protective rage meeting unmasked Mark's cold determination with Sukuna caught between them. Before the situation could escalate further, another voice joined the conversation. There you are. Astronaut Mark called, descending from the sky with dark Mark close behind him. We've been searching everywhere for you. Unmasked Mark turned to regard his counterparts with mild irritation. I told you to wait at the rendezvous point. Yet, well, when dimensional barriers are collapsing and reality itself is on the verge of imploding, waiting isn't really an option, Astronaut Mark replied dryly. He glanced at Sukuna, then at Eve, assessing the situation quickly. I see you found him. Yes, unmasked Mark confirmed, his voice softening as he looked back at Sukuna. Just as I said I would. Dark Mark landed silently, his hooded costume casting his face in shadow. He kept his distance from everyone, observing rather than participating. And I see you've already eliminated the competition, Astronaut Mark noted, gesturing toward Conquest's remains with professional detachment. Efficient as always. He was hurting Megami, unmasked Mark replied, as if that explained and justified everything which, to him, it clearly did. Eve stepped closer to Sukuna, her hand finding his in a gesture that was both supportive and possessive. What's going on here? She asked, her voice low. Who are all these marks? Variants, Sukuna replied simply. From different timelines. Different experiences, different choices. As unmasked Mark opened his mouth to speak again, a sudden blue light enveloped both Sukuna and Eve, growing in intensity until it was almost blinding. What unmasked Mark began, his eyes widening in alarm. Before anyone could react, Sukuna and Eve vanished in a flash of blue energy, teleported away without warning. For a moment, unmasked Mark stood frozen, staring at the empty space where they had been. Then his expression contorted with rage, a primal fury that transformed his features into something barely recognizable. No, he roared, the sound carrying such force that it shattered windows for miles around. Bring him back. The ground beneath his feet cracked, fissures spreading outward as his power surged uncontrolled. The sky darkened as clouds were drawn toward the epicenter of his rage, swirling in an unnatural vortex above them. Mark. Astronaut Mark shouted, moving to restrain his counterpart. Control yourself. They took him. Unmasked Mark raged, his voice carrying for miles, echoing across the devastated landscape. They took him from me again. His power continued to build, the air around him becoming superheated, rippling with the force of his fury. Trees uprooted, debris lifted into the air, drawn into the vortex of his unleashed power. If you destroy this planet, you'll lose him forever. Astronaut Mark shouted, grabbing unmasked Mark's shoulders and forcing him to make eye contact. Think, Mark. This is Cecil's doing. The GDA. They've teleported him to their facility. Destroying the planet won't bring him back, it will only ensure you never see him again. Slowly, painfully, reason began to penetrate unmasked Mark's blind rage. His breathing slowed, the vortex of power gradually subsiding. But the cold fury in his eyes remained, focused now rather than chaotic. Cecil, he said, the name a curse on his lips. Always interfering. Always manipulating. We'll find him, Astronaut Mark assured him, cautiously releasing his grip. We'll track him down. But destroying everything won't help. Unmasked Mark nodded, his jaw clenched so tightly that the muscles visibly strained beneath his skin. Find him, he ordered, his voice deadly calm now. Find him before sunset. Or I'll tear this planet apart piece by piece until he's returned to me. Dark Mark, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, finally spoke. What about the woman? The Eve from this timeline. Unmasked Mark's expression hardened further. She was taken with him. Another manipulation by Cecil, no doubt trying to use her to influence him. Or perhaps they're genuinely connected, Dark Mark suggested quietly. As you said, your Megami was with your Eve. It doesn't matter, Unmasked Mark dismissed. When the merger completes, only one version of each person will remain. My Eve is the strongest, she's endured decades without him, kept his memory alive, dedicated herself to our shared vision. His eyes narrowed as he stared in the direction of the GDA headquarters, visible as a distant structure on the horizon. She deserves to be reunited with him. And I intend to ensure that happens. The blue light faded, and Sukuna found himself standing in the middle of a reinforced monitoring center with Eve at his side, her hand still clasped in his. The transition had been jarring, unexpected, a teleportation technology he hadn't encountered before. What the hell? Eve gasped, momentarily disoriented by the sudden displacement. Sorry for the abrupt extraction, Cecil Stedman's voice came from behind them. But the situation was escalating beyond acceptable parameters. They turned to see not one but two Cecils standing side by side, their identical expressions of calculated concern almost comical in their symmetry. Behind them, a wall of monitors displayed various angles of the devastation where they had just been, with Unmasked Mark at the center of a growing vortex of power. That was unwise, Sukuna stated flatly, watching as Unmasked Mark's rage manifested in destructive waves that rippled outward from his position. He will not react well to our sudden disappearance. We're counting on it, one of the Cecils, the original timeline's version, Sukuna noted, replied. His reaction will tell us exactly what we're dealing with. While putting countless lives at risk, Eve countered, her tone sharp with anger. You can't just teleport people without warning. A calculated risk, Altered Cecil acknowledged. But one that provides valuable intelligence. On the monitors, they could see Astronaut Mark restraining Unmasked Mark, clearly trying to talk him down from his fury. The audio feed crackled with static, but Unmasked Mark's voice came through clearly enough. They took him from me again. Fascinating, Original Cecil murmured, studying the readings on a nearby console. The power output is off the charts. He's potentially stronger than any Viltrumite we've encountered, including Nolan. He's unstable, Altered Cecil observed. Emotionally compromised. That makes him both more dangerous and more vulnerable. Eve stepped closer to the monitors, her expression a complex mixture of curiosity and possessive concern as she watched Unmasked Mark's rage gradually subside under Astronaut Mark's intervention. He truly believes you're his Megami, she said to Sukuna, her voice low. The intensity of his reaction, it's not just an act. Obsession rarely is, Sukuna replied, his eyes never leaving the screens. He's built his entire identity around a relationship that no longer exists. Around a person who is gone. Eve's grip on his hand tightened almost imperceptibly. I can understand that, she admitted, so quietly that only Sukuna could hear. The fear of losing you, of having you taken away. Sukuna glanced at her, noting the intensity in her eyes that mirrored, in its own way, the possessiveness they had witnessed in Unmasked Mark. The parallel wasn't lost on him. The seeds of the same obsession existed within Eve, carefully controlled but undeniably present. We should check on the others, Altered Cecil interrupted, either oblivious to or deliberately ignoring the moment between them. They've been waiting for news of your condition. The others? Sukuna questioned. Both Marks, both Debbie's, and Nolan, Original Cecil explained. They're in the medical wing. Nolan's injuries are extensive. Lead the way, Sukuna instructed, though his attention remained on the monitors for a moment longer, watching as Unmasked Mark stared in the direction of the GDA facility with cold determination. The Emperor's parting words were clear even through the static. Find him before sunset. Or I'll tear this planet apart piece by piece until he's returned to me. The Cecils led them through reinforced corridors to a larger medical chamber. Inside, they found both versions of Mark, both Debbie's gathered around a medical bed where Nolan lay, his shoulders ending in bandaged stumps where his arms had been. Megami, Altered Mark exclaimed, relief evident in his voice. Eve. You're alive. No thanks to that psycho version of you, Original Mark added, his expression darkening, both having heard the more loud sayings with their enhanced hearing. Who the hell was that guy? Another variant, Sukuna replied simply. One from a timeline where Megami Fushiguro was killed by Nolan Grayson. Both Debbies gasped, their hands moving to cover their mouths in identical gestures of horror. Nolan, despite his grievous injuries, managed to look both pained and guilty at the revelation. He seemed obsessed with you, Altered Mark noted, his gaze moving between Sukuna and Eve with concern. He believes I am his lost friend reborn, Sukuna confirmed. His brother, as he put it. The architect of his empire. Empire, Original Mark questioned, his brow furrowing. He rules the Viltrumite Empire in his reality, Eve explained, still visibly shaken by the confrontation. 17 galaxies, by his account. After killing his father and Thrag in revenge for Megami's death. He killed Thrag. Nolan's voice was hoarse with pain and disbelief. That's almost inconceivable. And now he wants you to join him, Altered Mark concluded. To rule with him. Yes, Sukuna confirmed. And he's willing to eliminate anyone he perceives as an obstacle to that goal. Including us, Original Mark realized. All of us. Anyone who might keep you here instead of going with him. We need to prepare, Eve said, her grip on Sukuna's hand tightening. He'll come for you. It's only a matter of time. He's already given me until sunset to consider his offer, Sukuna replied. But your teleportation stunt may have accelerated his timeline. We're monitoring the situation, Original Cecil assured them. The moment he makes a move, we'll know. And then what? Original Debbie demanded, fear and frustration evident in her voice. He tore Conquest apart like he was nothing. He's clearly more powerful than either version of my son. What exactly is your plan for stopping him? The Cecils exchanged glances, a wordless communication passing between them. We're working on several contingencies, Altered Cecil said carefully. Including dimensional containment technology that might allow us to isolate him from our merged reality. In the meantime, Original Cecil continued, we need to understand exactly what we're facing with this dimensional merger. The readings are concerning. The barriers are collapsing at an accelerating rate, Altered Cecil elaborated. According to our calculations, we have less than 24 hours before the process reaches critical mass. And then, Altered Mark prompted. And then the multiverse resolves the redundancies, Original Cecil stated grimly. Only one version of each person can exist when the dust settles. Which means most of us in this room won't survive, Altered Debbie concluded. Unless we find a way to control the process, Altered Cecil countered. To determine which versions remain. He mentioned his Eve, Altered Eve said suddenly, her voice taking on an edge that Sukuna recognized all too well. He said she remained faithful to Megami's memory even after death. He seems to think his Eve is the true version who should survive the merger, Altered Cecil noted. Just as he believes he's the true Mark. He's planning something, Sukuna stated. The merger may be a natural phenomenon, but he intends to control the outcome. Nolan needs medical attention that we can't provide here, Altered Debbie interjected, her hand resting gently on her husband's forehead. The regeneration process has started, but it's slow. Too slow. Viltrumite healing is remarkable, Nolan managed through gritted teeth, but even we have limits. Regrowing limbs takes time. Time we don't have, Original Mark pointed out. Not with Crazy Mark out there looking for Megami and the dimensional merger accelerating. Sukuna studied the injured Viltrumite, his mind calculating possibilities, strategies, contingencies. There may be a way to accelerate your healing, he said finally. But it would require me to regain full access to my cursed energy. The poison Conquest injected is still disrupting my abilities. I can help with that, Altered Eve volunteered immediately. I've been studying your molecular structure since we met. If you let me examine the poison's effects, I can neutralize it with the right molecular restructuring. The eagerness in her voice, the intensity of her focus on him, only underscored what Sukuna had observed earlier. In another timeline, under different circumstances, this Eve could very easily have become like Unmasked Mark's Eve, defined entirely by her connection to him, her identity subsumed by her devotion. Do it, Sukuna instructed. And while you work on that, we need to prepare for Unmasked Mark's return. He won't wait until sunset. Not now. I'll put all GDA resources on any possible preparations immediately, Altered Cecil decided. As the group dispersed to their various tasks, Eve remained at Sukuna's side, her expression troubled. He said his Eve never stopped loving Megami, she said quietly. That she remained faithful even after death. So he claimed, Sukuna replied noncommittally. It's strange, she continued, her voice thoughtful. Across different realities, different timelines, we still find each other. You and I. Sukuna studied her face, noting the complex emotions playing across her features. Perhaps some connections transcend dimensional boundaries, he acknowledged. Or perhaps I'm just drawn to power, she suggested, a hint of rare self-awareness showing through. In every reality. Obsessed with understanding the strongest being I've encountered. There was a moment of vulnerability in her admission, a recognition of her own nature that she rarely displayed. But it passed quickly, replaced by the familiar intensity that characterized her feelings toward him. His Eve devoted decades to Megami's memory, she said, her voice taking on a harder edge. Built her entire life around preserving what they had, what they believed in. And you find that concerning? Sukuna asked, though he already knew the answer. Eve's eyes met his, unflinching in their honesty. I find it understandable, she corrected. If I lost you, if someone took you from me the way Nolan took Megami from her. She didn't finish the thought, but she didn't need to. The implication was clear: she would become like Unmasked Mark's Eve. She would devote herself to his memory, to his vision. She would wait decades for a chance to have him back, just as she would fight to keep him now. You won't lose me, Sukuna stated, the words more promise than reassurance. Eve's smile was small but genuine. No, she agreed. I won't. Outside the reinforced walls of the GDA facility, the sky continued to ripple with emerald energy, the dimensional barriers growing thinner with each passing moment. And somewhere out there, an emperor prepared for war, determined to reclaim what he saw as rightfully his, the brother he had lost, the architect of his empire, the friend without whom his vast conquests meant nothing. The clock was ticking toward sunset, but no one believed they had even that long before the storm broke. Chapter 49, The Faithful. Eve, Emperor Mark Universe Eve, SPOV. The Imperial Observatory towered above the Viltrumite capital, its crystalline spire reaching toward the stars that the Empire claimed as its domain. Within its highest chamber, I stood before the dimensional viewer, my hands trembling slightly as I adjusted the controls. 17 years. It had been 17 years since I last saw his face. 17 years of preserving his memory, his vision, his legacy. 17 years of emptiness that no amount of power or purpose could fill. The viewer hummed to life, the quantum field stabilizers glowing with soft blue light as they processed the incoming data stream. Mark had been gone for 3 days now, 3 days since he had stepped through Levy's dimensional portal in search of something we had both given up hope of ever finding again. A second chance. Adam Eve. I turned at the sound of my name, my title, really, though few remembered that it had once been a childish superhero name rather than the designation of one of the Empire's most powerful figures. Anissa stood in the doorway, her imposing Viltrumite frame silhouetted against the corridor lights. The latest transmission is coming through, she said, stepping into the chamber. I thought you'd want to know immediately. My heart stuttered in my chest. How long ago was it sent? About 6 hours, Anissa replied, moving to stand beside me at the control panel. The quantum fluctuations are getting worse. The delay is increasing. I nodded, trying to maintain my composure despite the anxiety churning inside me. Is it clear? Last time, the interference was so bad we could barely make out Mark's surroundings. Much better this time, Anissa assured me, her fingers dancing across the controls. The engineers made some adjustments to the reception array. We should get both visual and audio. The dimensional communicator Mark had developed before his departure was a marvel of engineering, allowing us to receive visual data from his experiences in the parallel world. But the growing instability between dimensions meant each transmission took longer to reach us. Show me, I commanded, my voice steadier than I felt. Anissa's fingers moved across the control panel with practiced efficiency. The holographic display flickered, then stabilized, showing a scene from Mark's perspective. He was standing in what looked like a devastated suburban area, facing. The breath caught in my throat. Megami, I whispered, the name a prayer on my lips. There he was, different, changed, but unmistakably him. The same soul, the same presence that had been torn from us all those years ago. It's really him, Anissa murmured beside me, her own voice tinged with disbelief. After all this time. I stepped closer to the display, my fingers reaching out instinctively to touch the holographic image, passing through it like the ghost it was. He's alive, I breathed. In another dimension, another timeline, but alive. We watched in silence as the scene unfolded, Mark's voice coming through the transmission with surprising clarity. Do you remember when we were kids? When you found me behind the school, getting beaten up by those seniors. You were just the new transfer student, but you stepped in without hesitation. I closed my eyes briefly, the memory washing over me. I had been there that day, watching from a distance as the new Japanese exchange student, small for his age but with eyes that seemed to see everything, had calmly stepped between Mark and 3 seniors twice his size. You taught me how to stand up for myself. How to think strategically. How to see the world as it truly is, not as I wished it to be, Mark's voice continued from the recording. Remember our pact? Under that old oak tree in your backyard? A better world, you said. Not through brute force, but through vision. The oak tree, I murmured, a sad smile touching my lips. We were so young then. Just children with dreams bigger than we could understand. Anissa glanced at me. You 3 were inseparable from the beginning, weren't you? From that very first day, I confirmed, my eyes never leaving the hologram. Mark, Megami, and me against the world. We thought we could change everything. And we did, just, not in the way we expected. On the display, Megami Sukuna, as he apparently called himself now, stood wary and confused, clearly not recognizing Mark or the shared history he described. I am not the Megami you knew, his voice stated flatly. I may wear his face, but I am someone else entirely. The words sent a spike of pain through my chest, but I pushed it aside. It didn't matter. He was alive. He existed. And Mark would bring him home. He calls himself Sukuna now, Anissa noted, watching the exchange with the analytical precision that had made her one of the Empire's most effective generals. The King of Curses. Interesting title. A different life, I acknowledged. Different experiences. But it's still him. I can see it in his eyes. The footage continued, showing another figure arriving, a woman with pink energy surrounding her. My counterpart from that dimension. I watched with growing tension as she moved protectively to Megami's side, her hand finding his in a gesture that was both possessive and intimate. She's with him, I said, my voice hardening. That world's version of me. They're together. Anissa glanced at me, concern flashing across her features. Eve. It doesn't matter, I cut her off, though the lie was transparent even to my own ears. She's irrelevant. When the merger completes, only one version of each person will remain. And you believe it will be you, Anissa stated, not a question but an observation. I turned to her, my eyes glowing faintly with molecular energy. I have waited 17 years. I have preserved his vision, his principles, helped Mark build the empire Megami always said was possible. What has she done to earn her place at his side? Anissa didn't flinch from my intensity, one of the few beings in the universe who could face my anger without fear. Nothing, she agreed. But the merger doesn't operate on merit. It follows its own laws. Then we'll change those laws, I said simply. Mark will find a way. He always does. We returned our attention to the footage, watching as more versions of Mark appeared, variants from other timelines, each different in subtle ways. Then, without warning, both Megami and his Eve vanished in a flash of blue light, teleported away by unseen forces. Mark's rage was magnificent to behold, a pure, unrestrained fury that reminded me why he was emperor, why even the mightiest Viltrumites bowed before him. The transmission ended shortly after, cutting off as Mark issued commands to his variants to find Megami before sunset. I stepped back from the viewer, my mind racing with implications, possibilities, plans. He'll find him, I said with absolute certainty. And when he does, he'll bring him home. Eve, Anissa said carefully, you need to prepare yourself for the possibility that this Megami may not want to come. He has a life there, connections. Those connections are temporary, I interrupted. Illusions created by dimensional variants. What we had, what we built together, that was real. That was lasting. Anissa studied me for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then, with uncharacteristic gentleness, she asked, do you remember when we first met him? When he stormed into the High Council chamber. The question caught me off guard, pulling me from my strategic calculations back into memories I both treasured and feared to examine too closely. As if it were yesterday, I replied, my voice softening despite myself. 20 years earlier. The great hall of the Viltrumite High Council gleamed with polished stone and metal, its vast circular chamber designed to intimidate visitors with its sheer scale. Massive columns rose to a ceiling hundreds of feet above, and at the center, the council sat in a semicircle of raised thrones, with Grand Regent Thrag at the highest position. I stood with Mark near the entrance, both of us nervous but trying not to show it. We had been summoned to witness Nolan's formal reinstatement to the Viltrumite ranks after his successful mission on Earth, a mission that had unexpectedly resulted in his bringing his human wife and half-breed son to Viltrum. The proceedings were formal, filled with ancient ritual and ceremony that Mark found boring and I found fascinating. Thrag was in the middle of outlining new conquest strategies for the Andromeda sector when the massive doors at the far end of the chamber burst open. Every head turned as a small figure marched down the central aisle, a human boy, no more than 12 Earth years old, with dark hair and determined eyes. Megami Fushiguro, the friend we had insisted on bringing with us despite Nolan's objections. This is inefficient, he declared, his voice echoing in the sudden silence of the chamber. His accent was still thick then, yet precise but clearly not his native language. Thrag's expression darkened with rage at the interruption. Who dares, he thundered, rising from his throne. Guards moved to intercept Megami, but he continued walking, pulling a rolled scroll from his backpack. Your conquest strategy for Andromeda, he continued, seemingly oblivious to the danger he was in. It will result in unnecessary casualties and extended time frames for complete subjugation. Seize this human child, Thrag ordered, his voice cold with fury. 2 Viltrumite guards flew toward Megami, but before they could reach him, he had unrolled his scroll. On the floor a detailed star map of the Andromeda sector, covered in notations and strategic markings. Look, he commanded, pointing to specific regions on the map. Your approach relies on overwhelming force applied simultaneously across 17 key systems. This ignores the established trade networks and defensive alliances between the outer colonies. The guards hesitated, looking to Thrag for guidance. The Grand Regent's expression was murderous, but there was also a flicker of something else, curiosity, perhaps. If you instead focus initial efforts here, here, and here, Megami continued, circling 3 specific systems, you disrupt their supply chains. The outer colonies become isolated, unable to support each other. They fall one by one with minimal resistance, reducing your casualties by approximately 60% while increasing territorial gains by 43% over the same time frame. The chamber was utterly silent as the boy continued his analysis, pointing out flaws in the Viltrumite strategy and offering alternatives with the confidence of a seasoned military commander. Mark and I exchanged glances of equal parts horror and pride, horror at the danger our friend had placed himself in, pride at his unflinching courage. Finally, Thrag raised a hand, silencing Megami mid-sentence. You, he said, his voice dangerously soft, a human child, presumed to instruct the Viltrumite High Council on matters of conquest. Megami looked up, meeting the Grand Regent's gaze without a trace of fear. I presume to identify inefficiency where I see it, he replied simply. Whether you choose to correct it is your decision. I was certain we were about to witness our friend's execution. Thrag was known for his swift and brutal punishment of any who questioned his authority. But to everyone's shock, the Grand Regent laughed a short, sharp sound like breaking stone. Bring me that map, he ordered one of the guards. The Viltrumite delivered Megami's scroll to Thrag, who examined it with narrowed eyes. The other council members leaned forward, studying the boy's strategic markings with expressions ranging from outrage to grudging interest. These calculations, Thrag said finally, looking back at Megami. You did them yourself. Yes, Megami replied without hesitation. Based on what data? Public transmission records, trade manifests, defensive deployment patterns observed over the past 5 years, Megami listed. Plus historical conquest records from your own archives. Our archives are sealed to outsiders, one council member objected. Megami shrugged. Your encryption was basic. Mark stifled a laugh beside me, earning a sharp look from his father. But Nolan's expression held something besides anger, a dawning realization, perhaps, that he had underestimated his son's human friend. Thrag studied Megami for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he turned to the council. Adjust the Andromeda strategy according to these recommendations, he ordered, to the visible shock of several members. We will test the humans' theories. He turned back to Megami. If you are wrong, child, your life is forfeit. If you are right. He left the sentence unfinished, a rare concession from the Grand Regent. Megami bowed slightly, a gesture that somehow managed to convey respect without submission. I am not wrong, he said simply, then turned and walked back down the aisle to where Mark and I waited, his small shoulders squared, his pace unhurried despite having just challenged the most powerful being in the known universe. That was Megami, always one willing to burn all away for his pleasures, even risk his own life if need be. He was right, of course, Anissa said, pulling me back to the present. The Andromeda campaign proceeded exactly as he predicted. 63% reduction in Viltrumite casualties, 47% increase in territorial gains. He was always right, I replied softly. That was what made him so dangerous to some. And so valuable to others. He was so small compared to us, Anissa continued, a faint smile touching her lips. This human boy, barely reaching my waist, standing before the Viltrumite High Council without a trace of fear. Telling Thrag himself that his conquest strategy was inefficient. Despite everything, I found myself smiling at the memory. Thrag wanted to kill him on the spot. Until Megami outlined a plan that would reduce our casualties by 60% while increasing territorial gains, Anissa finished. Even Thrag couldn't argue with those numbers. After that, Thrag insisted on having him present for all strategic planning sessions, I recalled. The other council members were furious, a human child advising the Viltrumite Empire. But Thrag overruled them all. Because results speak louder than pride, Anissa noted. And Megami delivered results. I moved away from the viewer, walking to the chamber's vast window that overlooked the capital city, a gleaming metropolis that stood as testament to the order Megami had envisioned and Mark had built. Do you remember what he said to Thrag, years later, when the Grand Regent asked why he continued to help us conquer? I asked. Even though he knew what it meant for the conquered worlds. Anissa nodded. Conquest is inevitable, he said. But its nature is not. I cannot stop the tide, but I can direct its flow to minimize suffering. He changed everything, I said softly. Not through power, but through vision. Through understanding what the universe could be if strength were guided by wisdom. He did, Anissa agreed, coming to stand beside me. Even those who hated him for being human had to respect his mind. I turned to her suddenly, a question forming that I had never dared to ask before. Did you love him too, Anissa? The question clearly startled her, her eyes widening in surprise. What? It's a simple question, I pressed, studying her reaction. Did you love Megami? Anissa looked away, her gaze fixing on the distant horizon. That's complicated. So you did, I concluded, a strange mixture of understanding and jealousy swirling within me. It wasn't like that, she said after a moment. Not exactly. She sighed, running a hand through her dark hair in a gesture reminiscent of Mark. You have to understand the context. For millennia, we followed Emperor Argal because of his wisdom, his vision. The empire prospered, expanded without significant resistance. We conquered, yes, but with purpose, with direction. She turned back to me, her expression earnest. When Megami came, he reminded us of that time. Even though he wasn't Viltrumite, many of us, even Thrag, respected him because his wisdom, his tactics, his intelligence allowed us to conquer most of the known universe without meaningful challenge. That's why the Civil War happened, I realized aloud. Not just because Thrag refused to punish Nolan for killing Megami. But because half the Empire believed Nolan had destroyed our greatest asset, Anissa finished. Our truest link to the glory days of Argal's reign. I remembered that terrible day with painful clarity, finding Megami's broken body in the palace gardens, Nolan standing over him with cold disdain. A necessary lesson in detachment, he had called it. A lesson for Mark, to show him that humans were beneath Viltrumites, that no human should have influence over their kind. He hadn't expected the Empire to fracture over his actions. Hadn't anticipated that Megami had become so integral to Viltrumite conquest that many would see his murder as treason against the Empire itself. Do you remember what Mark did? I asked softly. When he found us in the garden. Anissa's expression darkened. I will never forget it. The look in his eyes. She shuddered slightly. I had never seen such rage, such focused hatred. Not even from Thrag at his worst. He didn't say a word, I continued, the memory playing out before me as if it were happening again. He just looked at his father, then at Megami's body in my arms, then back at his father. And then he moved. None of us could track him, Anissa recalled. Not even me. One moment Nolan was standing there, the next Mark had punched through his chest. Nolan never even had time to look surprised, I said. He just fell. And Mark stood over him, covered in his father's blood, and said. The Empire has a new emperor now, Anissa finished. And no one dared challenge him. Not after what we had just witnessed. Thrag tried, I reminded her. Thrag died, she replied simply. As did anyone else who opposed Mark's ascension. The boy who had been brought to Viltrum as a half-breed curiosity became its absolute ruler in the span of a single day. We fell silent, both lost in memories of that pivotal moment, the day Mark Grayson, barely 17 years old, had seized control of the Viltrumite Empire and begun reshaping it according to the principles Megami had taught him. I didn't love him the way you did, Eve, Anissa said finally, breaking the silence. But I respected him more than any being I've ever encountered. We all did. Even those who hated what he represented couldn't deny his value. I nodded, a weight I hadn't realized I was carrying lifting slightly from my shoulders. Thank you for your honesty. Always, she replied simply. I walked to the research console adjacent to the viewer, my mind already shifting from reminiscence to action. The molecular energy around my hands intensified as I accessed the secure database containing our analysis of Levy's dimensional portal. I'm not just going to Torla Prime for the quantum gate, I suddenly announced, my fingers moving swiftly across the holographic interface. I've been studying the dimensional energies since before Mark departed. Anissa moved to my side, her expression curious. I thought Levy was supposed to open a return portal once Mark completed his part of their arrangement. That was the agreement, I confirmed, pulling up complex schematics that filled the air between us with glowing blue equations and molecular diagrams. But I've never trusted Levy. His motivations were always suspect. Convenient that he appeared just when we had been researching dimensional travel ourselves. You think he knew about our interest in alternate realities? Anissa asked. I nodded, expanding one section of the schematics, a complex array of molecular structures that pulsed with simulated energy. Levy's dimensional powers are extraordinary, but his understanding of the underlying principles is limited. He stumbled into his abilities rather than developing them through research. Unlike you, Anissa observed. Precisely, I replied. When he approached Mark with his proposal, a way to potentially find Megami in another dimension, I insisted on studying his methods. The energy signature he leaves when creating portals is unique, a specific vibrational frequency that corresponds to particular dimensions. Understanding dawned in Anissa's eyes. You've been mapping those frequencies. 4 months, I confirmed. Every time Levy opened a portal during his demonstrations, I collected data. By the time Mark agreed to his proposal, I had enough information to potentially replicate the process myself. But you let Mark go through Levy's portal anyway, Anissa said, realization coloring her voice. As a test subject. I met her gaze without hesitation. As an advanced scout. Mark is more than capable of handling himself in any dimension. And if Levy's intentions proved genuine, all the better. But I wasn't about to risk everything on the word of a dimensional traveler who appeared out of nowhere with an offer too perfect to be coincidental. And now? Anissa asked. Now we have confirmation, I said, gesturing to the frozen image of Megami on the viewer. Megami exists in that dimension. Mark has found him. And the dimensional merger is accelerating, which means we don't have time to wait for Levy to fulfill his end of the bargain if he ever intended to. I turned back to the console, bringing up another set of calculations. I've been developing my own portal technology, based on Levy's energy signatures but refined through my molecular manipulation. The equipment at Torla Prime can amplify these signatures, allowing me to create a stable portal directly to Mark's location. You're going through yourself, Anissa stated, not a question but an observation. Yes, I confirmed without hesitation. The merger doesn't just select randomly which versions remain, it's influenced by proximity, by connection, by intent. Intent. Anissa repeated, her brow furrowing. Will, I clarified. Determination. The strength of one's desire to be the version that survives. My hands clenched, pink energy flaring around them. And I promise you, no version of me in any reality has a stronger will to survive than I do. Anissa studied me for a long moment, then nodded slowly. When do you plan to attempt this? As soon as I reach Torla Prime, I replied. The research facility there has the necessary equipment to amplify the energy signatures and stabilize the dimensional bridge. With the right modifications, I can create a portal large enough for all 3 of us to return through. All 3, Anissa noted. You, Mark, and Megami. Yes, I confirmed, my tone leaving no room for doubt. All 3 of us. Together, as we were meant to be. I closed the schematics with a gesture, turning to face her fully. I need you to prepare the Empire for our return. The dimensional merger will affect our reality as well. We need contingency plans in place for every possible outcome. Already in progress, Anissa assured me. I've mobilized the fleet to secure our core systems. If the merger causes significant disruption, we'll be ready to maintain order. Good, I nodded. And the Council? Divided on how to proceed, she admitted. Some believe we should attempt to seal our dimension off from the merger entirely. Others argue that's impossible and we should focus on ensuring our reality becomes the dominant one. I considered this. Both approaches have merit. Continue the research into dimensional isolation as a fallback, but prioritize dominance strategies. Our reality, our empire must be the one that survives. And if it isn't? Anissa asked quietly. If another version becomes dominant? Then we adapt, I replied simply. We find a way to ensure that even if our reality is subsumed, we remain the versions who survive. Mark as Emperor Megami returned to us with me at his side. That is non-negotiable. A thought occurred to me suddenly. The other Eve, the one with Megami now. What do we know about her? Anissa moved to the console, pulling up what limited data we had from Mark's transmissions. Very little. She appears to have similar molecular manipulation abilities to yours, though the extent isn't clear. She seems protective of him, possibly possessive. Possessive, I repeated, a cold smile forming. How charming. She's known him for what, months? Perhaps a year or 2 at most. And she thinks that gives her some claim to him. I shook my head, the very idea absurd to me. 17 years, Anissa. 17 years I've preserved his memory, his vision, his legacy. 17 years I've built my life around what we created together. What could she possibly offer him that would compare to that level of devotion? Nothing, Anissa agreed, wisely choosing not to play devil's advocate in this particular conversation. But she does have one advantage. Which is? She's there with him now, Anissa pointed out gently. While you're here. A temporary situation, I stated sharply, returning to the console to make final adjustments to the portal calculations. Very temporary. I worked in silence for several minutes, fine-tuning the quantum equations that would guide my journey. Anissa remained nearby, watching with the patience of a Viltrumite who had lived for centuries. Did I ever tell you about our first kiss? I asked suddenly, my hands pausing over the interface. Anissa shook her head. You rarely speak of the personal aspects of your relationship. I smiled, the memory washing over me with unexpected clarity. It was after the Centauri campaign. Megami had developed a strategy that allowed us to conquer the system with minimal casualties on both sides. The celebration feast lasted for days. My fingers traced idle patterns in the air as I spoke, small molecules dancing in response to my unconscious manipulation. He hated the attention, always did. Slipped away from the main hall when no one was watching. No one except me, of course. I always knew where he was. I found him in the observatory, studying the stars as he always did when he needed to think. He didn't turn when I entered, but he knew it was me. Eve, he said, do you ever wonder if we're doing the right thing? I laughed softly at the memory. Such a Megami question. Always questioning, always examining every decision from all angles. I told him that right and wrong were less important than minimizing suffering. That conquest was inevitable, but cruelty wasn't. He turned to me then, and there was something in his eyes I'd never seen before. That's why I need you, he said. To remind me that even in conquest, there can be compassion. And then he kissed me. Just like that, as if it was the most natural conclusion to our conversation. Anissa smiled, a rare softening of her usually stern features. You balanced each other. His strategy, your compassion. And Mark's strength, I added. The three of us, each bringing something the others needed. It worked. It was perfect. My expression hardened. Until Nolan destroyed it. Not destroyed, Anissa corrected gently. Interrupted. And now, perhaps, you have a chance to restore it. Yes, I agreed, returning to my work with renewed determination. And nothing not dimensional barriers, not the laws of physics, and certainly not some alternate version of myself will prevent that restoration. I completed the final calculations, saving them to a secure data crystal that I slipped into my pocket. The equipment at Torla Prime should allow me to create a stable portal within 12 hours of arrival. If Levy attempts to interfere. I trailed off, pink energy flaring around my hands. You think he might? Anissa asked. I think Levy's agenda has never been clear, I replied. As I said before, he appeared with exactly the proposal we had been seeking, at exactly the right time. That's either an extraordinary coincidence or a calculated move. To what end? That's what concerns me, I admitted. His interest in Megami, or rather, in the version of him that exists in that dimension, seems too specific. Too targeted. Anissa frowned. You think he knew about Megami all along? About his existence in another dimension? I think it's a possibility we can't dismiss, I said. Which is why I'm not waiting for Levy to fulfill his end of the bargain. I'm taking matters into my own hands. Eve, Anissa began after a moment of silence, her tone cautious, what if this version of Megami truly doesn't want to come? If he's built a life there, with that world's version of you. He doesn't know what he wants, I interrupted, my voice hardening. He doesn't remember who he is, who we were together. Once he understands, once he remembers, he'll come willingly. And if he doesn't? Anissa pressed, concern evident in her expression. I met her gaze directly, my eyes glowing with pink energy. Then we'll help him remember. By whatever means necessary. The implications hung in the air between us, my willingness to override his autonomy if required, to bring him back regardless of his wishes. But I felt no guilt, no hesitation. How could it be wrong to restore what should never have been taken? To reunite what had been so violently torn apart? My ship will be ready in 30 minutes, Anissa said finally, accepting that my mind was made up. I've assigned our best pilots and a full security detail. I don't need security, I replied. This isn't a military operation. It's a reunion. Nevertheless, Anissa insisted, protocol requires it. And Mark would have my head if I let you travel alone. I conceded the point with a nod. Fine. But they stay with the ship once we reach Torla Prime. The portal work is delicate, I can't have soldiers disrupting the energy patterns. Agreed, Anissa said. I'll inform the captain. As she turned to leave, I called after her. Anissa. She paused at the doorway, looking back over her shoulder. Thank you, I said simply. For understanding. For supporting this. A rare smile touched her lips. I told you, Eve. I respected him more than any being I've ever encountered. If there's even a chance to bring him back. She shook her head slightly. Let's just say I'm not doing this solely for you and Mark. After she left, I returned to the dimensional viewer, replaying the footage of Megami Sukuna one more time. Studying his previous transformed appearance against Conquest, before Mark realized who he was, the way he moved, the cadence of his speech. Different, yes, but underneath it all, unmistakably him. I'm coming for you, I whispered to the image. Wait for me, Megami. Just a little longer. I gathered my research materials and prepared to depart for my ship. The journey to Torla Prime would take 6 hours at maximum speed, 6 hours of planning, of preparation, of imagining our reunion. As I left the observatory, I paused for one last look at the imperial city spread out below the gleaming metropolis that stood as testament to Megami's vision, to what we had built together. The capital of an empire spanning 17 galaxies, all guided by the principles of a human boy who had dared to tell Thrag himself that his conquest strategy was inefficient. Soon, he would see it for himself. Soon, he would remember everything we had been, everything we could be again. Soon, we would be together, Mark, Megami, and me, as we were always meant to be. The universe had given us a second chance, and nothing would stop me from seizing it. Not dimensional barriers, not the laws of physics, not Levy's schemes, and certainly not another version of myself who thought a few months with him gave her any claim to what I had preserved for 17 years. Megami was mine. Had always been mine. Would always be mine. And heaven help anyone who tried to stand between us. Chapter 50, Gratitude. Yuji Itadori awoke to the sterile smell of antiseptic and the soft beeping of medical equipment. His eyes fluttered open, taking in surroundings that were decidedly not the devastated shopping district where he had last been conscious. Instead, he found himself in a medical bay of some kind, white walls, fluorescent lighting, and monitoring equipment surrounding the bed where he lay. The room had the impersonal efficiency of a government facility, with reinforced windows showing glimpses of a city skyline he didn't recognize. He didn't move immediately, simply staring at the ceiling as fragmented memories washed over him. The dimensional shift. Being trapped in his own body as Sukuna took control. The devastation of Shibuya replaying in his mind, people screaming, buildings collapsing, blood on his hands that wasn't his own but that he'd been powerless to prevent. And then, a four-armed figure with multiple eyes who had somehow expelled the king of curses from his body. His hand moved slowly to his chest where the cursed objects had been forcibly removed. There was no wound, no sign of trauma, just smooth, unbroken skin beneath the medical gown someone had dressed him in. "You're awake," a calm female voice observed from nearby. Yuji turned his head slightly, not startled by the presence. A young woman in traditional Japanese clothing, incongruous against the sterile modernity of the room, sat in a chair beside his bed, her expression serene but watchful. "Yurim," he said quietly, recognizing her immediately. Not from direct interaction, but from Sukuna's memories that had bled into his consciousness during their unwilling cohabitation. She inclined her head slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. "You know me?" "I know, pieces," Yuji replied, his voice hollow. "When he was in control, I could still see. Still feel." He closed his eyes briefly. "Everything." Understanding dawned in Yurim's expression. "The connection went both ways," she said. "You experienced his actions as your own." "Shibuya," Yuji whispered, the single word carrying the weight of countless deaths, countless atrocities committed with his hands but not by his will. "I couldn't stop him. I tried, but I couldn't." His voice broke, and he turned his face away, unwilling to let her see the tears that threatened to spill. Yurim remained silent, allowing him his moment of grief. When she finally spoke, her voice was measured, clinical. "The cursed objects have been contained," she said. "Sukuna-sama has ensured they cannot influence you or seek another host." Yuji gave a small, bitter laugh, having regained enough awareness unlike when he first resurfaced to understand what he saw. "Sukuna," he echoed. "The four-armed one. He's different from mine." "Yes," Yurim confirmed. "Though they share an origin, they have walked different paths." Yuji nodded slightly, still not looking at her. "I know. I could feel it when he forced my Sukuna out. There was recognition. Connection. Like looking at a reflection that's somehow become more than you are." He finally turned back to her, his eyes hollow with exhaustion and trauma. "Where am I?" "A secure medical facility within what is called the Global Defense Agency headquarters," Yurim replied. "Sukuna-sama arranged for your care here while he attends to other matters." "The dimensional merger," Yuji said, not a question but a statement. "I felt it happening even before I crossed over." Sukuna knew what it was immediately, was excited by it, even. "A chance to expand his influence beyond our world." Yurim nodded, pouring water from a nearby pitcher into a cup. "The barriers between realities are collapsing. Multiple timelines converging into one." She offered him the water, which he accepted after a moment's hesitation. "Why are you here?" he asked after taking a small sip. "With me, I mean. Shouldn't you be at his side? At least, that's what I got from the brief flashes about you." Yurim's expression remained impassive, betraying nothing of her thoughts. "Sukuna-sama assigned me to ensure your recovery," she replied. "I follow his directives precisely." Yuji studied her with tired eyes. "Just following orders, then." "My duty is to serve Sukuna-sama," she stated simply. "That has been my purpose for centuries." She rose, moving to a nearby counter where various medical supplies were arranged. With practiced movements, she began preparing what appeared to be medication. "Your body requires nourishment," she explained, her tone professional. "The forced separation from the cursed objects has left you weakened. This will help restore your strength." Yuji watched her work, noting the precision of her movements, the careful attention she paid to each step of the process. It was the behavior of someone accustomed to serving, to caring for others with meticulous dedication. "You followed him here," he observed quietly. "Across dimensions." Itadori Yuji was no fool. He may be one who acts like a goof, but when it matters he can piece many things together, especially the fact that he can see the soul of one unsuited for this world. For he himself is the spiritual son of the first son of heaven. Heaven conceals not from those it deems its own. Yurim paused briefly in her work, then continued. Yes. Why? She brought the prepared medicine to him, a clear liquid in a small cup. Because he is my master. I have served him for centuries, through death and rebirth. Yuji accepted the medicine but didn't drink immediately. That's not an answer. Yurim met his gaze, her expression revealing nothing. It is the only answer that matters. Yuji looked down at the medicine, then back at her. Without further question, he drank it, grimacing slightly at the bitter taste. He's different here, Yurim said after a moment, taking the empty cup from him. The Sukuna you knew and the one I serve now, they diverged somewhere in their existence. Made different choices. I felt that, Yuji acknowledged, leaning back against the pillows as warmth spread through his body from the medicine. When he forced the fingers out. There was, this, I don't know how to really describe it, like a calm purpose behind his power. Direction. He closed his eyes, suddenly overwhelmed by exhaustion. He helped me, he whispered, disbelief coloring his tone. After everything, he actually helped me. Rest now, Yurim said, her voice neutral. Your body needs time to recover. Yuji didn't resist as sleep began to claim him again, the medicine working to restore his depleted energy. But before consciousness faded completely, he murmured, why did he do it? Why help me? Yurim was silent for so long that Yuji thought she might not answer. When she finally spoke, her voice was measured, revealing nothing of her own thoughts on the matter. Sukuna-sama's decisions serve his own purposes, she said. It is not my place to question them. Yuji wanted to ask more, to understand what she meant, but darkness was already closing in, pulling him down into dreamless sleep. As his breathing deepened and steadied, Yurim remained by his bedside, her expression unreadable as she watched over him. When Yuji awoke again, the quality of light in the room had changed, suggesting several hours had passed. He felt stronger, the medicine having done its work to restore some of his depleted energy. Yurim was still there, seated in the same chair, her posture as perfect as before. If she had moved at all during his rest, there was no sign of it. How long was I asleep? He asked, his voice clearer than before. 6 hours, she replied. Your body needed the recovery time. Yuji pushed himself into a sitting position, noting with mild surprise that the movement didn't cause the weakness or dizziness he had expected. The medicine is working, Yurim observed. Your natural strength is returning. Yuji nodded, looking down at his hands that had caused so much destruction under Sukuna's control. He flexed his fingers, marveling at the simple fact that they moved according to his will alone. The fingers, he said suddenly, looking up. Where are they? In a secure containment facility within this building, Yurim answered. Sukuna-sama ensured they were properly sealed before he departed. Departed? Yuji repeated. Where did he go? Yurim's expression remained neutral, but something in her eyes suggested concern. There have been complications with the dimensional merger. Other entities have crossed over, including another version of himself. Yuji's eyes widened slightly. Another Sukuna? Besides mine? Yes, she confirmed. Yuji absorbed this information, trying to imagine what it would mean for multiple versions of Sukuna to exist in one world. The thought was terrifying. What happens now? He asked after a moment. With me, I mean. Yurim rose, moving to a nearby closet and withdrawing fresh clothing, modern attire that would help him blend in with this world. You are free to choose your own path, she said, placing the clothes at the foot of his bed. Though Sukuna-sama suggested you might wish to remain under his protection until the dimensional situation stabilizes. Yuji stared at the clothes, then at Yurim, disbelief evident in his expression. Free, he repeated. Just like that? Yes, Yurim confirmed. You are not a prisoner here. Yuji shook his head slowly, struggling to reconcile this reality with everything he had experienced. I don't understand. After everything Sukuna did, everything he made me do, why would his counterpart here care what happens to me? Yurim seemed to consider her words carefully before answering. Sukuna-sama has evolved since coming to this world. His perspective has broadened in ways I am still coming to understand. She hesitated, then added, and perhaps he recognizes a connection between you. A bond forged through the sharing of a soul, however unwilling that sharing might have been. Yuji looked down at his hands again, remembering all the blood they had spilled under Sukuna's control. I don't know if I can ever move past what he made me do, he said quietly. All those people in Shibuya, their deaths are on my hands. No, Yurim said, with unexpected firmness. They are on his. You were as much a victim as they were. Yuji looked up, surprised by the conviction in her voice. You really believe that? I have served Sukuna for centuries, she replied. I know better than most the extent of his power, his will. That you maintained any sense of self at all during his possession is remarkable. And I know better than anyone that he abhors one taking credit for his actions. She moved toward the door, pausing with her hand on the frame. Rest. Change when you feel ready. I will return with food shortly. As she turned to leave, Yuji called after her, why are you really taking care of me? It can't just be because he ordered you to. Yurim paused, her back still to him. For a long moment, she was silent, and Yuji thought she might leave without answering. Sukuna-sama's orders are absolute, she reiterated finally, her voice betraying no emotion. My duty is to fulfill them without question or hesitation. She turned slightly, her profile visible in the harsh fluorescent light. Your recovery serves his purposes. That is all that matters. That's not an answer, Yuji pressed, sensing there was more beneath her carefully controlled response. Yurim turned to face him fully, her expression perfectly composed. You share a connection with Sukuna-sama that few beings have ever experienced. That makes you significant, regardless of how that connection was formed. Her eyes met his with cool assessment. In my centuries of service, I have learned that Sukuna-sama's decisions often have multiple layers of purpose. If he wishes you recovered and free, then that is what shall be done. Without another word, she left, closing the door behind her with quiet precision. Yuji stared after her, unsure what to make of the exchange. Yurim had revealed nothing of her personal thoughts or feelings, if she even had any beyond her devotion to Sukuna. She remained an enigma, her motivations hidden behind a mask of perfect service. He looked down at the clothes she had left, then at the room around him. A room in a facility he didn't know, in a world that wasn't his own, during a dimensional crisis he barely understood. And yet, despite everything, he felt something he hadn't experienced in a long time, the faintest glimmer of hope. For the first time since accidentally consuming that first cursed object, he was truly alone in his own body. Free. Whatever else this world's Sukuna might be, whatever changes he might have undergone, he had given Yuji something his own version never would have, liberation from the curse that had defined his existence for so long. That, at least, deserved some measure of gratitude. Yuji closed his eyes, allowing himself to feel the simple pleasure of being the sole occupant of his own body. Whatever came next, whatever challenges this merged world might present, he would face them as himself. Just himself. And that was a gift beyond measure. Outside the room, Yurim stood perfectly still, her face composed into its customary mask of serene detachment. Her conversation with Yuji had prompted thoughts she rarely allowed herself to entertain. For centuries, her existence had been defined by service to Sukuna-sama. Her purpose, her identity, her very reason for being, all were bound to him with unquestioning devotion. It was a role she had embraced completely, finding satisfaction in the perfect execution of her duties. Yet since arriving in this world, subtle changes had occurred in her master that, by necessity, created corresponding adjustments in her own position. His consideration for others, once non-existent, had expanded. His perspective had broadened. His decisions reflected new priorities that sometimes contradicted his former nature. Caring for Yuji Itadori was one such contradiction, a task that would have been inconceivable to the Sukuna she had first pledged herself to serve. Care for him, Sukuna-sama had instructed before departing, his tone carrying none of the dismissive cruelty that once characterized his commands. Ensure his recovery. His freedom. Freedom. A concept Sukuna-sama had never before considered valuable for anyone but himself. Yurim straightened her already perfect posture, centering herself with practiced discipline. These contemplations were unnecessary distractions from her duty. Whatever changes occurred in Sukuna-sama, her role remained the same, perfect service, perfect obedience. If that service now included caring for a young man who had shared a soul with a version of her master, then she would execute that task with the same flawless precision she brought to all her responsibilities. Nothing more. Nothing less. With that clarity restored, Yurim moved purposefully down the corridor toward the facility's kitchen. She would prepare a meal suitable for Yuji's recovery needs, deliver it with appropriate efficiency, and continue to monitor his progress as instructed. Her own thoughts on the matter, whatever they might be, were irrelevant to the execution of her duties. Sukuna-sama had given her a task. She would complete it with perfection. That was all that mattered. Chapter 51, Emperor vs King. The ruins of the Grayson home lay scattered across what had once been a peaceful suburban lawn. Broken timber, shattered concrete, and fragments of family memories created a desolate landscape, a fitting arena for the confrontation about to unfold. Emperor Mark stood amid the devastation, his expression calm despite the destruction surrounding him. The rage that had nearly consumed him earlier had cooled into something more controlled, more focused, but no less dangerous. Across from him, Yakuna's lips curved into a cold smile, cursed energy visibly manifesting around him in patterns that spoke of ancient, terrible power. Let us see if the emperor deserves his crown, Yakuna said, his voice carrying an ancient quality that belied his youthful appearance. Emperor Mark's eyes narrowed, the air around him beginning to shimmer with power. You are but a shadow of the Megami I knew. A crude predecessor to his greatness. But if combat is what you seek. He moved into a fighting stance, his eyes locked on Yakuna's. Then I will oblige. Without warning, Yakuna extended his hand, unleashing a wave of invisible cutting force, dismantle, aimed directly at Emperor Mark's throat. The attack moved with impossible speed, yet Emperor Mark reacted faster, vanishing from his position and reappearing 10 feet to the left, the cutting force passing harmlessly through empty air. Interesting, Emperor Mark observed, his expression unchanged despite the lethal intent of the attack. Some kind of energy projection capability. Yakuna's eyes narrowed slightly. You move well for a brute, he acknowledged. But speed alone won't save you. The air around Yakuna shimmered subtly as he activated Infinity, Gojo's limitless technique that he had copied through Yuda's ability. Though invisible to the naked eye, the technique created an absolute defense, ensuring anything approaching him would slow to a stop before making contact. Emperor Mark sensed the change, though he couldn't identify its nature. Something in the air had shifted, a distortion in the space surrounding his opponent. Your power signature is unusual, Emperor Mark noted, circling slowly. Different from the four-armed version, yet similar in its fundamental nature. I am the original, Yakuna replied, his voice dripping with arrogance. The true king of curses. What you encountered was merely a derivative. Emperor Mark's expression darkened. He is the perfected version. The one who guided me, taught me, made me what I am today. Perfected. Sukuna laughed, a sound like breaking glass. No. Deluded, perhaps. Compromised by humanity. Without further preamble, Sukuna unleashed a barrage of attacks, invisible cutting forces radiating outward in all directions, followed by a massive serpent manifested from shadow that lunged toward Emperor Mark with frightening speed. The Emperor moved with fluid grace, dodging the cutting forces and meeting the serpent head-on. His fist connected with the shadow creature's head, the impact creating a shockwave that shattered windows for blocks around. To his surprise, the shadow-like serpent didn't disintegrate but instead wrapped around his arm, its shadowy form constricting with unexpected strength. A physical manifestation, Emperor Mark noted, his scientific mind analyzing even as he fought. Fascinating. With a flex of his arm, he shattered the serpent's form, the shadow fragments dissipating into the air. But ultimately ineffective. Sukuna remained unperturbed, already summoning 2 new Shikigami, divine dogs that circled Emperor Mark with predatory focus, their shadowy forms moving with unnatural speed. Your pets are impressive, Emperor Mark acknowledged, tracking their movements with ease. But they're not what I'm here for. He blurred into motion, his speed so great that even Sukuna's enhanced perception struggled to follow. The divine dogs were dispatched with casual brutality, their forms dissolving as Emperor Mark's hands passed through them. In the same motion, he continued toward Sukuna, his fist aimed directly at the sorcerer's heart. The attack should have been fatal, Emperor Mark's strength was sufficient to punch through mountains, to shatter planets with concentrated force. Yet as his fist approached Sukuna, it slowed, as if moving through increasingly dense material, until it stopped completely mere millimeters from its target. Emperor Mark's eyes widened slightly, the first genuine surprise he had shown. What is this? Sukuna smiled, cold and triumphant. A barrier that cannot be crossed, he explained, though the specifics would mean nothing to the Emperor. The space between us extends infinitely. You can never reach me, no matter how fast or strong you are. Emperor Mark withdrew his hand, reassessing his opponent with new respect. A spatial manipulation ability, he concluded. Impressive. But not insurmountable. He had encountered similar powers during his conquest of the universe, beings who could warp space, create dimensional pockets, manipulate the fabric of reality itself. None had ultimately stood against him. Sukuna, reading the confidence in the Emperor's stance, decided to escalate. Let's see how you handle this, Your Majesty. The air between them distorted as Sukuna activated curse technique lapse, blue, a devastating attraction force that should have pulled Emperor Mark toward him with irresistible power. To Sukuna's surprise, the Emperor barely moved, his body remaining firmly in place despite the enormous gravitational pull. The ground beneath him cracked and splintered, debris from the ruined house swirled into the vortex, but Emperor Mark himself stood unmoved. Impressive, the Emperor acknowledged. But futile. My cellular structure responds to my will alone. Without warning, he clapped his hands together with tremendous force, creating a pressure wave that rippled outward with devastating effect. The shockwave struck infinity and dissipated, but not before causing the barrier to visibly fluctuate. Sukuna narrowed his eyes, reassessing his opponent. This being's physical capabilities exceeded his expectations, not merely strong, but possessing a level of control over his own body that bordered on molecular manipulation. Unknown to Sukuna, this very reason, the fact that Mark could control his smart atoms on such a level that few things could truly break apart his structure, is why he is called the Invincible Emperor. Perhaps it's time for a more direct approach, Sukuna decided, gathering cursed energy for his next technique. The air around him began to shimmer with power as he prepared to activate Hollow Purple, a devastating combination of attraction and repulsion forces that would erase anything in its path. Emperor Mark, sensing the building energy, decided preemptive action was necessary. He moved again, this time flying upward at tremendous speed before diving directly at Sukuna from above, his body breaking the sound barrier multiple times during the maneuver. As he approached, he noted with satisfaction that Sukuna's attention was divided, focused on maintaining his defensive barrier while simultaneously gathering energy for his attack. It created a momentary weakness in the spatial distortion surrounding him. Emperor Mark adjusted his trajectory slightly, aiming not directly at Sukuna but at the ground beneath him. His impact created a crater 50 feet wide, the shockwave sending Sukuna tumbling through the air despite his defensive barrier. Before Sukuna could recover, Emperor Mark was on him, delivering a series of strikes so fast they appeared as a single motion. Each blow tested the limits of infinity, probing for weaknesses, applying pressure from multiple angles simultaneously. Sukuna, recognizing the danger, abandoned his attempt at Hollow Purple and focused entirely on maintaining infinity while creating distance between himself and the Emperor, for unlike Satoru Gojo, Sukuna could not maintain it without conscious effort. You're more resourceful than I anticipated, Sukuna acknowledged, his voice betraying no concern despite the intensity of the assault. But you still don't understand what you are facing. Emperor Mark paused, hovering in the air a short distance away. I understand enough, he replied coldly. You claim to be what Megami once was. The original from which he evolved. Yet everything about you, your methods, your demeanor, your very essence, confirms what I already knew. His eyes hardened with contempt. You are inferior. A crude prototype of the being who helped me build an empire. Sukuna's expression darkened with rage. Inferior? I am Ryaman Sukuna, the king of curses. Feared across centuries, worshipped as a god. You dare. I dare because I have seen what you could become, Emperor Mark interrupted. And it is greater than anything you currently are. The dismissal struck Sukuna like a physical blow, his pride wounded more deeply than any attack. Then let me show you the full extent of what I am, he snarled, his composure cracking under the weight of his wounded ego. The air around them began to shift, reality itself seeming to warp as Sukuna initiated his domain expansion. Black lines spread outward from his position, beginning to form the boundary of his territory. Emperor Mark, observing the strange phenomenon, immediately recognized it as a threat. Though he didn't understand the nature of domain expansion, his tactical instincts warned him that allowing the technique to complete would be disastrous. Without hesitation, he charged forward at his maximum speed, aiming to disrupt whatever process was occurring. As the black lines began to solidify into a barrier, Emperor Mark reached its edge and struck with all his might. The partially formed domain shuddered under the impact, cracks spreading across its surface like spider webs. Sukuna grimaced, pouring more cursed energy into maintaining the technique, but the Emperor's assault was relentless. With a sound like shattering glass magnified 1,000-fold, the domain collapsed, the backlash of cursed energy washing over both combatants in a wave of destructive force. Emperor Mark emerged unscathed, his cellular structure adapting instantly to neutralize any damage. Sukuna was less fortunate, the failure of his domain expansion had temporarily disrupted his control over infinity, leaving him vulnerable. In that moment of weakness, Emperor Mark struck. His movement was too fast for even Sukuna's enhanced perception to track, appearing beside the cursed spirit and delivering a devastating blow to his midsection. The impact sent Sukuna crashing through what remained of the Grayson home and into the street beyond, his body carving a trench in the asphalt as he skidded to a stop nearly 100 yards away. Emperor Mark followed at a measured pace, his expression calm as he approached his fallen opponent. Your abilities are impressive, he acknowledged. But ultimately insufficient. To his surprise, Sukuna began to laugh, a cold, amused sound that seemed at odds with his current condition. You think this is victory? He asked, rising to his feet with unnatural grace despite his injuries. This is merely education. Before Emperor Mark could respond, Sukuna unleashed a new technique, the world-cleaving dismantle. The invisible cutting force expanded outward in a perfect circle, slicing through everything in its path. Emperor Mark attempted to evade, but the technique's range was too wide, its speed too great. The cutting force passed through him, cleaving his body in half at the waist. For a moment, the Emperor looked almost surprised as his upper body separated from his lower half, both parts falling to the ground with a heavy thud. Blood pooled beneath him, spreading across the cracked asphalt in a widening circle. Sukuna approached cautiously, maintaining infinity around himself as he studied his handiwork. Not so invincible after all, he observed, satisfaction evident in his voice. His triumph was short-lived. Emperor Mark's eyes snapped open, blazing with determination rather than pain or fear. With shocking coordination, his upper body reached out, grabbing his severed lower half and pulling it toward him. As the two halves made contact, something extraordinary happened, the flesh began to knit together, cells reconnecting, organs repairing, bone fusing with bone. Within seconds, the Emperor was whole again, rising to his feet as if nothing had happened. An interesting experience, he commented, brushing dust from his costume with casual nonchalance. I've been bisected before, but rarely so cleanly. Sukuna's eyes narrowed, reassessing his opponent with new caution. Your regenerative capabilities are unexpected. My cellular structure responds to my will, Emperor Mark explained, flexing his fingers as if testing that everything was in working order. Any damage can be repaired. He smiled, a cold, predatory expression. Now, shall we continue this pointless exercise? Or do you concede that you are, as I said, merely a shadow of what I seek? Sukuna's pride warred with his pragmatism. This opponent's physical capabilities and regenerative powers exceeded his expectations, making conventional attacks ineffective. A successful domain expansion might work, but the Emperor had already demonstrated his ability to disrupt the technique before completion. The realization that he might not be able to defeat this being in direct combat stung Sukuna's pride, but he was nothing if not practical. If he couldn't win through force, perhaps there were other ways to achieve his goals. As Emperor Mark advanced, preparing to continue their battle, Sukuna suddenly activated a complex pattern of cursed energy that he had been subtly weaving throughout their confrontation, not too different from what Kenjaku many times does. The air behind him shimmered and tore, creating a dimensional rift. Emperor Mark sensed the shift in energy and reacted instantly, his expression darkening with rage. Fleeing already, he snarled, lunging forward with impossible speed. But Sukuna was already moving, stepping backward into the dimensional tier he had prepared as a contingency. Another time, Emperor, he called, his voice fading as the rift began to close. When the odds are more favorable. Emperor Mark's fist struck the space where Sukuna had been a millisecond earlier, encountering nothing but empty air as the dimensional tier sealed itself with a sound like tearing fabric. For a moment, the Emperor stood motionless, his rage a palpable force that cracked the ground beneath his feet. Then, with deliberate control, he reined in his anger, his expression settling into cold calculation. A strategic retreat, he observed to the empty air. Wise, if cowardly. You recognized your inferiority and fled rather than face certain defeat. He surveyed the devastated landscape, the ruined home, the cratered street, the evidence of their brief but intense battle. Despite Sukuna's escape, Emperor Mark had achieved a victory of sorts. He had confirmed his superiority over this lesser version, this shadow of the being he truly sought. And sunset was still hours away. Time enough to plan his next move. With casual grace, Emperor Mark rose into the air, flying to the top of a nearby hill that overlooked the city. There, amid the ruins of what had once been a small observation point for tourists, he seated himself on a broken slab of concrete. One arm rested on his knee, the other leg dangling over the edge of the hill, his cape billowing behind him in the wind. From this vantage point, he could see the sprawling cityscape below, including the distant shape of what must be the Global Defense Agency headquarters. The chance Megami was there was slim. He could charge there, but in the end decided against it. Him letting the others do the searching was merely an excuse, more of a psychological pressure, for in fact, he wanted Megami to come to him himself. It is why he remained in place after all. The Megami he had known would have appreciated such methodical planning, strategy over brute force, precision over chaos. Soon, Emperor Mark murmured, his voice carrying the absolute certainty of someone unaccustomed to failure. Soon we will be reunited, old friend. And this world, like so many others, will bend to our will. As the sun began its slow descent toward the horizon, the Emperor remained motionless on his makeshift throne, a solitary figure silhouetted against the darkening sky. Waiting. Planning. Certain of his eventual victory. The hunt for Sukuna would resume at sunset if he didn't come himself. And this time, nothing would stand in his way. In the GDA monitoring room, both versions of Cecil watched the empty ruins where Emperor Mark and Yakuna had been moments before. The sudden disappearance of both beings from their surveillance feed left them momentarily confused. What just happened? Original Cecil demanded, adjusting controls to scan for any trace of the combatants. A technician pointed to a secondary monitor. Sir, we've located one of them. The Emperor. He's taken position on Observatory Hill, approximately 3 miles from the Grayson residence. The monitor shifted to show Emperor Mark seated amid the ruins of the hill's observation point, his imposing figure unmistakable even from a distance. And the other one? The Sukuna variant, Altered Cecil asked. No sign, sir, the technician replied. One moment he was there, the next, nothing. Our sensors detected a brief energy spike consistent with dimensional distortion, but we couldn't track it. The two Cecils exchanged concerned glances. He's planning something, Original Cecil stated grimly. Sitting there like a predator surveying his hunting ground. We need to warn Sukuna immediately of what happened in the fight, his counterpart agreed. And prepare for what comes at sunset. Chapter 52, Relax. The dimensional energy continued to pulse across the sky in eerie waves of green light as Sukuna and Eve soared above the clouds, leaving the chaos of the city far behind. They flew side by side, Eve propelled by her pink molecular energy while Sukuna used his newly integrated smart atoms to keep pace with effortless precision. Are you certain this is wise? Eve asked, glancing over at him with a mixture of concern and excitement in her eyes. With Emperor Mark actively hunting for you, perhaps we should remain at the facility. Sukuna's lips quirked slightly. The Emperor has no intention of forcing a confrontation until after sunset. It's a psychological tactic, designed to make me choose to come to him willingly. And you know this how? Eve pressed, executing a playful barrel roll around him as they flew, her momentary joy breaking through her scientific demeanor. Because it's what I would do, Sukuna replied simply. And despite his differences, he thinks as I would. As Megami would. Strategy over brute force. Patience over impulse. Eve couldn't argue with that logic. If anyone could read the Emperor's playbook, it would be Sukuna. Still, the thought of deliberately leaving the safety of the GDA facility made her stomach flutter with anxiety that had nothing to do with her aerial maneuvers. But they had to, the privacy was necessary from the Marks, other Eve, Nolan, Debbie's, and Uncle Kenji. Besides, Sukuna continued, his tone softening slightly, we've been in crisis mode since this whole merger began. A brief respite will sharpen our minds, not dull them. Well, this is new, Eve smiled despite her concerns. I used to practically have to drag you away from training. When did you start advocating for breaks? Perhaps I've learned to value certain distractions, he replied, his eyes meeting hers with an intensity that made her nearly drop a few feet in altitude. They continued flying in comfortable silence, the world spreading out beneath them like a patchwork quilt gone wrong. The dimensional merger had created a landscape that defied all natural laws, mountain ranges that shouldn't exist alongside familiar landmarks, rivers flowing in impossible patterns, forests and deserts existing side by side. Eve suddenly banked sharply to the east, picking up speed. Race you there, she called over her shoulder, her scientific composure momentarily forgotten in a burst of playfulness. Sukuna didn't respond verbally, but the subtle acceleration of his flight was answer enough. He kept pace easily, his control over his newly integrated smart atoms allowing him to match her most complex aerial maneuvers without visible effort. We're almost there, Eve announced as they began their descent, passing through a layer of clouds that scattered like pink-tinged cotton candy around her energy field. Below them, a hidden valley revealed itself, a secret paradise nestled between two mountain ranges that had somehow survived the dimensional upheaval intact. A crystal-clear lake shimmered at its center, fed by a waterfall that cascaded down from the surrounding cliffs. The shoreline was ringed with wild flowers in impossible hues, their colors almost painfully vibrant. I discovered this location several months ago, Eve explained as they landed gently on a small, grassy promontory overlooking the lake. It's become my sanctuary, my place to think when everything becomes overwhelming. You're the first person I've ever brought here. Sukuna surveyed the valley with appreciative eyes, noting the perfect isolation, the natural beauty, the strategic value of a location unknown to others. It's suitable, he said, which from him was practically a standing ovation. Such enthusiasm. Eve laughed, her formal demeanor slipping again as she gently nudged his shoulder. Try not to strain yourself with all that excessive praise. The corner of Sukuna's mouth twitched in what might have been amusement. It's beautiful, he amended, his voice carrying a sincerity that made Eve's smile widen. From a small pocket dimension she had created with her molecular manipulation, Eve produced a blanket and a basket containing food and drink, a picnic prepared hastily before their departure from the GDA facility. I apologize for the simplicity, she said, spreading the blanket on the grass with a flick of her powers. Just some sandwiches and fruit. And wine, because I thought we could use it after everything we've experienced. It's more than adequate, Sukuna replied, seating himself on the blanket with fluid grace. They ate in comfortable silence for a while, watching the play of light on the lake's surface. The dimensional energy in the sky cast strange, shifting patterns across the water, creating an otherworldly light show that was both beautiful and slightly unsettling. Do you remember our first date? Eve asked suddenly, breaking the silence. At that Thai restaurant after we secured the quantum module. Sukuna nodded, the memory clear despite everything that had happened since. You were nervous, he observed. Your molecular control was fluctuating. The silverware vibrated when you picked it up. Was it that obvious? Eve laughed, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. And here I thought I was maintaining perfect composure. To most, it wouldn't have been noticeable, Sukuna assured her. But I observe carefully. Sometimes too carefully, Eve teased, pouring them each a glass of wine. Like how you pretended not to notice me studying your movements for weeks before that. I noticed, Sukuna confirmed, accepting the glass. I simply saw no reason to acknowledge it. And now? Eve asked, her voice taking on a more serious tone. Do you regret acknowledging it? Acknowledging me? Sukuna studied her for a moment, his expression thoughtful. No, he said finally, the single word carrying more weight than a lengthy declaration might have from someone else. Good answer, Eve smiled, clinking her glass against his. They fell into easy conversation about simpler times, training sessions with Mark, Eve's laboratory experiments that occasionally yielded unexpected results. Quiet evenings spent discussing everything from quantum physics to philosophical questions about the nature of the world. For a brief, precious time, they were just two people enjoying each other's company, the apocalyptic scenario unfolding across the world temporarily forgotten. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, casting long shadows across their private valley, Eve's expression grew more serious. What's your plan? She asked directly, setting down her wine glass. For the Mad Emperor? For this dimensional merger? For all of it? Sukuna was silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the distant waterfall. I would prefer to keep that to myself for now, he said finally. Eve's eyes narrowed instantly, her scientist brain switching to full analysis mode. It's dangerous, isn't it? She said, her formal demeanor giving way to emotional directness. Whatever you're planning, it's something incredibly risky. Something you don't want to tell me because you know I'll object. Eve Sukuna began, but she cut him off. No, don't Eve me with that tone, she said, pink energy flaring briefly around her hands as her emotions took control. I know you too well now. I can read between the lines. You're planning something self-sacrificial, aren't you? Sukuna's expression remained impassive, but his silence was answer enough. Damn it, Megami. Eve rarely used his original name, saving it for moments when her emotions overwhelmed her careful scientific demeanor. After everything we've been through, you still think you need to face things alone? That's not how this works, not how we work. Some battles cannot be shared, Sukuna replied, his voice calm despite her outburst. That's completely unacceptable and you know it, Eve responded, rising to her feet as her composure fractured further. We're stronger together. Whatever plan you've devised, whatever you're facing, let me help. Let me be there. Sukuna stood as well, looking down at her with those intense eyes that always made her feel like he was seeing straight through to her soul. It's not a question of strength, he said quietly. It's a question of necessity. Necessity? Eve repeated incredulously. Is it necessary to keep me in the dark? To make decisions that affect both of us without even consulting me? If those decisions protect you, yes, Sukuna stated firmly. These words themselves still surprised Sukuna that they fell off his tongue. He, the once cruel, aloof, tyrannical king, who ruled the Heian era with an iron fist stating something so, soft. Gentle. He understood that this was love, this was being in love, a feeling he had never experienced previously in any of his lives. He still couldn't understand how people could stand it, to care so much for another, and yet, he still liked it. It was a pleasure that was akin to a seasoning that was applicable to any food, for whenever he was with Eve, wherever it was, he felt incredible joy. I don't need protection. Eve's voice rose, her frustration evident as small objects around them began to float in response to her agitated molecular control. I need partnership. I need you to understand that whatever happens to you happens to me too, because that's what it means to be together. Sukuna was silent for a moment, studying her with an unreadable expression. Then, with uncharacteristic gentleness, he reached out to touch her face. Trust me, he said simply, the words both a request and a promise. Eve's anger deflated visibly. That's not fair, she whispered, leaning into his touch despite herself. You know I trust you more than anyone. Then trust that whatever I do, whatever plan I execute, it will be with one purpose above all others, Sukuna continued, his voice low and intense. To ensure your survival. Your future. His continued existence as well of course, but continued existence is not the same as not dying. Death has after all never truly earned him. I don't want a future without you in it, Eve replied, her voice cracking slightly. Don't you understand that by now? Instead of answering with words, Sukuna leaned down, capturing her lips with his own. The kiss was gentle at first, almost tentative, but quickly deepened into something more urgent, more desperate. Eve responded immediately, her arms wrapping around his neck, pulling him closer as if she could somehow keep him safe through sheer physical proximity. The pink energy that constantly surrounded Eve intensified, enveloping them both in a cocoon of molecular manipulation that responded to her emotional state. The world around them seemed to fade away, leaving only this moment, this connection between them. When they finally separated, both slightly breathless, Eve's eyes were shining with unshed tears and fierce determination. Promise me, she demanded. Promise me you'll come back to me, no matter what your plan entails. Sukuna hesitated, which was unlike him. He pushed any doubts away. I promise. She immediately met him with another kiss at the reassurance, deeper and more insistent than the first. This time, there was no gentleness, only raw need and desire that swept away all other considerations. They sank back onto the blanket together, hands exploring with urgent precision. Eve's fingers traced the contours of Sukuna's chest, feeling the musculature beneath his skin, while his hands moved to the small of her back, pulling her closer against him. Their bodies pressed together, separated only by the increasingly inconvenient barrier of clothing. Sukuna's lips moved from hers to trace a path along her jawline, then down the sensitive skin of her neck, drawing a soft gasp from Eve as he found a particularly responsive spot. Her hands tangled in his hair, guiding him as her head tilted back to grant him better access. With deliberate slowness, he began to remove her clothing, piece by piece, his eyes never leaving hers as each new expanse of skin was revealed. Eve's breath caught in her throat at the intensity of his gaze, the raw hunger there balanced by something deeper, something that spoke of possession and protection in equal measure. When she was fully bared to him, she reached for his clothes with trembling hands, her usual scientific precision abandoned in favor of urgent need. He helped her, his movements efficient where hers were clumsy with desire, until they were skin to skin, nothing between them but the charged air and the soft glow of Eve's molecular energy. You're beautiful, Sukuna murmured, the rare compliment making Eve's heart race even faster. She pulled him down to her, their bodies aligning perfectly as they had so many times before, yet somehow different now, more desperate, more meaningful, as if both sensed that this moment might be precious beyond measure. Their coupling was intense from the first movement, Eve's back arching as Sukuna entered her with a single fluid motion that drew a cry from her lips. Her hands clutched at his shoulders, nails digging into his skin as he established a rhythm that quickly had her gasping his name. The molecular energy surrounding them pulsed with each movement, responding to Eve's pleasure in waves of pink light that rippled outward across the valley. Flowers bloomed spontaneously around their blanket, grass grew inches in seconds, and the very air seemed to shimmer with the force of her unconscious manipulation. Sukuna's control was perfect, his movements precisely calibrated to bring Eve the maximum pleasure, his own release held in check through sheer force of will. He watched her face with intense focus, noting each reaction, each shift in her expression as he adjusted his angle, his depth, his speed. Eve's scientific mind was completely overwhelmed by sensation, all her careful analysis abandoned as her body responded to his with increasing urgency. Her powers flared with each surge of pleasure, creating small molecular distortions in the air around them that refracted light in impossible patterns. When her climax finally came, it was with an intensity that momentarily disrupted her control completely. A wave of pink energy exploded outward from her body, causing the lake below to briefly ripple in perfect concentric circles and the flowers around them to suddenly grow to 3 times their normal size. Sukuna followed her over the edge moments later, his own release accompanied by a subtle pulse of cursed energy that merged with her molecular field, creating an ethereal display of intertwined power that lit up the valley like a miniature aurora. They remained joined for several long moments afterward, both breathing heavily, Eve's body still trembling with aftershocks as Sukuna held her close. When he finally moved to lie beside her, she immediately curled against him, her head finding its familiar place on his chest. They lay together in comfortable silence, Eve's head resting on Sukuna's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. The sun had nearly set, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that mingled strangely with the green dimensional energy still pulsing overhead. We should return soon, Sukuna said softly, his fingers tracing idle patterns along Eve's spine. Sunset approaches. Eve nodded but made no move to rise. Just a few more minutes, she murmured, her eyes closed as she savored the moment. The world can end without us for a little longer. Sukuna didn't argue, content to grant her this small request. As they lay there in comfortable silence, his enhanced senses detected something that gave him pause, a subtle change in Eve's molecular structure, a shift so slight that even she herself likely hadn't noticed it yet. A new energy signature, tiny but distinct, had formed within her. A spark of life, created from their union, already beginning its journey toward becoming something more. An impossibility made possible through the merger of 2 extraordinary beings. Sukuna's hand moved almost unconsciously to rest protectively over Eve's abdomen, though he said nothing of what he had detected. This knowledge, this unexpected development, would remain his secret for now, one more reason to ensure that whatever happened in the coming confrontation, Eve would survive it. That he would be there for her and what was going to come. Something that will change his life forever. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared behind the mountains, casting their valley into shadow, they reluctantly rose and prepared to return. The moment of peace was over, reality awaited. Are you ready? Eve asked, her hand finding his as she gathered her molecular energy around herself, her composure restored now that they were returning to their responsibilities. Sukuna nodded, his expression unreadable as always, but his grip on her hand firm and sure. His own energy flared as he activated his smart atoms for flight. Ready. Together, they rose into the darkening sky, flying side by side as they left their private paradise behind and headed back to face whatever fate awaited them. The dimensional energy pulsed more intensely now, as if sensing that the final act was about to begin. Sunset had come. The Emperor would be waiting. And whatever plan Sukuna had formed would soon be put into action, for better or worse. But no matter what happened next, a part of him would continue, unseen, unknown, but growing stronger with each passing moment within the woman who now flew beside him into the gathering darkness. Chapter 53, The Beginning of the End. The abandoned GDA facility lay in ruins, its once pristine laboratories now a twisted maze of collapsed walls and shattered equipment. Deep within this desolation, in a reinforced chamber that had somehow survived the structural collapse, Mad Levy hung suspended in a web of his own dimensional energy, a sickly green cocoon that pulsed erratically with each labored breath. His body was a wreck. Dehydration had hollowed his cheeks and sunken his eyes, while hunger had stripped away what little fat he'd possessed, leaving only wiry muscle clinging desperately to his frame. The wounds he'd sustained during his escape attempt had festered, angry red lines streaking from them like lightning across his pale skin. By all medical logic, he should have been dead days ago. Only the dimensional energy flowing through him, the same power that had driven him to madness, now kept him alive, sustaining his vital functions through sheer metaphysical force. Water, he croaked to the empty room, his cracked lips barely able to form the word. Please, water. As if in answer to his plea, the air before him shimmered, reality folding in on itself as a dimensional tear formed. Through this rift stepped a figure Mad Levy recognized even through his delirium, another version of himself, but changed, scarred, with exposed brain tissue visible through a cracked skull. Look at you, scarred Levy said, his voice a mixture of disgust and pity. Pathetic. Mad Levy attempted to laugh, the sound emerging as a wet, rattling cough. Brother, he managed. You came. Not by choice, scarred Levy replied, approaching cautiously. His exposed brain pulsed with green energy as he assessed the situation. The dimensional barriers are collapsing. All versions of us are being drawn together. It was only a matter of time before I found you. Sukuna, Mad Levy whispered, his eyes rolling wildly. Did you see him? The King of Curses. The Destroyer of Worlds. He's here, in this reality. Just as I foresaw. Scarred Levy's expression darkened. Your obsession with this Sukuna has caused nothing but chaos. Do you realize what you've done? The dimensional merger is accelerating beyond control. Entire realities are collapsing into one another. Good, Mad Levy hissed, a manic grin splitting his cracked lips. Let them fall. Let everything burn. As long as he burns with it. Scarred Levy studied his counterpart for a long moment, then sighed, a sound of resignation rather than sympathy. I understand revenge, he said finally. Better than most. But this goes beyond vengeance. This is madness. Is it madness to want to stop a monster? Mad Levy asked, his voice suddenly stronger, more lucid. You haven't seen what I've seen, brother. The worlds he's devoured. The lives he's destroyed. The pleasure he takes in suffering. And yet, here you are, Scarred Levy observed, suffering. Dying. While he remains free. Mad Levy's eyes focused suddenly, a moment of clarity piercing through his delirium. Not for long, he whispered. The trap is set. The bait is taken. When the dimensional barriers fully collapse, when only one version of each being can remain, he will face judgment. Scarred Levy shook his head, but extended his hand nonetheless. Come. This place is no longer safe. The GDA will return eventually, and in your condition, you won't survive another interrogation. With surprising gentleness, he helped Mad Levy disentangle himself from the web of dimensional energy, supporting his emaciated frame as they moved toward the portal. Where are we going? Mad Levy asked, his momentary lucidity already fading. Somewhere to recover your strength, Scarred Levy replied. And then we'll discuss what comes next. The King of Curses must fall, Mad Levy insisted, his voice fading as they approached the dimensional tier. Promise me, brother. Promise me he will pay for what he's done. Scarred Levy paused at the threshold of the portal, looking back at the ruined facility. I promise you this, he said carefully. When the dimensions settle, when the dust clears, only one version of each being will remain. Who that will be, that's what we're going to ensure. Together, the two versions of Angstrom Levy stepped through the portal, which sealed behind them with a sound like tearing fabric, leaving only silence in the abandoned chamber. Miles away, in what had once been a thriving commercial district but now resembled a war zone, Sukuna stood facing the third and final version of himself to appear in this merged reality. Unlike the Shibuya Sukuna who had possessed Yuji Itadori, or the Yakuna who had inhabited Yuta Okotsu's body, this version appeared in his original form, the legendary King of Curses from Japan's Heian era. Heian Sukuna was magnificent in his terrifying splendor, 4 arms, each ending in clawed fingers, skin adorned with intricate patterns, 4 eyes that burned with ancient malevolence. He wore traditional robes that somehow remained pristine despite the destruction surrounding them, and his very presence caused the air to distort with cursed energy. Above Sukuna's head, Mahoraga's wheel spun silently, its metallic surface catching the last rays of the setting sun as it rotated with hypnotic regularity. Neither combatant acknowledged it, yet its presence was significant, a silent witness to the confrontation between different versions of the same being. So, Heian Sukuna said, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of absolute power, another fragment of myself, split across the dimensions. How disappointing. Sukuna regarded his counterpart with cool assessment. Disappointing? Perhaps. But not surprising. The multiverse contains infinite variations, after all. Variations, Heian Sukuna repeated, contempt dripping from the word. Is that what you consider yourself? A variation? A pale shadow of the true king of curses. Without warning, he attacked, two of his arms extending to unleash dismantle, invisible cutting force that sliced through the air toward Sukuna. Sukuna didn't use cursed energy to counter. Instead, he relied on his newly integrated smart atoms, his body moving with impossible speed and precision to evade the attack. He weaved between the invisible cutting forces and closed the distance between them with fluid grace. Heian Sukuna's eyes widened in surprise as Sukuna delivered a devastating punch to his midsection, a purely physical attack that nonetheless sent him crashing through the remains of a nearby building. Impossible, Heian Sukuna growled as he emerged from the rubble, dust falling from his robes. No mere physical attack should affect me to this degree. Perhaps your understanding of mirror is limited by your experience, Sukuna replied calmly, not bothering to pursue his advantage. Heian Sukuna's face contorted with rage. You dare mock me? I am Ryaman Sukuna, the king of curses. Feared across Japan, worshipped as a god. Entire clans of sorcerers fell before me. And yet here you stand, Sukuna observed, shouting your accomplishments like a child seeking validation. Truly, the mighty have fallen. With a roar of outrage, Heian Sukuna began to form his domain, Malevolent Shrine. Black lines started to spread outward from his position, reality itself beginning to warp as his innate domain attempted to manifest. Before the domain could fully form, Sukuna moved with blinding speed, appearing directly before Heian Sukuna. With a precise strike to his counterpart's chest, he disrupted the flow of cursed energy, causing the emerging domain to collapse before it could fully materialize. How? Heian Sukuna demanded, genuine shock registering on his face. No one can disrupt my domain formation. No one. I am not no one, Sukuna replied. I am you, evolved, refined, transcended. What you are, I was. What I am, you could never become. Sunset, a new voice observed casually. Both turned to see Emperor Mark descending from the darkening sky, his cape billowing behind him as he landed with precision on a chunk of broken concrete. He surveyed the scene with calculated interest, his eyes lingering on the wheel spinning above Sukuna's head before shifting to Heian Sukuna. Another version? Emperor Mark asked, addressing Sukuna. You seem to have quite the collection of selves scattered across the multiverse, Megami. Mark, Sukuna acknowledged, his posture relaxing slightly despite the potential threat. Right on schedule. Emperor Mark smiled, a genuine expression that held actual warmth when directed at Sukuna. Hey, when have I ever been late for something important? Especially when it comes to getting you back. His gaze shifted back to Heian Sukuna. Though I gotta say, I'm kinda curious about this, primitive version of you. Is he giving you trouble? Hardly, Sukuna replied. He's merely a sideshow. An evolutionary dead end. Heian Sukuna's rage was palpable, cursed energy swirling around him in violent patterns. You speak to this human as an equal? You permit him such familiarity? Have you forgotten what you are, what we are? I haven't forgotten, Sukuna said quietly. I've evolved. Something you, apparently, never managed to do. You're holding back, Emperor Mark observed, studying Sukuna with the practiced eye of someone who had witnessed his capabilities firsthand. Why not just end this stupid show? Show him what you can really do. Patience has its virtues, Sukuna replied. Some lessons are best learned slowly. Emperor Mark laughed, a sound that contained genuine amusement. Always the teacher, aren't you? Even when facing yourself. This is why I've missed you so damn much, Megami. No one else gets the value of the lesson itself. Their casual banter seemed to infuriate Heian Sukuna further. With a howl of rage, he launched himself at Sukuna, all four arms extended, cursed energy concentrated for a direct physical attack that would allow him to use cleave. Sukuna sidestepped the attack with contemptuous ease, delivering a precise strike to Heian Sukuna's back as he passed. The blow sent his counterpart crashing into the ground, creating a crater in the already devastated street. Pathetic, Sukuna commented, watching as Heian Sukuna struggled to rise. You rely too heavily on your cursed energy, on your reputation, on the fear you inspire. But what are you, truly, without those crutches? Just another being clinging to power without purpose. Purpose? Heian Sukuna spat, blood staining his perfect teeth. What purpose does a god need beyond his own satisfaction? What meaning exists beyond power itself? That, Sukuna said softly, is precisely why you fail. With blinding speed, he closed the distance between them, delivering a series of strikes so precise and powerful that Heian Sukuna had no chance to defend himself. Each blow landed with devastating effect, targeting pressure points and energy meridians with immense accuracy. Heian Sukuna collapsed to his knees, blood flowing from multiple wounds, his cursed energy fluctuating wildly as he struggled to maintain his composure. Impossible, he gasped, staring up at Sukuna with a mixture of rage and disbelief. No mere physical attacks should affect me this way. My body is vulnerable, Sukuna finished for him. As all bodies are, when one understands their true nature. And stop repeating yourself. You sound like a fool. With a final, decisive movement, Sukuna drove his fist directly into Heian Sukuna's chest. But this time, cursed energy flowed from his hand, not to destroy, but to extract. Heian Sukuna's eyes widened in horror as he felt his own cursed energy being drawn out, pulled through the point of contact into Sukuna's body. What are you doing? He managed, his voice weakening as his power drained away. Taking what I need, Sukuna replied calmly. Your cursed energy will serve a greater purpose than you ever could. As the transfer neared completion, Sukuna made a swift cutting motion with his free hand. 20 perfect incisions appeared on Heian Sukuna's arms, severing his fingers with surgical precision. The digits fell to the ground, each one containing the cursed energy Sukuna had extracted. My fingers, Heian Sukuna whispered, staring in disbelief at his mutilated hands. My vessels, you're stealing my... Not stealing, Sukuna corrected. Repurposing. As the last of the cursed energy left his body, Heian Sukuna's magnificent form began to wither. His skin lost its luster, the patterns fading like old tattoos. His extra arms shriveled, retracting into his torso with sickening cracks of bone and sinew. His extra eyes clouded over, then sank into his skull, leaving empty sockets that wept blood. What am I becoming? He gasped, his voice now barely audible. A weak, lifeless, pathetic human, Sukuna replied simply. What you always feared most. With a final, rattling breath, Heian Sukuna collapsed, his body continuing to deteriorate until only a withered husk remained, a mortal shell that had once housed a god, now empty of the power that had defined it. Sukuna gathered the severed fingers, each one pulsing with cursed energy, and stored them within his own body through a technique that caused his skin to ripple and absorb them, a trick he learned from Mahoraga through the use of smart atoms. Throughout the entire confrontation, the wheel above his head had continued to spin, its rotation neither slowing nor accelerating, its purpose still unrevealed. Damn, that was impressive, Emperor Mark commented, having watched the entire exchange with calculated interest. Though I notice you didn't go four-armed mode on him. Saving your energy for our inevitable chat, maybe. Sukuna turned to face him fully, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts. Perhaps. Emperor Mark's eyes narrowed, his tactical mind reassessing the situation. No, he said slowly. There's something else. That wheel above your head, it's been there since I got here. It's connected to whatever you're planning. He took a step forward, his casual demeanor shifting to something more dangerous. What are you up to, Megami? What game are you playing? No game, Sukuna replied. Merely ensuring survival in the face of dimensional collapse. Emperor Mark's expression hardened. My sentimentality has made me a fool, he said, his voice taking on a harder edge. In my joy at finding you again, I momentarily forgot who you are, what you are. The strategic genius who taught me to anticipate every possibility, to never leave an outcome to chance. He took another step forward, his cape billowing in the wind that had begun to pick up as the dimensional energy in the sky intensified. I'm sorry, my dear teacher. It was stupid of me to think you would just accept coming back to our world without looking for alternatives. If anyone could find a way to resist me, to avoid returning home, it would be you. Without warning, he moved, faster than most eyes could track, his body a blur as he closed the distance between them. Sukuna reacted instantly, meeting the charge with his own enhanced speed, their collision creating a shockwave that shattered windows for blocks around. The battle that followed was a master class in superhuman combat. Emperor Mark attacked with the practiced precision of someone who had conquered worlds, each strike calculated to disable rather than kill, holding back significantly. Sukuna defended with equal skill, using his knowledge of martial arts and his newly enhanced physiology to counter the Emperor's superior strength. Yet he did not transform into his four-armed state, despite the clear advantage it would provide. The wheel above his head continued its steady rotation, seemingly unaffected by the violence below. Why won't you transform? Emperor Mark demanded as they grappled mid-air, their movements creating sonic booms that echoed across the devastated city. Show me your true form, Megami. Show me what you've become. This is who I am, Sukuna replied, breaking the clinch with a technique that used Emperor Mark's own momentum against him. 4 arms or 2, the essence remains the same. They crashed back to Earth, their impact creating twin craters in the already damaged street. Emperor Mark emerged first, his costume torn but his body unmarked. You're holding back, he accused, genuine hurt entering his voice for the first time. After everything we've been through, everything I've done to find you, you still don't trust me. Sukuna rose more slowly, blood trickling from a cut above his eye. Without his four-armed form, his regenerative capabilities were reduced, making the physical disparity between them more apparent. Trust has nothing to do with it, he replied calmly. This is simply the most efficient approach to the current situation. Efficient, Emperor Mark repeated, a bitter smile touching his lips. Always calculating, always 3 moves ahead. It's what made you such a perfect advisor, such a brilliant strategist. His expression softened. Such an amazing friend. Without warning, he lunged forward again, but this time his attack was different, not a strike but an embrace. His arms wrapped around Sukuna with careful strength, pinning his arms to his sides in what appeared to be a hug but functioned as an inescapable restraint. Got you now, Emperor Mark whispered, his voice breaking slightly. After all this time, all this searching. I finally got you back. To Sukuna's surprise, he felt wetness against his shoulder, tears, falling from the Emperor's eyes as he held him. You're so strong now, Emperor Mark continued, his grip tightening as Sukuna tested its limits. So much stronger than before. It's amazing, Megami. You've evolved beyond anything I could have imagined. Despite his enhanced strength, Sukuna found himself unable to break the Emperor's hold. The Viltrumite's power was simply too great, his control too perfect. I had plans, you know, Emperor Mark said, his voice taking on an almost conversational tone despite the tears still flowing. For when I found you, I was gonna keep you safe in the Imperial Palace, where no one could ever hurt you again. Only Eve and I would be allowed to see you, to talk with you. The rest of the universe would have to live without your guidance, your wisdom. His grip tightened further, causing Sukuna to wince as his ribs creaked under the pressure. But now I see I don't need to worry about that. You're strong enough to protect yourself. Strong enough to stand at my side as we rule together, like it was always meant to be. Mark, Sukuna managed, his voice strained by the crushing embrace. This isn't the way. It's the only way, Emperor Mark insisted, his tone hardening even as tears continued to fall. I lost you once. I won't lose you again. Not to death, not to dimensional collapse, not to your own stubborn independence. You're coming home with me, Megami. Where you belong. The wheel above Sukuna's head spun faster, its metallic surface catching the light of the dimensional energy that pulsed overhead with increasing intensity. I'm sorry, Sukuna said quietly. But I have my own path to follow. No. Emperor Mark roared, his grief transforming instantly to rage. You don't get to decide this time. You don't get to leave me again. His grip became punishing, threatening to crush Sukuna's ribcage despite his enhanced durability. The wheel spun faster still, its rotation now audible as a high-pitched whine that cut through the night air. Just as it seemed Sukuna might be crushed by the Emperor's desperate embrace, a blast of pink energy struck Emperor Mark from behind. The impact wasn't enough to harm him, but the surprise caused his grip to loosen momentarily, just enough for Sukuna to break free, rolling away with fluid grace. Get away from him! Eve shouted, hovering above them, her hands glowing with concentrated molecular energy. Her expression was fierce, protective, her usual scientific detachment replaced by raw emotion. Emperor Mark turned slowly, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the newcomer. You, he said, recognition and contempt mingling in his voice. The pale imitation. The unworthy version. I don't care what you think of me, Eve replied, descending to stand protectively in front of Sukuna. But you're not taking him anywhere against his will. Emperor Mark's laugh was cold, devoid of the warmth it had held earlier when speaking with Sukuna. Against his will? You understand nothing. Megami and I share a bond you couldn't possibly comprehend. A connection forged through years of shared vision, shared purpose. I understand enough, Eve countered, her hands still glowing with pink energy. I understand that you're obsessed with a memory, with a version of Megami that doesn't exist anymore, that maybe never existed except in your mind. Emperor Mark's expression darkened dangerously. You dare. She's right, Sukuna interrupted, rising to his feet beside Eve. The Megami you knew is gone, Mark. Changed by time, by circumstance, by choice. Just as you have changed. No, Emperor Mark shook his head, denial written across his features. No, I can see you, the real you, beneath whatever this world has done to you. My friend, my brother, my teacher. The one who showed me what true leadership could be. Perhaps that version of me did exist in your world, Sukuna acknowledged. But I am not him. I cannot be him, no matter how much you wish it. Emperor Mark's expression cycled through grief, rage, and finally settled on a cold determination. It doesn't matter, he decided. When the merger completes, when only one version of each being remains, you'll remember. You'll understand. And until then, I'll keep you safe, whether you want my protection or not. He moved again, this time targeting Eve, clearly intending to remove her from the equation before securing Sukuna. His speed was incredible, crossing the distance between them in a fraction of a second. But Sukuna was ready. He intercepted the Emperor mid-charge, his body moving with precision that belied his earlier difficulty breaking free from the embrace. Their collision created another shockwave that sent debris flying in all directions. You would protect her? Emperor Mark demanded, genuine hurt in his voice. This, replacement? This inferior version of your true partner? I would protect what is mine, Sukuna replied simply, his stance shifting to a more aggressive posture. As would I, Emperor Mark countered, his own stance mirroring Sukuna's. And you, Megami, have always been mine. My friend. My brother. My guide. They clashed again, their movements too fast for ordinary human perception to track. Buildings shook from the force of their impacts, the ground cracking beneath their feet as they traded blows that would have shattered mountains. Eve maintained her distance, looking for an opening to assist without getting caught in the crossfire. Her molecular control was precise, but against a being of Emperor Mark's caliber, a direct confrontation would be suicidal. The battle carried them across the devastated commercial district, through abandoned buildings and across empty streets. Wherever they touched down, destruction followed, concrete pulverized, steel bent, glass shattered into dust. Throughout it all, the wheel above Sukuna's head continued to spin, its rotation now so fast that it appeared as a solid disk of light rather than a spoked wheel. The wheel, Eve murmured to herself, her mind analyzing its purpose even amid the chaos. It's related to his plan. It's been spinning since he returned from dealing with the other Sukuna variants. She watched as Sukuna fought defensively, never transforming into his four-armed state despite the clear disadvantage he faced against Emperor Mark's overwhelming physical power. He's stalling, she realized suddenly. Waiting for something to complete. Emperor Mark seemed to reach the same conclusion. With a burst of speed that left a sonic boom in his wake, he disengaged from Sukuna and shot upward, aiming directly for the spinning wheel. No. Sukuna shouted, genuine alarm in his voice for the first time. Too late. Emperor Mark's hand closed around the wheel, his fingers gripping the spinning metal with enough force to stop its rotation instantly. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like shattering glass magnified 1,000-fold, the wheel cracked. Fractures spread across its surface like lightning, each one glowing with an inner light that seemed to intensify as it spread. Until finally within the Mad Emperor's grip the heavenly wheel shattered into 1,000 pieces. There, whatever you were planning has failed, the Emperor stated as he opened his palm and the pieces within it fell with the others to the ground. Sukuna's expression seeing this turned into a seething rage. Now, Mark continued as he extended his hand, his face softening, the tear streaks still on his face, come back with me. You have nothing left you can do. If you don't, the Emperor began as he clenched his extended hand into a fist, then I will kill them all. I will raise this planet till only the dust remains and then you'll have no choice but to return with grief rather than joy. It will hurt me more than it will hurt you, but it will be necessary. The Emperor spread his arms, so, choose. Are you coming willingly, or do I have to take you with me kicking and screaming? Either way you're coming with, after all, don't forget, you made me the strongest. Chapter 54, the end of this second beginning. The shattered fragments of Mahoraga's wheel fell to the ground, each piece dissolving into motes of light as they touched the earth. The Emperor stood triumphant, palm open as the last glittering remnants slipped through his fingers. There, Emperor Mark declared, satisfaction evident in his voice. Whatever you were planning has failed. Sukuna's expression darkened, rage building behind his eyes as he watched years of careful preparation seemingly destroyed in an instant. The Emperor extended his hand, his face softening despite the tear streaks still visible on his cheeks. Come back with me, he said, his tone gentler now. You have nothing left you can do. His extended hand clenched into a fist. If you don't, then I will kill them all. I will raise this planet till only dust remains, and then you'll have no choice but to return with grief rather than joy. It will hurt me more than it will hurt you, but it will be necessary. The Emperor spread his arms, his eyes burning with imperial resolve. So, choose. Are you coming willingly, or do I have to take you with me kicking and screaming? Either way, you're coming with, after all, don't forget, you made me the strongest. The tension in the air was palpable, the dimensional energy in the sky pulsing with increasing intensity as if responding to the confrontation below. Eve stood frozen, her powers ready but virtually useless against an opponent of Emperor Mark's level. Before Sukuna could respond, the air behind Emperor Mark distorted. A massive beam of purple energy, hollow purple, tore through space itself, aimed directly at the Emperor's back. Sukuna reacted instantly, grabbing Eve and launching them both backward. Emperor Mark sensed the attack at the last moment, turning to face it with narrowed eyes. Rather than dodging, he extended his hand, catching the devastating technique in his palm. For a brief moment, the purple energy struggled against his grip, threatening to overwhelm even his Viltrumite durability. Then, with a flex of his fingers and a pulse of strength that created a visible shockwave, Emperor Mark crushed the technique. The compressed energy exploded outward in a brilliant flash, leaving the Emperor unharmed but visibly irritated. Who dares? He demanded, scanning the surroundings for the source of the attack. His answer came in the form of a massive spectral beast soaring overhead, new, its body crackling with electricity as it carried a familiar figure on its back. Sukuna stood tall atop his shikigami, his expression cold and calculating as he gazed down at the confrontation. I believe I do, Sukuna replied, I find myself with a particular interest in this situation. Emperor Mark's eyes narrowed. You again. You didn't think our last encounter would be our final one, did you? Sukuna replied smirk, directing Nu to descend until he stood a safe distance from the Emperor. I've decided to join forces with my counterpart against you. I already have a bone to pick with you after our earlier encounter, and I'd rather see another version of myself, no matter how compromised by humanity, triumph over an arrogant fool who thinks he can cage and possess a variation of me. Emperor Mark's laugh was cold. 2 against 1? You think that improves your odds? 3 against 1 isn't fair, a new voice called out. All heads turned to see Mohawk Mark landing with casual grace on a nearby pile of rubble, his spiked hair and modified costume making him instantly recognizable. But then again, who gives a shit about fair? He wasn't alone. Behind him, descending from the rippling sky, came 4 more variants, Astronaut Mark with his tactical precision, Sinister Mark with his cold cruelty, Viltrumite Mark with his imperial bearing, and Dark Mark with his haunted eyes partially hidden beneath his hood. The Emperor requires assistance, Astronaut Mark announced, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to command. And we've decided to provide it. The situation grew more complex as additional figures appeared from the opposite direction, Original Mark and Alternate Mark, accompanied by Nolan and Original Eve. They landed in formation, creating a standoff across the devastated commercial district. No one's taking Megami anywhere against his will, Alternate Mark declared, his stance mirroring his father's beside him. For a moment, everyone stood frozen as they readied themselves for battle. Then Emperor Mark moved, a blur of motion as he launched himself toward Sukuna once more. Sukuna intercepted, a wall of cursed energy manifesting between them. The collision created a shockwave that sent debris flying in all directions, signaling the start of a battle that would reshape the devastated landscape. Chaos erupted as the various marks engaged each other, the air filling with sonic booms and the crash of impacts powerful enough to shatter concrete. Original Mark and Alternate Mark fought back to back against Mohawk Mark and Sinister Mark, their coordinated movements suggesting a growing partnership despite their different backgrounds. Nolan faced off against Viltrumite Mark, Original Eve and Alternate Eve found themselves defending against Astronaut Marks, their molecular powers combining to create barriers and counterattacks. Dark Mark hung back, his movements hesitant, his eyes tracking the battle with an expression that suggested internal conflict rather than bloodlust. Amid this chaos, Sukuna turned to alternate Eve, who as well tried to help him. You need to focus on joining the others, he instructed, his voice carrying that unmistakable authority. I'm not leaving you, she protested, pink energy swirling around her hands. You'll only distract me, Sukuna replied, his tone softening slightly despite the urgency. And against opponents of this caliber, distraction means defeat. She wanted to argue, but the truth in his words was undeniable. With a reluctant nod, she stopped to assist him and focused on assisting the others. Yakuna guided Nu closer to Sukuna, the two versions of the King of Curses standing side by side as they faced Emperor Mark, who had disengaged from his initial assault and now hovered above them, cape billowing in the air. Do you have a plan? Yakuna asked, his voice low enough that only Sukuna could hear. Of course, Sukuna replied without taking his eyes off the Emperor. I would be a fool not to. Care to share it? Yakuna pressed. Mahoraga's adaptation should be complete, Sukuna explained. But the final integration was disrupted when the wheel was shattered. I need time to complete the process. Yakuna laughed, a cold, amused sound. Fine. I'll buy you the time you need. Do what you must. Sukuna raised an eyebrow, studying his counterpart with newfound curiosity. You're surprisingly supportive. Aren't you concerned that my plan might result in the elimination of all other variations, including yourself? Yakuna scoffed. I'm not fool enough to come without my own contingencies. Besides, he added with a dismissive glance. You're too soft a version of me to execute such a ruthless strategy. Normally, I'd find that disgusting, but in this case, it works to my benefit. Before Sukuna could respond, Emperor Mark attacked again, this time targeting Yakuna directly. The two engaged in a brutal exchange, cursed energy clashing against Viltrumite strength in a display that lit up the night sky. Sukuna used the distraction to focus inward, gathering the scattered fragments of Mahoraga's adaptation that remained within him. Though the wheel had been destroyed, its purpose had been largely fulfilled. The Divine General had spent a long time studying the dimensional energies, the various Sukunas, and most importantly, the mechanics of the merger itself. The plan had always been multifaceted, with contingencies built upon contingencies. The first step had been completed when he defeated Heian Sukuna without using cursed energy, a binding vow of immense difficulty that granted him proportionate power in return. This had allowed him to extract and seal Heian Sukuna's cursed energy into 20 fingers, just as he himself had once been sealed. The second step involved Mahoraga's adaptation to the constraints heaven had placed upon his binding vow capabilities. As the first son of heaven, albeit fallen, Sukuna's connection to the divine realm was complex. Heaven did not wish to sever its ties with him completely, limiting what he could sacrifice through binding vows. But Mahoraga, with its ability to adapt to any phenomenon, had gradually developed a countermeasure, a temporary window during which Sukuna could circumvent these limitations. Now, as the battle raged around him, Sukuna prepared for the third and most crucial step. He gathered his cursed energy, focusing it. Yakuna was thrown backward by a particularly devastating blow from Emperor Mark, crashing through the remains of a building before recovering with remarkable resilience. Whatever you're planning, he called to Sukuna, do it quickly. This one is stronger than he looks. Emperor Mark turned his attention back to Sukuna, his expression a complex mixture of determination and desperation. It's over, Megami, he declared. Whatever trick you're attempting won't change the outcome. You're coming home with me. No, Sukuna replied simply. I'm sending everyone home. With that, he initiated the binding vow, the most powerful he had ever attempted. In exchange for his cursed energy and his source of it, his status as the son of heaven coming from them, and his connection to the binding vow system itself. He would reverse the merger's destructive effect, returning all variations to their original world before the dimensional collapse began. Under normal circumstances, such a vow would be impossible. Even sacrificing something as fundamental as his cursed energy and binding vow capabilities would not provide enough power to affect reality on such a scale. But Sukuna had found a loophole, by sacrificing not just these abilities themselves but all the potential future applications of them. For there was much one could gain by sacrificing the binding vow system. He could be cruel and let the merger happen, survive, and with it gain power that would be enough to dominate the universe, but he isn't. And that in itself is a sacrifice. Not that he never planned this, to gain abilities from it that is, for since he got Mahoraga he has been trying this approach, it only recently finally succeeding. The air around him began to shimmer as the binding vow took effect. The dimensional energy in the sky responded, the green ripples shifting and changing pattern as they reacted to the new force being introduced into the system. What are you doing? Emperor Mark demanded, sensing the change. Stop this immediately. But it was too late. The binding vow had been sealed, the sacrifice accepted. Portals began to open throughout the battlefield, swirling vortices of energy, each one tuned to a specific dimension, a specific reality. No. Emperor Mark roared, understanding dawning in his eyes. You can't do this. You can't send me back without you. He launched himself at Sukuna with desperate speed, but Yakuna intercepted once more, buying precious seconds as the portals continued to form and stabilize. The various marks fighting across the devastated district began to feel the pull of their native dimensions. Mohawk Mark cursed as he was dragged toward one of the portals, his attempts to resist proving futile against the metaphysical force. This isn't over, he shouted as he disappeared into the swirling energy. One by one, the variants were pulled toward their respective portals. Astronaut Mark went with dignity, offering a salute to his opponents before stepping through voluntarily. Sinister Mark fought to the last, his fingers leaving gouges in the concrete as he was dragged away. Viltrumite Mark, engaged in combat with Nolan, found himself suddenly pulled backward. "This changes nothing," he declared. "The Empire endures, with or without you." Dark Mark, who had remained on the periphery of the battle, approached his portal with what might have been sorrow and relief, disappearing without resistance. Sukuna, still battling Emperor Mark, felt the pull of his own dimension. He disengaged, allowing himself to be drawn toward the portal that had formed for him. "This isn't over, Emperor," he called, his laughter echoing across the battlefield. "One day, I'll find you and settle the score." With that, he vanished into the swirling energy, leaving Emperor Mark alone against Sukuna. The Emperor turned to Sukuna, rage and desperation warring in his expression. "I won't go back without you," he declared. "I can't." He charged forward, but this time Sukuna didn't attempt to evade. Instead, he stood his ground, focusing on maintaining the binding vow as it continued to reverse the merger. Emperor Mark seized him by the shoulders, his grip powerful but not crushing. "Please," he begged, his voice breaking. "Don't do this. Don't send me back to a world without you in it." "Mark," a voice called from behind them. Both turned to see a woman hovering near one of the portals, Emperor Universe Eve. Her expression was a mixture of shock, joy and determination as she gazed at Sukuna. "Megami," she whispered, clearly struggling to believe what she was seeing. "Is it really you?" Emperor Mark's grip on Sukuna tightened. "Eve. Help me bring him back." Understanding flashed across her face, followed by resolve. She flew toward them, her powers already reaching out to envelop Sukuna in a molecular field that would allow her to transport him. Alternate Eve saw what was happening and launched herself forward. "No," she shouted, her own pink energy colliding with her counterparts. "You can't take him." The two Eves engaged in a brief but intense battle, their powers evenly matched despite Emperor Eve's greater experience. In the confusion, Emperor Mark began dragging Sukuna toward the portal to his dimension. Alternate Mark saw what was happening and rushed to intervene. "Let him go," he demanded, grabbing Emperor Mark's cape and pulling with all his strength. The Emperor didn't release his grip on Sukuna, and as the portal's pull intensified, all four found themselves being drawn inexorably toward it. Emperor Mark refusing to release Sukuna, Alternate Eve trying to pull Sukuna free, Alternate Mark trying to stop the Emperor. "No," Original Mark shouted, seeing what was happening. He launched himself toward them, but it was too late. With a final surge of energy, the portal expanded, enveloping Emperor Mark, Sukuna, Alternate Eve and Alternate Mark. The last thing Original Mark saw was his counterpart's desperate expression before the portal collapsed, leaving behind only empty space where the four had been. The remaining portals began to close one by one, the dimensional energy in the sky gradually stabilizing as the merger reversed itself. Original Mark, Original Eve, Nolan and the others found themselves standing in the devastated commercial district, now eerily quiet after the chaos of battle. "They're gone," Original Eve said, her voice hollow with disbelief. "All of them." "Not gone," Nolan corrected, his tactical mind already analyzing what had happened. "Returned to their proper dimensions. Except our Mark and Eve went with the Emperor," Original Mark finished, his expression grim. "And Megami too." The implications hung heavy in the air between them. Their friends and counterparts were now trapped in another dimension, the domain of a being with the power to conquer 17 galaxies, a being obsessed with possessing Megami at any cost. In another reality, in the grand throne room of the Viltrumite Empire's central palace, a portal opened with a sound like tearing fabric. Four figures tumbled through, landing on the polished marble floor as the dimensional gateway closed behind them. Emperor Mark recovered first, rising to his feet with the fluid grace of someone accustomed to command. His eyes immediately found Sukuna, who lay unconscious nearby, the strain of the binding vow having finally overwhelmed even his enhanced physiology. Alternate Eve and Alternate Mark were also unconscious, the journey between dimensions having taken a greater toll on them than on the Emperor, who was accustomed to cosmic travel. Emperor Eve rushed forward from where she had been waiting, having returned through her own portal moments earlier. "Megami," she breathed, kneeling beside his still form, her fingers gently brushing hair from his face. "After all this time." Emperor Mark stood over them, relief and joy washing away the rage and desperation that had consumed him during the battle. "Welcome back," he said softly as Sukuna's eyes began to flutter open. "Welcome home." The binding vow had succeeded, the merger had been reversed, the dimensions separated once more. But in his careful wording of the vow, Sukuna had created an unexpected outcome. He had sacrificed his cursed energy and binding vow capabilities to reverse the merger and return all variations to their original dimensions. But he had never specified which dimension he himself would return to, he couldn't, it was too much already what was gained. He couldn't risk not having the enough power. And now, as consciousness slowly returned, Sukuna found himself in the heart of the Viltrumite Empire, with the Emperor standing triumphant above him, and no immediate way to return to the world he had come to call home. Back in the original dimension, as dawn broke over the devastated city, the green energy in the sky had completely disappeared, leaving only the familiar blue of Earth's atmosphere. The merger had been reversed, reality restored to its proper configuration. But for those left behind, a new mission had already begun to form, finding a way to rescue their friends from a dimension ruled by an emperor who would never willingly let them go. Original Mark stared up at the sky, determination hardening his features. "We'll find them," he promised. "Somehow, we'll find a way to bring them back." Beside him, Original Eve nodded, already calculating possibilities. If Sukuna could create portals between dimensions once, we can find a way to do it again. Nolan placed a hand on his alternate son's shoulder. It won't be easy, he cautioned. But you're right. We'll find a way. As the sun rose higher, casting long shadows across the ruins of what had once been a battlefield between realities, they turned and began the long walk back to what remained of the GDA facility. They had a rescue to plan, a team to assemble, and a dimension to breach. The Invincible War might be over, but a new conflict was just beginning. In the vast throne room of the Viltrumite Empire, Emperor Mark watched as medical staff attended to the still unconscious forms of alternate Mark and alternate Eve. His attention, however, remained fixed on Sukuna, who had regained consciousness but remained silent, his expression unreadable as he took in his surroundings. I know this isn't what you wanted, Emperor Mark said softly, kneeling beside him. But in time, you'll see that this is where you belong. With me. With Eve. With the empire we built together. Emperor World Eve stood nearby, her eyes never leaving Sukuna's face, drinking in every detail as if afraid he might disappear again. We've waited so long, she whispered. 17 years of emptiness, of preserving your vision, your memory. Sukuna's gaze shifted between them, calculating, assessing. The binding vow had cost him his cursed energy, temporarily, at least. The 20 fingers of Heian Sukuna remained sealed within his body, a resource he had deliberately preserved through careful wording of the vow. Soon, when he is alone, he could instantly extract that energy, gain a new source of CE from it, restore his powers. But for now, needing to keep the illusion of weakness, he must appear to remain weakened, in an unfamiliar dimension, wary as is expected of him and being surrounded by beings of immense power who had no intention of letting him go. Rest, Emperor Mark urged, misinterpreting his silence as exhaustion rather than strategic assessment. We have all the time in the world now. The Empire awaits its architect's return. As medical staff helped Sukuna to a recovery chamber, he caught sight of alternate Mark and alternate Eve being taken to separate rooms. He gritted his teeth but kept himself controlled. For now, Sukuna would wait. Observe. Plan. The game had changed, the board reset. New pieces, new rules, new strategies required. The Emperor had won this round, but the King of Curses was far from defeated. After all, he had faced worse odds before and emerged victorious. This would be no different. Just another challenge for the one who had transcended death itself. Chapter 56, Father. The recovery chamber was luxurious despite its medical purpose. Sukuna lay on a bed that seemed to conform perfectly to his body, the material adapting to his every movement with subtle precision. The walls glowed with a soft, ambient light that adjusted automatically to his comfort level, and the temperature remained at an ideal balance regardless of how he shifted. But despite these comforts, Sukuna remained alert, his smart atoms requiring minimal rest compared to an ordinary human. More importantly, he didn't trust himself to be unconscious in this unfamiliar place, surrounded by potential threats disguised as allies. Emperor Mark had been insistent on him resting, clearly operating under the assumption that the binding vow had left him genuinely weakened. Sukuna had done nothing to correct this misconception, for he had already regained his full power. Let them believe him vulnerable, it would only make his eventual moves more effective. His mind worked methodically, cataloging everything he'd observed since arriving in this dimension. The palace architecture suggested a blend of Viltrumite aesthetics with human influences, Emperor Mark's attempt to merge his heritage with the design sensibilities Megami had apparently preferred. The staff moved with military precision, their eyes always downcast in the presence of the Emperor, some stealing curious glances, while others reverent, at Sukuna when they thought he wasn't looking. And then there were the paintings, massive murals depicting Emperor Mark's conquests across the galaxy, always with two figures at his side. This world's Eve, Emperor Eve, and a young man with Sukuna's face but a very different bearing. The Megami of this world, the architect of an empire spanning 17 galaxies. The contradiction was fascinating. This Megami had apparently been a strategic genius who helped shape a galactic empire, yet he'd been killed by Nolan Grayson, a being who, while powerful, was hardly invincible. It suggested a vulnerability, a weakness that Sukuna himself had long since overcome. His thoughts were interrupted by a commotion outside his chamber. Raised voices, the sound of something heavy falling, guards shouting orders that were being summarily ignored. Sukuna tensed, his body automatically preparing for potential conflict despite his outward appearance of weakness. The doors to his chamber burst open with enough force to dent the metal frame, and a figure stormed in, tall, powerfully built, with features that struck Sukuna with unexpected familiarity. Megami, the man shouted, his voice raw with emotion. My son. Sukuna's eyes narrowed as he focused past his initial shock to study the intruder. The face, he knew that face. It had stared back at him from photographs in Uncle Kenji's house, from family albums he'd examined during quiet moments of curiosity about the body he now inhabited. Toji Fushiguro. Uncle Kenji's brother. His father. Or rather, Megami's father. The man who, in his original timeline had been dead, the man in the Jujutsu timeline had sold his son to the Zenin clan and disappeared, only to die years later during Gojo's youth. Yet here he stood, very much alive and radiating a mixture of desperate joy and barely contained violence as he approached the bed. They told me you were back, Toji continued, his voice rough with emotion. That Mark had found you in another dimension. I didn't believe it until he broke off, his eyes drinking in every detail of Sukuna's face. It's really you. Before Sukuna could respond, the chamber shook as Emperor Mark flew in through the same doors, stopping abruptly when he saw who had entered. His initial expression of alarm shifted to something more complex, resignation tinged with annoyance. Toji, Emperor Mark acknowledged, his imperial bearing momentarily replaced by the wariness of someone dealing with an unpredictable force. This is why I didn't immediately tell you. I wanted to give Megami time to recover before. That would have just made my reaction more explosive, Toji interrupted, not bothering to look at the Emperor as he moved closer to Sukuna's bedside. Nothing will keep me from my son. Not even you, Your Majesty. The title was delivered with a sarcasm that bordered on insubordination, yet Emperor Mark seemed to accept it with resigned tolerance. There was history here, Sukuna realized, a complex relationship between two men who clearly didn't like each other but had been forced to coexist for years. Megami needs rest, Emperor Mark insisted, his voice taking on that imperial edge once more. The dimensional transition was taxing, and I'll be the judge of what my son needs, Toji cut him off again, finally turning to face the Emperor. The tension between them was palpable, two apex predators circling the same territory. You've had your reunion. Now it's my turn. Emperor Mark's jaw tightened, but surprisingly, he didn't press the issue. 10 minutes, he conceded. Then the medical staff need to complete their evaluation. With that, he turned and exited the chamber, though Sukuna noted he didn't go far, hovering just outside the doorway, within earshot but giving the illusion of privacy. Toji waited until the Emperor had withdrawn before turning back to Sukuna, his expression softening as he pulled a chair closer to the bed. You look good, he said, studying Sukuna's face with an intensity that was almost uncomfortable. Different, but good. Stronger than I remember. Sukuna remained silent, assessing the situation. This was an unexpected development, one that could either complicate his plans or provide an unforeseen advantage. Either way, he needed more information before deciding how to respond. Not talking, hey. Toji continued, a hint of familiar disappointment creeping into his voice. Some things never change. You always did get quiet when you were processing something big. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. I know this must be strange for you. Mark says you don't remember this world, that you've been living a completely different life in another dimension. That true? Sukuna decided on a measured response. My experiences have been different, he acknowledged, keeping his tone neutral. Toji nodded as if this confirmed something. Different how? Did you have a father in that world too? Was he better than me? The question caught Sukuna off guard. There was vulnerability beneath the gruffness, a hint of genuine fear that the alternate reality might have provided Megami with a superior parent. I had an uncle, Sukuna replied carefully. Kenji Fushiguro. Your brother. Toji's eyes widened. Kenji? That soft-hearted fool raised you. He barked out a laugh that seemed to contain equal parts amusement and disbelief. Well, that explains the politeness, at least. Always was too proper for his own good. He studied Sukuna more closely. But you're not soft. I can see that much. There's something in your eyes that's harder than I remember. Sharper. A hint of pride entered his voice. Good. The universe isn't kind to the soft, the last part though, he stated with a dark look in his eyes, a hidden rage. Sukuna guessed he was remembering the death of his world's Megami. Sukuna remained silent, allowing Toji to continue. Every word provided more information, more context for this strange new reality he found himself in. You know, when Mark told me he was going to find you in another dimension, I thought he'd finally lost what was left of his mind, Toji said, leaning back in his chair. 17 years of obsession, and suddenly he claims there's a way to bring you back? It sounded like the desperate fantasy of a man who couldn't let go. His expression darkened. But then I remembered what you always said about the multiverse. About infinite possibilities existing simultaneously. You used to lecture me about it when you were just a kid, theories way beyond what a child should understand. He shook his head, a mixture of bewilderment and pride in his expression. Always were too smart for your own good. Guess you were right all along. The conversation was interrupted by a discreet knock at the door. A medical attendant entered, clearly nervous about interrupting but determined to fulfill their duties. Forgive the intrusion, they said, bowing deeply. But His Imperial Majesty insists that the evaluation proceed now. Toji's expression hardened, but he nodded reluctantly. Fine. But I'll be back later. He turned to Sukuna, his voice softening once more. We have a lot to catch up on, son. He stood, hesitated for a moment as if considering something, then reached out and briefly squeezed Sukuna's shoulder, a gesture so unexpected that Sukuna had to consciously prevent himself from reacting defensively. Rest up, Toji said. And don't let them push you around too much. Emperor or not, Mark doesn't own you. With that, he strode from the room, his posture challenging as he passed Emperor Mark in the doorway. The two exchanged a look loaded with unspoken tension before Toji disappeared down the corridor. Emperor Mark entered once more, watching as the medical staff began their evaluation. I apologize for the interruption, he said, his voice carrying that strange mixture of imperial authority and personal warmth he seemed to reserve exclusively for Sukuna, this time foregoing his normal informality. Toji can be difficult to manage. He's alive, Sukuna observed, the statement carrying more weight than the Emperor could possibly understand. Yes, Emperor Mark confirmed, misinterpreting Sukuna's meaning. Despite his best efforts to get himself killed over the years. He's too valuable to the Empire to lose, though there have been times I've been tempted to execute him myself. A small, reminiscent smile touched his lips. You always did have a tempering effect on him. Even as a child, you could talk him down when no one else could get through. It was remarkable to watch, this hardened assassin listening to his 12-year-old son's strategic advice. Ah, it seems in this world unlike the one he was brought from, where he died in a car crash, Toji does have his heavenly restriction. The medical staff worked silently around them, scanning Sukuna with advanced technology that seemed to analyze his physical condition without requiring invasive procedures. Your father will want to spend more time with you, Emperor Mark continued. I've arranged for him to have access to your quarters once you're settled. I hope that's acceptable. It wasn't a question, despite being phrased as one. The Emperor was informing, not asking, maintaining the illusion of consideration while already having made the decision. Of course, Sukuna replied, his mind already calculating how to use this unexpected development to his advantage. Toji Fushiguro, alive, and clearly devoted to his son in a way that contradicted everything Sukuna knew about the man from his jujutsu counterpart. He knew little about him from his life as Megami, the memories of that time too distant compared to his first and second life. Yet still, this is important. Toji is a wild card in this carefully controlled environment. A potential ally or a complication, depending on how Sukuna played the situation. As the medical staff completed their evaluation and began to withdraw, Emperor Mark moved closer to the bed. Once you're cleared, I'd like to show you the palace, he said, his voice taking on an almost childlike enthusiasm. Everything was built according to your original designs, the architecture, the layout, even the gardens. Eve oversaw the construction personally after what happened. His expression clouded momentarily. It won't be exactly as you remember, of course. We've made some adaptations over the years. But the essence is there, your vision, your influence in every detail. Sukuna nodded, maintaining his facade of weakened compliance while his mind continued to analyze and plan. The Emperor's obsession was both a weakness to exploit and a danger to navigate carefully. The intensity of his fixation meant he would be watching Sukuna closely, looking for any sign that Megami was returning to his former self. Rest now, Emperor Mark said, seemingly satisfied with Sukuna's passive acceptance. Tomorrow, when you're stronger, we'll begin reintroducing you to the empire you helped create. As the Emperor finally withdrew, leaving Sukuna alone in the luxurious chamber, the King of Curses allowed himself a moment of genuine reflection. He could sense his Eve and Mark, they were fine. More than fine even, more rested and healthy than they have ever been. His child was also growing in an acceptable manner. Sukuna didn't know what to make of that. He was going to be a father. A true father, not merely in the spiritual sense as he was with Yuji, but one his own in both body and soul. It was exhilarating. It was terrifying. He, the King of Curses, was terrified of being a father, not because he feared the prospect or couldn't handle responsibility, of course not, there was none more responsible than him, but because he already was feeling love toward the growing child. Could already feel the pulse of its soul. Yet, he did not know how to love such a fragile thing when in his second life as Sukuna. Such creatures were often collateral damage in his wars, in his conquests of the Heian era's emperor's armies and territories. Sukuna quickly shook his head, he couldn't get too emotional right now. Those thoughts could wait for later. He was nothing if not an adapter. Now, back to the important parts of his situation. The appearance of Toji Fushiguro, it had been unexpected, a variable he hadn't accounted for in his initial assessment of this dimension. The man's presence complicated matters, adding another layer to the already complex situation. But complications could be advantages in disguise for those skilled enough to use them. And if there was one thing Sukuna excelled at, it was turning unexpected developments to his advantage. He closed his eyes, appearing to rest while his mind continued to work, planning his next moves in this dangerous new game. The Emperor had won the first round, bringing him to this dimension against his will. But the game was far from over. And the King of Curses was a very patient player indeed. Chapter 57, Confrontation Between Women. The private chamber within the Imperial Palace was designed with both luxury and security in mind. Soft, ambient lighting illuminated walls of a material that resembled marble but was actually a specialized compound developed on Torla Prime, capable of absorbing and neutralizing energy-based attacks. The furnishings were elegant yet practical, each piece positioned to provide both comfort and clear sight lines to all entrances. It was in this carefully designed space that Eve awoke, her consciousness returning in stages. First came awareness of the unfamiliar softness beneath her, then the subtle scent of something floral yet alien, and finally the realization that she was not alone. Her eyes snapped open, molecular energy immediately gathering around her hands as she bolted upright, ready to defend herself. Easy, a familiar voice cautioned. You're safe. Eve's gaze fixed on the speaker, and she found herself staring at herself. Or rather, a version of herself that was both recognizable and distinctly different. The woman sitting calmly in a chair beside the bed wore her face, but there was a maturity to her features that spoke of additional years and harder experiences. Her hair was longer, elegantly styled, and she carried herself with a regal bearing that the Eve of Earth had never cultivated. You, Eve said, her voice tight with tension. Emperor World's Eve. The woman inclined her head slightly. I prefer Adam Eve, actually. It's what I've always gone by, even after. She gestured vaguely at their surroundings. All this. Eve's molecular energy continued to swirl around her hands. Where is Megami? What have you done with him? Adam Eve raised her hands in a placating gesture. He's resting, recovering from the strain of the dimensional transition. You can sense him yourself, your powers should be able to detect his molecular signature, even at this distance. Eve hesitated, then cautiously extended her awareness, searching for the familiar pattern that was uniquely Sukuna's. To her surprise, she found it almost immediately, strong, stable and unmistakably alive, somewhere else in the massive structure. The relief that washed through her was so intense that her molecular control faltered momentarily, causing the energy around her hands to flicker. He's unharmed, Eve assured her. Mark would never allow anything to hurt him. Neither would I. Eve's energy didn't dissipate completely, but it stabilized, no longer fluctuating with her emotions. And Mark? My world's Mark. Also safe, Eve confirmed. In a separate wing, under guard but comfortable. Mark, our Mark, thought it best to keep you separated initially, to prevent any coordinated resistance. Eve's eyes narrowed. Smart of him. But unnecessary. I'm not leaving without Megami, and Megami isn't leaving without me. A small smile touched Eve's lips. On that, at least, we agree. Though perhaps for different reasons. She rose gracefully and moved to a small table, where she poured 2 glasses of a pale blue liquid from an elegant carafe. You should drink. The dimensional transition can be dehydrating, and your body needs to replenish. Eve eyed the offered glass suspiciously. Is it poisoned? Eve sighed, taking a deliberate sip from her own glass before extending the other. If I wanted you dead, you would be. I don't need poison for that. After a moment's hesitation, Eve accepted the glass, though she continued to analyze its molecular structure before taking a cautious sip. The liquid was cool and refreshing, with a subtle sweetness unlike anything she'd tasted on Earth. It's called cerulean nectar, Eve explained. From the floating gardens of Altair 7. One of the few pleasures I've allowed myself over the years. Eve lowered the glass, studying her counterpart with scientific precision. Why are you here? Why not let your emperor handle me? Because I thought you deserved to hear certain things from me directly, Eve replied, returning to her chair. Woman to woman. Scientist to scientist. Eve to Eve. She crossed her legs, her posture relaxed yet maintaining that subtle regality. And because I believe you'll understand my perspective better than anyone else could. After all, in the most fundamental ways, we are the same person. We're not the same, Eve countered immediately. We've lived different lives, made different choices. Have we? Eve asked, her head tilting slightly. Or have we simply experienced different circumstances while remaining fundamentally the same in our core nature? She gestured between them. We both fell in love with Megami Fushiguro. We both recognized something extraordinary in him that captured us completely. We both devoted ourselves to understanding him on a molecular level, studying him with scientific precision while simultaneously being consumed by emotions that defy rational analysis. Eve wanted to argue but found herself unable to refute the observation. Instead, she changed tack. You said you wanted to tell me certain things. What things? Eve's expression softened, a distant look entering her eyes. I want to tell you about us. About Megami and me, and Mark. About the life we shared before everything changed. I think you deserve to know who he was, who we were together, before you judge our determination to reclaim him. Eve hesitated, then nodded once, her curiosity temporarily overriding her wariness. Tell me. Eve's gaze grew distant, looking back through years of memories. We met when we were children. I was the new girl at school, brilliant but socially awkward, more comfortable with molecules than with people. Mark was already popular, athletic, everyone's friend. And Megami. Megami was the quiet transfer student from Japan who somehow saw right through everyone's facades, including mine. A soft smile touched her lips. The three of us became inseparable. Mark was the heart, I was the mind, and Megami was the soul, the one who gave direction and purpose to our little trio. Even at 12 years old, he had this gravity to him. This quiet certainty about how the world worked and how it could be better. She took another sip of her drink, her eyes never leaving Eve's face. We grew up together, navigating the typical teenage dramas, but always with this sense that we were meant for something more. When Mark's powers manifested, Megami was the first person he told, before his parents, before me. And Megami's response was to immediately start developing training protocols, strategic applications, ethical frameworks for how such power should be used. That sounds like him, Eve acknowledged quietly. Eve nodded. By the time we were 16, I knew I was in love with him. I tried to hide it, worried about ruining our friendship, about making things awkward with Mark. But Megami, being Megami, had already figured it out. Her expression grew fond at the memory. He approached me in the lab one day, I was working on a molecular stabilization experiment. Without preamble, he said, your pulse accelerates by approximately 12.3% when I enter a room. Your pupils dilate, and you demonstrate increased clumsiness despite your normally precise motor control. These are classic physiological indicators of attraction. Despite herself, Eve laughed. That's very him. Especially recently. Isn't it? Eve agreed, her own laughter joining Eve's for a brief moment. So clinical, so matter of fact. And then he simply said, I find these responses mutually satisfactory and propose we explore their implications further. His version of asking me out. Her expression softened. We were together from that moment on. Through high school, through the revelation of Mark's Viltrumite heritage, through the discovery that Nolan was not the hero Earth believed him to be. Megami was, he was simply always there, always 3 steps ahead, always seeing patterns the rest of us missed. She rose again, moving to the window that overlooked the imperial capital, a breathtaking vista of crystalline spires and elegant bridges, with ships of various designs moving through designated aerial lanes. When Nolan offered to take us to Viltrum, to show Mark his heritage, Megami insisted on coming along. He said he didn't trust Nolan's motivations, that there were inconsistencies in his behavior that suggested hidden agendas. We didn't fully understand his concerns then, but we trusted his judgment. Adam Eve's voice took on a harder edge. He was right, of course. Nolan had been sent to evaluate Earth for conquest, to prepare it for Viltrumite occupation. But what none of us anticipated was how Megami's brilliance would impact the Viltrumite High Council. She turned back to Eve. Can you imagine it? A human boy, barely 12, walking into the most powerful governing body in the galaxy and telling them their conquest strategy was inefficient? That he had a better way. Despite the tension of the situation, Eve found herself smiling at the image. It was so perfectly in character for the Megami she knew, that absolute confidence, that dismissal of conventional power structures in favor of pure strategic efficiency. They were going to kill him on the spot, Adam Eve continued. But then he outlined a plan that would reduce their casualties by 60% while increasing territorial gains. Even Thrag couldn't argue with those numbers. She returned to her seat, her expression growing more animated as she recounted their shared history. After that, Megami became integral to Viltrumite strategic planning. The council members hated it, a human child advising the Empire. But the results spoke for themselves. And as we grew older, his influence only expanded. Her eyes met Eve's directly. We were engaged when he was 19. It wasn't a grand romantic proposal that wasn't his style. We were reviewing the architectural plans for what would eventually become this palace, and he simply said, this would function more efficiently if we shared living quarters permanently. A formalized partnership would simplify administrative processes. Eve couldn't help but laugh again. He proposed by citing administrative efficiency. He did, Adam Eve confirmed, her own smile widening. And I understood exactly what he meant. That was always our language, precision and efficiency as expressions of deeper emotions neither of us was entirely comfortable articulating directly. Her smile faded slowly. We were to be married 3 months later. The ceremony was planned, the arrangements made. I was. Her voice caught slightly, and she paused, collecting herself. I was 4 months pregnant with our child. Eve's breath caught, the revelation hitting her with unexpected force. You were pregnant. Adam Eve nodded, her composure wavering for the first time. We had worked for years to make it possible. My molecular powers had always affected my reproductive system, an unintended consequence of my abilities. Megami helped me develop specialized blockers, more sophisticated than the mental controls I'd used since childhood. He was, meticulous in his research, determined to find a solution. Her hand moved unconsciously to her abdomen, a gesture of remembered loss. When we finally succeeded, he was, different. Still Megami, still precise and methodical in everything, but there was a new softness to him. He would talk to the baby at night, explaining complex theoretical concepts in that serious voice of his, as if our unborn child needed to understand quantum mechanics and strategic theory from the womb. A ghost of a smile touched her lips at the memory, though her eyes remained shadowed with grief. And then Nolan happened. Eve felt a chill run through her at the sudden darkness in Adam Eve's voice. He killed Megami, she said softly, not a question but a statement of empathy. To teach Mark a lesson in detachment, Adam Eve confirmed, her voice hardening. To show him that humans were beneath Viltrumites, that no human should have influence over their kind. She looked down at her hands, which had clenched into fists in her lap. I was there. I watched it happen. Nolan stabbed him in the heart with such casual disdain. As if he were discarding something worthless rather than destroying the most brilliant mind of our generation. Her voice dropped to barely above a whisper. I held him as he died. His last words were about the baby, instructions for prenatal care, contingency plans for possible complications. Even dying, he was thinking 3 steps ahead, trying to protect us. Eve felt tears forming in her own eyes, the scientist in her temporarily overwhelmed by the sheer human tragedy of the story. The baby. I lost her that same day, Adam Eve said, her voice hollow with remembered pain. The shock, the stress, the grief, my body couldn't maintain the pregnancy. The blockers we'd developed were sophisticated, but they weren't designed to withstand that kind of trauma. She looked up, meeting Eve's gaze directly. It was the only reason I didn't tear the palace apart molecule by molecule in that moment. The only reason I didn't try to kill Nolan on the spot, suicidal as that would have been. I was focused entirely on trying to save our child, using every bit of my molecular control to maintain the pregnancy. But it wasn't enough. Eve swallowed hard, finding herself at a loss for words in the face of such profound loss. I'm so sorry, she finally managed, the words feeling woefully inadequate. In a single day, I lost everything, Adam Eve continued, her voice gaining strength again. My fiancé. Our child. Our future together. All of it, gone in an instant of Viltrumite cruelty. Her expression hardened with resolve. But I refused to let his legacy die with him. In that moment, as I lost both Megami and our child, I made a promise, that I would preserve everything he had built, everything he had envisioned. That his death would not be the end of his story. Eve nodded, understanding dawning. That's why you stayed with Mark, why you helped him build the empire. Mark was as devastated as I was, Adam Eve confirmed. When he found us in the garden, me cradling Megami's body, already bleeding from the miscarriage, something in him simply broke. He killed his father without hesitation, without mercy. Punched straight through his chest before Nolan even realized what was happening. Just like the way he killed Megami. She shook her head slightly, remembering. The empire fractured after that. Half supported Mark's actions, viewing Nolan's murder of Megami as treason against the Empire itself. The other half saw it as justifiable discipline of an uppity human. Civil war followed, with Mark eventually emerging as emperor. And you stood by him, Eve observed. We stood by each other, Eve corrected. United in grief, in rage, in determination to build the empire Megami had envisioned. To ensure his death meant something. She leaned forward, her intensity growing. For 17 years, I've kept that promise. Helped Mark build the empire Megami designed. Maintained his principles, his vision. Never sought comfort in anyone else's arms, not even for a moment, never allowed myself to form emotional attachments that might dilute my devotion to his memory. Her eyes took on a fierce light. And all the while, I studied dimensional theory. I researched the multiverse, the possibilities of alternate realities where there might be a way to revive him. I never stopped believing that somehow, someday, I would find him again. Eve set down her glass, her own emotions threatening to overwhelm her scientific composure. Why are you telling me all this? Eve's gaze was steady, unflinching. Because you're pregnant with his child. The words hit Eve like a physical blow. What? You're pregnant, Eve repeated calmly. About 3 weeks along, I'd estimate, though that may be wrong, since you are special, and the child could simply be developing too fast. The molecular changes are subtle but unmistakable to someone with our level of perception. Eve's hand moved instinctively to her abdomen, her powers immediately focusing inward to analyze her own cellular structure. And there it was, a small cluster of cells already developing, already containing the unique genetic signature that combined her DNA with Sukuna's. I didn't know, she whispered, genuinely shocked. How did you? I've been studying human reproduction at the molecular level for decades, Eve explained. Particularly as it relates to enhanced beings. The signs are clear to me, though they might not have been noticeable to you yet, especially given the chaos of recent events. Eve's mind raced, processing this new information with scientific precision even as her emotions threatened to overwhelm her. A child. Sukuna's child. Growing within her at this very moment. I'm not surprised by it, Eve continued. You are the peak specimen of women, and Megami, especially Megami as he is now, with his evolution in power, is the peak of male specimens. The compatibility between you is exceptional. She paused, something vulnerable entering her expression. And he has fallen in love with you. That much is clear, even to me. Eve's head snapped up. You're wrong. Megami, my Megami, isn't the same as yours. A being with a different soul, different experiences. No, Eve interrupted firmly. I know what I see. The soul is the same, regardless of the name or the experiences. She rose again, pacing with elegant precision. But that isn't my point. My point is that I will get Megami back in my life, and you must accept that. Eve's molecular energy flared defensively. If you think I'm just going to step aside. That isn't what I'm saying, Eve cut in, her own energy responding but remaining controlled. Initially, during the merger, there was a simpler solution. If you had died and I had remained, things would have been uncomplicated. But now, the situation is more complex. Her expression hardened. Megami does not tolerate betrayal. If I were to kill you, especially now that you carry his child, he would not forgive me. He might even kill me in retribution, and I don't know that I would stop him, because the thought of him hating me is more abhorrent than death itself. Eve stared at her counterpart, recognizing the truth in her words. This was not a threat but a statement of fact, an analysis as clinical and precise as any scientific observation. So, Eve continued, you must accept that from now on, I will do everything in my power to make Megami remember who he was, who we were together. I will be with him again. If you wish to remain by his side, that is your choice, and I will accept it. I will even share him, if that is what he desires. Her eyes met Eve's with unwavering intensity. But I will not let him go again. Not after 17 years of emptiness. Not after losing him and our child. Not after finally finding him across the dimensions. Eve's mind worked rapidly, analyzing the situation from every angle. This woman before her was not evil, not in any conventional sense. She was simply, herself, shaped by different circumstances, driven by the same fundamental devotion to the same being. And now there was the added dimension of shared motherhood, one who had lost a child, and one who was just beginning the journey of creating new life. And if he chooses me? Eve asked quietly. If, despite your efforts, he remembers nothing of your shared past and wants only the life he's built with me. Eve's expression flickered with pain, but her resolve remained unshaken. Then I will accept his choice, while continuing to hope that in time, his memories might return. But I don't believe that will happen. The connection we shared was too profound, too fundamental to who we both are. She moved closer, her energy field brushing against Eve's, not aggressively, but in a gesture almost like recognition. We, again, are more alike than different, you and I. We both love the same man with an intensity that defies conventional rational explanation. We both have devoted ourselves to understanding him, to protecting him, to standing beside him against whatever threats arise. Her voice softened. Is it so unthinkable that we might find a way to coexist? To share in his life rather than forcing him to choose between us? Eve's immediate instinct was to reject the suggestion outright. The thought of sharing Sukuna with anyone, even another version of herself, triggered a possessive response so intense that the molecules in the air around her began to vibrate visibly. But beneath that initial reaction, her analytical mind continued to work, examining the situation from all angles. This woman had loved and lost the same being Eve herself had only recently found. She had preserved his memory, his vision, for 17 years without wavering in her devotion. She had lost a child, their child, in circumstances of unimaginable trauma. And now, Eve herself carried a new life within her, a child who would need both stability and protection in a universe far more dangerous than Earth had ever been. I need time, Eve said finally. Time to process all of this. Time to speak with Megami. Adam Eve nodded, accepting this response. Of course. But understand that time is something we have in abundance here. Mark rules 17 galaxies. We have resources, technology, and lifespans that extend far beyond what you knew on Earth. This is not a decision that needs to be rushed. She moved toward the door, pausing before she reached it. You will be given freedom to move within certain areas of the palace once you've recovered fully. I've arranged for a complete wardrobe and personal items to be delivered. If there's anything specific you require for your pregnancy, you need only ask. The mention of her pregnancy, still so new, so shocking, sent another wave of emotion through Eve. Her hand moved protectively to her abdomen, a gesture that did not go unnoticed by her counterpart. I lost my chance to be a mother, Adam Eve said softly. I won't interfere with your opportunity. Whatever happens between us, between you and Megami, I want you to know that your child will be protected and cherished in this empire. That is a promise I make without condition or expectation. The sincerity in her voice was unmistakable, and Eve found herself nodding in acknowledgement of this unexpected pledge. As Adam Eve reached for the door, a final thought occurred to Eve. The child you lost, was it a boy or a girl? Adam Eve paused, her hand on the door. A girl, she said softly. We had already chosen her name, Shinobu. It was one of the few times Megami ever referenced his Japanese heritage directly. He said it represented both beauty and resilience, qualities he hoped our daughter would embody. A small, sad smile touched her lips. Perhaps that's another reason why the universe brought us all together now. A second chance, not just for me and Megami, but for the family we lost before it could truly begin. With that, she exited the chamber, leaving Eve alone with her thoughts, her hand still resting protectively over her abdomen where a new life, impossibly, miraculously, had already begun to grow. Chapter 58, Broken Emperor. Consciousness returned to Mark gradually, a slow awareness of unfamiliar surroundings filtering through the haze of disorientation. The room was spacious yet somehow intimate, designed with both luxury and security in mind. The lighting was soft, ambient, emanating from hidden sources that cast no shadows. The air carried a subtle scent, clean, slightly metallic, nothing like earth. As his vision cleared, Mark realized he wasn't alone. Leaning against the far wall, arms crossed casually over his chest, was himself. Or rather, the version of himself who ruled 17 galaxies with an iron fist. Emperor Mark watched him with calculating eyes, his posture deceptively relaxed despite the coiled power evident in every line of his body. He wore a simplified version of his imperial regalia, a fitted black uniform with subtle red accents, no cape, no crown, yet somehow more intimidating for its understated elegance. Finally awake, Emperor Mark observed, his voice neutral. You've been out for nearly 6 hours. Mark bolted upright, instantly alert, his muscles tensing for combat. Where's Eve? Where's Megami? He launched himself forward with explosive speed, but Emperor Mark was faster, impossibly, unnaturally faster. Before Mark could even register the movement, he found himself pinned against the wall, the Emperor's forearm pressed against his throat with just enough pressure to demonstrate control without causing actual harm. Let's not do this, Emperor Mark said, his voice calm despite the physical confrontation. You're in my palace, in my dimension, surrounded by my guards. Even if you somehow managed to overpower me, which you won't, you'd never find your friends without my help. Mark struggled against the hold, his Viltrumite strength impressive but clearly outmatched. If you've hurt them. They're fine, Emperor Mark interrupted, maintaining his grip with effortless precision. Eve is recovering in the East Wing. Megami is being attended to by medical staff in the royal quarters. Neither is in any danger. He eased the pressure slightly, though he didn't release his hold. I'm going to let you go now. We're going to talk like civilized people. Like the brothers we essentially are. Okay. Mark glared at his counterpart, hatred and frustration burning in his eyes. But beneath the anger was a flicker of uncertainty. The manic intensity he'd witnessed in the Emperor during their confrontation on Earth was notably absent, replaced by a controlled composure that was somehow more unsettling. After a moment of tense silence, Mark gave a single, reluctant nod. Emperor Mark released him and stepped back, maintaining a cautious distance. Good choice. Mark straightened his clothing, standard-issue garments provided by palace staff, he assumed, and took a deep breath, forcing himself to think strategically rather than emotionally. You said they're safe. Prove it. Without taking his eyes off Mark, Emperor Mark tapped a small device on his wrist. A holographic display materialized in the air between them, showing 2 separate video feeds. In one, Eve sat in a comfortable-looking chamber, apparently deep in conversation with her counterpart. In the other, Sukuna reclined on a medical bed, surrounded by advanced technology while attendants moved efficiently around him. Live feeds, Emperor Mark explained. Updated every 30 seconds for security purposes. As you can see, they're both unharmed and being treated with appropriate respect. Mark studied the images intently, searching for any sign of distress or coercion. Finding none, he felt some of the tension leave his body. When can I see them? Soon, Emperor Mark promised. But first, I think you and I need to have a conversation. One that's long overdue. He gestured toward the door. Walk with me. Mark hesitated, weighing his options. Fighting would be futile, that much was clear from their brief physical encounter. Escaping was equally unlikely without knowledge of the palace layout or the location of his friends. For now, cooperation seemed the only viable strategy. Fine, he agreed reluctantly. Lead the way. Emperor Mark nodded in approval and opened the door, revealing a corridor of polished stone that seemed to glow with an inner light. Two guards stood at attention outside, tall, imposing figures in armor that Mark suspected could withstand even Viltrumite strength. Stand down, Emperor Mark ordered as they passed. We won't be needing an escort. The guards bowed and stepped aside, their movements precise and practiced. Mark noted the mixture of fear and reverence in their eyes as they watched the Emperor pass, the look of men who served out of both duty and dread. They walked in silence through a series of increasingly ornate corridors, each more impressive than the last. The architecture was unlike anything Mark had seen before, blending elements that seemed both ancient and futuristic, Earth-like and alien. Occasionally they passed other palace staff or officials, all of whom immediately bowed or saluted before hurrying on their way. Where are we going? Mark finally asked as they entered a vast atrium filled with plants he didn't recognize, trees with silver leaves, flowers that seemed to pulse with inner light. Somewhere private, Emperor Mark replied. Somewhere Megami and I used to go when we needed to think, to plan, to be away from the demands of the Empire. They continued through the atrium and down a narrower corridor that appeared to be carved directly into living rock. At its end stood a simple door, conspicuously plain amid the grandeur of the palace. Emperor Mark placed his palm against the door, which glowed briefly before sliding open. After you. Mark stepped through into what appeared to be a natural cavern, transformed into something between a study and a meditation chamber. Soft lights embedded in the rock walls illuminated a space furnished with simple cushions, low tables, and shelves lined with books and scrolls, actual physical texts rather than digital displays. A small waterfall cascaded down one wall, creating a soothing background murmur. What is this place? Mark asked, his hostility momentarily forgotten as he took in the unexpected sanctuary. We called it the Quiet Room, Emperor Mark explained, closing the door behind them. Megami designed it himself after we first came to Viltrum. Said he needed somewhere the Empire couldn't reach us, even for a few hours. He moved to one of the cushions and sat, gesturing for Mark to do the same. No surveillance here. No guards. No imperial protocols. Just, peace. Something that became increasingly rare as our influence expanded. Mark cautiously took a seat opposite the Emperor, still wary but increasingly curious. Why bring me here? Emperor Mark was silent for a moment, his expression thoughtful as he gazed at the waterfall. When he finally spoke, his voice had lost some of its imperial authority, sounding more like the Mark Grayson he had once been. Because I owe you an explanation, he said. And an apology. Mark blinked in surprise. An apology. I was unfair to you, Emperor Mark continued, meeting his counterpart's gaze directly. In my desperation to reclaim Megami, I disregarded your own connection to him. I tried to take your best friend, whether he was mine first or not, and in doing so, I acted against everything Megami ever taught me. He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture so familiar that Mark felt a strange disconnect. This was him, in some fundamental way, despite the vast differences in their experiences. I disappointed myself, Emperor Mark admitted. And worse, I disappointed Megami's memory. He would have been displeased with my methods. Mark studied his counterpart, searching for deception and finding none. That's not what I expected you to say. A small, rueful smile touched Emperor Mark's lips. Having him back, even if he doesn't remember me, even if he's changed, it's cleared my head somewhat. 17 years of obsession doesn't disappear overnight, but seeing him again, being in his presence, it's brought back more than just the pain of losing him. It's reminded me of who I was when he was alive. Who he helped me become. Flashback. The memory surfaced with vivid clarity, 16-year-old Mark Grayson sitting on the roof of Reginald Vell Johnson High School, head in his hands, shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Your father's expectations are unreasonable, a calm voice observed. Mark looked up to find Megami standing a few feet away, his expression as composed as always despite the precarious height. How did you find me? Mark asked, hastily wiping tears from his face. Process of elimination, Megami replied, moving to sit beside him with careful precision. You weren't at any of your usual locations. Logic suggested you would seek elevation, a psychological response to feeling metaphorically weighed down by expectations. Despite everything, Mark found himself smiling slightly. Only you would psychoanalyze someone's hiding spot. Megami shrugged, the gesture almost imperceptible. Efficiency in locating you meant more time for addressing the actual problem. He sat in silence for a moment, giving Mark space to collect himself. Your father's training session today. It didn't go well. It wasn't a question, but Mark answered anyway. He said I'm too soft. That I'm not progressing fast enough. That a real Viltrumite would have mastered flight maneuvers by now. Your father's perspective is flawed, Megami stated, his tone matter-of-fact rather than consoling. He judges your progress against an arbitrary standard based on pure Viltrumite development. Your hybrid physiology necessitates a different timeline. He turned slightly, meeting Mark's gaze directly. Additionally, his definition of softness is based on a cultural paradigm that values dominance over strategy, brute force over precision. It's an outdated model even within Viltrumite society, which is why their conquest efforts have become increasingly inefficient. Mark stared at him. How do you make your dad's wrong sound like a scientific paper? The faintest hint of a smile touched Megami's lips. Because it is scientific. Your development follows a different curve than a pure Viltrumite's. Your strengths manifest in different ways. These are observable facts, not opinions. He looked out over the school grounds, his expression thoughtful. Your father sees only what you haven't yet become. He fails to observe what you already are. And what's that? Mark asked, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. Someone who questions rather than simply obeys, Megami replied. Someone who considers the implications of power rather than merely exercising it. Someone who values connection over domination. He paused. These are strengths, Mark. Not weaknesses. Mark was silent for a long moment, processing this perspective. He doesn't see it that way. Then his vision is limited, Megami said simply. And you should not allow his limitations to define your potential. He stood with fluid grace, offering a hand to Mark. Come. I've developed a new training protocol that will work with your hybrid physiology rather than against it. We'll demonstrate your progress in ways even your father can't dismiss. Mark took the offered hand, feeling something shift inside him, a new confidence, a different kind of strength. Thanks, Megami. No need for gratitude, Megami replied as they made their way toward the roof access door. Your success validates my methodology. It's mutually beneficial. Mark smiled, recognizing the statement for what it was, Megami's way of saying that's what friends are for without using such emotionally direct language. Always trying to distance himself, to not get hurt. Mark sometimes wonders what it was that could have possibly made him this way, what hurt him, and how can he destroy it. Still, Mark insisted, thanks for finding me. Megami glanced at him, his expression softening almost imperceptibly. I will always find you, Mark. That's what brothers do. He was more than my best friend, Emperor Mark said, his eyes distant with memory. He was my brother in everything but blood. My teacher. My guide. He looked down at his hands, hands that had conquered worlds, that had killed thousands. In many ways, he was more of a father to me than Nolan ever was. Mark shifted uncomfortably, recognizing the truth in these words despite his continued wariness. He sounds, a lot like my Megami. Sukuna. Emperor Mark nodded. Because they're the same person at their core. Different experiences, different names perhaps, but the same fundamental essence. The same soul. Another memory emerged, 17-year-old Mark hovering unsteadily in the air above the Viltrumite training grounds, struggling to maintain position while holding a massive weight in each hand. Your flight control is deteriorating, Megami observed from the ground, his voice carrying clearly despite the distance. Recalibrate your core stabilization. Easy for you to say. Mark called back, sweat pouring down his face as he fought to maintain altitude. You're not the one holding half a ton in each hand. The weight is irrelevant, Megami replied calmly. Your Viltrumite strength is more than adequate for the task. The issue is your mental approach. He made a small adjustment to something on the tablet he was holding. You're treating flight and strength as separate functions. They're integrated aspects of the same physiological system. Redirect your focus. Mark gritted his teeth, trying to follow the instruction despite his frustration. I don't understand what that means. Yes, you do, Megami countered, his voice taking on that particular tone of absolute certainty that somehow always managed to cut through Mark's doubts. Stop thinking about flying while lifting. Simply exist in your complete capability. Something in the phrasing clicked for Mark. He closed his eyes briefly, mentally shifting his approach. Instead of concentrating on maintaining altitude while also supporting the weights, he simply was. When he opened his eyes, he found himself hovering with perfect stability, the weights feeling suddenly almost weightless. Like a feather. How did you know that would work? He called down to Megami, genuine wonder in his voice. Because I know you, Megami replied simply. Better than you know yourself, in some ways. He made another adjustment on his tablet. Now, execute flight pattern Theta 7 while maintaining your current load. Mark groaned but complied, beginning the complex series of aerial maneuvers they had developed together. To his surprise, he found himself moving with unprecedented precision, the weights no longer hampering his flight but somehow enhancing his control through their consistent resistance. Later, as they sat reviewing the data from the training session, Mark shook his head in amazement. How do you always know exactly what I need to hear? Megami continued scrolling through the performance metrics, his expression focused. Pattern recognition. Observation. Analysis of previous successful instructional approaches. He glanced up, meeting Mark's gaze. And perhaps some intuition, since that doesn't hurt. Mark laughed. Did you just admit to having a gut feeling? I admit that there is logic to instincts one has. Though one must always think through what triggers these intuitions. Megami corrected, though there was the faintest hint of amusement in his eyes. So don't misrepresent my statement in acting without thinking. Right, Mark agreed, still grinning. Heaven forbid anyone think you operate on anything but pure logic. Megami's expression grew more serious. The training is progressing well. Your father will be impressed. Mark's smile faded slightly. That's the goal, right? No, Megami said firmly. The goal is your development as a balanced individual capable of utilizing your abilities effectively and ethically. Your father's approval is incidental, not central. He set down the tablet, giving Mark his full attention, a rare occurrence that always signaled the importance of what would follow. Mark, you must understand something fundamental. Your worth is not determined by your father's assessment. Your path is not defined by his expectations. Then what defines it? Mark asked quietly. Your choices, Megami replied without hesitation. Your values. Your understanding of responsibility and consequence. These are the metrics that matter, not Nolan's arbitrary standards of Viltrumite adequacy. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze intense. You have the potential to be something greater than what Viltrumite culture envisions. Not because of your strength or speed, but because you question. Because you care. Because you see power as a means rather than an end. Mark stared at him, startled by the uncharacteristic passion in his usually composed friend's voice. You really believe that? I don't believe things without evidence, Megami stated flatly. I observe. I analyze. I conclude. And my conclusion, based on extensive data, is that you are capable of redefining what it means to be Viltrumite, of evolving beyond the limitations of their cultural paradigm. He picked up the tablet again, returning to his review of the performance metrics. Now, regarding your deceleration rate during the inverted maneuvers. But Mark barely heard the technical analysis that followed, too struck by the realization that someone whose opinion he valued above almost anyone else's, saw in him a potential he had never fully recognized in himself. He taught me everything, Emperor Mark continued, his voice taking on a reverent quality. Not just how to use my powers, but how to think. How to lead. How to see beyond the immediate to the strategic. How to build something lasting rather than simply conquering. He gestured at their surroundings. This empire exists because of him. Not just because I built it in his memory, but because he designed its fundamental structure. Its principles of governance. Its approach to expansion and integration. All of it, conceived by a human teenager with a mind unlike any I've ever encountered. Mark found himself nodding despite his continued suspicion. That sounds like him. Always 3 steps ahead, seeing patterns no one else can see. Exactly, Emperor Mark agreed, leaning forward slightly. That's why I was so desperate to find him again. Not just because I missed my friend, my brother, but because the Empire needs him. I need him. His guidance, his perspective, his ability to see beyond conventional thinking. His expression darkened with remembered grief. When my father killed him, he didn't just take my best friend. He took my moral compass. My strategic advisor. The one person who could tell me when I was wrong and make me listen. Flashback. The memory was sharper, more painful, 18-year-old Mark standing in the Viltrumite High Council chamber, his clothing still stained with his father's blood, his eyes wild with grief and rage. The traitor Nolan Grayson has been executed for his crimes against the Empire, he announced, his voice carrying across the vast space. I claim his position and authority by right of conquest. Murmurs spread through the assembled council members, some approving, others clearly alarmed by this unprecedented challenge to the established order. Thrag, Grand Regent of the Viltrumite Empire, rose from his central throne, his massive frame towering over the young hybrid. You presume much, boy. Nolan's actions, while regrettable, were within his rights as a Viltrumite commander disciplining a human who had forgotten his place. Mark's fists clenched, the floor beneath him cracking from the pressure of his barely contained rage. Megami Fushiguro was under imperial protection. His strategic value to the Empire was beyond calculation. My father's action was not discipline, it was treason. Careful, half-breed, Thrag warned, his voice dropping to a dangerous rumble. You stand on the edge of treason yourself. No, Mark replied, his voice suddenly cold, controlled, channeling Megami's calm precision rather than his own emotional turmoil. I stand at the beginning of a new era for the Viltrumite Empire. One where strength serves strategy rather than ego. Where conquest has purpose beyond mere dominance. He stepped forward, addressing the entire council rather than just Thrag. For too long, this empire has expanded without direction, conquered without vision. Megami Fushiguro provided that vision, a path to more efficient conquest, to sustainable rule, to an empire that would last millennia rather than burn bright and collapse under its own weight. Several council members nodded, clearly swayed by this argument. Megami's strategic brilliance had proven itself too many times to be dismissed, even by those who despised his human status. And now you believe yourself capable of implementing this vision? Thrag asked, contempt evident in his voice. No, Mark admitted, surprising everyone with his candor. I am not Megami. I don't have his mind, his insight, his ability to see patterns across centuries of development. He straightened, his resolve hardening. But I have his plans. His strategies. His detailed projections for imperial expansion and governance. And I have something else, something he valued above all else. And what might that be? Thrag demanded. The willingness to learn, Mark replied simply. To adapt. To evolve beyond outdated paradigms that no longer serve our purpose. He looked around the chamber, meeting the eyes of each council member in turn. Megami Fushiguro may be dead, but his vision for this empire lives on. The question before this council is simple, will you embrace that vision and the prosperity it promises? Or will you cling to traditions that have left us with barely 100 Viltrumites where once there were billions? The silence that followed was deafening. Then, slowly, one of the elder council members rose from his seat. The boy speaks wisdom beyond his years. Perhaps there is merit in hearing more of these plans. Others began to nod, murmurs of agreement spreading through the chamber. Thrag remained standing, his expression thunderous, but even he could sense the shifting mood of the council. This discussion is premature, he declared, attempting to reassert control. The boy has no standing to address this council, much less propose changes to our imperial doctrine. I disagree, came a new voice from the chamber entrance. All heads turned to see Eve standing there, her clothing still stained with Megami's blood and her own, her face pale but determined. Mark Grayson has proven his strength by defeating Nolan, a full-blooded Viltrumite. By your own laws, that gives him standing. She moved forward to stand beside Mark, her presence lending him additional credibility. Furthermore, as the designated executor of Megami Fushijiro's strategic plans, I can confirm that Mark has full access to an understanding of the imperial restructuring proposals that this council has already approved in principle. Thrag's eyes narrowed dangerously. You dare, human? You think your word carries weight here? My word? Perhaps not, Eve conceded, her voice steady despite the threat looming before her. But the empirical results of Megami's strategies? Those speak for themselves. 63% reduction in Viltrumite casualties. 47% increase in territorial gains. 38% improvement in resource allocation efficiency. She looked around the chamber, her scientific precision matching Megami's strategic brilliance. These are not opinions. They are measurable outcomes that this council has already acknowledged and approved. To abandon them now would be to choose ego over efficiency, tradition over success. Thrag's expression darkened further, rage building in his eyes. With a roar of fury, he launched himself at Mark, moving with the devastating speed that had made him the most feared Viltrumite in the Empire. But Mark was ready. In the years before Megami's death, they had trained together extensively, preparing for this very possibility. Megami had recognized Thrag's inevitable opposition and had developed specialized techniques to counter the Grand Regent's possible fighting styles. Every possibility. To perfection. Most importantly, Megami had taught Mark how to control his smart atoms, the fundamental particles that gave Viltrumites their extraordinary abilities. While Nolan had focused on brute strength and speed, Megami had shown Mark how to manipulate his atomic structure at a molecular level, granting him unprecedented control over his own physiology. As Thrag's fist hurtled toward him, Mark didn't dodge or block in the conventional sense. Instead, he stood perfectly still, his expression calm as the Grand Regent's attack connected with his face with enough force to shatter a planet's crust. The impact created a shockwave that shattered the council chamber's windows and sent cracks racing across the ancient stone floor. But Mark himself remained unmoved, his body completely unaffected by the devastating blow. Thrag staggered backward, genuine shock registering on his face for perhaps the first time in centuries. Impossible, he gasped, staring at his own fist as if it had betrayed him. No, Mark replied simply, his stance relaxed and confident. Just the result of understanding Viltrumite physiology better than Viltrumites themselves. He took a single step forward, the movement casual yet somehow profoundly threatening. Megami taught me how to control my smart atoms at a fundamental level. Not just for strength or speed, but for perfect structural integrity. My body doesn't break, doesn't damage, doesn't feel pain. My atoms remain exactly where I want them, regardless of outside force. Thrag's shock gave way to rage. With a bellow that shook the chamber, he charged again, unleashing a barrage of strikes that would have pulverized planets, each blow landing with catastrophic force but producing no effect whatsoever on Mark's uncompromised form. It was like attacking a statue made from the heart of a neutron star, an immovable, indestructible object that absorbed every impact without registering the slightest damage. After exhausting his initial fury, Thrag stepped back, his breathing heavy not from exertion but from disbelief. What are you? He demanded. The future, Mark replied, his voice eerily calm in a way that reminded everyone present of Megami's clinical detachment. The evolution of Viltrumite potential, guided by human innovation. With that, Mark moved, a single, precise strike delivered with perfect form. His fist connected with Thrag's chest, the impact transferring energy directly into the Grand Regent's body while Mark's own form remained completely stable, not even shifting from the recoil. Thrag flew backward, crashing through multiple support columns before embedding in the far wall, blood erupting from his mouth as internal organs ruptured from the perfectly calculated strike. The battle, if it could even be called that, was over in seconds. The council chamber lay in ruins, and Thrag, the undefeated champion of the Viltrumite Empire for thousands of years, hung embedded in the wall, broken and defeated by a single blow. Impossible, one of the council members whispered, staring at the fallen Grand Regent in disbelief. No, Eve corrected, her voice carrying clearly through the stunned silence. Inevitable. This is the future Megami Fushijiro envisioned, a future where intelligence guides strength, where strategy supersedes brute force. Mark stood in the center of the destruction, completely unmarked, not a hair out of place, his expression calm as he addressed the stunned council. I claim the position of Emperor by right of conquest, he declared, his voice echoing through the ruined chamber. Any who oppose me may challenge now or accept my authority. Not a single council member moved. The demonstration had been too definitive, too overwhelming to invite further resistance. They had just witnessed something beyond their understanding, a Viltrumite who could truly not be harmed, who could not be moved, who stood as the living embodiment of their species' image, invincible. The civil war lasted a single day, Emperor Mark said, his expression distant with memory. There was not much a war after that, not really, there were those who ganged up on me, hundreds of Viltrumites, but died all the same. For I was truly, utterly invincible, made so by Megami's training, by his understanding of how to control smart atoms in ways that even pure Viltrumites had never mastered. I declared myself emperor that same day, Emperor Mark continued, his gaze focused on some distant point as he recalled the events that had shaped his reign. Not out of ambition or ego, but because it was the most efficient way to implement Megami's vision for the Empire. The Council recognized my authority immediately, not just because of my strength, but because they had already seen the results of Megami's strategies. He looked down at his hands, hands that had conquered worlds, that had killed thousands. Eve was instrumental in the transition. While I provided the necessary strength to maintain order, she interpreted and implemented Megami's plans with as close to one can get to his perspective. Together, we built the framework for what would become a galactic empire spanning 17 systems. His expression darkened with remembered grief. But we did it without him. Without his guidance, his insights, his ability to see connections and patterns that no one else could perceive. We had his plans, his strategies, but not his mind, not his capacity to adapt those plans to changing circumstances. Mark shifted uncomfortably, recognizing the truth in these words despite his continued wariness. He looked up, meeting Mark's gaze directly. That's why finding him again meant everything to me. Why I was willing to tear apart reality itself for even the chance of bringing him back. Not just to fill the void his death left in me personally, but once again because the Empire, the vision he created, needs him. Mark studied his counterpart, searching for deception and finding none. I think I understand. But that doesn't justify kidnapping him, kidnapping all of us, and bringing us here against our will. No, it doesn't, Emperor Mark agreed, surprising Mark with his candor. As I said, I was unfair. I acted out of desperation rather than principle. I failed to honor what Megami taught me about respecting individual choice, about the difference between conquest and true leadership. He ran a hand through his hair, the gesture so familiar it was disconcerting. I can't undo what I've done. But I can try to make it right, or at least less wrong. How? Mark asked, his tone skeptical despite his growing understanding. By giving you a choice, Emperor Mark replied. All of you. I won't force Megami to stay if he truly wishes to return to your dimension. I won't keep you or Eve prisoner here against your will. He held up a hand before Mark could respond. But before you make that choice, I ask only that you take the time to understand what this empire is. What it could offer all of you. The resources, the technology, the opportunity to effect change on a galactic scale rather than being limited to a single planet. Mark studied his counterpart, searching for deception and finding none. And if we still choose to leave, then I will find a way to send you home, Emperor Mark promised. It won't be immediate, the dimensional technology we used to reach your world was experimental, and the return protocols are still being refined. But I give you my word that if, after seeing what we've built here, you still wish to return to Earth, I will make it happen. The sincerity in his voice was unmistakable, and Mark found himself believing his counterpart despite his initial distrust. Why the change of heart? You were ready to tear the world apart to get Megami back. Now you're offering to let him go. Emperor Mark was silent for a moment, his expression thoughtful. Because having him here, seeing him again, even changed as he is, has reminded me of who I was when he was alive. Who he helped me become. He met Mark's gaze directly. Megami would be disappointed in what I've become in his absence. In the methods I've employed, the lines I've crossed. He always believed that power without principle was merely tyranny, that conquest without purpose was empty victory. A small, sad smile touched his lips. I've spent 17 years building an empire in his name while gradually betraying the fundamental principles he taught me. It took seeing him again, seeing the disapproval in his eyes when I tried to force him to come with me, to make me recognize how far I've strayed from his vision. Mark nodded slowly, recognition dawning. He has that effect on people. That ability to make you want to be better just by being in his presence. Exactly, Emperor Mark agreed, something like relief crossing his features at being understood. So I'm trying to be better now. To honor his memory, and his present self, by acting according to the principles he valued. Starting with respecting your autonomy, your right to choose your own path. He stood, moving toward the small waterfall that continued its soothing cascade down the cavern wall. I won't pretend I don't hope you'll choose to stay. That Megami won't find something familiar in this empire, in the vision he himself created. But the choice must be yours, freely made. Mark rose as well, his stance more relaxed though still alert. I want to see them. Eve and Megami. I need to know they're truly all right. Of course, Emperor Mark agreed immediately. I'll take you to them now, if you wish. He moved toward the door, then paused, turning back with an expression of unexpected vulnerability. Whatever you decide, Mark, I hope you understand that I never saw you as an enemy. In my world, you and I were as close as brothers, united by our shared love for Megami and our commitment to his vision. He extended his hand, not imperiously, not with any hint of command, but as one equal to another. Perhaps, in time, we might find some version of that brotherhood again. Different, certainly, shaped by our different experiences. But built on mutual respect rather than conflict. Mark hesitated, studying the offered hand and the man extending it. This was still the being who had kidnapped them, who had threatened to destroy Earth if he didn't get his way. But it was also a version of himself who had experienced loss beyond imagination, who had built an empire according to the principles of someone they both admired, who was now attempting, however imperfectly, to make amends. After a moment of consideration, Mark reached out and clasped the Emperor's hand. I'm not making any promises. But I'll listen. I'll look. And I'll keep an open mind. Emperor Mark nodded, acceptance rather than triumph in his expression. That's all I can ask. Chapter 59, What Remains. The sun rose over a changed world. The green dimensional energy that had rippled across the sky for days was gone, leaving only the familiar blue of Earth's atmosphere. But the scars of what had happened remained, in the landscape, in the memories, and in the hearts of those left behind. Original Mark flew alongside Nolan and Original Eve, their path taking them back to the GDA facility. The devastated commercial district fell away behind them, giving way to suburbs and then the government sector where the facility stood. None of them spoke. What was there to say? Their counterparts, alternate Mark, alternate Eve, and Sukuna, were gone, pulled through a dimensional portal into the Emperor's reality. The victory of reversing the merger felt hollow in the face of such a loss. We'll find them, Mark said, breaking the silence as they approached the GDA building. Whatever it takes. Eve nodded, her scientific mind already cataloging possibilities. If dimensional travel happened once, it can happen again. We just need to understand the mechanics. It won't be easy, Mark, Nolan cautioned, his expression grim, having lost his own son, and the boy who despite his attempts at distance had begun to see as his son as well. The Emperor's reality could be anywhere in the multiverse. Finding one specific dimension among infinite possibilities. We'll find it, Mark insisted, his jaw set with determination. We have to. As they descended toward the GDA facility, Mark noticed something wrong. The building's security perimeter had been breached, with sections of the outer wall torn away as if by immense force. Something's happened, he warned, accelerating toward the damage. They landed in what had once been the facility's main entrance, now a gaping hole surrounded by twisted metal and shattered concrete. Inside, alarm lights flashed silently, the accompanying sirens disabled. Be careful, Nolan advised, taking point as they moved deeper into the facility. Whatever did this could still be here. They found the first signs of resistance in the main corridor, GDA agents unconscious but alive, scattered across the floor like discarded toys. Medical staff were already tending to them, moving with the practiced efficiency of people accustomed to crisis. What happened here? Mark demanded, helping a dazed agent to her feet. Someone broke in, the agent managed, blood trickling from a cut on her forehead. Tore through our defenses like they were paper. Headed straight for the lower levels. The containment areas, Eve realized. Where they were keeping Battle Beast's body. Mark's expression darkened. Let's go. They moved quickly through the facility, following the path of destruction. Each level showed signs of a powerful being's passage, walls punctured, security doors torn from their hinges, more injured but mercifully alive personnel. On the 5th sub-level, they found both Cecils coordinating a response team, their identical expressions of controlled concern almost comical despite the situation. Mark, Original Cecil acknowledged, relief evident in his voice. You're back. The merger. Reversed, Mark confirmed. But our counterparts were pulled through to the Emperor's dimension. What happened here? We're still assessing, Altered Cecil replied, gesturing toward the monitoring stations where technicians worked frantically. Something breached our perimeter approximately 47 minutes ago. It moved too fast for our cameras to track clearly. Urim and the Atari boy are checking the lower levels, Original Cecil added. We believe the intruder was headed for. A deafening roar interrupted him, the sound reverberating through the facility with enough force to shake dust from the ceiling. The morgue, both Cecils said in unison. Mark didn't wait. He shot down the corridor, following the sound with Eve and Nolan close behind. They descended 2 more levels, the roars growing louder, now accompanied by crashes and the sound of metal tearing. They burst into the morgue antechamber to find Urim maintaining an ice barrier around the entrance to the main chamber, her expression strained as she fought to contain whatever was inside. It arrived minutes ago, she explained, ice crystals forming in the air around her as she reinforced the barrier. Broke through all defenses like they weren't there. What is it? Mark demanded, preparing himself for combat. Urim's expression was grim. Battle Beast. But not the one that died here. Another variant. Eve asked, her powers flaring in preparation. No, Yuji Itadori said, emerging from a side corridor. Though still weakened from his ordeal with Shibuya Sukuna, the young man stood tall, his eyes reflecting a determination that belied his exhausted appearance. It's your world's one. The one from your timeline. As if to confirm his words, another roar shook the facility, followed by the sound of Urim's ice barrier shattering. The doors to the morgue blew outward, and through the cloud of ice and debris emerged a figure they all recognized. Battle Beast stood in the doorway, his massive frame silhouetted against the morgue's emergency lighting. Blood, not his own, covered his muzzle and chest, dripping onto the floor in a steady rhythm. In his hands, he held what appeared to be a half-eaten arm, the flesh torn and ragged where his teeth had ripped through muscle and bone. For a moment, no one moved. Then Battle Beast's eyes focused on them, recognition and something like shame flickering across his bestial features. With a roar that seemed more frustration than rage, he hurled the arm aside and charged, not at them but at the wall beside them. The reinforced concrete crumbled under his assault, creating a new exit that he immediately used, disappearing into the depths of the facility. After him, Original Cecil ordered through their communicators. Containment teams to sub-level 7. Mark was already moving, flying through the hole Battle Beast had created. The others followed, tracking the alien warrior through his path of destruction. They found him in a large storage area, surrounded by the remains of security drones that had attempted to stop him. He stood with his back to a wall, chest heaving, eyes darting between the various entrances as if expecting an attack from all sides. Battle Beast, Nolan called out, his voice carrying both authority and caution. Stand down. We don't want to fight you. The alien warrior's eyes fixed on Nolan, recognition dawning. Omni-Man, he growled, his voice rougher than they remembered. You live. Good. A worthy opponent should not fall to mere dimensional chaos. What were you doing in the morgue? Mark demanded, hovering cautiously out of immediate reach. Battle Beast's expression shifted, something like embarrassment crossing his features before hardening back into its usual fierce mask. What I had to do, he replied cryptically. You were eating the other Battle Beast's remains, Eve stated, her understanding cutting through to the heart of the matter. Why? For a moment, it seemed Battle Beast might attack her for the directness of the question. Then, surprisingly, he laughed, a harsh, barking sound that held little humor. Instinct, he admitted, wiping blood from his muzzle with the back of his hand. When the green light in the sky began to intensify before it began to fade, I felt compelled. Driven by something beyond conscious thought. I had to find my other self. Had to consume what remained. But why? Yuji asked, stepping forward despite the danger. Unlike the others, who maintained combat readiness, the young man approached Battle Beast directly, showing no fear despite the alien's blood-covered appearance. Battle Beast studied him, perhaps sensing something different in this human who had once housed a being of immense power. To survive, he said simply. When dimensions merge, duplicates cannot exist side by side indefinitely. One must prevail. One must continue. My primal instincts overcame me. By consuming your counterpart, Eve realized, her scientific mind racing ahead. You ensured it would be you who survived the merger's aftermath. Yes, Battle Beast confirmed. Though the merger has been reversed, its effects linger. Those who consumed their counterparts have evolved. Grown stronger. He flexed his massive arms, and they all noticed what they hadn't before. His musculature seemed denser, more defined. His presence more imposing, his energy signature subtly altered. I have absorbed his strength, Battle Beast continued. His experiences. His death. He looked directly at Nolan. I remember fighting the four-armed one. Being defeated with honor. Though it was not me, I carry the memory now as if it were. Nolan's expression darkened with sudden understanding. If this happened to the Viltrumites too, it would explain how strong conquest was, Mark finished, the implications dawning on him. He must have found and consumed his counterpart during the merger. And if Thrag did the same? Eve began. Then the Grand Regent of the Viltrumite Empire is now twice as powerful as before, maybe even more, Nolan concluded grimly. Battle Beast snorted, the sound somewhere between dismissal and anticipation. More worthy opponents? Good. Is that all you think about? Fighting. Mark demanded, frustration coloring his voice. People are dead. Our friends are trapped in another dimension. The world is still recovering from what just happened. Battle Beast regarded him with something almost like pity. Young Viltrumite, you still do not understand. Battle is life. Challenge is purpose. Without these, existence is meaningless. There's more to life than fighting, Yuji said quietly, drawing Battle Beast's attention once more. The alien warrior studied him, his expression thoughtful. Perhaps, he conceded after a moment. But it is what I know. What I am. So what now? Eve asked, her power still at the ready despite the apparent de-escalation of the situation. Are you here to challenge us? To fight? Battle Beast's laugh was genuine this time. No, Pink One. I am here to protect. This declaration surprised everyone, Mark most of all. Protect? Since when do you protect anything? Since I consumed the memories of my other self, Battle Beast replied. Since I felt his respect for the four-armed one who defeated him with honor. Since I understood what is coming. And what's that? Nolan asked carefully. Battle Beast's expression turned serious. Viltrumites will come. More and more, drawn to this world by reports of dimensional anomalies, by stories of beings who could challenge even their might. They will come seeking conquest, seeking to finish what was started. He straightened to his full height, his bearing suddenly regal despite the blood still drying on his fur. Until the four-armed one returns, I will stand as this world's guardian. For two reasons. He held up one clawed finger. First, Viltrumites make worthy opponents. The battles will be glorious. A second finger joined the first. Second, I am grateful to the one called Sukuna for giving my other self an honorable death. Counterpart or not, I remember it. I respect it. And I will honor it by protecting what he valued. The declaration hung in the air, unexpected and profound from a being they had only ever known as a ruthless gladiator, a creature of pure combat. How do we know we can trust you? Mark asked, still suspicious. Battle Beast's smile was all fangs. You don't. But consider this, young Viltrumite, if I wanted to kill you, would we still be talking? Nolan placed a hand on Mark's shoulder. He's right, Mark. If he wanted to kill us, then this talk would have been much shorter and a lot more violent. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then both Cecils arrived, accompanied by security teams that immediately took up defensive positions around the perimeter. Stand down, Original Cecil ordered after assessing the situation. Maintain distance but hold your fire. So, Altered Cecil said, addressing Battle Beast directly. You're offering your services as Earth's defender. Not Earth, Battle Beast corrected. The four-armed one's interests. Until he returns. And if he doesn't, Original Cecil pressed. Battle Beast's expression darkened. He will. And until then, I will fight what comes. It is, payment of a debt. The Cecils exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. We'll need to discuss this, Original Cecil said finally. Arrangements would have to be made. Parameters established. Discuss all you wish, Battle Beast replied dismissively. I will be here when the Viltrumites come. Whether you approve or not. With that, he strode forward, the security teams parting before him like water around a stone. No one moved to stop him as he made his way toward the exit. Where are you going? Mark called after him. Battle Beast paused, glancing back over his massive shoulder. To prepare. To hunt. To wait. A predatory smile spread across his blood-stained muzzle. The Viltrumites will come soon enough. And when they do, I will be ready. He continued on, his heavy footsteps echoing down the corridor until they faded into silence. Well, Original Cecil said dryly, that was unexpected. Can we trust him? Mark asked, looking to Nolan for guidance. His father's expression was thoughtful. Battle Beast lives by a strict code of honor. If he says he'll defend Earth in Sukuna's absence, I believe him. Whether his methods will align with our preferences is another matter entirely. We should keep tabs on him regardless, Altered Cecil decided. But having a being of his caliber as an ally, even temporarily, could prove valuable in the coming days. Speaking of coming days, Eve interjected, we need to focus on finding a way to reach the Emperor's dimension. To bring back our friends. Agreed, both Cecils said in unison. As the group began to disperse, Yuji spoke up. I'm going after Battle Beast, he announced, his voice carrying the same unwavering resolve that had once helped him resist Sukuna's influence. Everyone turned to look at the young man, surprise evident on their faces. That's not advisable, Original Cecil responded, his tone carrying that bureaucratic caution that defined his character. We have sophisticated tracking systems designed for precisely this purpose. No need to endanger yourself unnecessarily. Yuji shook his head, that familiar stubborn set to his jaw taking a formal tone and wording, gained from sharing memories with Sukuna for a time. With all respect, sir, cameras and fancy tech won't cut it with someone like him. He'll just smash them if he doesn't want to be watched. His eyes followed the path of destruction. Besides, I get him in a way you guys might not. How exactly do you figure that? Mark asked, his voice carrying that mixture of skepticism and genuine curiosity. Yuji's expression softened, his hand unconsciously moving to his chest where Sukuna's fingers had once been sealed. I had someone inside me who saw the world as nothing but a playground for the strong. Who measured everything by power and dominance. But even Sukuna had moments of respect. Honor for worthy opponents. Battle Beast has that same code. It's still dangerous, Nolan cautioned, he's unpredictable, with his new memories and enhanced strength even more than normal. That's exactly why someone should be there, Yuji insisted, that passionate conviction rising in his voice, the same quality that had once made him declare he wanted a proper death. Not to control him, I don't think anyone can, but to understand him. To help him see the line between protecting and destroying. A slight smile crossed his face. Plus, I'm probably the only one here he won't immediately try to pulverize if I annoy him. Eve studied him with that analytical gaze of hers. Your hypothesis is that your connection to Sukuna grants you some form of immunity. Partly, Yuji nodded. But mostly because I'm not a threat or a challenge to him. Just a regular guy trying to do the right thing. His expression hardened. And right now, the right thing is making sure our new ally doesn't cause more destruction than protection while guarding what Sukuna valued. Yuram, who had maintained her typical stoic silence, finally spoke. I shall accompany you, she stated with absolute finality. Yuji turned to her in surprise. You really don't have to. Sukuna-sama's final directive before his departure, Yuram interrupted, her tone carrying that unwavering devotion, was to ensure your continued well-being. He specifically commanded me to maintain your health and facilitate your recovery from the possession. This revelation visibly stunned Yuji. His eyes widened, his face showing complete disbelief. He actually said that? About me? Yuram nodded, Sukuna-sama's reasons are his own and not for me to question. If you intend to pursue Battle Beast, then my duty compels me to accompany you. Yuji struggled to reconcile this information with everything he knew about Sukuna, the evil force of nature that had possessed him, that had reveled in destruction and death. That any version of the King of Curses would show concern for his well-being seemed almost impossible to believe. Yet Yuram's unwavering certainty convinced him she was telling the truth. This dimension's Sukuna, different as he might be from the one Yuji had known, had commanded his most faithful servant to protect the vessel he had inhabited. All right, Yuji finally said, regaining that determined optimism that defined him. We'll go together then. I still think this is a terrible idea, Mark said, that protective nature showing through. Battle Beast isn't exactly the friendly type. Sometimes the craziest path is the right one, Yuji replied with that characteristic grin. Besides, between Yuram's ice powers and my experience dealing with difficult personalities, I think we've got this covered. The Cecils exchanged another of their identical calculating glances before Original Cecil nodded reluctantly. Very well. But you will maintain regular communication protocols, and at the first indication of hostility, you will request immediate extraction. Is that understood? You got it. Yuji agreed with a smile and thumbs up that seemed almost out of place given the gravity of the situation. Let's do this, he said to Yuram, as they began to leave. We've got a beast to catch. As they headed toward the exit, following the swath of destruction Battle Beast had left behind, Yuji couldn't help but wonder what other challenges awaited him in this new world. And when exactly he'll find his way back to his own. He still had a purpose after all, 5 more fingers of Sukuna remain in his world, and he is the only one that can make sure that monster dies, permanently, his life being forfeit a worthy price. His atonement, in his eyes. Until then he'll try to do as much good as he can. Chapter 61, Are you sure? The dimensional portal closed behind Sukuna with a sound like tearing fabric, the emerald energy dissipating as reality sealed itself once more. He stood in the center of his sanctum, a converted shrine deep within the mountains of Japan, far from prying eyes and interfering sorcerers. The familiar surroundings did little to soothe his seething rage. With a roar that shook the ancient timbers, Sukuna unleashed his cursed energy in a violent wave that shattered every object within 20 feet. Ceremonial vessels, priceless scrolls, and ancient artifacts exploded into dust as his power lashed out, physical manifestations of his fury. Insufferable, he snarled, pacing the length of the destroyed room like a caged predator. Absolutely insufferable. His mind replayed the confrontation with Emperor Mark, the Viltrumite's casual dismissal of his attack, the ease with which he had been overpowered. He, Raiman Sukuna, the king of curses, forced to retreat before a battle could properly conclude. The humiliation burned like acid in his veins. But worse than his defeat at the Emperor's hands was the encounter with his alternate self, who called himself Sukuna yet embodied everything Sukuna despised. Compassion. Restraint. Humanity. Soft, he muttered, his fingers curling into fists so tight that blood dripped from his palms where his nails pierced flesh. Compromised by humanity, by sentiment, by connection to lesser beings. Yet even as the words left his mouth, Sukuna couldn't fully convince himself of their truth. The other Sukuna had demonstrated power that rivaled, perhaps even exceeded, his own. Not just raw strength, but a level of control, of precision, that spoke of mastery beyond anything Sukuna had achieved. Most disturbing of all was what he had witnessed in those final moments before the dimensional reversal. His counterpart had somehow performed a technique of unprecedented scale and complexity, one that affected reality itself. He manipulated the dimensions, Sukuna whispered, genuine awe momentarily replacing rage as he contemplated the implications. He bent the laws of reality to his will. Such a thing should have been impossible. The scale, the complexity, it defied everything Sukuna understood about cursed techniques and their limitations. Genius, Sukuna admitted reluctantly, the word bitter on his tongue. Absolute genius. He moved to a shattered cabinet, retrieving a bottle of sake that had somehow survived his outburst. Without bothering with ceremony or cups, he drank directly from the bottle, the alcohol burning a path down his throat that did nothing to dull his conflicted thoughts. The truth, as much as he loathed to acknowledge it, was that his counterpart had transcended the limitations that still bound Sukuna himself. While Sukuna had sought power through domination, through fear, through the subjugation of all who crossed his path, the other Sukuna had found strength in evolution, in adaptation, in the integration of seemingly contradictory aspects of existence. He's surpassed me, Sukuna murmured, the admission like poison in his mouth. Not despite his humanity, but because of it. The realization was a dagger to his pride, piercing the armor of arrogance he had cultivated for centuries. He had always viewed his human vessel, first Yuji Itadori, now Yuta Okotsu, as necessary inconveniences, containers to house his magnificence until he could fully manifest his true form without losing what he gained. He had never considered that humanity itself might offer pathways to power he had overlooked. Unacceptable, he growled, hurling the empty sake bottle against the wall where it shattered into countless fragments. Absolutely unacceptable. Yet even as he rejected the notion, a part of him, the cold, analytical mind that had made him the king of curses, the strategic intellect that had dominated the Heian era, recognized the truth. His counterpart had discovered something profound, something revolutionary about the nature of power itself. The question was, could Sukuna swallow his pride enough to learn from it? Before he could pursue this uncomfortable line of thought further, a soft chime echoed through the sanctum. Sukuna turned, his eyes narrowing as he located the source, a small device resting on his thigh that had somehow survived his earlier outburst. The device was alien in design, clearly not of Earth origin. Its metallic surface gleamed with an inner light that pulsed in rhythm with the chiming sound. As Sukuna picked it off, it activated fully, projecting a holographic display into the air before him. The image stabilized, revealing a face with cold, calculating eyes and a smile that never reached them, Sinister Mark, his expression as disturbing as it was familiar. Sukuna, Sinister Mark acknowledged, his voice carrying clearly through whatever dimensional barriers separated them. Or do you have another name you prefer in this form? Since I reckon this isn't your true one based on what we saw, and in my experience proper address smooths conversations over. Sukuna's eyes narrowed. How are you contacting me? The dimensional barriers have been restored. A testament to Astronaut Mark's ingenuity, Sinister Mark replied, gesturing to someone off-screen. The view expanded, revealing Astronaut Mark beside him, in image, focused on a complex control panel. On another, Mohawk Mark lounged with affected casualness on his own throne in his own world with multiple red-headed women looking similar to Eve, but none of them were her. While Viltrumite Mark stood with arms crossed, his imperial bearing unmistakable even in this informal setting. This is a trans-dimensional communicator, Astronaut Mark explained without looking up from his work. Rudimentary but functional. A proof of concept for more ambitious projects. What do you want? Sukuna demanded, his patience already thin after the day's events. Direct. I appreciate that, Sinister Mark commented, his smile thinning. We find ourselves in a position of mutual interest. All of us return to our respective dimensions, all of us, humbled by recent events. Sukuna bristled at the implication. Speak for yourself. Oh, I am, Sinister Mark assured him, his tone sharpening. Let's not pretend any of us achieved our objectives. The Emperor failed to retain Sukuna despite having him physically in his grasp. You were forced to retreat from a battle with him. And we, he gestured to the assembled marks, were returned to our dimensions against our will. Your point? Yakuna asked coldly. Sinister Mark leaned forward, his expression intensifying. My point is that we have all been shown our limitations. A hard truth, but a necessary one. We were weak, Mohawk Mark interjected, his affected casualness slipping to reveal genuine anger. All of us. Fucking weak. A crude but accurate assessment, Sinister Mark agreed. The Emperor could have killed us all in an instant had he chosen to. That reality opened our eyes. Viltrumite Mark stepped forward, his massive frame dominating the holographic projection. We have grown complacent in our respective universes. Being the strongest in our own limited domains has made us, frogs in a well, unable to see the vastness of the ocean beyond. And you believe I share this limitation? Yakuna asked, his tone dangerous. We believe you possess abilities unlike anything in our universes, Sinister Mark replied smoothly. Just as we possess resources, technology, and conquered worlds that could complement those abilities. Separately, we have been defeated. Together, we could claim the choicest worlds from across the multiverse, Astronaut Mark finished, finally looking up from his control panel. In infinite realities, there are infinite desirable worlds. We need never be enemies when the multiverse offers endless opportunities for all. Yakuna considered the proposal, his mind working through the implications. These variants had been returned to their dimensions just as he had, all of them defeated by the combined efforts of Sukuna and his allies. Their desire for revenge was predictable, their resources potentially valuable. But Yakuna had never been one to form alliances easily. Trust was a luxury he rarely extended, particularly to beings whose motivations might not align perfectly with his own. And the Emperor? Yakuna asked, testing their response. Is he part of this alliance? The variants exchanged glances, some unspoken communication passing between them. The Emperor has chosen a different path, Sinister Mark said carefully. His attachment to Sukuna clouds his judgment. Makes him unreliable for our purposes. He's gone soft, Mohawk Mark added with a sneer. All that brother bullshit. Pathetic. His strength remains unmatched, Viltrumite Mark cautioned, but his priorities lie elsewhere. At least for now. Yakuna nodded, filing away this information. The Emperor's obsession with Sukuna, or rather, with Megami Fushiguro, as he seems to prefer being called, indeed made him unpredictable, potentially unreliable as an ally. Not that he wanted him as an ally anyway, he had a bone to pick with him, eventually, when he was strong enough. And what exactly do you propose? Yakuna asked, his tone carefully neutral. An alliance, Sinister Mark stated simply. Your abilities, our resources. Together, we develop the means to traverse the multiverse at will, to claim the worlds most suited to our respective desires. And the other Sukuna? Yakuna pressed, already suspecting the answer. Is powerful, Astronaut Mark acknowledged. His dimensional manipulation abilities alone make him valuable. But he's chosen his side. Made his allegiances clear. He stands in our way, Sinister Mark concluded, his cold smile returning. Unless you believe you can persuade him to join us instead. The implication was clear. Unlike the Emperor, these variants had no emotional attachment to Sukuna. They would use him if possible, eliminate him if necessary. Yakuna found himself in the unusual position of feeling a flicker of something, at the casual way they discussed disposing of his counterpart. Not concern, certainly not protectiveness, such sentiments were beneath him. But perhaps a touch of territorial possessiveness? After all, if anyone had the right to destroy another version of himself, surely it was him. I'm listening, Yakuna said finally, neither accepting nor rejecting their proposal outright. Sinister Mark's smile widened fractionally, a predator sensing potential prey. Excellent. Astronaut will provide the technical specifications for a more permanent communication device. Once established, we can begin coordinating our efforts more effectively. Don't mistake my willingness to listen for agreement, Yakuna warned, his cursed energy flaring visibly around him. I am Ryaman Sukuna, the king of curses. I bow to no one, and I serve no one's interests but my own. Of course, Sinister Mark agreed smoothly. We wouldn't expect anything less. This is an alliance of equals, each bringing unique strengths to achieve mutual benefits. The communication ended shortly after, the hologram dissolving into motes of light that faded into the dim atmosphere of the sanctum. Yakuna stood motionless for several moments, contemplating the unexpected turn of events. An alliance with the variants offered significant advantages, resources he wouldn't otherwise have access to. But alliances meant compromise, coordination, the sublimation of his own desires to a collective goal, concepts that had always been anathema to him. Yet his counterpart had found strength in connection, in bonds that Yakuna had always dismissed as weaknesses. Perhaps there was something to be learned from that approach, distasteful as the notion might be. Adaptation, Yakuna murmured, the word feeling foreign on his tongue. Evolution. With deliberate movements, he began to clear the debris from his earlier outburst, restoring order to the sanctum. As he worked, his mind continued to analyze, to calculate, to plan. His counterpart had indeed achieved something unprecedented, manipulating dimensions themselves, breaking free of constraints that had bound conventional understanding of cursed techniques. Understanding how he had accomplished this would be crucial to Yakuna's own evolution, his own transcendence. And if that understanding required temporary alliances, careful study of his counterpart's methods, even the uncomfortable consideration of concepts like connection and humanity, well, Sukuna had endured worse indignities in his long existence. The King of Curses had never been one to shy away from unpleasant truths when they served his ultimate goals. And his goal now was clear, not just to defeat his counterpart, but to surpass him, to absorb and transcend whatever insights had allowed Sukuna to achieve what Sukuna himself had not. Only then would he truly reclaim his title as the strongest, the uncontested King of Curses across all worlds. The imperial dining hall gleamed with subtle opulence, not the gaudy display of insecure rulers, but the refined elegance of true power comfortable in its own skin. Crystal chandeliers cast warm light over a table of polished wood harvested from a planet whose name none of the Earth visitors recognized. The tableware was simple yet exquisite, each piece crafted with precision that spoke of artistry beyond Earth's technological capabilities. At the head of the table sat Emperor Mark, his imperial regalia replaced by more casual attire that nonetheless carried an unmistakable air of authority. To his right sat Adam Eve, her posture perfect, her eyes constantly drifting to Sukuna with an intensity that bordered on uncomfortable. Sukuna himself sat at the Emperor's left, a position of honor that hadn't escaped his notice. Beside him sat his Eve, whose protective proximity was obvious to everyone present. Across from them, looking somewhat out of place but determined not to show it, sat Mark, the version from their original dimension. The meal had progressed through several courses, each more exquisite than the last. Conversation had remained carefully neutral, discussions of the palace architecture, explanations of the exotic foods being served, polite inquiries about everyone's comfort in their assigned quarters. The underlying tensions remained unaddressed, creating an atmosphere that grew increasingly strained beneath its veneer of civility. The cerulean wine is from Altair 7, Emperor Mark explained, gesturing to the pale blue liquid in their glasses with a casual wave. Crazy thing is, the vines grow in zero gravity. Makes the molecular structure impossible to copy anywhere else. The flavor profile is fascinating, Eve commented, her scientific mind taking over despite herself. I'm picking up notes that definitely don't exist on Earth. Because they don't, Adam Eve replied with a small smile, leaning forward slightly. The chemical composition has elements you'd only find in the Alta-Irian system. I could show you the analysis later if you are interested. Sukuna observed the exchange with careful neutrality, his mind cataloguing every detail of the conversation, the setting, the subtle power dynamics at play. Though he appeared relaxed, he remained vigilant, still wary despite Mark's assurances about the Emperor's change of heart. Man, it's good to finally sit down together without someone trying to kill someone else or reality literally falling apart, Emperor Mark said with a hint of his old self breaking through the imperial facade, his gaze settling on Sukuna. Yeah, definitely beats interdimensional warfare, Mark agreed with a half smile, his shoulders visibly relaxing a bit. Right, the Emperor continued, swirling the blue wine in his glass. Plus it gives us a chance to clear up some stuff that got pretty messed up when we first met. And there it was, the shift in conversation Sukuna had been anticipating since they sat down. The careful small talk giving way to the real purpose of this gathering. What kind of stuff? Eve asked sharply, her hand instinctively moving closer to Sukuna's on the table. The elephant in the room, Emperor Mark said directly, setting down his glass with a soft clink. Megami's identity. The room grew silent, the tension that had been simmering beneath the surface now rising to full boil. I believe we've been quite clear about who we are, Sukuna stated, his voice carrying that unmistakable authority that had made even Viltrumides pause. And who we are not. Have you? Emperor Mark challenged, leaning forward with his elbows on the table. Or did you just shut down the possibility without really thinking about it? Mark, Adam Eve interjected, placing a hand on the Emperor's arm. Maybe we should save this for later. There's not gonna be a later that feels right for this, Emperor Mark replied, his gaze never leaving Sukuna's face. We need to talk about it sometime. He leaned back slightly, his expression softening. Look, Megami, I get why you are fighting this so hard. The idea that you might be both people at once, the person you remember being and the person we knew, it sounds crazy, I know. It is crazy, Sukuna stated flatly. I'm not your Megami reborn or returned. I am who I am from my own world, nothing more. And yet, Adam Eve said softly, her scientific detachment cracking, your soul tells us something completely different. Sukuna's eyes narrowed. My soul. This isn't just about alternate versions of people, Emperor Mark explained, gesturing with his hands. If that's all it was, we'd just accept you're another Megami from another timeline, end of story. But souls don't work that way across dimensions, Adam Eve continued, her voice taking on a passionate edge. They echo each other, they reflect each other, but they're not the same at their core. Each soul is unique. And yours, Emperor Mark said, his voice dropping as emotion crept in, yours is his. I'd know it anywhere, through any differences, any changes. The essence of who you are, I recognized it the second I saw you. You're seeing what you want to see, Eve snapped, her protective instincts flaring as she leaned forward. You've spent 17 years obsessing over someone you lost, and now you're projecting all of it onto him. Am I? Adam Eve fired back, her composure fully breaking as she met her counterpart's glare. I've spent my entire life studying molecular structures, including the energy patterns that make each consciousness unique. This isn't wishful thinking, it's observable reality. And I've had decades to learn how to recognize souls across lifetimes, Emperor Mark added, his voice rising slightly. Viltrumides are observant enough to see patterns others miss. I've met beings who reminded me of people I used to know, who had similar traits or abilities. None of them registered as Megami. You do. Sukuna remained silent, his expression betraying nothing of his thoughts. The conversation was veering into territory he hadn't anticipated, not simple denial of his identity, but a complex argument about the nature of souls and consciousness across dimensions. This is bullshit, Eve stated bluntly, her normal vocabulary giving way to raw emotion. You seriously expect us to believe Sukuna is somehow your Megami reincarnated or whatever? The timelines don't even match up. Time doesn't flow the same across dimensions, Emperor Mark countered, tapping his finger on the table for emphasis. What was years here might have been centuries somewhere else, or just a few minutes. The multiverse doesn't play by our rules. Even if that were true, Sukuna finally spoke, his voice cutting through the argument with calm precision, it doesn't change who I am now. My memories, my experiences, my choices, these define me, not some theoretical connection to a person I have never been. Hey, Megami, Mark suddenly cut in, his casual tone a stark contrast to the intensity of the moment. All eyes turned to him, surprised by his intervention. How can you be so sure they're wrong? Mark asked, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. I mean, could they really be totally off base here? The question hung in the air, simple yet profound in its implications. Sukuna stared at Mark, momentarily caught off guard by the unexpected challenge from the one person he had assumed would unquestioningly support his position. I know who I am, Sukuna stated. Do you? Mark pressed, leaning forward. I don't mean to sound like I know a lot about this stuff, but do we really know enough about souls or multiverse or whatever that this is completely impossible? To just say they're delusional. The observation struck Sukuna with unexpected force. It was true, he couldn't completely dismiss it. If one truly thought about it from what he knew, with the knowledge of his own consciousness having had experienced significant discontinuities, it would throw many things into question. As Sukuna, he had no clear memories of his first life. As Megami, he had remembered nothing of either previous existence until circumstances triggered the return of his first life and Sukuna memories. How could he be absolutely certain that there wasn't another layer to his identity, another set of memories that remained inaccessible? The thought was deeply unsettling, challenging fundamental assumptions about his sense of self that he had never questioned. This is absurd, he finally said, rising abruptly from his chair. The movement was smooth, controlled, but the tension in his body was evident to everyone present. I need some air. Megami Emperor Mark began, half rising from his seat, his hand reaching out instinctively. Let him go, Adam Eve said softly, placing a restraining hand on the Emperor's arm. He needs space to think. Eve stood as well, her face edged with concern. I'm coming with you. Sukuna shook his head slightly. Alone, he stated, his tone making it clear this wasn't a request. After a moment of hesitation, Eve nodded, though worry remained evident in every line of her body. Sukuna moved toward the balcony doors with measured steps, his posture betraying none of the turmoil churning beneath his composed exterior. As the doors closed behind him, those remaining at the table exchanged glances laden with unspoken concerns and calculations. Outside, under an alien sky filled with unfamiliar stars, the King of Curses stood motionless, his mind grappling with questions of identity and continuity that he had never expected to face. For the first time in any of his existences, Ryaman Sukuna, the unquestioned master of his own destiny, found himself uncertain about the most fundamental aspect of his being, found himself asking a single echoing question. Who exactly was he? Chapter 62, The Trial. The trail of destruction left by Battle Beast wasn't difficult to follow. Broken concrete, shattered asphalt, and the occasional terrified civilian pointing in the direction of the monster led Yuji and Urim to the outskirts of the city, where the urban landscape gave way to an industrial zone of abandoned warehouses and factories. He's not trying to hide, Yuji observed, surveying the path of devastation that stretched before them. It's almost like he wants to be followed. Urim's expression remained impassive. Or he simply does not care if he is. Beings of great power often disregard the concept of stealth. They found Battle Beast in what had once been a steel mill, now long abandoned, its massive furnaces cold and silent. The alien warrior stood amid the rusted machinery, methodically tearing apart a section of the building to create what appeared to be a makeshift shelter or base of operations. He didn't look up when they entered, though Yuji had no doubt Battle Beast had been aware of their approach long before they reached the building. You followed me, Battle Beast stated without turning, his massive hands effortlessly bending a steel beam into a more suitable shape for his purposes. Brave. Foolish, but brave. I thought someone should keep you company, Yuji replied with that characteristic directness. Make sure you're settling in okay. Now Battle Beast did turn, his bestial features arranged in what might have been amusement or contempt, it was difficult to tell with his alien physiology. The human thinks I need companionship. He snorted, the sound echoing through the cavernous space. Amusing. Urim stepped forward, her posture subtly defensive. We are here to observe, not to interfere. Sukuna-sama valued this world. We will ensure it remains protected in his absence. Battle Beast's eyes narrowed as he studied them both. The ice wielder and the vessel. He set down the steel beam with surprising gentleness. You think to follow me? To watch over me like some unruly cub? Something like that, Yuji admitted with a slight shrug. Though I was thinking more like teammates. Battle Beast's laughter was sudden and harsh, like the bark of a predator. Teammates? You presume much, human. He stalked forward, his massive frame dwarfing Yuji as he loomed over him. If you wish to follow me, then you will be my subordinate, not my equal. Yuji stood his ground, unflinching despite the intimidating presence before him. I can work with that. Can you? Battle Beast circled him slowly, assessing. To be my subordinate, you must be at least a warrior worthy of a modicum of respect. His lips pulled back in a predatory smile. I will test your mettle, human. If you fail and still attempt to follow me, I will kill you, whether the four-armed one values you or not. Yurim stepped between them, ice crystals forming in the air around her. Unacceptable. Sukuna-sama specifically ordered me to ensure his well-being. I will not permit you to endanger him. It's okay, Yurim, Yuji said, gently moving her aside. I can handle this. You cannot, she replied, her voice carrying unusual emotion. This creature is beyond your capabilities. Even holding back, he could kill you with a single blow. Maybe, Yuji conceded. But sometimes you have to risk something to gain something greater. He met her eyes directly. This will be beneficial for Sukuna when he returns. Having Battle Beast as an ally, having me able to work with him, it's what Sukuna would want. Yurim's expression remained conflicted. Sukuna-sama's orders were explicit. And I'm asking you to trust me, Yuji countered. If things get too dangerous, you can step in. But let me try this first. For a long moment, Yurim seemed to wage an internal battle between her duty and Yuji's request. Finally, she stepped back, though ice crystals continued to hover in the air around her. I will not interfere unless your life is in immediate danger. But know that I do this against my better judgment. Battle Beast had watched this exchange with growing impatience. Enough talk. If you wish to prove yourself worthy, human, then face me. He moved to the center of the abandoned mill, clearing debris with casual sweeps of his massive arms. I will restrain myself. Somewhat. Yuji stepped into the makeshift arena, rolling his shoulders and neck to loosen up. Despite his outward calm, his heart hammered in his chest. He had faced cursed spirits, sorcerers, even Sukuna himself, died instantly though, but Battle Beast was something else entirely. A being of such raw physical power that could almost feel its weight pressing down on the city, if not the entire world. Just to be clear, Yuji said, settling into a fighting stance, this isn't to the death, right? Battle Beast's smile was all teeth. That depends entirely on your performance, human. Without further warning, Battle Beast charged. Despite his massive size, he moved with shocking speed, covering the distance between them in a heartbeat. Yuji barely managed to dodge the first strike, feeling the wind of the alien's fist as it passed inches from his face. The second blow caught him in the shoulder, sending him tumbling across the concrete floor. Pain bloomed where Battle Beast had struck him, but Yuji forced himself back to his feet, shaking off the impact. Too slow, Battle Beast commented, already closing in for another attack. Too weak. Is this truly all the vessel of the four-armed one can offer? The beast knew of his nature through his ability to identify the soul and the dimensional chaos. He after is a warrior cursed to traverse creation for a battle worthy of death. The soul's veil cannot hide from him. Yuji gritted his teeth, focusing his mind the way Gojo had taught him. He must calm down, but that was easier said than done. For Battle Beast simply radiated death. Everything about him, every movement felt like certain death accompanied it. Yuji hid his face as he focused once more. He needed to remember what he had in his arsenal. Though he no longer housed Sukuna, the months of training hadn't been wasted. He could still channel cursed energy, still enhance his physical abilities beyond normal human limits. When Battle Beast struck again, Yuji saw his opening. Time seemed to slow as he slipped inside the alien's guard, his body moving with the fluid precision that had been drilled into him through countless brutal training sessions. Yuji's fist drove forward, aimed at Battle Beast's exposed midsection. In that perfect moment of connection, that infinitesimal instant when flesh met flesh, something extraordinary happened. The air around Yuji's knuckles distorted. Cursed energy, which had been flowing through his body like a gentle current, suddenly converged at the exact point of impact. The spiritual and the physical aligned in perfect harmony, creating a phenomenon that sorcerers had revered for centuries. A black flash. Reality itself seemed to shudder. A burst of darkness erupted from the point of contact, expanding outward in a perfect sphere of concentrated power. Battle Beast's eyes widened in genuine surprise as the force of the blow, far beyond what the human frame before him should have been capable of generating, sent shockwaves through his massive body. For the first time since the fight began, the alien warrior was forced to acknowledge this was no ordinary human. Battle Beast grunted in surprise, actually taking a step back. Interesting. The human has some power after all. Encouraged, Yuji pressed his advantage, delivering another black flash-enhanced strike to Battle Beast's jaw. The alien warrior's head snapped back, more from surprise than actual damage, but it was enough to create an opening. Yuji capitalized, unleashing a barrage of attacks, each one accompanied by that distinctive black flash, 15 to be specific. Though Battle Beast was clearly holding back, the fight had taken on a serious tone. The alien's movements became more precise, his counterattacks more focused. A particularly powerful blow sent Yuji flying into a support column, the impact knocking the wind from his lungs. As he struggled to breathe, Battle Beast advanced, his expression unreadable. You fight well, for a human, he acknowledged. But not well enough. He raised his fist for what would clearly be a devastating blow, even with his restraint. Yuji knew he couldn't dodge in time, couldn't counter with his current level of power. In that moment of desperate need, something shifted within him. A connection that had been dormant since Sukuna's extraction suddenly flared to life. The black flashes that had accompanied his strikes had awakened something, a resonance, a memory of power that had once flowed through his body. Time seemed to slow as Yuji felt a familiar yet different energy surge through him. Not Sukuna's cursed energy, but something that belonged to Yuji himself, a technique inherited from his time as the king's vessel, shaped by his own soul. Dismantle, Yuji whispered, the word coming to his lips without conscious thought. Battle Beast's descending fist met not flesh but an invisible barrier of cutting force. The alien warrior roared in surprise and pain as his own attack was turned against him, fine lacerations appearing across his knuckles and forearm. Yuji stared in disbelief at his own hands, now surrounded by a faint pattern of cursed energy that resembled Sukuna's cutting technique. Not as powerful, not as refined, but unmistakably similar. What is this? Battle Beast demanded, examining his wounded arm, having held too much back to be able to be slightly hurt, with a mixture of pain and interest. You did not possess this ability before. I don't know, Yuji admitted, still struggling to comprehend what had happened. It's like I inherited something from Sukuna. A shadow of his technique. Yurim had moved closer, her expression showing rare astonishment. Fascinating, she whispered. He inherited Sukuna-sama's technique, this is either because of his time as a vessel or because he is Sukuna-sama's son in the eyes of heaven. The evidence was undeniable. The cuts on Battle Beast's arm, the distinctive pattern of cursed energy around Yuji's hands, somehow, he had awakened a version of Sukuna's shrine technique. Battle Beast studied Yuji with renewed interest, his earlier dismissiveness replaced by something closer to respect. The vessel becomes the wielder, he observed. Magnificent. Without warning, he attacked again, this time with greater speed and force. Yuji instinctively raised his hands, and once more the invisible cutting force manifested, creating a barrier between them, a different interpretation of the technique, shaping it differently. Battle Beast pressed against it, testing its strength, his expression growing more intrigued as the technique held. Not as powerful as the four-armed ones, Battle Beast noted. But effective nonetheless. He backed away, lowering his guard in a clear signal that the test was over. You have surprised me, human. Few can claim such an achievement. Yuji lowered his hands, the cursed energy pattern fading as his concentration relaxed. He felt drained but exhilarated, the discovery of this new ability overshadowing the exhaustion of the fight. So, did I pass? He asked, unable to keep a slight grin from his face despite the seriousness of the situation. Battle Beast considered him for a long moment, then nodded once. You may follow me as my subordinate. Your power, while limited, shows potential. And your connection to the four-armed one. He paused, seeming to search for the right words. It intrigues me. Yurim approached cautiously, her ice power still at the ready despite the apparent conclusion of hostilities. You have awakened something unexpected, she said to Yuji, her tone carrying a mixture of concern and curiosity. Sukuna-sama will find this development interesting when he returns. Yuji nodded, but something about it showed a bit of worry and skepticism. He will return, Battle Beast suddenly stated with absolute certainty, surprising both Yuji and Yurim with his conviction. A warrior of his caliber does not simply vanish from existence. The four-armed one will find his way back to this battlefield. Yurim nodded in silent agreement, perhaps the first moment of understanding between the ice wielder and the alien gladiator. Battle Beast turned back to his construction project, his massive hands effortlessly bending steel beams into place. Until that day comes, human, you will assist me in preparing for the Viltrumites' arrival. Your new ability may prove useful. Yuji nodded again, still trying to process everything that had happened. Somehow, through the black flashes, through the desperate moment of need, he had connected with a power that had once belonged solely to Sukuna. A technique that should have been impossible for him to access. Shrine, he whispered, the name just coming to him instinctively, feeling the cursed energy respond to the word, gathering around his hands in that distinctive pattern. It wasn't as powerful as Sukuna's version, far from it. But it was his now, different, unknown to him for now, a tool to help protect this world until its rightful guardian returned. As Battle Beast continued his work and Yurim watched with cautious vigilance, Yuji couldn't help but wonder what other surprises awaited him. What other echoes of Sukuna's power might still reside within him, waiting to be awakened. And somewhere, in a dimension ruled by an emperor obsessed with his friend, would Sukuna somehow sense this connection? Would he know that his former vessel now carried a fragment of his power? Only time would tell. But for now, Yuji had passed the beast's trial. He had earned a place at Battle Beast's side, earned the right to help protect what Sukuna had valued. It was a start. And in a world still reeling from dimensional chaos, still recovering from the merger's effects, a start was all anyone could ask for. Chapter 63, The World Divided. The observation deck of the GDA headquarters offered a panoramic view of what had once been a familiar skyline. Now, that skyline stretched impossibly farther, with duplicate landmarks visible in the distance. A second Empire State Building, another Eiffel Tower, a duplicate of the Great Wall of China, all existing simultaneously on what scientists were now confirming was a planet nearly twice its original size. Original Cecil and alternate Cecil stood side by side, their identical features set in matching expressions of concern as they surveyed the new world below. The merger's reversal was incomplete, Original Cecil stated, his voice carrying that characteristic clinical detachment. While the dimensional barriers have been restored, preventing further incursions, the physical merger of our worlds has become permanent. Two Earths fused into one, alternate Cecil agreed, his tone slightly less rigid than his counterparts. Two versions of every city, every landmark, every person, except for those who were pulled through to the Emperor's dimension. Behind them, Nolan Grayson stood with his arms crossed, his imposing figure silhouetted against the morning light. This is a total mess, he observed. Two governments, two militaries, two economies all crammed together overnight. And don't forget the identity crisis, Original Mark added, People are freaking out, finding their other selves living just a few hundred miles away. The social media meltdown alone is insane. Original Eve approached with her own tablet, her expression grim. It gets worse, she said. News outlets from both worlds are sharing everything across what used to be dimensional barriers. Our media's blasting footage of Omni-Man's attack on the Guardians everywhere, Mark. She glanced at Nolan. That video's gone viral. Nolan's jaw tightened, but he nodded in acknowledgement. Was bound to come out eventually, he replied with resignation. No keeping that buried forever. We need to get ahead of this, Original Cecil decided, turning to face the group. A unified statement, explaining what happened with the dimensional merger and clarifying Nolan's situation. You mean explaining that in one dimension he's a murderous alien invader, and in another he's supposedly reformed? Original Mark asked, unable to hide his irritation, that familiar quick temper flaring. Mark, Nolan began, his tone unexpectedly gentle. No, he's right, alternate Cecil interrupted. The distinction is crucial. People from Original Mark's dimension have legitimate reason to fear you, Nolan. Their Omni-Man slaughtered the Guardians and nearly killed his own son. While your Nolan chose a different path, Original Cecil added. Thanks to Sukuna's intervention. A detail we should emphasize. Original Eve set down her tablet. We need to come clean about everything, she said suddenly, not just what happened, but what's coming. We can't keep the Viltrumite threat classified anymore, not with duplicate governments all holding pieces of the puzzle. Let's do a press conference, Original Mark suggested, broadcast worldwide, which means something totally different now. We lay it all out, the merger, the variants, Nolan's story in both worlds, and the Viltrumite invasion. The two Cecils exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. It's risky, Original Cecil cautioned, his perpetual caution evident. Mass panic is a genuine concern. People are already panicking, Original Mark countered, gesturing wildly. At least this way, they'll know why they're freaking out. After a moment of consideration, both Cecils nodded in unison. We'll arrange it, alternate Cecil said. The United Nations, both of them, have established a joint emergency session. That would be the appropriate forum. Tomorrow morning, Original Cecil added. That gives us 24 hours to prepare our statement and coordinate with global leadership, all of them. As the group dispersed to begin preparations, Original Mark found himself standing alone with Nolan. The tension between them remained palpable, the echo of betrayal from another dimension coloring their interaction. This won't be easy for you, Nolan acknowledged, breaking the silence, his speech less formal than usual. Standing up there with me, when another version of me hurt you so badly. Original Mark met his gaze steadily. No, it won't, he replied bluntly. But everyone needs to understand the difference. They need to see that choices matter, that even a Viltrumite can change course. Nolan's expression softened slightly. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for what he did to you. What I might have done, if things had played out differently. I know, Original Mark replied. That's why I'll back you tomorrow. Not because I've forgotten what happened in my dimension, but because I'm not letting it happen in this one. In a modest apartment in Queens, New York, the Rodriguez family gathered around their television in stunned silence. The news had been playing non-stop coverage of what reporters were calling the dimensional fusion event. It's insane, Miguel Rodriguez muttered, shaking his head as satellite imagery showed the expanded Earth from orbit. Two worlds smushed together like clay. His wife, Elena, clutched his hand tightly. And two of everyone. They're saying there's another you, another me, another Sophia somewhere out there. She glanced at their teenage daughter, who was scrolling through her phone with wide eyes. I already found her, I mean, me, Sophia announced, turning her phone to show her parents. The other Sophia Rodriguez. She lives in what used to be the other Queens. We've been texting. It's weird. She likes all the same things I do, but she's on the volleyball team instead of debate club. Miguel ran a hand through his hair. This is going to take some getting used to. The television cut to footage that made them all fall silent. Omni-Man, Earth's greatest hero, brutally murdering the Guardians of the Globe. The anchor's voice was grave. This footage, originally from what experts are now calling Earth-1, shows the hero known as Omni-Man executing the Guardians of the Globe approximately 8 months ago in that timeline. Government officials from both former Earths are emphasizing that this Omni-Man is not the same individual currently working with the Global Defense Agency in our merged world. How can they be sure? Elena whispered, horror evident in her voice as the sanitized for broadcast footage showed Omni-Man's rampage. If they're the same person, just from different dimensions. Miguel shook his head. They're saying there will be a global address tomorrow morning. Maybe we'll get some answers then. Sophia looked up from her phone, her expression troubled. The other me says her parents are talking about moving. A lot of people are. They're afraid of what happens when two identical people live in the same place for too long. We're not going anywhere, Miguel assured her, though uncertainty lingered in his eyes. This is our home. Both of us, all of us. We'll figure this out. In a high-rise apartment in Tokyo, Dr. Yuzuki Sato watched the same news coverage with clinical interest. As a theoretical physicist, he found the dimensional merger fascinating from a scientific perspective, even as he recognized the societal chaos it would cause. Remarkable, he murmured, making notes on his tablet. The conservation of mass and energy on a planetary scale, yet with duplication of matter. It defies our current understanding of physics. A notification pinged on his phone, a message from his department head at the university, calling an emergency meeting of the physics faculty. Apparently, he wasn't the only one seeing research opportunities in this crisis. As he prepared to leave, his gaze fell on a news alert: Omni-Man, hero or villain? Conflicting histories emerge as worlds collide. Dr. Sato paused, reading the article with growing concern. He had always admired Omni-Man, even modeled some of his theoretical work on observations of the hero's capabilities. The idea that in another reality, that same being had been an advanced scout for an alien invasion was disturbing. Two versions of the same person, making different choices, he mused aloud. The philosophical implications alone. His phone rang, his counterpart from the other Tokyo, a man identical to himself in every way except for a few divergent life choices. They had connected almost immediately after the merger, both driven by scientific curiosity. Are you seeing this, Yuzuki? His doppelganger asked without preamble. About Omni-Man? Yes, Dr. Sato replied. I'm trying to process the implications. If what they're saying is true, Earth has been under threat of invasion for decades without knowing it. The other Dr. Sato's voice was tense. And now we have 2 Earths worth of resources to defend, or for them to conquer. We should attend the global address tomorrow, Dr. Sato suggested. Perhaps together. I believe our perspectives as scientists might be valuable in helping others understand what's happening. A pause on the line. Agreed. Though I wonder, how many other pairs are having this exact conversation right now, across this new double Earth? The question lingered in Dr. Sato's mind long after the call ended. In the Oval Office, one of 2 now existing on the same planet, President Davis rubbed his temples, feeling a headache building as he listened to his advisors debate the implications of the dimensional merger. Mr. President, we need to address the chain of command issue immediately, the Secretary of Defense insisted. We now have 2 U.S. militaries, 2 sets of nuclear codes, 2 of everything. The potential for confusion or conflict is unprecedented. Not to mention 2 presidents, the Chief of Staff added. You and President Wilson have agreed to coordinate for now, but constitutionally speaking, this situation is impossible. We have 2 legitimate governments claiming authority over what are now overlapping territories. President Davis raised a hand, silencing the chorus of concerns. I spoke with President Wilson an hour ago. We're in agreement that tomorrow's global address must come first. Once the world understands what's happened, and what's coming, we can address governance issues. What's coming, sir? Asked a junior aide, her voice small. The president's expression darkened. According to the briefing I received from both versions of Cecil Stedman, we're facing a potential alien invasion. The Viltrumites, Omni-Man's people, may be on their way, and they don't have peaceful intentions. Silence fell over the room as the implications sank in. Is that information being made public tomorrow? The Secretary of State finally asked. President Davis nodded grimly. Full disclosure. The dimensional merger has made secrecy impossible. Too many people from the other Earth already know pieces of the truth. Better to present a united front with complete information than allow rumors and panic to spread. The public will be terrified, the Chief of Staff warned. They should be, the President replied. I certainly am. But fear can be channeled into preparation. If what the GDA tells me is true, we'll need every resource from both our former worlds to have any chance of survival. In a small fishing village on the coast of Ghana, Kwame Mensah sat with his family and neighbors under the community's single satellite dish, watching the news unfold on a television powered by a generator. They say the world is twice as big now, his daughter Ama translated for the elders who didn't speak English. 2 Earths have become one. How can this be? Elder Teta asked, his weathered face creased with concern. Is it the work of gods or demons? Kwame shook his head. They say it was science and magic together. Dimensions collapsing, worlds merging. On screen, shaky phone footage showed what appeared to be 2 identical men embracing in the street of a city, both crying with shock and joy at finding their duplicate. And there are 2 of everyone. Elder Kosi asked. 2 of me somewhere. They say so, AMA confirmed. Though some people were lost. Pulled into another dimension during the event. The broadcast switched to the disturbing footage of Omni-Man's attack on the Guardians, causing several villagers to gasp or look away. This hero, he is a villain. Elder Teta demanded. In one world, yes, Kwame explained carefully. In the other, he chose differently. They say he is helping us now, preparing for when his people come. Elder Kosi snorted in disbelief. And we should trust this? A killer who wears a hero's face. There will be an address tomorrow, AMA said, reading the scrolling text at the bottom of the screen. The heroes will explain everything. Heroes, Elder Teta repeated, the word heavy with new skepticism. Let us hope they are what they claim to be. As the elders dispersed, Kwame remained watching the screen, where scientists were attempting to explain the physics of what had occurred. His village had always been remote, largely untouched by the superhero conflicts that dominated news from America and Europe. But this affected everyone, everywhere. Father, AMA said quietly, if there are 2 Earths now, does that mean twice as much fish in the sea? The question, so practical and yet so profound, startled a laugh from Kwame. I suppose we'll find out tomorrow, little one. I suppose we'll find out. The preparations for the global address continued through the night. In the GDA's main conference room, Original Mark practiced his speech, with Original Eve and Nolan offering suggestions and revisions. We need to hit the unity angle hard, Original Eve insisted, her practical nature showing through. Yeah, we're now a planet of duplicates, but we've got a common enemy. Without freaking everyone out, Nolan cautioned, the Viltrumite Empire is no joke, but mass panic won't help us get ready. Original Mark tossed his notes down, frustration evident in his gesture. How do I explain that you are not the same guy who murdered the Guardians? He demanded. When you look identical and have the same backstory. How do I make people get that one choice can create such different outcomes? Just tell it straight, Mark, Nolan replied simply, tell them what went down in your world. Tell them what happened in this one. Let them see that choices matter, and come to their own conclusions. Original Mark studied his alternate father's face, searching for any trace of deception. Finding none, he nodded slowly. All right, he said, I'll give them the truth. The whole truth. In a lavish penthouse in Dubai, billionaire tech mogul Rashid Al Farsi hosted what he was calling a dimensional doppelganger dinner, bringing together himself and his counterpart from the other Dubai, along with several other wealthy duplicate pairs. I propose a toast, Rashid announced, raising his glass. To new opportunities in a doubled world. His counterpart, identical in appearance but wearing a slightly different designer suit, raised his glass as well. And to the fascinating discovery that even with identical genetics and similar upbringings, we've made different investment choices. Laughter rippled around the table, though it held an edge of nervousness. These were people accustomed to being unique, to standing at the pinnacle of their respective industries. Finding an exact duplicate of oneself was unsettling, even for the ultra-wealthy. I've been thinking, the second Rashid continued, setting down his glass. Rather than competing, we should combine our companies. Twice the resources, twice the innovation, and with our identical minds, we'd be unstoppable. The first Rashid's smile tightened slightly. An interesting proposal. Though I wonder if identical minds would provide the creative friction necessary for true innovation. Oh, we're not truly identical, his counterpart countered. I chose to invest heavily in renewable energy 5 years ago, while you focused on artificial intelligence. Different choices, different outcomes, but complementary expertise. A waiter approached with a tablet, interrupting their conversation. Excuse me, sirs, but you asked to be notified. There's breaking news about tomorrow's global address. Both Rashids reached for the tablet simultaneously, then shared an uncomfortable laugh as the first Rashid withdrew his hand, allowing his counterpart to take it. It says here the address will confirm rumors of a potential alien invasion, the second Rashid read, his expression growing serious. Apparently, Omni-Man was an advanced scout for a race called Viltrumites, and they may be coming in force. The first Rashid's entrepreneurial mind immediately began calculating. If that's true, defense contracts will be the priority investment moving forward. Military technology, planetary security systems, or evacuation technologies, his counterpart suggested. If Earth, even a doubled Earth, faces an invasion by beings with Omni-Man's capabilities, escape might be the only option for some. The other wealthy duplicates at the table had fallen silent, the reality of their situation suddenly overshadowing the novelty of meeting their doppelgangers. Perhaps, the first Rashid said slowly, our combined resources would be better directed toward planetary defense than corporate competition, after all. His counterpart nodded, the earlier tension between them giving way to shared purpose. Tomorrow's address will tell us more. Until then, let us continue our dinner, not as competitors, but as allies in an unexpectedly larger world. Dawn broke over a changed Earth, the sun rising on landscapes that had been rearranged by the dimensional merger. In some places, the transition between the two former worlds was seamless, identical neighborhoods blending into each other without obvious boundaries. In others, the joining was more abrupt, deserts meeting forests, mountains abutting plains where no such geography had existed before. Satellite imagery confirmed what scientists had been calculating throughout the night. Earth's diameter had increased by approximately 1.9 times, with corresponding increases in mass and atmospheric volume. Gravity remained consistent with pre-merger levels, suggesting that fundamental physical constants had adjusted to accommodate the new planetary reality. In homes across this expanded world, people prepared to watch the global address. Schools had been cancelled, businesses closed, as humanity collectively held its breath for explanations of what had happened, and what might come next. At the United Nations headquarters, now one of two such buildings existing in the same world, Original Mark stood backstage, adjusting his invincible costume. Original Eve approached, her own costume immaculate. The place is packed, Mark, she reported, every nation from both Earths sent someone. Never seen anything like it. Nothing about this situation is normal, Original Mark replied with that characteristic attempt at humor that often masked his anxiety. Nolan joined them, his Omni-Man costume drawing wary glances from security personnel who had seen the footage from the other dimension. We're good to go, he informed them in that deep voice. Broadcasting worldwide, translated into 137 languages. Any trouble brewing? Original Mark asked, that protective instinct evident in his voice. Nothing specific, Nolan answered carefully. Though security from both Earths is on high alert. Lot of people aren't buying that I'm not a threat. Then we'll have to convince them, Original Mark said, squaring his shoulders as a UN official approached to inform them it was time. The three heroes walked onto the stage together, facing an audience that represented the entirety of human governance, doubled. The silence that fell was absolute, the weight of expectation almost palpable as Original Mark stepped to the podium. People of Earth, he began, I'm here today to talk about the crazy situation we're all dealing with. As you've figured out by now, what happened was a dimensional merger, two parallel Earths, with parallel histories and parallel populations, smashed together into one planet. The camera panned across the assembled delegates, capturing expressions of solemn attention. I come from what they're calling Earth 1, a world where Omni-Man, he gestured to Nolan, revealed himself to be an advanced scout for the Viltrumite Empire, aliens planning to take over our planet. In my world, he killed the guardians of the globe and nearly killed me, his own son, when I stood up to him. Murmurs spread through the assembly at this direct confirmation of the footage that had been circulating. But the guy standing beside me today isn't that Omni-Man, Original Mark continued, his voice gaining conviction. He's from Earth 2, where something crucial changed his path. In his world, Nolan Grayson chose his family, chose humanity, over the mission he was sent to complete. Original Mark paused, allowing the distinction to sink in. The difference between these two versions of the same man came down to one thing, a hero called Sukuna, who confronted Nolan at a critical moment and made him rethink everything. This intervention stopped the tragedy that happened in my world and put Earth 2 on a different track, preparing instead of being conquered. Original Eve stepped forward. As someone with scientific training, she began, her voice more casual than the formal setting might typically demand, I can tell you this merger is permanent. Our planet's now about twice its original size, with doubles of nearly every person, place, and thing from both former Earths. This isn't temporary, this is our new reality. She activated a holographic display, showing the merged planet from orbit. While physically things seem stable, we're facing huge social, political, and economic challenges. 2 governments for each country, 2 of each person, except for those who got pulled into that other dimension during the final phase. Original Mark took over again. Which brings me to our biggest problem right now. During the dimensional event, 3 people from Earth 2 were pulled into another reality by another version of, yes, there are apparently various versions of me. That is why, and this is addressed to people from Earth 1, there were so many Invincibles that destroyed so much. I know you all probably realized this too, since you have most definitely seen multiples of them together, but to explain. They were from alternate realities and came here to defame me. But that is currently besides the point. Back to these individuals, the ones lost to us currently, they include the Earth 2 versions of myself and Adam Eve, as well as Sukuna, the very person who changed Nolan's path. He looked directly into the cameras, determination evident in his expression. We're working on finding a way to get them back. But meanwhile, we need to prepare for what's coming, the reason Omni-Man was sent to Earth in the first place. Nolan stepped forward, his imposing presence causing a visible tension in the room. When he spoke, his voice was less formal than his usual manner, more direct and personal. I am Nolan, known as Omni-Man. I was born on Viltrum, sent to Earth to scout for eventual conquest. This was my mission in both timelines, the only difference is the choice I made when confronted with what that mission really meant. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. The Viltrumite Empire spans galaxies. My people have strength, speed, and durability far beyond human capabilities. For thousands of years, they've expanded by conquest, absorbing or wiping out civilizations they encounter. The holographic display shifted to show an artistic rendering of Viltrumite warriors in flight. Earth was marked for conquest decades ago, Nolan continued, his tone resolute but less formal than his counterpart would have used. I was sent to check out your defenses, resources, potential for resistance. In one timeline, I followed orders, taking out the planet's strongest defenders as step 1 toward takeover. In another, I chose to betray those orders, to stand with humanity against my own kind. Nolan's expression remained composed, but his voice carried emotion. That choice was possible because someone helped me see what I'd lose, my wife, my son, the life I'd built here. Now, I'm not here as a conqueror, but as a defender. Because the Viltrumite Empire will come, whether I finish my mission or not. Original Mark returned to the podium. We don't know exactly when the Viltrumites will show up, he said, his practical nature evident. Could be months, could be years. But we know they're coming, and we need to get ready. That means working together, all of us, from both former Earths, to prepare our defenses. Original Eve joined him. The merger has actually given us an unexpected advantage, she noted with practical optimism. Twice the resources, twice the brain power, twice the potential defenders. If we can get past the integration challenges, we might actually stand a better chance against the Viltrumites than either of our worlds would have separately. This isn't the time to divide ourselves, Original Mark emphasized, his passion evident. Not between countries, not between duplicates. We're one world now, facing one threat. And we'll face it together, or we'll fall together. He took a deep breath, preparing for his conclusion. I know this is a lot to take in. Finding out you have a double somewhere on the planet. Learning that one of Earth's greatest heroes was originally sent to conquer us. Facing an alien invasion. But I also know that humanity, across both our former worlds, has faced huge challenges before and overcome them. We adapt. We survive. We fight for our home. The chamber remained silent as Original Mark's words hung in the air. Then, slowly, applause began, first from a few delegates, then spreading until the entire assembly was on its feet. As the broadcast concluded, the 3 heroes exited the stage, aware that they had taken only the first step in a long, uncertain journey. That went better than I thought it would, Original Eve observed cautiously, her analytical mind already assessing outcomes. That was the easy part, Nolan replied. Now comes the real challenge, turning words into action, getting a doubled world to work together against a threat most still can't really grasp. Original Mark nodded, his expression determined. One step at a time. First, we help people adjust to this new reality. Then we build our defenses. And somewhere along the way, we find a path to the Emperor's dimension and bring our friends home. Reactions to the global address varied widely across the merged Earth. In a military base outside what had once been Beijing, now one of two such cities, General Li Wei watched the replay with his counterpart from the other China, both men wearing identical uniforms with identical expressions of concern. If what they say is true, the first General Li observed, our combined forces would still be insufficient against beings with Omni-Man's capabilities. Perhaps, his counterpart agreed. But we now have twice the manufacturing capacity, twice the research facilities, twice the personnel. And we have something else, knowledge of what's coming. The first General Li nodded slowly. The Central Committee, both of them, will want a unified defense strategy. We should begin coordination immediately. Agreed. Though we must also address the domestic situation. Two identical populations, two identical governments, it creates potential for confusion, even conflict. Then we must ensure there is no confusion, the first General Li stated firmly. As these heroes said, we are one world now. We must act accordingly. In a classroom in Sao Paulo, Brazil, Professor Carvalho had gathered his students despite the official closure of schools, feeling it important to discuss the global address in an educational context. What do you think? He asked after the broadcast ended. Do we trust this Nolan, knowing what his counterpart did in the other world? Hands shot up around the room, opinions clearly divided. I think we have to judge him by his own actions, not his counterparts, argued Maria, a thoughtful student in the front row. If we start holding people responsible for what their duplicates did, where does it end? But they're the same person, countered Zhao from the back. Same genetics, same background, same mission. The only difference was this Sukuna person intervening. Without that, he'd have done exactly what the other Omni-Man did. That's the point, though, Maria insisted. One choice, one intervention, changed everything. It proves we're not just our programming or our orders. We can choose differently. Professor Carvalho nodded encouragingly. An excellent philosophical observation. The merger has forced us to confront questions of identity, free will, and moral responsibility in entirely new ways. But what about the practical issues? Asked another student. I found my other self online. We look identical, have the same parents, technically the same parents, just from different dimensions, but she chose different subjects in school. Now we're both here, competing for the same future spots at university or jobs. How is that supposed to work? The professor sighed, recognizing the legitimate concern. That's a question being asked in every school, every workplace across our new world. There are no easy answers yet. But perhaps, as we face this external threat, we'll find ways to turn our duplication from a challenge into a strength. In a small apartment in Moscow, Dmitry Petrov watched the address alone, his counterpart having chosen to remain with his family in the other Moscow. Unlike many duplicates who had immediately sought each other out, Dmitry had kept his distance, unsettled by the very concept of meeting himself. The broadcast left him with mixed emotions. On one hand, the confirmation of an alien threat was terrifying. On the other, it provided a focus beyond the existential crisis of duplication. His phone rang, his counterpart, calling for the first time since they'd exchanged contact information. Did you watch? The other Dmitry asked without preamble. Yes, Dmitry replied, still finding it strange to hear his own voice coming from someone else. What did you think? I think we can't afford to stay separate anymore, his counterpart said bluntly. This Viltrumite threat, if it's real, means we need to pool our resources, not maintain two parallel lives. Dmitry considered this. As a software engineer, he had valuable skills that could contribute to planetary defense. So did his counterpart. Together, they might accomplish more than either could separately. You're suggesting we work together? Professionally. To start with, the other Dmitry confirmed. I've already been contacted by representatives from both governments. They're establishing a joint technological defense initiative and seeking specialists. With our combined experience, we'd be more valuable as a team, Dmitry finished, the logic undeniable despite his personal reservations. Exactly. We can keep separate personal lives if that's more comfortable, but professionally, two minds with identical training but different project experiences, we could be an asset. Dmitry found himself nodding. Send me the details. We'll consider it. As he hung up, he realized he had unconsciously shifted to thinking of himself and his counterpart as a unit, a we rather than separate individuals. Perhaps that was the first step toward the unity the heroes had called for. In the Oval Office, President Davis concluded a video call with President Wilson, their conversation having covered the immediate steps needed to begin governmental integration. The Joint Chiefs are coordinating now, his Chief of Staff reported. Both sets of military leadership agree that a unified command structure is essential, especially in light of the Viltrumite threat. And Congress? The President asked. That's more complicated. Constitutional scholars from both former Earths are debating whether we need a merged legislative body or can maintain parallel structures with coordinated voting. President Davis sighed. The legal and governmental challenges are unprecedented. But they pale in comparison to what we'll face if these Viltrumites arrive and find us divided. Public reaction to the address has been surprisingly measured, the press secretary noted, reviewing real-time data. The alien threat seems to have provided context for the merger, a reason beyond random cosmic accident. People need meaning, the president observed. Even in chaos, especially in chaos. The idea that this merger might have a purpose, preparing us for an existential threat, gives them something to hold onto. He moved to the window, looking out at a Washington, D.C. that now existed alongside another version of itself, separated by a few hundred miles of newly merged geography. Schedule joint cabinet meetings with President Wilson's team, he instructed. Daily, to start. And I want direct lines to every major world leader, both versions. If we're going to face this as one planet, we need to start acting like one. As night fell across the merged Earth, the initial shock of the global address began to settle into a new normal. In homes across the expanded planet, families discussed what they had learned, what it might mean for their futures. In the GDA headquarters, Original Mark stood once again at the observation window, watching the lights of the doubled city below. This is just the beginning, Original Eve said, joining him, her practical nature evident in her tone. People are still processing, still adjusting. But at least now they know what's going on. Most of it, Original Mark amended with characteristic directness. We didn't tell them about Battle Beast absorbing his counterpart, or what that might mean for other duplicates. One crisis at a time, she replied pragmatically. They need to get used to the merger before we hit them with complications about what happens when duplicates merge more permanently. Though that is if it happens in a way not like this, we won't tell them otherwise. We don't want people to start eating each other. Original Eve finished with a disgusted expression. Original Mark nodded, his own expression showing his agreement, before turning more calm, his thoughts turning to their missing friends. I wonder how they're doing, our counterparts in Sukuna. Stuck in the Emperor's dimension. We'll find them, Original Eve assured him, her voice carrying problem-solving confidence. Just as I said before, the dimensional barriers were broken once. We can break through again. And meanwhile, we get ready, Nolan added, entering the observation deck, his deep voice less formal than his usual manner. The world knows what's coming now. That's a start. Original Mark turned to face his alternate father, still wrestling with the complex emotions his presence stirred up. Do you think they buy it? He asked bluntly. That you're not the same Nolan who betrayed Earth in my dimension. Some will, Nolan replied with the perspective of centuries. Others won't. Trust has to be earned, especially when your other self gave people every reason for suspicion. Especially since we are the same, unlike your variations that everyone could see were completely different than you. He met Original Mark's gaze directly. Still, again, I don't expect everyone to accept me right away. I just want the chance to prove through actions that I've chosen a different path. Original Mark nodded slowly. Fair enough. Actions, not words. As they stood together, watching over a world forever changed by the dimensional merger, the weight of what was to come hung in the air between them. A challenge that would test not just their strength, but the very concept of identity, choice, and redemption that now defined their doubled existence. Chapter 64, Why Do You Deny It? The rain fell in relentless sheets, pounding against the Imperial Gardens with a rhythm that drowned out all other sounds. Lightning occasionally split the alien sky, illuminating the strange landscape in brief, harsh flashes before darkness reclaimed it. Sukuna stood motionless in the downpour, his black dress shirt and business pants completely soaked, clinging to his form like a second skin. He made no effort to seek shelter, instead lifting his face slightly toward the sky, allowing the water to wash over him. He had been standing there for nearly an hour, the perfect stillness of his posture broken only by the occasional blink to clear water from his eyes. The gardens were deserted, sensible beings had retreated indoors at the first sign of the storm, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Or so he believed. You're getting wet, a voice observed from behind him. Sukuna didn't turn, having sensed her approach long before she spoke. So are you, he replied simply. Adam Eve moved to stand beside him, her red attire, modest yet elegant, now darkened and clinging to her form. It was clothing designed to protect her modesty while still being flattering, the kind of outfit she had always worn outside since Megami's death, never showing more than he would have approved of, even when he was no longer there to see. You always liked the rain, she said softly, her eyes fixed on the same distant point as his. Even before your regression. Sukuna didn't correct her use of the term regression. After the dinner conversation and hours of solitary contemplation, he was no longer certain she was wrong. The possibility that he might indeed be their Megami, reborn or returned, could no longer be dismissed as mere delusion on their part. It calms me, he admitted after a long moment of silence. The rain had always affected him this way, across all his lives. In his first life, it had been a simple pleasure. In his second, as Ryaman Sukuna, it had carried deeper significance. Even as the fallen son of heaven, he had found peace in the rain, when the world received its blessing from above, when water sustained life and allowed new growth to emerge from the earth, the spirit of creation was at its purest. It was a connection to heaven that he had never fully severed, no matter how much he might deny taking pleasure in it. They stood in companionable silence, both continuing to get soaked as the storm showed no signs of abating. The palace lights reflected off the water-slick pathways, creating ethereal patterns that shifted with each gust of wind. Why do you wish to deny it? Adam Eve asked suddenly, her voice carrying no judgment, only genuine curiosity. That you've regressed. Sukuna remained silent for a long moment, considering her question with the seriousness it deserved. Because I failed then, he finally answered, his voice barely audible above the rain. What do you mean? She asked, turning slightly to study his profile. Since being born, he began carefully, not alluding to his past lives that no one but he knew about, I began to believe in connection. In love having some sort of power that could be harnessed. Used to achieve what pleases oneself. He paused, gathering his thoughts. But what you are telling me is that very love made me blind. Made me weak. Made me die and cause my child to die and lose all I had built. His voice remained steady, but the pain beneath the words was unmistakable. Which makes me wonder if I should abandon it entirely. No. Adam Eve's response was immediate and forceful, startling in its intensity. She moved to stand in front of him, her hands reaching up to cup his face, turning it toward her with gentle insistence. Catching herself, she softened her voice, though the passion remained evident. That very love is what made me fall for you, she said, her eyes searching his. Those months before our loss of you were the best of my entire life. Seeing you smile so much, be so happy, be more expressive, they are things that I rewatch hours upon hours of recordings of each day, just to not forget. Her hands trembled slightly against his skin, whether from emotion or the cold rain, he couldn't tell. Even if it made you lose him, lose me? Sukuna asked, for the first time verbally acknowledging the possibility of truth in her words about his regression. Adam Eve fell silent at this, her hands slowly dropping from his face. After a moment, she asked quietly, can I hold you for a moment? Can I hug you? Sukuna tilted his head slightly, curious at the request, but nodded slowly. She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around him with careful gentleness, as if afraid he might shatter, or vanish, at any moment. Her head rested against his chest, and he could feel her warmth even through their rain-soaked clothing. Please listen to me for a moment, she whispered, her voice close to his ear. Even if you don't believe you've regressed, humor me and listen to what happened after you died. Sukuna remained silent, neither embracing her in return nor pushing her away, but allowing the contact as he waited for her to continue. Mark and I closed off after your death, she began, her voice a soft murmur against the backdrop of the rain. We became more cold, more distant. We focused entirely on expanding and rebuilding the empire in your image rather than anything else. Her arms tightened slightly around him. I still am, loyal to you. I never looked at anyone else, never touched nor let anyone else touch me. But so many tried. A slight tremor ran through her body. So many, in fact, that Mark began to kill them. He issued a law that if anyone approached me with intentions of being with me, they would be executed. She pulled back slightly, looking up at Sukuna's face. He threatened me, too. Told me that I was yours, that I must wait till we found you, and that if I even attempted to be with anyone else, he would kill them. I was furious with him, not because I wanted to move on, but because he didn't trust my devotion to you. Tears began to fall from her eyes, warm against the cold rain streaming down her face. We fought. Destroyed many dead planets in our rage. And then, when the fight ended, we finally began to grieve. We cried together on a desolate world, mourning you, mourning mine and your child, mourning everything we had lost. Her voice broke as she pressed her face against his chest again. I've been waiting for you. Been loyal to you. So please, don't stop loving. Because I can't bear the thought that you might never love me again. With those words, she burst into full tears, her body shaking with sobs as she clung to him. The intensity of her grief was overwhelming, the pain of 17 years of loneliness pouring out all at once. Sukuna stood frozen for a moment, uncertain how to respond to such raw emotion. Then, slowly, his arms came up to encircle her, holding her as she cried. It wasn't a passionate embrace, but a supportive one, offering comfort rather than romance. He held her as her sobs gradually subsided, until finally, her body went limp against his. She had cried herself into unconsciousness, the emotional exhaustion of the moment combined with the physical strain of standing in the cold rain proving too much. As he adjusted his hold to support her weight, Sukuna became aware of another presence nearby. Looking up, he saw Eve, his Eve, standing a short distance away, watching them with an unreadable expression. How long have you been there? He asked, lifting Adam Eve into his arms in a princess carry. Long enough, Eve replied simply, moving forward to join them. She needs to get out of the rain. Together, they made their way back to the palace, neither speaking as they navigated the corridors to Sukuna's private chambers, quarters provided by the emperor that were spacious and elegant without being ostentatious. Sukuna laid Adam Eve gently on his bed, her unconscious form still and peaceful despite her soaked clothing. Eve disappeared into the adjoining bathroom, returning with towels. She handed one to Sukuna before using another to carefully dry Adam Eve's hair and face. They worked in silence, removing Adam Eve's shoes and covering her with a blanket to prevent her from catching cold. When they had done what they could, they retreated to the edge of the bed, sitting side by side, both still damp from the rain. The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken thoughts and questions, until Eve finally broke it with a single word. Fine. Sukuna turned to her, confusion evident in his expression. Fine. Eve nodded, her eyes fixed on Adam Eve's sleeping form. I've been thinking. About you, about my love for you, and your love for me. She took a deep breath, as if steeling herself for what she was about to say. I've realized that since Adam Eve is another version of myself, she is me. Which means I wouldn't be sharing your love with anyone else if you loved her too, because you'd still be loving me, just, another version. There was something in her tone, a possessive edge, a calculation that was an obsession, that caught Sukuna's attention. This wasn't simple acceptance, it was a carefully reasoned justification that allowed her to maintain her exclusive claim on him. If she's right, Eve continued, her voice taking on a harder quality, and you remember and fall in love with her again, you can be with both of us. But no one else. Her eyes met his, intense and unwavering. Not another woman, because she wouldn't be me. That would mean you were loving someone else entirely. Her fingers twitched slightly, pink energy briefly materializing around them. And if that happened, I would have to kill her. Molecularly disassemble her, atom by atom, until nothing remained but dust. I would make it slow, make her feel every particle of her being separating from the others. The casual way she described such brutal violence sent a chill through the room, but Sukuna's expression remained impassive. He had known of Eve's possessive nature, her obsessive tendencies, but this was the first time she had stated them so explicitly. You would have to be with both of us, she continued, her voice softening slightly. And not have your time divided. I refuse to have any moment less with you than she does. Not a single second. Her hand found his on the bed, her fingers intertwining with his. All of this, of course, if the regression situation is truly the case. If you are their Megami, return to them. She turned to face him fully, her eyes searching his. Are you? Could they be right? Sukuna considered her question carefully. The possibility had been growing in his mind since the dinner conversation, taking root in ways he hadn't anticipated. The gaps in his memory between lives, the strange familiarity he felt with certain aspects of this world, the way his soul resonated with both Emperor Mark and Adam Eve in ways he couldn't easily dismiss. I don't know, he admitted finally, the words costing him more than she could possibly understand. For the first time in my life, I truly don't know. Eve nodded, accepting his uncertainty with surprising grace. Then, with deliberate slowness, she leaned forward, her eyes never leaving his as she pressed her lips against his in a gentle kiss. It wasn't passionate or demanding, but tender, a reaffirmation of connection, of commitment, regardless of what revelations might come. Sukuna returned the kiss with equal gentleness, one hand coming up to cup her face. When they separated, Eve rested her forehead against his. Whatever you discover about yourself, whoever you might have been before, know this, I love you. Not just the you now, not just Megami, but truly you, the being who exists now, with all your complexities. Sukuna didn't respond verbally, but his hand tightened slightly around hers, an acknowledgement of her words and the sentiment behind them. They remained like that for several moments, the only sound in the room the soft breathing of Adam Eve as she slept, unaware of the conversation that had taken place or the kiss that had been shared. Outside, the rain continued to fall, washing away the old and nourishing the new, as it had since the beginning of time. And in that moment of quiet connection, Sukuna found himself losing his regained doubt in the love being a weakness. Once more reaffirming for himself that it was a different kind of strength, one he had yet to fully understand or master. The thought though was still foreign, still uncomfortable, but no longer entirely unwelcome. And that, in itself, was perhaps the most significant change of all. As Eve eventually drifted to sleep against his shoulder, Sukuna remained awake, watching over both women with thoughtful eyes. The King of Curses, the Son of Heaven, the strategic genius who had helped build an empire spanning 17 galaxies, all of these identities swirled within him, separate yet increasingly connected. If he was indeed all of these things, if his soul had traveled a more complex path than even he had realized, then what did that mean for his future? For his power? For his understanding of his own existence? The questions had no immediate answers, but for once, Sukuna found himself willing to wait for them to reveal themselves in their own time. After all, if there was one thing his multiple existences had taught him, it was that time had a way of bringing truth to light, whether one sought it or not. And so he sat, patient and watchful, as the night deepened around them and the rain continued its relentless drumming against the palace walls. A rhythm as old as the world itself, as constant as the cycle of death and rebirth that perhaps had touched his soul more times than he had ever imagined possible. Chapter 65, So It's True. Mahoraga sat cross-legged on the floor of Sukuna's private chamber, his massive form dwarfing the furniture around him. The Divine General's wheel spun above his head like a disk of white light, casting strange shadows across the room as it rotated with hypnotic regularity. Before him rested an oversized laptop, specially constructed to accommodate his enormous hands, on which he typed, his fingers moving across the keyboard with great speed. Sukuna sat nearby in a comfortable armchair, observing the Shikigami's work with careful attention. He had summoned Mahoraga shortly after dawn, initiating a process that had continued uninterrupted for nearly 24 hours. The door to the chamber slid open, and Emperor Mark entered, his expression wary as he took in the scene. He wore casual clothing, a simple black t-shirt and jeans that belied his imperial status, but the tension in his shoulders spoke of underlying concern. So, Emperor Mark began, his eyes fixed on Mahoraga, this has been going on for almost a full day now. Care to fill me in on what exactly is happening here? Despite his casual tone, Sukuna could detect the Emperor's apprehension. Mark was clearly concerned that this might be preparation for an escape attempt, though to his credit, he made no move to interfere, honoring his promise to give Sukuna and his companions freedom of choice. Mahoraga is adapting, Sukuna explained, gesturing toward the Divine General without taking his eyes off the spinning wheel. It's what he does. Adapting to what exactly? Emperor Mark asked, moving closer but maintaining a respectful distance from the working Shikigami. Sukuna turned to face the Emperor fully. To the possibility you raised. About my identity. Interest immediately replaced wariness in Mark's expression. You mean? If anyone can determine whether there's truth to your claim that I am your Megami regressed into another world with memories lost, it's Mahoraga, Sukuna confirmed. He can adapt to any phenomenon, including dimensional regression and memory transfer. If it's possible to verify your theory, or even eventually restore those memories, Mahoraga will find the way. Emperor Mark's face transformed with shock that quickly gave way to barely contained joy. You're serious? He can actually do that. That's his function, Sukuna explained. The Divine General adapts to any phenomenon he encounters, developing countermeasures or complementary processes. It's why his wheel spins, it's constantly analyzing, processing, adapting. Holy shit, Mark breathed, running a hand through his hair. That's incredible. I mean, that's next level awesome. Why didn't you mention this capability before? Sukuna noted the Emperor's shift to more informal language, the way his imperial bearing seemed to melt away when discussing Mahoraga's abilities. It was as if Mark was falling back into a familiar rhythm, the way he might have spoken with Megami before losing him. The observation was interesting, another data point in the increasingly complex equation of his identity. It wasn't relevant until now, Sukuna replied simply. Not relevant. Mark laughed, the sound genuine and unrestrained. Dude, you've got a being that can literally adapt to anything. That's like having a walking, typing universal cheat code. Before Sukuna could respond, Mahoraga's wheel suddenly stopped rotating. The Shikigami's hands paused over the keyboard, his massive head tilting slightly as if listening to some inaudible signal. Then, with deliberate movements, he closed the laptop, reached for a journal and pen that had been placed nearby, and began to write. The scratching of pen on paper was the only sound in the room as both Sukuna and Emperor Mark watched intently. After several moments, Mahoraga tore the page from the journal and extended it toward Sukuna with a ceremonial bow of his head. What's it say? Mark asked eagerly, moving closer to peer over Sukuna's shoulder as he took the paper. Sukuna was silent for a long moment as he read Mahoraga's findings, his expression unreadable. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a complex mixture of emotions, resignation, acceptance, and something almost like relief. You're right, he said quietly. I have regressed. Though Sukuna had already begun to believe this possibility since the dinner conversation, having it confirmed so definitively by Mahoraga's analysis was still jarring. The implications were enormous, reshaping his understanding of himself in ways he was only beginning to comprehend. Emperor Mark's reaction was immediate and overwhelming. Joy exploded across his features, his entire body seeming to light up from within. With a whoop of pure elation, he turned to Mahoraga and, in a display of emotion that would have shocked his imperial court, rushed forward to embrace the divine general. Thank you, he exclaimed, actually lifting the massive Shikigami slightly off the ground in his enthusiasm. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Be careful, Sukuna warned, still studying the paper in his hands. Mahoraga has expended most of his energy adapting to this phenomenon. He's not as durable as he should be right now. Mark immediately set Mahoraga down, though his excitement remained undiminished. Sorry, big guy. Got carried away. He turned back to Sukuna, his expression sobering slightly. And I owe you an apology too, for destroying his wheel before. That was a dick move, even if I thought I was doing the right thing. To Sukuna's mild surprise, the Emperor turned back to Mahoraga and bowed deeply, a gesture of genuine contrition that few beings in the universe would ever receive from him. I'm truly sorry for damaging your wheel, he said formally. It was done out of fear and misunderstanding, not malice. But that doesn't excuse it. Mahoraga tilted his head, considering the apology for a moment before nodding once in acknowledgement. He accepts your apology, Sukuna translated, setting aside the paper. Though he suggests you avoid touching his wheel in the future, regardless of circumstances. Noted. Absolutely noted, Mark agreed fervently. His expression shifted to one of barely contained hope as he turned back to Sukuna. So, can he make you remember? Can he help you recover your memories of, before? Potentially, Sukuna replied cautiously. But it would take time and significant energy from both of us. The process wouldn't be immediate or simple. Whatever you need, Mark said instantly, his voice intense with sincerity. Resources, time, space, equipment, anything at all. Just say the word, and it happens. I'll move planets, literally if necessary. Sukuna studied the Emperor's eager expression, noting the raw emotion that had replaced his usual imperial control. This was not the calculated manipulation of a ruler, but the desperate hope of someone who had lost something precious and now saw a chance to recover it. No, Sukuna said finally, stretching his arms above his head to loosen muscles stiff from sitting too long. It's enough for today. I'm tired. Mark's expression immediately softened, his excitement tempered by concern. Of course. I'm pushing too hard, aren't I? Sorry about that. As Sukuna dismissed Mahoraga, who bowed once more before dissolving into shadow, the Emperor's demeanor shifted to something more considerate. I know a place, he offered. Somewhere quiet where you can relax. If you're interested. Sukuna nodded, rising from his chair with fluid grace. Lead the way. They walked through the palace corridors in comfortable silence, Mark occasionally pointing out features of interest or sharing brief anecdotes about the building's construction. Unlike their previous interactions, there was no tension in the air, no underlying current of suspicion or calculation. The place Mark had in mind turned out to be a small, secluded garden terrace overlooking the capital city. Unlike the grand formal gardens, this space felt intimate, personal, a private retreat rather than a display of imperial grandeur. Wait here at SEC, Mark said suddenly. I need to grab something. Before Sukuna could respond, the Emperor had launched himself into the air, disappearing in a blur of movement. Barely a second later, he returned, landing lightly on the terrace with a familiar box in his hands. Chess, he announced, holding up the elegant wooden case with an almost boyish grin. We always played. At least once a week, sometimes more. He set the box on a small table between two comfortable chairs. You never lost. Not once in all the years we played. I came close a few times, or at least I thought I did, but you were always 3 moves ahead. Mark's expression turned mischievous as he opened the box, revealing intricately carved pieces made from what appeared to be some form of alien crystal. I've been practicing, though. In my free time. For when we'd meet again. Sukuna raised an eyebrow. You think you stand a chance now? Probably not, Mark admitted with a laugh. But I've got to try, right? It's tradition. As they sat down to play, Sukuna found himself studying the Emperor with new eyes once again. The difference in Mark's demeanor was just so striking. Gone was the imposing ruler of 17 galaxies, replaced by someone much more relaxed, more genuine. It was as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders. With Sukuna, Mark didn't need to maintain the facade of imperial strength and control. He didn't need to be the emperor, the unquestioned authority, the fearsome leader. To Mark, Sukuna was family, his brother, his teacher, the one person who had seen him at his most vulnerable and never exploited it, but instead guided him to become stronger. The chess game progressed as they talked, moving from imperial politics to scientific advancements, from philosophical questions to mundane observations about palace life. The conversation flowed naturally, without the careful diplomatic maneuvering that had characterized their previous interactions. Sukuna found himself responding to this more authentic version of Mark with equal openness, though he maintained his awareness throughout. He was still assessing, still calculating, but with less immediate suspicion than before. Check, Mark announced suddenly, looking up with a triumphant grin. See? I told you I've improved. Sukuna glanced at the board, quickly analyzing the position. Improved, yes, he acknowledged, moving his bishop to block the check while simultaneously setting up a counterattack. But not enough. Mark studied the move, his grin fading as he recognized the trap he'd walked into. Damn it, he muttered. I thought I had you there. You were close, Sukuna offered, which wasn't entirely true, but seemed the appropriate thing to say. No, I wasn't, Mark laughed, shaking his head. You're just being nice. Which is weird, by the way. You never used to pull punches in chess. You said it was dishonest to the integrity of the game or something equally intense. The casual reference to his supposed past self sent a slight jolt through Sukuna, another reminder of the identity confirmation Mahoraga had provided, that he for a moment had ignored. Still needing to process it. If the Divine General was correct, which he most definitely was, the Divine General does not make mistakes, that is his status bestowed upon by heaven. Then the person Mark was describing wasn't just someone who looked like him, but an earlier version of himself, one he had no conscious memory of being. They continued playing, the game extending longer than either had anticipated. It was only when Mark glanced up at the sky that they realized how much time had passed. The sun had set, and the night sky above the palace had transformed into a breathtaking display of stars, more numerous and vibrant than anything visible from Earth, with nebulae and distant galaxies painting swirls of color across the darkness. Wow, Mark said softly, his attention drawn away from the chessboard. I forget sometimes how beautiful it is. Gets easy to take it for granted when you can fly up there whenever you want. Sukuna followed his gaze upward, studying the unfamiliar constellations with quiet appreciation. This reminds me, Mark continued, a fond smile spreading across his face. There was this time, you were maybe 15? When I was supposed to be helping you with some astronomical calculations for a Viltrumite navigation system. But I kept getting distracted, making up ridiculous names for star patterns instead of using the proper designations. He chuckled at the memory. You were so serious, trying to get actual work done, and I just kept pointing at random clusters saying stuff like that one's clearly the cosmic chicken and look, it's the Grand Imperial nose hair. Mark's expression softened. You tried to stay professional, but I could see you fighting it. Finally, I pointed to this one particular formation and declared it was the Thrag's underwear constellation, complete with detailed explanation of which stars represented what parts. He shook his head, the memory clearly precious to him. That was it. You completely lost it. First time I ever heard you really laugh, not just a polite chuckle or that little hum sound you'd make when something amused you, but a full, genuine laugh. Took you like 5 minutes to pull yourself together. Mark's eyes met Sukuna's, his expression open and vulnerable. After that, I made it my mission to make you laugh at least once a month. Kept a calendar and everything. The story stirred something in Sukuna, not a memory exactly, but a sense of familiarity, as if he could almost see the scene Mark was describing. It was disconcerting yet strangely compelling. I'm glad you're back, Mark said quietly, his voice thick with emotion. Even like this, different, changed, with new experiences and memories. You're still you, underneath it all. And that's everything I could have hoped for. The raw sincerity in his voice was unmistakable, the years of grief and longing evident in every word. This, again still, wasn't the calculated manipulation of an emperor, but the heartfelt gratitude of someone who had lost his closest friend and found him again against all odds. Sukuna didn't respond immediately, unsure what to say in the face of such naked emotion. Finally, he simply nodded, acknowledging Mark's words without committing to any particular response. They sat in comfortable silence after that, the chess game forgotten as they gazed up at the stars, two beings of immense power finding a moment of peace in the simple act of contemplating the universe above them. And if Sukuna felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if he had sat in this very spot looking at these same stars before, he kept the observation to himself. There would be time enough to explore such feelings later, to determine what they might mean for his understanding of himself and his place in this unexpected new reality. For now, it was enough to sit in quiet companionship, watching the stars wheel slowly overhead in their ancient, unchanging dance. Chapter 66, A Day in a Mohawk's Life. Mohawk Mark reclined on the massive custom bed, large enough to accommodate 8 people comfortably, as smoke curled from the cigarette between his lips. His eyes wandered lazily over the 7 red-headed women scattered across the silk sheets, each one a carefully selected Eve lookalike, down to the smallest details of their features. The cosplay wasn't just in their hair color, they wore variations of Eve's costume, some more revealing than others, all designed to his exact specifications. It had cost a fortune to find women who matched his requirements so precisely, but being Emperor of Earth and Viltrum meant money was no object. "Get out," he said suddenly, his voice cutting through the post-coital haze that filled the imperial bedroom. The women exchanged confused glances, some still catching their breath from the hours of activity. "Now," he added, a hint of Viltrumite authority entering his tone. They scrambled to comply, gathering discarded clothing and personal items with practiced efficiency. None dared question him, they knew better than to test the patience of a being who could reduce the planet to rubble on a whim. As the door closed behind the last of them, Mohawk Mark exhaled a long stream of smoke toward the ornate ceiling. The cigarette, a custom blend from a planet whose name he couldn't be bothered to remember, did nothing for his Viltrumite physiology. No nicotine rush, no calming effect. Just the ritual, the familiar motion, the momentary distraction from thoughts he'd rather avoid. Thoughts of her. The real Eve. "Fuck," he muttered, crushing the cigarette in his palm without flinching. The ash scattered across the sheets, joining other stains from the night's activities. It had been 5 years since he'd killed her. 5 years of these elaborate charades, these pathetic attempts to fill the Eve-shaped hole in his existence. The cosplayers, the statues erected in her honor across his empire, the laws he'd passed requiring her name to be spoken with reverence, none of it helped. None of it brought her back. He still remembered the look in her eyes when he'd done it. Not fear, not even anger. Just disappointment. As if she'd always known he would eventually become this, a tyrant, a conqueror, everything his father had wanted him to be. "You were supposed to be better than this," she'd said, her final words before his hand had moved with Viltrumite speed, ending her life in an instant of misguided rage. He hadn't meant to kill her. It was just that she wouldn't stop talking, wouldn't stop trying to save him from what he was becoming. Wouldn't accept that his destiny was to rule, not serve. One moment of lost control, and she was gone forever. Mohawk Mark rose from the bed, naked and unconcerned with his state, as he moved to the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking his capital city. The metropolis sprawled beneath him, a testament to his absolute rule, buildings that would have been considered architectural marvels on the old Earth, streets free of crime not through justice but through fear, citizens who worshipped him as a living god. All of it meaningless without her. He pressed his forehead against the cool glass, watching his breath fog the surface. "I'm sorry," he whispered, words he could never say aloud to anyone else. The dimensional communicator chimed from his bedside table, interrupting his moment of weakness. Mohawk Mark composed himself instantly, the vulnerability vanishing behind his customary mask of arrogant indifference. He activated the device, and Astronaut Mark's face materialized in the holographic display. "Progress report," Astronaut Mark stated without preamble, his expression all business. "The dimensional mapping is proceeding on schedule. We've identified 17 potential target realities with minimal resistance capabilities." "Boring," Mohawk Mark replied, deliberately projecting disinterest as he reached for another cigarette. "Wake me up when you find something worth conquering." Astronaut Mark's expression tightened with barely concealed irritation. "This isn't a game. The Alliance requires coordination, planning. The Alliance requires results," Mohawk Mark interrupted, lighting his cigarette with casual disregard. "And so far, all I'm seeing is talk. Perhaps if you contributed more than attitude, we'd make faster progress," Astronaut Mark shot back. Mohawk Mark grinned, enjoying the rare display of emotion from his usually controlled counterpart. "I contribute exactly what's needed, a reality check. You plan sinister schemes, Viltrumite postures, and I remind everyone that we're wasting time." Before Astronaut Mark could respond, the hologram shifted, adding Sinister Mark to the communication. His cold eyes took in Mohawk Mark's state of undress with detached amusement. "Am I interrupting something?" Sinister Mark asked, his tone suggesting he couldn't care less if he was. "Just the usual astronaut boring me to death with details nobody cares about," Mohawk Mark replied, exhaling smoke toward the hologram. "Those details will determine our success or failure," Astronaut Mark insisted. "Our timeline has accelerated," Sinister Mark cut in, ignoring their bickering. "Sukuna appears to be growing impatient. His recent communications suggest he's developing his own strategies independent of our alliance." This caught Mohawk Mark's attention, though he was careful not to show it. "Smart move. Trust no one, especially not us. It complicates matters," Astronaut Mark noted, his tactical mind already recalculating. "If he's operating with separate objectives, it means he's planning to betray us," Sinister Mark finished, his expression darkening. "Or at least preparing for the possibility that we might betray him." "Shocking," Mohawk Mark drawled sarcastically. "The ancient Curse King doesn't trust a bunch of alternate versions of the same megalomaniac. Who could have predicted?" "This isn't a joke," Astronaut Mark snapped. "No, it's fucking politics," Mohawk Mark retorted, his casual facade slipping momentarily. "Everyone's positioning, everyone's planning their betrayal. It's why I hate working with others." "Yet here you are," Sinister Mark observed with a thin smile. "Curious, isn't it?" Mohawk Mark didn't rise to the bait. The truth was, he needed this alliance not just for the power it promised, but for the possibility it represented. Somewhere in the infinite multiverse, there had to be another Eve. One who would understand him, accept him as he was. One he could protect from himself. "We need contingencies," Astronaut Mark said, breaking the tense silence. If Sukuna turns against us, we'll have the firepower to handle it, Sinister Mark stated confidently. Between the three of us and Viltrumite Mark, we can contain any threat he might pose. Mohawk Mark said nothing, keeping his own thoughts to himself. While his counterparts discussed strategies and contingencies, his mind was working on a different angle entirely. The Emperor, that self-righteous version of himself who had conquered 17 galaxies, represented both a threat and an opportunity. His obsession with Megami made him unpredictable, potentially dangerous, but also potentially useful. If things went south with this alliance, and Mohawk Mark was certain they eventually would, having the Emperor as a backup ally could be the difference between victory and defeat. But he'd keep that card close to his chest for now. No need to let Astronaut and Sinister know he was developing his own contingency plans. The communication ended shortly after, leaving Mohawk Mark alone once more in his Imperial chambers. He stared at the space where the hologram had been, his mind racing with calculations and contingencies of his own. He trusted his counterparts about as far as he could throw a planet which, while considerable, wasn't nearly far enough. Astronaut Mark's tactical genius made him unpredictable, Sinister Mark's cruelty made him dangerous, and Viltrumite Mark's imperial ambitions made him a competitor rather than an ally. And Sukuna. Sukuna was the wild card. Mohawk Mark had seen enough during the dimensional merger to know that underestimating him would be a fatal mistake. No, he needed his own plan, one that didn't rely on the goodwill or loyalty of beings as duplicitous as himself. The thought that had been forming in his mind since the dimensional merger continued to develop. The original Mark, the one Levi had such a hate boner for, represented an opportunity. Unlike the rest of them, he hadn't yet been corrupted by absolute power. He still had principles, still believed in concepts like redemption and second chances. After all, if he could forgive Nolan, a father who had lied to him his entire life and nearly beaten him to death, then perhaps he could be convinced to aid someone like Mohawk Mark, whose crimes in the original's reality were relatively minor by comparison. And then there was the Thrag situation. Mohawk Mark's path to power had been different from the Emperor's. He hadn't needed to defeat Thrag in single combat. Instead, he had discovered and leveraged his direct lineage to Argal, the greatest of all Viltrumite rulers. That revelation had turned the Viltrumite Empire against Thrag, with Conquest himself leading the charge to depose the Grand Regent in favor of Argal's true heir. It hadn't been easy. Thrag was still the strongest Viltrumite alive, but with the entire empire against him, his defeat had been inevitable. If Mohawk Mark could deliver this information to the original Mark and the Emperor, proof of their true heritage as Argal's descendants, it would put them in his debt. A card to be played when the alliance inevitably fractured. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Enter," he called, not bothering to cover himself. Conquest stepped into the room, his massive frame filling the doorway. Unlike the Conquest from the original timeline, this version had become Mohawk Mark's right hand, his most loyal general. The bond between them went beyond mere duty. Conquest had been Argal's closest friend, and in Mohawk Mark, he saw echoes of the greatest leader the Viltrumite Empire had ever known. "Emperor," Conquest acknowledged with a slight bow. "The Rigelian delegation has arrived. They await your pleasure in the throne room." Mohawk Mark nodded, finally moving to dress himself. "Let them wait. It builds character." Conquest's lips twitched in what might have been amusement. "As you wish. There is also the matter of the rebellion on Proxima Centauri." "Crush it," Mohawk Mark said dismissively, pulling on his distinctive costume. "Make an example of their leaders." "The usual." "With respect, Emperor, this rebellion is different," Conquest cautioned. "They've somehow acquired weapons capable of harming Viltrumites. 3 of our soldiers were killed in the initial uprising." This caught Mohawk Mark's attention. He paused in adjusting his costume, fixing Conquest with a sharp look. "Weapons that can kill Viltrumites? That's interesting." "Concerning," Conquest corrected. "If such technology spreads." "It won't," Mohawk Mark interrupted. "Because we're going to take it for ourselves." A smile spread across his face, the kind that made even hardened generals like Conquest uneasy. "In fact, I think I'll handle this personally. It's been too long since I've had a good fight." "As you wish, Emperor," Conquest replied, though concern remained evident in his expression. "Shall I prepare your ship?" "No need," Mohawk Mark said, moving to the window. "I could use the exercise." With casual strength, he pushed open the window and stepped out into the open air, hovering briefly as he oriented himself toward the stars. Proxima Centauri was close by astronomical standards, a quick jaunt for someone who could fly at faster than light speeds. "Emperor," Conquest called after him. "The Rigelians. Tell them I'm dealing with urgent imperial business," Mohawk Mark replied without looking back. "And have someone clean up this room. It's a mess." Without waiting for a response, he shot upward, breaking the sound barrier in an instant as he accelerated toward space. The familiar rush of flight, the one thing that still brought him uncomplicated joy, momentarily pushed aside his darker thoughts. As Earth dwindled behind him and the blackness of space enveloped his form, Mohawk Mark allowed himself a moment of honesty. This alliance with his variants and Sukuna was a means to an end, nothing more. If it succeeded, he might find what he was looking for across the multiverse. If it failed, he had contingencies. And if those contingencies failed, well, there was always Plan B: find the original Mark, convince him of their shared heritage, and use that connection to gain access to the Emperor and Sukuna. Not out of any sense of kinship or loyalty, but because together, those 3 represented the only force in the multiverse that might stand against whatever Sinister, Astronaut, and Viltrumite Mark were truly planning. Plus, he thought with grim amusement as he accelerated beyond light speed, if anyone in the multiverse had a spare Eve they might be willing to part with, it would be one of them, since they aren't the loving type, sinister, astronaut, and Viltrumite. That is if the fuckers didn't kill her in their worlds too. The stars blurred around him as he flew toward Proxima Centauri, toward violence that might momentarily quiet the guilt that haunted him day and night. Toward a distraction from the emptiness that no amount of power, conquest, or lookalikes could ever fill. Toward the next step in a plan that even he wasn't sure would work, but it was all he had. That, and the lingering hope that somewhere in the infinite multiverse, there was an Eve who could love the monster he had become. A Yandere Eve with her own plans to possess him would be a nightmare he had to steer clear of, though, he thought with a shiver. A Yandere with molecular manipulation powers? That was an end-of-reality scenario he wanted no part of. He still couldn't understand how that Sukuna guy could handle a Eve like that. How the fuck did he control her? Was his dick that mind-blowing or something? He shook his head, deciding he really didn't want to go down that rabbit hole. Those two are insane, even by his standards, and he'd rather steer as clear from them as possible, even in his own head. Thank God, Levi told him that about them, otherwise he wouldn't know what hit him. As he left his solar system behind, Mohawk Mark allowed himself one final thought before focusing on the coming battle. In a multiverse of infinite possibilities, the only constant seemed to be that every version of Mark Grayson was, in one way or another, completely batshit crazy. And he wouldn't have it any other fucking way. Chapter 68, Family Reunion. The Imperial Gardens stretched endlessly beneath the alien sky, a masterpiece of botanical engineering that blended species from a dozen worlds into harmonious coexistence. Crimson flowers with petals like spun crystal grew alongside azure vines that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. Trees with silver leaves whispered in the gentle breeze, their branches creating dappled patterns on the soft grass below. In a secluded clearing amidst this splendor, a scene of surprising domesticity unfolded. Emperor Mark and his counterpart circled each other on a patch of open ground, their movements fluid and precise as they sparred at a fraction of their true speed. Despite the restraint, each exchange created subtle shockwaves that rustled the nearby foliage. "You're telegraphing your left hook," Emperor Mark advised, easily sidestepping the attack. "Try dropping your shoulder less." Mark adjusted his stance, frustration evident in his expression. "Easy for you to say. You've had decades more practice." "True," the Emperor acknowledged with a small smile. "But you have the same potential. The same fundamental capabilities." A short distance away, beneath the shade of a massive tree with luminescent bark, Sukuna reclined with his head resting comfortably on Eve's lap. His eyes were closed, his expression more relaxed than it had been in days. The confirmation from Mahoraga had changed something in him, not erasing who he was, but adding another dimension to his understanding of himself. Both Eves hovered attentively around him. Eve ran her fingers through his hair with gentle possessiveness, while Adam Eve attempted to feed him grapes from a crystal bowl. "You need to try these," Adam Eve insisted, holding a plump purple fruit near his lips. "They're from the royal vineyards on Proxima Centauri. Nothing like Earth grapes." He already had 3, Eve pointed out, unable to keep a hint of territorial edge from her voice despite her efforts to be accommodating. "Which means he liked them," Adam Eve countered with a smile that was both friendly and challenging. "Besides, these are the gold-veined variety. Different flavor profile entirely." Sukuna opened one eye, regarding the offered fruit with mild amusement. "If I eat any more, I'll fall asleep right here," he commented, though he accepted the grape nonetheless. "That wouldn't be the worst outcome," Eve murmured, continuing to stroke his hair with a tenderness that still surprised him sometimes, still not completely used to such gentleness. Standing a respectful distance away, Anissa maintained her guard position, her Viltrumite physique impressive even in the relaxed stance she had adopted. Though officially present as security, the formality of her role had gradually softened over the past days. "The blue ones are better," she commented, breaking her professional silence to contribute to the grape debate. Adam Eve glanced up, offering the bowl. "Want to try one?" Anissa hesitated, protocol warring with temptation, before accepting with a nod. "Thank you, Lady Eve." "Just Eve is fine," Adam Eve replied with a warm smile. "We're at a picnic, not a state function." "Old habits," Anissa said with a small shrug, though the corner of her mouth twitched upward as she sampled the fruit. The easy camaraderie that had developed between them still felt strange to Sukuna. After the initial shock of confirming that he was, indeed, a reincarnation of this world's Megami Fushiguro, that somewhere in the depths of his being, those memories and experiences existed alongside his other lives, he had expected more difficulty in adjusting. Instead, there had been a curious sense of rightness. As if pieces long misaligned had finally clicked into place. The knowledge hadn't erased who he was, the king of curses, Ryuman Sukuna, the first son of heaven, but had added another layer to his already complex identity. And surprisingly, the others had adapted with similar ease. Mark had accepted the situation with characteristic resilience, while Eve had approached it with curiosity alongside her protective instincts. Emperor Mark and Adam Eve had been vindicated in their certainty but had shown unexpected patience as Sukuna processed the implications. Even Toji had been remarkably understanding, treating Sukuna not as a replacement for his lost son but as a continuation, the same soul in a new configuration, with different memories but the same fundamental essence. The sparring match between the Marks concluded with a final exchange that left both slightly winded but grinning. "Not bad," Emperor Mark acknowledged, clapping his counterpart on the shoulder. "You're picking up the techniques faster than I did at your age." "Having a good teacher helps," Mark replied, the initial wariness he had felt toward his imperial counterpart having gradually given way to a cautious respect. They joined the others beneath the tree, Emperor Mark immediately claiming a spot beside Sukuna while Mark settled next to Eve, his arm casually draping around her shoulders. "The quantum stabilizer adjustments are almost complete," Adam Eve reported, seamlessly shifting from casual conversation to scientific matters. Another month, maybe less, and we'll have a functioning prototype. Meaning we could theoretically create a stable portal back to our dimension, Eve added, her fingers still absently stroking Sukuna's hair. A moment of silence followed this statement, the unspoken question hanging in the air, would they choose to return, now that they understood the truth of Sukuna's connection to this world? Emperor Mark's expression tightened almost imperceptibly, though he maintained his casual posture. No rush on that front, he said, his tone deliberately light. You've barely seen a fraction of what the Empire has to offer. I'm particularly interested in the libraries on Altair 9, Eve admitted. The xenobiology research alone could advance Earth science by centuries. And I still need to kick your ass properly in training, Mark added with a grin directed at his counterpart. Can't leave until I manage that at least once. The tension eased, the decision tacitly postponed for another day. Sukuna remained silent, his thoughts his own as he contemplated the complex web of connections and responsibilities that pulled him in multiple directions. He still of course needed to go back to the other world. Uncle Kenji and others were waiting for him. He couldn't simply abandon them. Though he mused internally that there must be a way to find an equilibrium between both worlds. His musings were interrupted by Anissa straightening suddenly, her hand moving to the communication device at her belt. Your Majesty, she said, her tone shifting back to formal. We have approaching visitors. Emperor Mark raised an eyebrow. Expected. Yes, sir. It's Lord Fushiguro, Lady Keiko, A&D. Anissa hesitated, something unusual crossing her features. And Lady Debbie. The effect of those names was immediate. Emperor Mark sat up straighter, his casual demeanor replaced by something more guarded, a hint of vulnerability flickering across his features before his imperial mask reasserted itself. Adam Eve's expression softened with sympathy, while she instinctively moved closer to the Emperor, her hand finding his in silent support. I didn't know they were coming together, Emperor Mark said quietly, a rare uncertainty in his voice. Toji mentioned they might visit, Adam Eve replied, squeezing his hand. Lady Keiko needed time to prepare herself. Sukuna rose to his feet with fluid grace, his expression revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Eve stood beside him, her hand slipping into his with silent support. You okay? She asked softly, for his ears alone. Curious, he replied honestly. This is new territory. 3 figures appeared at the garden's edge, approaching along the winding path that led to their secluded spot. Toji walked with his characteristic confidence, though he'd made the barest concession to formality by wearing something other than his usual combat attire still, his shirt remained partially unbuttoned at the collar, as if formal clothing physically pained him. Beside him walked 2 women, each carrying herself with distinct but equally commanding presence. The first Keiko Fushiguro moved with natural elegance, her long dark hair streaked with a single dramatic silver strand, pulled back in a simple style that emphasized her fine features. She wore a dress of deep blue that shimmered slightly with her movements, the color bringing out the intensity of eyes that were unmistakably like Sukuna's own. The second woman, Debbie Grayson, had a more approachable warmth about her, though time had etched lines of both laughter and sorrow into her face. Her black hair showed strands of gray, and she wore a simple but elegant outfit in soft earth tones. Her eyes, so like Mark's, held a complex mixture of emotions as they fell upon the Emperor. Yo, kid. Toji called out, waving casually as if this were nothing more than a routine visit rather than a reunion 17 years in the making. Finally dragged these 2 out here to see you. Took enough damn convincing. Despite his casual tone, Sukuna could see the tightly controlled emotion in Toji's eyes, the slight tension in his shoulders betraying the significance of the moment. Emperor Mark stepped forward, his imperial bearing returning as he inclined his head respectfully. Mother. Lady Keiko. Not now, Mark, Keiko interrupted, her voice soft but carrying a quiet authority that halted the Emperor mid-sentence. Her eyes never left Sukuna's face. Debbie, however, moved toward her son, her expression a complex mixture of sorrow, love, and something that might have been disappointment. Mark, she said simply, reaching up to touch his face, a gesture so maternal that it seemed to momentarily pierce the Emperor's carefully maintained composure. Mother, he acknowledged, his voice softer than Sukuna had ever heard it. For a brief moment, the Emperor of 17 Galaxies looked like nothing more than a son facing his mother's judgment. Meanwhile, Keiko moved closer to Sukuna, each step deliberate, as if approaching something precious and fragile. The others instinctively drew back, creating space for this moment 17 years in the making. Sukuna found himself standing alone as she stopped before him, close enough that he could see the faint lines at the corners of her eyes, the physical markers of years spent in grief. Megami, she said simply, the name carrying a weight of emotion that seemed to fill the space between them. For once, Sukuna didn't correct the name. It was his, after all, one of his names, in one of his lives. Instead, he nodded slightly, feeling strangely out of place despite the confirmation of his connection to this world. Without warning, Keiko stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him, pulling him into an embrace so fierce it might have hurt someone without his enhanced durability. Her body trembled against his, her face pressed against his shoulder as years of restrained emotion finally found release. Sukuna stood frozen for a moment, caught off guard by the intensity of her reaction. Then, slowly, hesitantly, he returned the embrace, his arms coming around her with careful gentleness. It felt strange, unfamiliar, yet somehow known. Yet here was this woman, holding him as if he were the most precious thing in her universe, her tears soaking through the fabric of his shirt as she clung to him with desperate relief. When she finally pulled back, her hands came up to cup his face, her eyes searching his with naked vulnerability. My son, she whispered, tears streaming freely down her cheeks. My beautiful boy. I'm not exactly as you remember, Sukuna said quietly, feeling compelled to offer some caution despite the confirmation of his identity. Do you think that matters to me? Keiko asked, her voice breaking slightly. You're here. That's all that matters. Across the clearing, a different reunion was unfolding. Debbie stood before Emperor Mark, her expression softening as she studied the man her son had become. You look tired, Mark, she observed, reaching up to brush an invisible speck from his imperial regalia, a mother's instinctive gesture that seemed at odds with the power he wielded. Ruling an empire will do that, he replied, attempting a lightness that didn't quite reach his eyes. It's not the empire that is making you tired, Mark, Debbie said softly. It's the walls you've built. They're very impressive, but they must be so heavy to maintain. Emperor Mark's expression flickered a brief crack in his imperial facade. Mother. I remember when you used to smile, she continued, undeterred. Really smile, not this careful thing you do now. She glanced toward Sukuna, then back to her son. When he was with us, you were different. You were weaker, Emperor Mark supplied, a hint of the hardness that had earned him his reputation returning to his voice. Happier, Debbie corrected gently. And stronger in ways that matter more than conquest. Toji sauntered over to Sukuna and Keiko, his casual stride at odds with the emotional intensity of the moment. Told ya she'd cry all over you, he said, nudging Sukuna with an elbow. Been practicing that hug for weeks, I bet. Despite his flippant words, there was a softness in Toji's eyes as he looked at his wife, a protective tenderness that belied his rough exterior. He slung an arm loosely around Keiko's shoulders, his thumb absently stroking her arm in a gesture of comfort. Couldn't get her to come sooner, he continued, his voice gruffer than usual. Kept saying she wasn't ready, needed to be sure. Like I'd drag her out here for a fake megami. Give me some credit, woman. Keiko leaned into his touch, a small smile breaking through her tears. You've been wrong before, she reminded him, though there was no heat in her words. Name one time, Toji challenged, his mock indignation drawing a watery laugh from Keiko. I'll make you a list, she promised, before turning back to Sukuna. He's been unbearable since they confirmed it was you. Strutting around like he personally brought you back from the dead. Just saying I was right all along, Toji shrugged, though there was unmistakable pride in his voice. Told everyone my kid was too stubborn to stay dead. Dimensional barriers, reincarnation, whatever, just a minor inconvenience for a Fushijiro. Keiko's gaze drifted toward Emperor Mark, her expression cooling noticeably. Sukuna followed her line of sight, observing the subtle shift in her demeanor with interest. Come, Keiko said, turning back to Sukuna with her warmth returning. Sit with me. I want to hear everything who you've been, what you've experienced. As they moved back toward the shade of the great tree, Sukuna caught Eve's questioning glance and nodded slightly, indicating she should join them. Keiko noticed the exchange and smiled as her gaze turned towards Adam Eve and extended her hand. My almost daughter, she said with genuine affection. You look well, Eve. It's good to see you, Keiko, Adam Eve replied, accepting the offered hand with a smile of her own. Eve approached more hesitantly, clearly uncertain of her place in this reunion. To everyone's surprise, Keiko embraced her as well, with a warmth that matched what she had shown to Adam Eve. Both of you, she said, looking between the two Eves. My son was always too clever for just one brilliant woman in his life. This broke the tension, drawing surprised and somewhat awkward laughter from both Eves and a raised eyebrow from Sukuna. As they settled beneath the tree, Emperor Mark kept a respectful distance, engaged in quiet conversation with his mother while occasionally glancing toward the family group. Keiko blames herself, Toji explained, dropping down beside Sukuna with none of the ceremony others showed around him. He stretched out his legs, making himself comfortable, for introducing you to Mark way back when. She and Debbie were, our buddies, which is how you two brats met in the first place. I see, Sukuna replied, understanding dawning. The coldness toward Emperor Mark wasn't just about her son's death, it was about the path that had led to it, a path she felt she had inadvertently set him on. She blames me too, Toji continued matter-of-factly, picking at something under his fingernail. For not sniffing out what Nolan was up to. For training with the guy, sharing beers with him, never spotting he was a psycho-alien with a murder streak. Well, more on the family murder streak. Though the last words were meant to sound even, he could hear the cold rage still burning behind them. For Nolan was truly considered family, Toji and him were like brothers in a way, almost similar to Megami and Mark, but Nolan instead chose his cruel ideals over those he cared for. And yet you are still together, Sukuna observed. Toji's expression softened slightly, though he tried to mask it with a shrug. Grief's a weird thing. Tears some people apart, shoves others together. We had nothing left but each other and a whole lot of guilt. He glanced at Keiko, something vulnerable flickering across his usually guarded features. Eventually, you either drink yourself to death or you figure out how to keep going. Keiko overheard this last part and reached out, her hand finding Toji's with practiced familiarity. We found our way, she said simply. Toji's fingers intertwined with hers automatically, the gesture intimate in its unconscious ease. Yet, well, took us long enough, he muttered, though there was no real complaint in his voice. Keiko's gaze drifted once more to Emperor Mark, who was now seated with Debbie at the edge of the clearing. What we couldn't do was reach him, she added softly. After we lost you, he changed. Became someone I barely recognized. The Mad Emperor, Toji supplied, his voice dropping so that only Sukuna could hear. That's what they called him in those early years. Cold as space. Mean as hell. Possessive in ways that scared the crap out of everyone, even me. He blamed himself, Keiko continued. Took all that guilt and turned it inward, then outward as rage. Pushed everyone away me, Debbie, even Eve for a time. He was cruel in ways I never thought possible for the boy who had been like a second son to me. Sukuna watched as Debbie placed a hand on Emperor Mark's arm, her expression gentle despite the tension evident in his posture. He made gods kneel, Toji added with a low whistle. Actual gods or whatever passes for them out there. Beings that could rewrite reality with a thought. Made em bow and scrape and drown in their own blood when they pissed him off. He shook his head. Burned whole planets when he was in a mood. All while claiming it was for you, for your vision, though anyone who knew you could see it was nothing like what you'd have wanted. And now? Sukuna asked, his gaze still on the Emperor. Now? Keiko sighed. Now I see flashes of the boy I knew. The one who followed you everywhere, who looked at you like you hung the stars. Since you've returned, there's been more of him showing through the cracks in that imperial facade. He's still my son, she added after a moment. In every way that matters. I raised him alongside Debbie, loved him as my own. My disappointment comes from knowing what he could be what he was rather than fear of what he became. For the next hour, they talked, Keiko asking questions about Sukuna's experiences, his memories, his life in the other dimension. She listened with complete attention, neither judging nor interrupting as he shared selected aspects of his experiences and abilities, careful to reveal only what was necessary about his powers and his time as Megami in another world. What struck Sukuna most was her acceptance. There was no fear of the power he wielded, no questioning of his different mannerisms, only a mother's unconditional embrace of who he had become. You always were extraordinary, she said when he finished. Even as a baby, there was something in your eyes, a wisdom that shouldn't have been possible in one so young. You're taking this remarkably well, Sukuna observed. Keiko smiled, though there was sadness in it. 17 years of mourning changes your perspective. When you lose everything that matters, you learn not to question miracles when they happen. She reached out, her fingers lightly touching the markings on his face. Besides, a mother knows her child's soul, regardless of the form it takes. Across the clearing, Debbie had risen to approach their group, leaving Emperor Mark in conversation with Mark and Anissa. As she joined them, Keiko made space beside her, the two women's shoulders touching in a gesture of long-established comfort. He's trying, Debbie said quietly, her gaze on her imperial son. It's been so long since he allowed himself to feel anything beyond anger and determination. Having you back. She turned to Sukuna. It's like watching ice thaw after an endless winter. He was so lost after you died, she continued. We all were, but Mark, he couldn't accept it. Couldn't process it. He took all that pain and forged it into something terrible and powerful. The Invincible Emperor, Toji added with a snort. And damn, was he ever. Not even Thrag could put a dent in him. But the cost. He shook his head. Kid paid in pieces of his soul. He wouldn't let us help him, Keiko said, a hint of the old pain resurfacing. Pushed us away when we tried. Said we couldn't understand, couldn't possibly know what he'd lost. As if we hadn't lost you too, Debbie added softly. The conversation gradually expanded to include the others, the initial intensity giving way to something more relaxed. Keiko and Debbie treated both Eves with maternal warmth, drawing them into discussions of their research, their experiences, their relationships with Sukuna and Mark in their respective worlds. Most surprising was Keiko's interaction with Mark. Unlike her coolness toward the Emperor, she showed genuine interest in this younger version, asking about his life on Earth, his family, his friendship with Sukuna. He's not responsible for what his counterpart did, she explained quietly to Sukuna when she noticed his observation. And he looks at you the way my son's Mark used to, with friendship rather than possession. As the afternoon progressed, Sukuna found himself increasingly comfortable in this strange family gathering. The initial awkwardness faded, replaced by a curious sense of belonging. Not the belonging of a king to his subjects or a warrior to his battlefield, but something more fundamental, more human. It was unfamiliar territory for someone who had defined himself through power and isolation, despite these months being not as isolated as he was in his previous life. Yet there was something undeniably compelling about it, this web of connections, this network of people who saw him not just as Sukuna or Megami, but as someone worthy of respect and acceptance simply for existing. As the twin sons of this alien world began their slow descent toward the horizon, casting the garden in golden light, Emperor Mark finally approached the group, his imperial bearing somewhat softened after hours in his mother's company. May I join you? He asked, the question directed primarily at Keiko, though his gaze briefly met Sukuna's. After a moment's hesitation, Keiko nodded, making space in their circle. Of course. The tension was palpable as Emperor Mark settled beside them, but it was a different quality of tension than before, expectant rather than hostile, cautious rather than cold. I've been thinking, he said after a moment, his voice carefully measured, about the quantum stabilizer project. Both Eves looked up with immediate interest. The current design creates a one-way portal, he continued. But with some modifications, it might be possible to establish a permanent connection between dimensions. A doorway that remains open, allowing travel in both directions. The implication hung in the air, unspoken but clear, a compromise that would allow Sukuna to maintain connections to both worlds, both lives. That would require significant power, Adam Eve noted, her scientific mind immediately engaging with the problem. The Empire has resources, Emperor Mark replied simply. Keiko studied her second son, a flicker of something like hope crossing her features. That's thoughtful of you, Mark. The Emperor shrugged, though the casualness of the gesture was belied by the intensity in his eyes as he looked at Sukuna. It's a practical solution to a complex problem. It's more than that, Debbie said softly, reaching out to touch her son's hand. It's consideration for what others might want, rather than simply imposing your will. It's the Mark the First, remember. A fleeting expression of vulnerability crossed the Emperor's face before he composed himself once more. But Sukuna had seen it, that brief glimpse of the person Mark had been before grief and rage transformed him into the Mad Emperor. Don't get all mushy about it, Toji interjected, though his gruff tone couldn't quite hide the approval in his eyes. He's just being practical. Can't have the kid trapped in one place when he's got people waiting for him back home. Always the romantic, Toji, Keiko said dryly, though her hand found his again, squeezing gently. Hey, I save my romance for where it counts, he replied with a wink that made Keiko roll her eyes, though a smile tugged at her lips. As evening descended and stars began to appear in the alien sky, Sukuna found himself observing the gathered group with new eyes. Emperor Mark and Toji engaged in what appeared to be a good-natured argument about combat techniques, with Debbie occasionally interjecting to temper their competitiveness. The two Eves sat with Keiko, deep in conversation that occasionally erupted in shared laughter. Mark and Anissa compared notes on some aspect of Viltrumite physiology, their initial wariness having given way to professional curiosity. They were all connected to him in different ways, through different circumstances, different experiences. And somehow, impossibly, those connections had brought them together across dimensions, across time itself. Perhaps, Sukuna thought as he watched them, this was what the Megami of this world, his previous self, had understood all along. That true strength came not from isolation but from connection, not from domination but from belonging, just like he himself now was still beginning to learn. It was a strange thought for the King of Curses, still. But then again, he was more than just the king now. He had evolved beyond his original identity, integrating aspects of his lives into a more complex whole. And as Keiko caught his eye across the gathering, her smile carrying all the love a mother could hold for her child, Sukuna found himself returning it with a genuineness that would have surprised even him. The King of Curses had found his family. And somehow, against all odds, it felt right. Chapter 69, No. The Imperial Palace's private gaming room was a study in understated luxury. Unlike the ostentatious grandeur of the public spaces, here the furnishings were chosen for comfort rather than intimidation. Plush chairs surrounding a polished table, soft lighting that created an atmosphere of casual intimacy, and a well-stocked bar discreetly positioned against one wall. Emperor Mark shuffled the deck with practiced precision, his fingers manipulating the cards with the same control he exercised over galaxies. Standard rules, he announced, dealing with fluid motions. 5-card draw, nothing wild. Across the table, Mark examined his cards with a furrowed brow, his expression far too transparent for a game of deception. I still don't get why we're playing with actual cards when you guys have holographic tables that could do this automatically. There's value in tradition, Sukuna replied, arranging his hand with methodical care. Physical cards cannot be hacked, manipulated remotely, or affected by power fluctuations. Plus, Emperor Mark added with a rare smile, it's harder to cheat when everyone can see your hands. Beside Sukuna sat Mahoraga, the massive Shikigami somehow managing to look both incongruous and perfectly at home at the poker table. Its wheel spun lazily above its head as it held its cards with surprising dexterity for hands that could crush steel. I still don't understand how he's playing, Mark muttered, eyeing the Divine General warily. He doesn't even have a face to make expressions with. Mahoraga communicates in his own way, Sukuna replied, a hint of amusement coloring his usually measured tone. And he's quite adept at understanding human games. The Shikigami's wheel spun slightly faster, as if in agreement. 3 cards, Emperor Mark declared, discarding and drawing with smooth efficiency. Mark studied his hand again, his internal debate playing across his features. 2, he finally decided, exchanging cards with a hopeful expression that immediately fell upon seeing his new hand. Sukuna maintained his perfect composure as he requested a single card, his face revealing nothing as he integrated it into his hand. Mahoraga simply placed 2 cards face down and accepted replacements, the wheel above its head maintaining its steady rotation. Betting starts with you, Mark, Emperor Mark prompted, his imperial bearing momentarily softened by the casual setting. Mark grimaced at his cards. 10 credits, he said reluctantly, pushing forward a small stack of the iridescent chips that served as currency in the Imperial Palace. Call, Emperor Mark replied, matching the bet with casual indifference. Raise 20, Sukuna stated, his tone giving away nothing of his hand's quality. Mahoraga's wheel spun briefly faster, then slowed as it pushed forward a stack of 30 credits, a raise on Sukuna's raise. That's just showing off, Mark muttered, tossing his cards face down on the table. Fold. Emperor Mark studied the Shikigami thoughtfully, then shook his head. Too rich for my blood tonight. Fold. That left only Sukuna and Mahoraga, Master, and Shikigami, facing each other across the table. Call, Sukuna decided, matching Mahoraga's bet. Show your hand. The Divine General laid down its cards with deliberate precision, a straight flush, diamonds from 8 to Queen. A murmur of appreciation came from Mark. That's impressive. Sukuna's expression remained unchanged as he revealed his own hand, a royal flush, spades from 10 to ace. Impossible, Mark exclaimed, leaning forward to examine the cards. How did you beat someone who can adapt to any phenomenon? He should have seen your strategy and countered it. Adaptation requires time, Sukuna explained calmly, collecting his winnings. Mahoraga can eventually counter any technique, Any strategy, but only after experiencing it first. In a game with finite rounds, the advantage lies with the player who can win before adaptation occurs. Mahoraga's wheel spun in what might have been either acknowledgement or frustration. Only Sukuna could truly interpret the Divine General's communications. He says next time will be different, Sukuna translated, a hint of amusement in his voice. This is still bullshit, Mark declared, though his tone was good-natured. I don't believe it. Seriously, again, how can you beat someone who literally adapts to everything? It's like you're cheating at the concept of adaptation itself. Strategy often trumps raw ability, Emperor Mark observed, gathering the cards for another round. Something Megami taught me long before I could beat Thrag. Still, Mark insisted, it doesn't make sense. If Mahoraga adapts to all phenomena, and winning at poker is a phenomenon, then logically he should become unbeatable after losing once. Perhaps he's letting me win, Sukuna suggested with the barest hint of a smile. To maintain harmony within our connection. Mahoraga's wheel spun rapidly, an unmistakable gesture of disagreement that drew a rare chuckle from Sukuna. Or perhaps not, he amended. Emperor Mark began dealing the next hand, his movements fluid and precise. Megami always did have a way of finding loopholes in seemingly absolute rules. I remember that time with the Thraxian ambassador. When he found that clause in their diplomatic code that let us. The door burst open, interrupting the Emperor mid-sentence. Anissa stood in the doorway, her usual composure shattered by evident alarm. Your Majesty, she said, her voice tight with urgency. The Imperial tomb has been breached. The cards fell forgotten to the table as all four rose simultaneously, the casual atmosphere evaporating instantly. When? Emperor Mark demanded, his voice shifting from relaxed to imperial command in a heartbeat. Minutes ago, Anissa reported. The security systems were disabled with technology we've never encountered before. By the time the secondary protocols activated, the intruders had already fled. Sukuna's expression darkened, his thoughts immediately turning to the conversation he'd had with Emperor Mark days earlier. He had requested access to the Imperial tomb, curious to examine his own corpse, his previous self's remains, in hopes that Mahoraga might use it to help recover more of his fragmented memories. Was anything taken? He asked, already suspecting the answer. Anissa's gaze shifted to him, her expression grim. Yes. The bodies. Both of them. Without another word, all four, Mahoraga dismissed, moved toward the balcony, abandoning the poker game without a second thought. They launched into the air simultaneously, Sukuna, Anissa and the two marks flew together. The Imperial tomb lay at the heart of the capital city, a massive structure of gleaming obsidian and silver that rose like a dark mountain amidst the surrounding architecture. As they approached, the damage became visible, a precise hole cut through the supposedly impenetrable roof, the edges still glowing with residual energy. They descended through the breach, landing in the central chamber where the most significant figures in Imperial history were interred. The room was vast, its ceiling lost in shadows despite the bright emergency lighting that had activated during the breach. At the chamber's center stood two empty sarcophagi, their lids shattered, their contents missing. Unlike the other tombs that lined the walls, ornate monuments to past rulers and heroes, these had been simple, elegant in their restraint. Emperor Mark approached the empty tombs, that were next to each other, slowly, his expression hardening into something terrible to behold. The temperature in the chamber seemed to drop as rage emanated from him in almost palpable waves. Wait, Mark said, looking between the two desecrated resting places. If one of them is Megami's, then whose is the other one? Emperor Mark's voice, when he answered, was barely recognizable, cold, carrying the weight of 17 years of contained fury. Thrag. In a hidden facility on the outskirts of the merged Viltrum, another Thrag, this one alive and vibrant with newly acquired power, wiped blood from his chin as he regarded the half-consumed corpse before him. The remains of his counterpart lay on a surgical table, the once mighty body of the Viltrumite Grand Regent now partially dismembered as Thrag methodically devoured his own alternate self. A second counterpart of his. The integration proceeds as expected. Scarred Levy asked from a respectful distance, his exposed brain pulsing with green energy as he monitored various instruments. Yes, Thrag replied, his voice deeper, more resonant than before. The memories, they flow like rivers into an ocean. I experience his life as if it were my own, every battle, every decision, every defeat. And the Emperor. Mad Levy pressed, his eyes fever bright with anticipation. You see his techniques? His weaknesses? Thrag's expression darkened. I see how he killed my counterpart. The precision of his attack, the perfect control of his molecular structure. It was impressive. But not unbeatable, Scarred Levy insisted. Not now that you are consuming your counterpart's essence, gaining his knowledge and experience. Perhaps, Thrag acknowledged, wiping his mouth with a cloth. The two Levies exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. They had risked everything to forge this alliance, to steal the bodies from the Imperial tomb, to create a weapon capable of defeating both Sukuna and the Emperor. The Chudolarians provided the dimensional technology as promised, Mad Levy noted, gesturing to the alien devices that hummed quietly in the corners of the room. Their methods of breaching reality barriers are unparalleled across the multiverse. And in return, they expect me to share the power I gain, Thrag stated, his tone making it clear how unlikely he found that outcome. What you choose to do after defeating the Emperor is entirely your concern, Scarred Levy replied diplomatically. Our arrangement extends only to ensuring your enhancement and targeting our mutual enemies. Thrag's gaze shifted to the second table, where another body lay untouched, perfectly preserved despite the years that had passed since its death. Megami Fushijiro's corpse looked as if he might simply be sleeping, unwrought and his features peaceful, his body unmarked save for the single, precise wound that had ended his life. He was dressed in a black suit, hands folded over his chest, as if prepared for a funeral rather than 17 years of entombment. Leave, Thrag commanded suddenly, his eyes never leaving Megami's form. The two levies hesitated only briefly before complying, recognizing the danger in defying the Viltrumite in his current state. They retreated from the chamber, the door sealing behind them with a pneumatic hiss. Alone with the two corpses, one partially consumed, the other pristine, Thrag moved to stand beside Megami's table. His massive hand, capable of crushing planets, reached out with unexpected gentleness to brush a strand of hair from the dead boy's forehead. You look the same, he said quietly, his voice softer than anyone who knew the Grand Regent would have believed possible. 17 years, and you haven't changed at all. He studied the peaceful features, memories both his own and his two counterparts flooding through his mind. When I first began to experience the memories, I could not understand what my counterpart saw in you at first, Thrag continued, speaking to the corpse as if it might hear him. A human child, presuming to advise the Viltrumite Empire on matters of conquest and governance. The arrogance seemed typical of your species. His fingers traced the line of Megami's jaw, the touch almost tender. But he came to respect you. To see in you something rare, a mind that could match a Viltrumite's in strategic brilliance, while bringing fresh perspective unbound by our traditions. You were unique. Thrag's expression darkened as newer memories integrated his counterpart, watching as Emperor Mark, guided by Megami's training, defeated him with a single, perfect strike. You made him strong enough to take my throne, he said, a complex mixture of respect and betrayal in his voice. You showed him how to control his smart atoms at a level no Viltrumite had ever achieved. You gave him the weapon he needed to kill me. He moved away from the table, pacing the length of the chamber as he processed the conflicting emotions surging through him, his own and those of the counterpart he was consuming. And yet, my counterpart couldn't bring himself to hate you for it, even in his last moments. Even as your student killed him, he felt a strange pride. Because you had created something extraordinary. Something worthy of the Viltrumite legacy, even if it meant his own end. Thrag returned to the table, his expression softening once more as he gazed down at Megami's face. You were the son he never had, he admitted quietly. Not in blood, not in species, but in spirit. The heir to his strategic mind, his vision of empire. Just as I, in my world, never found such a successor. To his own surprise, Thrag felt moisture gathering in his eyes, tears, an alien sensation for a being who had not wept in centuries. The emotional instability was a side effect of the integration process, his counterpart's memories, convoluted and the enhanced mixed feelings temporarily overwhelming his usual iron control. You should have been immortal, he whispered, one tear falling to land on Megami's still cheek. You should have ruled alongside the Emperor for millennia, guiding the Empire's expansion across the universe. Instead, you were cut down by a fool who couldn't see your value beyond his petty prejudices. He wiped the tear that fell from Megami's face with gentle precision, his massive finger barely touching the preserved skin. In another world, another time, Thrag continued, I might have been the one to recognize your potential. To nurture it, to help you become what you were meant to be, the pinnacle of human achievement, just as I represent the pinnacle of Viltrumite potential. He fell silent for a long moment, contemplating the body before him. Then, with sudden resolve, he lifted Megami's corpse from the table, holding it with a reverence that would have shocked anyone familiar with the Grand Regent's usual brutality. I cannot give you back your life, he said softly. But I can ensure that a part of you lives on. That your brilliance, your strategic mind, your unique perspective is not lost to the void. With ceremonial slowness, Thrag brought the body to his mouth. Unlike the methodical, almost clinical way he had consumed his counterpart, this was different, a ritual, a sacrament, a final act of respect for what might have been. Join with me, he whispered, and together, we will reclaim what was taken from us both. The first bite was gentle, almost hesitant, so unlike the Viltrumite's usual actions that it seemed to belong to another being entirely. But as the taste of flesh touched his tongue, as the first fragments of whatever essence remained in Megami's preserved form entered his system, Thrag's hesitation faded. With increasing urgency, he consumed the body that had once housed the strategic genius who had reshaped an empire. Each bite seemed to bring with it not memories, for this was not his counterpart, with shared DNA and experiences, but something more ephemeral, more abstract. Impressions. Insights. Fragments of a brilliant mind that had somehow been preserved in the flesh that contained it. As the last of Megami Fushiguro disappeared, Thrag stood motionless in the center of the chamber, his eyes closed, his mind expanding to incorporate what he had taken into himself. Not just flesh and blood, but something more, a piece of the brilliance that had changed the course of an empire, a fragment of the soul that had guided the emperor to greatness. A son, of sorts, forever preserved within the being who might have been his true father in another life. When Thrag's eyes opened, they held a new light, a calculation, a strategic depth that had not been there before. The integration was complete, the consumption finished. And the Grand Regent of the Viltrumite Empire, enhanced by his counterpart's power and Megami's strategic brilliance, was ready to reclaim what he believed was rightfully his. The universe would tremble before him once more. Chapter 70, New World, New Stakes, New Ways. The penthouse office of Gabriel Moretti gleamed with the trappings of wealth, Italian marble floors, original artwork adorning the walls. Floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of what had once been Chicago's financial district, now one of two such districts in the merged world. Moretti himself sat behind a desk of polished mahogany, his tailored suit impeccable as he addressed the assembled lieutenants of his criminal organization. Let me be absolutely clear, he stated, his voice carrying the calm authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. All high-profile operations are suspended indefinitely. No bank heists, no armored car robberies, no assassinations of public figures. Nothing that might attract superhero attention. A murmur of discontent rippled through the room. Vincent Caruso, Moretti's distribution chief, leaned forward with a scowl. With all due respect, boss, we're looking at a gold mine here. 2 versions of every bank, 2 sets of wealthy marks, 2 of everything. We should be doubling our operations, not scaling back. Moretti's expression remained impassive as he studied Caruso. The merged world presents opportunities, yes. But it also presents unprecedented risks. The heroes are on high alert, coordinating across what used to be dimensional barriers. So we be careful, Caruso pressed, his voice taking on an edge of insubordination. We've always managed to stay under their radar before. What's changed? Everything has changed, Moretti replied, his tone hardening slightly. Or weren't you paying attention to the global address? To the news about what's coming? Caruso scoffed, waving a dismissive hand. That alien invasion bullshit? Could be months, years before anything happens. Meanwhile, we're leaving money on the table. The room fell silent as Moretti slowly rose from his chair, his movement deliberate, controlled. He nodded almost imperceptibly to 2 of his security personnel, who immediately moved to flank Caruso. Restrain him, Moretti ordered quietly. Before Caruso could react, the men had grabbed his arms, forcing him to remain seated. Moretti circled his desk unhurriedly, approaching the restrained man with measured steps. Are you a fucking kook, Vincent? He asked, his voice deceptively soft. Without waiting for an answer, Moretti slapped Caruso across the face with enough force to snap his head to the side. Blood trickled from the corner of Caruso's mouth as he stared up in shock. Did you not listen to a single word in those recent announcements? Moretti continued, his controlled demeanor giving way to genuine anger. These Viltrumites aren't just invaders. They're a dying species looking for breeding stock. He struck Caruso again, harder this time. Do you understand what that means? They're coming to take our women. Our wives. Our daughters. To breed them like animals. Another blow landed, Caruso's head rocking back with the impact. Is that what you want, Vincent? Some alien freak to come take your wife? Your 16-year-old daughter? To fuck them and breed them right in front of your face while you watch, helpless. Moretti gestured, and his men forced Caruso to his feet, only to drive a fist into his stomach that sent him crumpling to the floor. Moretti crouched, grabbing a fistful of Caruso's hair to yank his head up. Is that what gets you off? You into that shit, he hissed, his face inches from Caruso's. Maybe I should have some guys bring your wife and daughter here right now. Give the boys some relief. Would you like that, Vincent? No, Caruso gasped, blood bubbling on his lips. Please, boss, not my family. I'm sorry. Moretti studied him for a moment longer, then released his grip, letting Caruso's head drop to the marble floor. He straightened, adjusting his cuffs before spitting on the prone figure. Get him out of here, he ordered. Get him patched up. As his men dragged Caruso from the room, Moretti turned to face the remaining lieutenants, all of whom sat in stunned silence. Let me be perfectly clear, he said, his voice returning to its previous calm. Those superpowered heroes are the only ones with a snowball's chance in hell against these Viltrumite bastards. We will not waste their time with our bullshit. We will not distract them from preparing our defenses. He returned to his seat, smoothing his tie as he settled back into his chair. That said, we're not going out of business. We'll focus on quiet operations, digital theft, insider trading, protection rackets. Nothing flashy, nothing that bleeds. And meanwhile, we'll be making our own preparations. He leaned forward, his gaze sweeping across the assembled criminals. I've already reached out to contacts in weapons development. We're investing heavily in research that might give us something effective against these aliens. If the heroes fail, we need our own contingencies. Moretti's expression hardened once more. Any other objections? The room remained silent, every man present having received the message loud and clear. Good, Moretti concluded. Now get out. We have work to do. The park was relatively quiet given the beautiful weather, most people still adjusting to the new reality of their merged world. Original Mark had chosen this location carefully, public enough to feel casual, private enough for the conversation ahead. Beside him walked Nolan, his imposing frame drawing occasional wary glances from passers-by who had seen the global address. Despite the recognition, no one approached, whether out of respect or fear was difficult to determine. He should be here any minute, Original Mark said, scanning the sky. I told him to meet us by the fountain. Nolan nodded, his expression betraying a hint of nervousness that seemed out of place on the normally composed Viltrumite. How much does he know about me? I explained the basics, Mark replied. That you're not the same Nolan who left us. That you chose differently. And he still wanted to meet me. Mark smiled slightly. Are you kidding? He's been asking about you non-stop. Oliver's always had this complicated relationship with the idea of his father. Meeting a version of you who actually chose to stay and protect Earth? That's a big deal for him. Before Nolan could respond, a streak of blue and white descended from the sky, landing with practiced precision a few feet away. The figure straightened, revealing a boy who appeared to be around 12 years old, though his serious expression made him seem older. Oliver Grayson, half Viltrumite, half Thraxan, studied Nolan with open curiosity. His eyes, intelligent and analytical, took in every detail of the man before him. You're late, Mark said, though his tone was light. Had to help Mom with something, Oliver replied, his eyes remained fixed on Nolan. So. You're him. Nolan stepped forward, extending his hand. I'm Nolan. Not the one you knew, but, yes. Oliver ignored the hand, continuing his assessment. You look exactly like him. Oliver, Mark began, a note of warning in his voice. It's all right, Nolan interrupted, lowering his hand. He has every right to be cautious. Oliver's head tilted slightly. Mark says you're different. That you chose Earth over Viltrum. I did, Nolan confirmed. Because of someone who made me see what I would lose if I didn't. The one called Sukuna, Oliver stated. The one who's missing. Nolan nodded. Among other things, he helped me understand that family is more important than empire. Oliver's expression remained skeptical. The other you said similar things. Before he left again. An uncomfortable silence fell between them. Mark shifted his weight, clearly unsure whether to intervene. I can't speak for him, Nolan finally said. I can only tell you who I am, what I've chosen. And hope that in time, you'll judge me by my own actions, not his. Oliver considered this, then suddenly asked, can you fly faster than Mark? The abrupt change in subject caught both men off guard. Yes, Nolan admitted, glancing at Mark. Though he's getting faster all the time. Show me, Oliver demanded. Race me to the lake and back. Mark raised an eyebrow. Oliver, that's not why we. I'd be happy to, Nolan interrupted, a small smile touching his lips. If that's what you want. Oliver nodded decisively. It is. Without another word, the boy launched himself into the sky, a blur of blue and white against the clouds. After a moment's hesitation, Nolan followed, quickly catching up to the smaller figure. Mark watched them go, shaking his head with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Well, that's one way to break the ice, he muttered, before taking off after them. By the time Mark caught up, Nolan and Oliver were already circling back from the lake, flying side by side. To his surprise, they appeared to be engaged in conversation, Nolan gesturing as he explained something while Oliver listened intently, absorbing every word with the remarkable learning capacity unique to his Thraxan heritage. They landed back at the fountain, Oliver's serious expression now replaced with barely contained excitement. Mark, he called out as his brother touched down. Did you know the atmospheric friction calculations for supersonic flight can be mentally adjusted for varying densities? Nolan was explaining how to sense the air pressure differences before you hit them. Was he now? Mark replied, shooting Nolan a curious look. Nolan shrugged, looking almost embarrassed. Just some basic flight techniques. Things every Viltrumite learns early on. Not every Viltrumite, Oliver corrected. My father never taught me those things. The statement hung in the air, weighted with unspoken meaning. Nolan seemed unsure how to respond, clearly wary of overstepping. Well, Mark said, breaking the tension, maybe Nolan could show you some more techniques sometime. If you're interested. Oliver considered this, studying Nolan with renewed assessment. You would do that? Of course, Nolan replied without hesitation. Anytime you want. A small smile, the first since his arrival, tugged at Oliver's lips. Tomorrow, then. Same time. I'll be here, Nolan promised. Oliver nodded, apparently satisfied. Good. I have to go now. Mom needs help with the new apartment. The other one got destroyed during the merger. Before either man could respond, Oliver was airborne again, calling back over his shoulder, don't be late tomorrow. As they watched him disappear into the distance, Nolan let out a long breath. That went better than I expected. He likes you, Mark observed. Which is saying something. Oliver doesn't warm up to people easily, another version of Dad or not. He's remarkable, Nolan said, genuine admiration in his voice. His flight control at that age, his understanding of the principles involved, he's advanced even by Viltrumite standards. Mark nodded. It's his Thraxan side. They only live about 9 months normally, so they've evolved this incredible ability to learn instantly. Oliver got that, plus the Viltrumite longevity. He was a baby just a few months ago, if you can believe it. Extraordinary, Nolan murmured. And he's already grasped complex aerodynamic principles that took me years to master. Yeah, that's Oliver, Mark said with a hint of pride. Too smart for his own good sometimes. He absorbs everything you tell him. It's like he has this perfect memory combined with instant comprehension. Do you think? Nolan hesitated. Is it inappropriate for me to spend time with him? I don't want to confuse him, or make things more complicated. Mark considered the question seriously. I think he needs this, he finally said. A father figure who actually gives a damn. Who'll teach him things instead of just expecting him to figure it out on his own. And you're okay with it? Nolan asked, uncertainty evident in his voice. Me stepping into that role. Look, Mark said, turning to face Nolan directly. This whole situation is weird as hell. You're not my dad, but you're also not my dad. And Oliver's got even more reason to be confused about it all. He ran a hand through his hair, gathering his thoughts. But I think we could all use a little family right now. Even if it's a weird, dimensionally challenged family. Nolan's expression softened. I'd like that. Very much. Then it's settled, Mark declared. Flying lessons tomorrow. And maybe dinner after. Mom's been asking about you both. Your mother wants to see me. Nolan asked, genuine surprise in his voice. Mark grinned. Well, not my mom specifically. The other Debbie, your Debbie. But yet, she mentioned having us all over. Said something about needing some normalcy in this crazy new world. Normalcy, Nolan repeated, a hint of wonder in his voice. That sounds perfect. As they began walking back through the park, Mark found himself studying Nolan's profile. The face was identical to his father's, yet somehow different, less burdened, perhaps, or simply shaped by different choices. Can I ask you something? Mark said suddenly. Of course. Do you ever think about him? The other Nolan, I mean. Wonder where he is, what he's doing. Nolan was silent for a long moment. All the time, he finally admitted. He's me, in a very real sense. Made different by circumstance, by timing, by the absence of intervention at a critical moment. But still, me. Do you think he regrets it? Leaving Earth? Leaving us? The question hung between them, laden with years of unresolved pain. I can't speak for him, Nolan said carefully. But if he feels anything like I do, then yes. Every day. Mark nodded, accepting the answer without further comment. They continued walking in companionable silence, two men from different dimensions finding unexpected common ground in their shared connections. As they reached the park exit, Nolan paused. Thank you, he said simply. For what? For giving me a chance with Oliver. For allowing me to be part of your family, complicated as it may be. Mark shrugged, though his expression was serious. Family's family. Even when it comes from another dimension. Nolan smiled, a genuine expression that transformed his usually stern features. I'll see you tomorrow, then. I shouldn't be late for Oliver's lesson. No, Mark agreed with a laugh. You definitely shouldn't. As Nolan took to the sky, Mark watched him go, reflecting on the strange turns his life had taken. A merged world, a duplicate father who wasn't quite his father, a half-brother with a complicated relationship to both versions of their shared parent. None of it made sense by any normal standard. And yet, somehow, it felt right, like pieces of a puzzle finally finding their proper arrangement, even if the picture they formed wasn't what anyone had expected. With a small smile, Mark launched himself skyward, heading home to prepare for family dinner. Chapter 72, Without Their Sentinel. The Guardians of the Globe facility hummed with an unusual tension as two versions of the same team faced each other across the conference table. The architectural perfection of the room, all sleek lines and advanced technology, stood in stark contrast to the emotional complexity of its occupants. On one side sat the Guardians from the original timeline, the immortal, his centuries-old eyes reflecting weariness, Black Samson, the only other survivor of Omni-Man's massacre. And the newer members who had joined after the tragedy, Robot, Monster Girl, Rexplode, Duplicate, and Shrinking Ray. Opposite them were their counterparts from the alternate timeline, the Guardians who had been spared Omni-Man's betrayal thanks to Sukuna's intervention. The same faces, the same powers, but with fundamentally different experiences shaping their perspectives. This is getting us nowhere, Alternate War Woman declared, slamming her fist on the table hard enough to crack its reinforced surface. We've been discussing defensive strategies for 3 hours, and we're still no closer to a unified approach. That's because half of your suggestions involve Sukuna's abilities, Original Rexplode pointed out, and in case you've forgotten, he's not here. Which is precisely the problem, Alternate Darkwing said, his voice carrying that characteristic gravelly quality. Our entire planetary defense strategy was built around his capabilities. Without him, we're significantly compromised. The Immortal, the original timeline's version, leaned forward, his ancient eyes scanning the assembled heroes. We need to adapt. Work with what we have, not what we wish we had. Easy for you to say, Alternate Red Rush countered, his words coming out in the rapid-fire pattern typical of his speech. Your version of Earth never had Sukuna in the first place. You never knew what it was like to have that level of security and then lose it. We lost our entire team, Black Samson reminded him sharply. I think we understand loss quite well. An uncomfortable silence fell over the room. The dimensional merger had forced these two versions of the same team together, creating tensions and alliances that no one had anticipated. Perhaps, Alternate Robot interjected, his mechanical voice carefully modulated to project calm, we should focus on quantifying exactly what capabilities we're missing without Sukuna, and then determine how to compensate for each one. Original Robot nodded in agreement. A logical approach. I've been analyzing the combat footage from the dimensional event. Sukuna demonstrated abilities far beyond what had previously been documented. That's an understatement, Alternate Martian Man said. Most of us only ever saw him use those cutting techniques, dismantle and cleave. None of us knew about the shadow creatures, the adaptation abilities, or whatever that wheel thing was. Or that he could manipulate dimensions themselves, Original Monster Girl added. That's how he reversed the merger, right? The alternate immortal's expression darkened. And now he's trapped in the Emperor's dimension, along with our Mark and Eve. Making their retrieval our highest priority. Higher than preparing for the Viltrumite invasion, Alternate Darkwing challenged, his tone skeptical. They're the same priority, the alternate immortal replied firmly. Sukuna is potentially our strongest asset against the Viltrumites. His ability to go toe-to-toe with the strongest Viltrumites makes him invaluable. Not to mention his strategic mind, Alternate Robot added. His tactical insights have shaped every major operation we've conducted for months. Alternate Rexplode scoffed, great, so we're screwed without him. That's real helpful. We're not screwed, Original Rex countered, shooting his alternate self a disapproving look. We're disadvantaged. There's a difference. Tell that to the people out there, Alternate Rex gestured toward the window, where the city sprawled beneath them. Have you seen what they're saying online? They're connecting dots we never wanted connected. On Reddit, the r/dimensional merger subreddit had exploded with activity in the days following the global address. One thread in particular had gained significant traction. Theory Omni-Man's real plan posted by u/truthdigger88 2 days ago. Think about it, the one big difference between our timelines is Sukuna. In one timeline, he fought Omni-Man and suddenly Omni-Man decides he's not going to help the Viltrumites anymore. And now, just when the Viltrumites are supposedly coming, Sukuna conveniently disappears during the dimensional merger? What if Omni-Man has been playing the long game this whole time? What if he knew Sukuna was the only one who could actually stop him and the Viltrumites, so he engineered this whole dimensional crisis to get rid of him? Again, think about it, in the original timeline, Omni-Man straight up murdered the Guardians. In this timeline, he's suddenly Earth's defender? People don't change that dramatically unless they're working an angle. Edit, holy shit this blew up. Adding more evidence. That fight where Sukuna stopped Omni-Man happened with no witnesses. We only have Omni-Man's word for what went down. Since Sukuna disappeared, Omni-Man has positioned himself as Earth's primary defender against the Viltrumites. The timing is way too convenient. Comments. U/skeptic mind, this is the dumbest conspiracy theory I've seen yet. Why would Omni-Man fake a change of heart for months just to get rid of one hero? U/deepstate_agent at skeptic mind because Sukuna was the only one who could actually hurt him. Did you see the footage of Sukuna fighting that white lion monster last year? Blurry as hell but you can see he's fucking strong. They also came from that portal very hurt, but Omni-Man was the one more hurt. U/logical thinker, if Omni-Man wanted to eliminate Sukuna, why not just kill him directly? Why this elaborate dimensional scheme that nobody could possibly predict? U/Viltrum veteran, because he tried and failed to kill him directly. That's the whole point. Whatever happened in that fight, Omni-Man realized he couldn't take Sukuna in a straight fight. U/conspiracy buster, y'all are reaching so hard. Omni-Man has been working with the GDA and Guardians for months. He's shared Viltrumite weaknesses, battle strategies, everything. Why do all that if he's still secretly evil? U/truthseeker23 at conspiracy buster to gain trust, obviously. Classic deep cover strategy. Give them enough real intel to seem legit, while hiding the biggest threat, himself. Military Intelligence 101. Meanwhile, a counter-thread had gained almost as much traction. Theory Sukuna, our last hope posted by u/hero analyst 2 days ago. Look, I know everyone's freaking out about Sukuna being gone, but let's look at the facts. Sukuna is the only hero we know of who successfully stood up to Omni-Man and changed his mind. That fight with the white lion creature, the footage is garbage quality but you can clearly see Sukuna was the only one who could even hurt it. During the dimensional merger, he was the one who somehow reversed it and saved both worlds from completely collapsing. Whatever power this guy has, it's something the Viltrumites have never encountered before. That's why we need to get him back before they arrive. And for everyone buying into that Omni-Man is still evil BS, why would he help defend Earth for months, train other heroes, and share Viltrumite weaknesses if he was still working for them? It makes no sense. Comments. U/dimensional theorist, agree 100%. Whatever Sukuna did to Omni-Man in that fight changed everything. We need that power against the Viltrumites. U/reality check, the problem is we don't actually know what happened in that fight. No witnesses, no footage, just what we've been told afterward. U/Viltrumite defense, exactly. For all we know, Omni-Man could have pretended to change sides just to eliminate the one being who could stop him. U/objective observer, again, like I've said to all you idiots, that makes no fucking sense. If Omni-Man wanted to eliminate Sukuna, he's had months to do it. Why wait until now? U/pattern recognition, because now he has a perfect alibi. Oh no, poor Sukuna got lost in another dimension, how sad, nothing I could do about it. Meanwhile the real invasion can begin with no one to stop it. U/rational analysis, you conspiracy nuts are something else. If Omni-Man was still working for the Viltrumites, why would he expose their entire invasion plan? Why reveal their weaknesses? Why train his son to fight them? On Twitter, the debate had spilled over into mainstream conversation. At World News Daily, conspiracy theories about Omni-Man's true intentions trend worldwide as public grapples with Sukuna's absence. Experts warn of dangerous speculation during global crisis. Number Omni-Man conspiracy number where is Sukuna? At Defense Analyst 1/let's examine the facts. Sukuna stopped Omni-Man's betrayal in one timeline. Now Sukuna is gone, and we're supposed to trust Omni-Man as our primary defense against Viltrumites? The strategic vulnerability is obvious. At Fact Check Now analysis, claims that Omni-Man engineered dimensional merger to eliminate Sukuna rated as highly unlikely. No evidence supports this theory, and significant evidence contradicts it. Number facts matter. At Conspiracy Watch, the Omni-Man conspiracy theories are spreading faster than we can debunk them. This is exactly what happens when fear meets incomplete information. Number media literacy. At Truth Unveiled, wake up. The timing is too perfect. Viltrumites coming, Sukuna vanishes, Omni-Man positions himself as Earth's savior? How are people not seeing this? Number Omni-Man long con. At Rational Thought, if Omni-Man wanted Earth conquered, he could have let it happen in the original timeline, hell, he can still do it fucking now. He's the strongest on the planet right now, so why in the hell change course? Reveal the Viltrumite plan, then engineer an elaborate scheme after the removal of the hero is already done. If you idiots were right, it makes no logical sense. Number critical thinking. Back at the Guardian's facility, alternate war woman gestured at her tablet displaying some of these social media posts. The public is dividing into factions, she said grimly. Half think Omni-Man engineered this whole situation to eliminate Sukuna, half think Sukuna is our only hope against the Viltrumites. Either way, they're realizing just how essential he was to our operations. Let them speculate, the original immortal replied. What matters is our response, not public perception. Public perception drives policy, alternate Darkwing countered. If people believe we're vulnerable without Sukuna, panic follows. If they believe Omni-Man betrayed us again, trust in our defense planning collapses. Either way, we lose. Original Monster Girl leaned forward, studying the social media feeds with growing concern. Some of these people are getting surprisingly close to the truth about Sukuna's importance. How did they connect these dots with so little actual information? Humans are pattern recognition machines, alternate robot explained. Give them enough data points, and they'll connect dots even when we try to keep those dots separate. The question remains, the alternate immortal said, redirecting the conversation, how do we retrieve Sukuna and the others from the Emperor's dimension? Alternate war woman crossed her arms. Our scientists have been working on it non-stop. The dimensional barriers are too strong to breach with conventional technology. Then we need unconventional technology, original Rex suggested. Or unconventional allies, the alternate immortal said quietly. All eyes turned to him, the room falling silent as they waited for him to continue. The dimensional barriers are often described as the walls of heaven in various mythologies, the immortal explained. If heaven has walls, then perhaps hell has doors, a new voice completed from the doorway. The assembled heroes turned to see a figure standing at the entrance to the conference room, a broad-shouldered man in a trench coat, his skin an unnatural shade of red, his eyes glowing with an inner fire. A pair of small horns protruded from his forehead, and he carried himself with the weary determination of someone who had seen too much of the world's darkness. Damien Darkblood, the alternate immortal acknowledged. Thank you for coming. You said it was important, Darkblood replied, his gravelly voice filling the room as he stepped inside. Something about breaching dimensional barriers. We need to reach another dimension, the immortal explained. To retrieve our missing teammates. Including Sukuna. Darkblood's eyes narrowed. The one who stopped Omni-Man. The one who manipulated dimensions during the merger. I've been studying what little footage exists of him. Impressive power. Can you help us? Alternate war woman asked directly. Darkblood surveyed the assembled heroes, his expression unreadable. Perhaps. Hell exists between dimensions. Its paths don't follow the same rules as mortal world. So you can create a portal, original monster girl asked eagerly. Not directly, Darkblood corrected. But I might know someone who can. An old acquaintance. From my days before exile. Another demon, alternate Darkwing asked, suspicion evident in his tone. Something older, Darkblood replied cryptically. Something that existed before hell had a name. The immortal leaned forward. Whatever the cost, whatever the risk, we need to try. Earth's survival may depend on it. Darkblood studied him for a long moment, then gave a single, curt nod. I'll make contact. But I warn you now, deals with such entities always come with a price. One that's rarely obvious until it's too late. We'll pay it, the immortal declared, his ancient eyes reflecting a determination born of countless battles. Whatever it takes to bring Sukuna home. As the demon detective turned to leave, alternate Martian man voiced the question on everyone's mind, why help us? What's your stake in this? Darkblood paused at the doorway, his massive frame silhouetted against the corridor lights. I've spent centuries seeking redemption. World fears me. If the Viltrumites come, world ends. And with it, any chance I have of earning my way back to the light. He glanced back over his shoulder, his eyes burning with an intensity that made several heroes flinch. Besides, I have a professional interest. Sukuna intrigues me. I'd like to meet the being who can bend reality itself to his will. With that, he was gone, leaving the assembled guardians in a silence heavy with both hope and apprehension. Are we really doing this? Original Rex asked finally. Making deals with, whatever that acquaintance is. Do we have a choice? Alternate war woman countered. Without Sukuna, our chances against the Viltrumites drop significantly. The alternate immortal rose from his seat, his decision made. We proceed. With caution, but without hesitation. If the power of hell can bypass the walls of heaven, then we use it. Whatever the cost. As the meeting adjourned, the two versions of the Guardians filed out, their earlier tensions temporarily set aside in the face of this new, desperate plan. But the unspoken question lingered in each of their minds, what price would they ultimately have to pay for such supernatural assistance? And would Earth survive long enough for their gamble to pay off? In a small, dimly lit bar on the outskirts of the city, Damien Darkblood sat alone, nursing a drink that smoldered faintly in its glass. The other patrons gave his table a wide berth, instinctively sensing the otherworldly nature of its occupant. He removed a small, ancient-looking object from his trench coat, a tarnished brass compass whose needle spun erratically, occasionally pointing in directions that didn't seem to correspond to any earthly orientation. Old friend, he murmured to the object, it's time to call in that favor you owe me. The compass needle suddenly stopped spinning, pointing directly downward with such force that it cracked the table beneath it. The temperature in the bar dropped precipitously, glasses frosting over, patron's breath becoming visible in the suddenly frigid air. Dark Blood nodded, satisfied. I thought that might get your attention. He pocketed the compass and tossed some bills on the table, heading for the exit as confused patrons looked around for the source of the sudden cold. Outside, he paused, looking up at the night sky where dimensional energy still occasionally rippled across the stars, aftershocks of the merger. The walls of heaven, he mused aloud. Let's see if hell's doors are any more accommodating. With that, he vanished into the shadows, a demon detective on a mission to breach dimensions, and perhaps, in the process, save the world that had exiled him. Chapter 73, Seeking the Fallen. The morning light filtered through the high windows of the GDA's secure conference room, casting long shadows across the assembled heroes. Original Mark paced restlessly at the head of the table, his costume showing signs of a sleepless night. Run this by me again, he said, turning to face the immortal. We're going to contact Hell, to find a way to reach the Emperor's dimension. The alternate immortal nodded, the conventional approaches have failed. Our scientists have been working around the clock with no breakthrough. Dimensional barriers are simply too strong to breach with our current technology. Original Eve leaned forward, her scientific skepticism evident. And we're sure this isn't just trading one problem for another? Dealing with demons seems like a classic cure worse than the disease scenario. I get your concerns, Nolan said from his position by the window, his imposing figure casting a long shadow across the floor. In my centuries of travel, I've run into demons. They're not exactly known for their charity work. Which is why we proceed with extreme caution, the alternate immortal replied. But we can't afford to dismiss any avenue that might reunite us with our missing teammates. Look, Original Mark interjected, I barely know Sukuna met him what, a couple days before everything went sideways? But from what I've seen, he's our best shot against the Viltrumites. If this demon stuff is our only lead, I say we follow it. Easy for you to say, Original Rex scoffed from his seat. You're not the one who's going to have nightmares about blood rituals for the next month. Like you need help having nightmares, alternate Rex shot back. You scream in your sleep when you watch cooking shows. That was one time, and it was a particularly brutal elimination round. The door opened, interrupting their bickering, and Damien Darkblood entered, his massive red form drawing all eyes in the room. He carried a small leather satchel that seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm. You're late, Original Mark said, not bothering to hide his nervousness about the whole thing. Time flows differently where I've been, Darkblood replied, his gravelly voice filling the room. He moved to the center of the space, where a large area had been cleared of furniture. I needed specific materials. Not easy to find in this merged world. He knelt, opening the satchel to reveal various objects that seemed to defy conventional description, bones that glowed with an inner light, vials of liquid that moved against gravity, and small stones inscribed with symbols that hurt the eyes if observed too directly. What exactly is the plan here? Original Eve asked, her curiosity battling with obvious discomfort. First, we contact an old associate of mine, Darkblood explained as he began arranging the objects in a precise pattern. Someone who might point us to the being we need, one of the few who can breach dimensional barriers without destroying both worlds in the process. And who is this associate? Nolan asked, crossing his arms. Darkblood paused, looking up at the assembled heroes. A teacher. One who showed humanity things they weren't meant to know. His name is Pinmu. The Fallen Watcher, alternate robot interjected, his mechanical voice betraying no emotion despite the ominous subject. From apocryphal texts. Associated with teaching humans writing and deception. Correct, Darkblood acknowledged, returning to his preparations. He walks the boundaries between realms. Not powerful enough to help us directly, but knowledgeable enough to point us in the right direction. So we're asking one demon where to find another demon, Original Eve clarified. That doesn't sound like a slippery slope at all. These beings aren't demons in the traditional sense, Darkblood corrected. They're fallen angels. Watchers who betrayed their purpose. Different category entirely. Oh, well that makes me feel so much better, Original Rex muttered. From a small ornate dagger, Darkblood drew a line across his palm, allowing thick, dark blood to drip onto the arranged objects. The blood seemed to move with purpose, flowing into patterns more complex than gravity should allow. The blood of the exiled opens paths denied to mortals, he intoned, his voice taking on a rhythmic quality that resonated strangely in the room's acoustics. The heroes watched in uneasy fascination as Darkblood began to trace sigils on the floor with his bleeding palm, each symbol briefly flaring with crimson light before settling into a pulsing glow. The air in the room grew heavy, charged with an energy that raised the hair on the back of everyone's necks. Is this safe? Original Mark whispered to the alternate immortal. No, the original immortal replied simply, having overheard. But necessary. That's not exactly reassuring, Original Eve said, moving closer to Mark. Maybe we should set some boundaries before we open a direct line to whatever this is. Boundaries are wise, Darkblood agreed without looking up from his work. Do not step within the circle once it's complete. Do not offer anything, information, possessions, promises unless I indicate it's safe. And most importantly, do not interrupt the ritual once it begins. Great, alternate Rex groaned. More rules to worry about breaking. Just keep your mouth shut and you'll be fine, his original self advised. Darkblood completed the circle of sigils, then stood at its edge, raising both hands. By blood and memory, by oath and exile, I call upon Pinmu, teacher of secrets, keeper of forbidden knowledge. Appear before us, bound by the terms of our ancient pact. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the blood sigils began to smoke, the crimson liquid turning to mist that rose and swirled in the center of the circle. The mist thickened, condensing into a vaguely humanoid shape before suddenly snapping into focus. Where empty air had been moments before now stood a figure that seemed simultaneously substantial and ephemeral. Tall and willowy, with features that shifted subtly when not directly observed, Pinmu wore what appeared to be ancient scholarly robes that flowed around him like liquid shadow. His eyes gleamed with an intelligence that bordered on madness, and when he smiled, his teeth seemed too numerous and too sharp. Damien, my disgraced pupil! Pinmu exclaimed, his voice carrying an accent from no earthly language. How delightful to be summoned from my studies! And you've brought friends. How uncharacteristically social of you! He spun in a circle, taking in the assembled heroes with evident delight. Ah, mortals with power beyond their understanding. My favorite kind. Though. He paused, studying Nolan with narrowed eyes. Not all mortal, are we? Fascinating specimen. From beyond the stars, yet thinking himself one of them. Delicious irony. Pinmu, dark blood growled, clearly uncomfortable with the fallen angel's erratic behavior. We seek information, not entertainment. Information is entertainment, my dear friend, Pinmu replied, performing an elaborate bow that somehow bent at angles that shouldn't be possible. It's all I have to trade these days. Ask your questions, then. Let's see if they're worth answering. The alternate immortal stepped forward. We seek a way to reach another dimension. A specific one, where 3 of our companions are trapped. Dimensions, Pinmu mused, tapping a finger against his chin. So many walls between worlds, so many doors left ajar. You'll need to be more specific, Ancient One. The multiverse is vast, and my knowledge, while extensive, is not unlimited. We're looking for what we call the Emperor's Dimension, Original Mark said, stepping closer to the circle but careful not to cross its boundary. A world ruled by another version of me, a Viltrumite Emperor who's taken our friends captive. Including Sukuna, the alternate immortal added. He's essential to our defense against the coming Viltrumite invasion. At the mention of Sukuna's name, Pinmu froze mid-gesture, his constantly shifting features suddenly still. Sukuna, he repeated, his voice losing its manic quality. You seek the first son of heaven. He began pacing within the circle, muttering to himself in languages no human had spoken for millennia. Occasionally he would stop, make an elaborate gesture as if writing in the air, then resume his agitated movement. Interesting, he murmured. The patterns align, the cycles repeat. The first son walks among mortals once more, and the walls between worlds grow thin. Of course. What are you talking about? Original Eve demanded, confusion evident in her voice. What's this first son of heaven business? Pinmu stopped his pacing, fixing Mark with a stare that seemed to look through him rather than at him. Your Sukuna, the one you seek to retrieve, is the first son of heaven. In all timelines, all realities where he exists, this remains constant though few remember it, including often himself. He resumed his erratic movement, hands weaving complex patterns in the air. Your world's version appears to be one born in the modern era or rarity. Most manifest in ancient times. He stands at the crossroads of destiny, capable of being savior or destroyer. It seems in your reality, he has chosen the path of the Messiah he was always meant to be. Wait, back up, Original Mark interrupted, clearly struggling with the concept. Are you saying Sukuna is like Jesus or something? His discomfort with the spiritual question was evident, his experience with demons and divine matters limited at best, non-existent at worst. Pinmu cackled, the sound echoing strangely in the confined space. No, not in that sense. He brings no scripture, delivers no prophecies. He is a messiah in the most literal sense, a protector against evil, a shield against darkness. That type of savior. His expression turned contemplative. But it seems you've lost yours. How careless. This is all very interesting, Original Eve cut in, and definitely something we should dig into later. But right now, we need to know if there's a way to reach the Emperor's world and bring our friends home. Hold on, Nolan said, stepping forward. If Sukuna is this first son of heaven, why didn't we know about it? Why doesn't he seem to know about it himself? Pinmu's features rippled like water disturbed by a stone. The knowledge of one's divine nature is often suppressed. Sometimes by external forces, sometimes by the individual themselves. The burden of divinity is not easily borne. Are you saying he's not human? Original Mark asked, struggling to process this new information. Oh, he's quite human, Pinmu assured him with a dismissive wave. Just more. A vessel containing greater purpose. Like a cup filled with ocean water, still a cup, but carrying something of the vastness within. That doesn't make any sense, Original Rex complained. Either he's human or he isn't. You're not listening. Pinmu lamented with theatrical disappointment. This is why your species struggles so. He is human and divine, since one is species the other is status, a purpose. Okay, this is getting us nowhere, Original Eve interjected firmly. Can you help us reach the Emperor's dimension or not? Pinmu shrugged, his shoulders moving in a way that suggested more joints than a human body should possess. I don't even know what world you're talking about, my dear. The Emperor's dimension? Means nothing to me. You'll need to find someone with more specific knowledge. So this was a complete waste of time, Alternate Rex grumbled. Not entirely, the Original Immortal countered. We've learned something significant about our missing ally. Dark Blood stepped forward, his massive form casting a shadow over the fallen angel. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, he said, his voice lower than before. But I must ask, do you know where Gadriel is? The effect was immediate and dramatic. Pinmu's shifting features solidified into an expression of absolute seriousness, all traces of his earlier manic behavior vanishing. Gadriel, he repeated, the name seeming to carry weight beyond its syllables. You would seek him out. Several of the assembled heroes exchanged confused glances. Who's Gadriel? Original Mark asked. The Sentinel of Eden, alternate robot explained, according to apocryphal texts, he was the angel charged with guarding the Garden of Eden. The fallen angel who allowed Satan entry. One of the Watchers. So another fallen angel, Original Eve clarified. But one more powerful than Pinmu. Not just more powerful, Dark Blood corrected grimly. Gadriel was the guardian of the gates. The sentinel whose failure allowed evil to enter paradise. His punishment was severe. I know nothing of Gadriel's whereabouts, Pinmu stated flatly, all playfulness gone from his demeanor. And if that's what you wish to ask about, then our conversation is concluded. Wait, Original Mark called out. We're just trying to find our friends. If you can't help us directly, maybe you can point us to someone who can. Someone other than Gadriel, the alternate immortal added quickly, noting Pinmu's reaction. Pinmu seemed to consider this for a moment, his features shifting more rapidly than before. There are others. Lesser entities who might assist. But their prices are steep, and their trustworthiness questionable at best. We'll take our chances, Nolan said firmly. Your confidence is charming, Pinmu replied with a smile that revealed far too many teeth. But misplaced. Seek the Crossroads King if you must. Or the Librarian of Forgotten Texts. Both know paths between worlds. Where can we find them? Original Eve asked. Where all forgotten things go, Pinmu replied cryptically. Where lost souls wander and memories fade. The borderlands, child. The edges of hell itself. Before anyone could ask for clarification, Pinmu began to dissolve, the mist that formed his body dispersing and returning to its original state as blood. The liquid splattered across the floor, droplets spraying several of the heroes who stood closest to the circle. Ugh, gross, Original Rex exclaimed, wiping blood from his face with evident disgust. A little warning would have been nice. Well, that was spectacularly unhelpful, Original Eve sighed, using her molecular powers to remove the blood from her costume. Not entirely, Nolan disagreed. We have new leads, this Crossroads King and Librarian. And we've learned something significant about Megami. Dark Blood knelt, beginning to gather his materials with methodical precision. The Crossroads King is dangerous, he trades in souls and destinies. The Librarian is more academic, but no less perilous to approach. So what now? The Immortal asked, his ancient eyes fixed on the demon detective. Dark Blood stood, securing his satchel. I'll continue making inquiries through my own channels. There are other entities who might know more about these beings, though approaching them carries significant risk. And if those inquiries fail? Nolan pressed. Then we may have no choice but to venture into the borderlands ourselves, Dark Blood replied grimly. To seek out those who can breach dimensional barriers directly. A heavy silence fell over the room as the implications sank in. A journey to the edges of hell, the original immortal mused. In all my centuries, I never thought I'd contemplate such a thing. You need to decide if you are willing to go that far, Dark Blood stated bluntly. Because once that journey begins, there's no turning back. The price for such knowledge is always higher than you expect. Original Mark looked around at the assembled heroes, then back to Dark Blood. I don't know about selling my soul or anything that dramatic, but I'm willing to take risks to bring them back. Fine. Me too. Especially if Sukuna is as important to our defense as everyone says. Alternate Rex grumbled. It's not just about defense, Alternate War Woman interjected. Those are our friends. Our teammates. We don't leave our own behind. Exactly, Original Eve agreed. And if these borderlands are our best shot at finding them, then that's where we need to go. This isn't a decision to make lightly, Nolan cautioned. I've seen beings that claim to be from other planes of existence. Their power is real, but so are their deceptions. Which is why we proceed with caution, the original immortal stated. Dark Blood, continue your inquiries. Find us a safer approach if possible. But understand that if no alternative presents itself, we are prepared to take more drastic measures. Dark Blood studied them for a long moment, then nodded. Your determination is admirable. Foolish, perhaps, but admirable. He turned toward the door. I'll return when I have more information. Be prepared for what comes next, it will test you in ways you cannot imagine. As the demon detective departed, the heroes were left contemplating the blood-stained floor and the unsettling revelations that had emerged from their brief contact with the supernatural. The first son of heaven, Original Eve murmured, more to herself than the others. What else don't we know about Sukuna? More importantly, Nolan added, what else doesn't he know about himself? You guys are missing the obvious question, Original Rex interjected. If Sukuna is some kind of divine whatever, why would he need our help in the first place? Shouldn't he be able to, I don't know, miracle himself back here? Maybe his powers don't work that way, Original Mark suggested. Or maybe he doesn't understand what he is. Or maybe that fallen angel was just messing with us, Alternate Rex countered. Throwing out cryptic nonsense to watch us chase our tails. No, the Immortal said firmly. Pinmo was genuinely surprised by Sukuna's name. His reaction was not feigned. So what do we do with this information? Original Eve asked. Do we tell some of the others? The public is already spinning conspiracy theories about Sukuna's importance, so the possibility of leakage would become greater if we do. We keep it contained for now, the alternate immortal decided. Until we understand more, this knowledge stays in this room. The others nodded in agreement, though uncertainty lingered in their expressions. Well, that was a whole lot of crazy for a Tuesday morning, Original Rex finally said, breaking the tension. Anyone else need a drink? Because I definitely need a drink. His alternate self nodded in agreement. Make mine a double. Or better yet, the whole damn bottle. As the group began to disperse, Original Mark lingered, staring at the blood sigils that still faintly pulsed with otherworldly energy. The revelation about Sukuna had shaken him more than he wanted to admit. You okay? Original Eve asked, returning to his side. Just processing, he replied. A while ago, my biggest worry was keeping my grades up while fighting bad guys. Now we're summoning fallen angels and talking about journeys to hell. Eve placed a hand on his shoulder. One step at a time, right? First, we find a way to reach the Emperor's dimension. Then we bring our friends home. Then we deal with the Viltrumites. And somewhere in there, figure out if one of our allies is actually some kind of divine being, Mark added with a weak smile. Just another day in our insane new merged reality, Eve said, attempting to lighten the mood. Mark nodded, but his thoughts remained troubled as they left the conference room. The question that haunted him wasn't just about Sukuna's true nature, but about what it meant for all of them for this fragile, doubled world facing threats from beyond the stars. If even heaven had taken an interest in their struggle to send a literal savior, then how dire was their situation truly? Chapter 74, Okay. Chill. The private estate nestled in the mountains of Kyoto exuded an atmosphere of ancient luxury. Traditional architecture blended seamlessly with modern comforts, creating a sanctuary that existed outside the normal flow of time, much like its current occupants. Yakuna followed Yurim through the polished wooden corridors, his eyes taking in the calligraphy scrolls and priceless artifacts that adorned the walls. Though he would never admit it aloud, there was comfort in Yurim's presence, a constant that had remained unchanged through centuries while he was asleep, while empires rose and fell around their unconscious forms. The preparations are complete, Sukuna-sama, Yurim said, her voice carrying that perfect balance of deference and familiarity that only she had mastered. Kenjiku awaits in the main chamber. Yakuna nodded, studying Yurim's profile as she led the way. In many ways, she was the closest thing to family he had ever known, taken in as a child, raised under his guidance, shaped into his most loyal servant. Not that he would ever acknowledge such sentimentality aloud. You disapprove, he stated rather than asked, noting the subtle tension in her shoulders. Yurim's expression remained carefully neutral. It is not my place to approve or disapprove of your decisions, Sukuna-sama. And yet you do. A hint of amusement colored his voice. Speak freely. I allow you that privilege. She hesitated only briefly. I question the wisdom of allying with Kenjiku. Her motives have always been opaque. Even to you. All the more reason to keep her close, Yakuna replied. Besides, her resources are valuable. Her knowledge, essential. They arrived at an ornate door decorated with intricate carvings of mythical beasts. Yurim paused, her hand resting on the handle. And the other matter, she asked quietly. The incarnation ritual. Yakuna's expression hardened. Proceed as planned. Yurim bowed slightly before sliding the door open, revealing a spacious chamber dominated by a low table surrounded by cushions. The room was illuminated by traditional paper lanterns, casting a warm glow that softened the austere elegance of the space. Kenjiku sat at the far end of the table, her appearance striking in its contrast to Yakuna's memories. No longer inhabiting Suguru Geto's body, she had returned to a female form, specifically, that of Koria Tadari. Her long dark hair was pulled back in a simple style that emphasized her sharp features and calculating eyes. The King of Curses honors me with his presence, Kenjiku greeted, her voice carrying that familiar blend of mockery and genuine respect. I was beginning to wonder if you had changed your mind. I don't change my mind, Yakuna replied, taking a seat across from her. I merely prioritize. Kenjiku smiled, pouring sake into 2 delicate cups. And I've risen in your priorities. How flattering. Yakuna accepted the cup but didn't drink, studying her with narrowed eyes. You've changed vessels again. I thought you were content with Geto's body. I extracted his technique before the transfer, Kenjiku explained, gesturing to herself. While men's bodies offer certain physical advantages, I find I prefer returning to a woman's form. It is, after all, my original state. Her smile turned predatory. Besides, I've accumulated enough power that physical differences are largely irrelevant now. Yakuna took a small sip of sake, savoring the quality. You've done as I asked. Of course. Kenjiku rose gracefully. Though I must admit, your request surprised me. The last time we discussed Yorozu, you nearly killed me for even suggesting her revival. She led them toward a sliding door at the rear of the chamber. What changed, I wonder? Yakuna didn't answer immediately, his mind turning to the revelations of recent weeks. The dimensional merger had provided unexpected insights, glimpses of his counterpart's life, abilities, and choices. The Invincible he had killed before meeting the Emperor had carried memories of that fool Angstrom Levy's briefings, information about the other Sukuna that had been illuminating. Perspective, he finally replied. I've gained perspective. Kenjiku's eyebrow rose slightly, but she said nothing as she slid open the door, revealing a smaller chamber beyond. The room was dimly lit, dominated by a large futon in its center. Atop it lay a female figure, her skin adorned with intricate ritual markings in red ochre. Even unconscious, Tsumaki Fushijiro's face carried a serene beauty that belied the chaos about to unfold within her. The vessel is prepared, Kenjiku said, gesturing toward the sleeping woman. The markings will facilitate Yorozu's full incarnation as you requested. Yakuna approached slowly, his eyes tracing the symbols painted across Tsumaki's forehead. The irony wasn't lost on him, using Megami Fushijiro's sister as the vessel for Yorozu's rebirth. In another dimension, another version of himself had become a Fushijiro and was seemingly transformed by it, elevated him to new heights of power. Begin, he commanded, stepping back to give Kenjiku space to work. Kenjiku knelt beside the futon, placing her hands on either side of Tsumaki's head. Her fingers began to glow with an eerie blue light as she chanted in a language older than recorded history. The markings on Tsumaki's skin responded, pulsing with rhythmic intensity as the incarnation ritual took hold. As Yakuna watched, his mind returned to the revelation that had shaken him to his core, his counterpart had surpassed him. The other Sukuna had achieved powers that Yakuna himself had never mastered, including the ability to manipulate the heavens themselves. And he had done so not through isolation and domination, but through connection. It was unacceptable, yet undeniable. The King of Curses did not ignore evidence simply because it contradicted his preconceptions. If connection truly offered a path to greater power, then he would explore it, albeit on his own terms, beginning with those whose loyalty and devotion were already proven. A sudden gasp from the futon drew his attention back to the present. Tsumaki's body arched upward, her eyes flying open to reveal irises that glowed with unnatural light. The markings on her skin flared brilliantly before sinking beneath the surface, disappearing as they were absorbed into her changing flesh. When the light faded, the woman who sat up was Tsumaki in form only. Her movements, her presence, the very way she held herself, all had changed. Her eyes fixed on Yakuna with an intensity that bordered on madness. "My lord," Yorozu breathed, her voice carrying that distinctive musical quality that had once irritated him so profoundly. "You've called me back." Without warning, she launched herself from the futon, heedless of her state of undress, and threw her arms around Yakuna's neck. In the past, he would have struck her down for such presumption. This time, he allowed the contact, his expression unreadable as she pressed herself against him. "My love," she whispered against his chest. "After all this time, you finally accepted me." Yurim and Kenjiku exchanged surprised glances as Yakuna failed to push Yorozu away or punish her for her boldness. Instead, he stood motionless, allowing her embrace while his mind calculated, analyzed, considered. His counterpart had gained unprecedented power through connection. Through bonds that Yakuna had always rejected as weakness. The evidence once again was irrefutable, this other Sukuna had transcended limitations that still bound Yakuna himself. Perhaps there was something to this path after all. Not the sentimental nonsense humans called love, but a strategic utilization of the bonds others formed with him. Yorozu's obsession, Kenjiku's ambition, Yurim's loyalty, all could be leveraged, channeled, directed toward his advancement. With sudden decisiveness, Yakuna gripped Yorozu's shoulders and pushed her back just far enough to look into her eyes. Then, in a move that shocked all present, he pulled her forward again and claimed her mouth in a dominating kiss. Yorozu melted against him, a moan of surprised delight escaping her as her centuries-old fantasy finally materialized. When he released her, she stared up at him with dazed wonder. "My lord," she whispered. "Why now? After rejecting me for so long?" "I have my reasons," Yakuna replied cryptically, his gaze shifting to include Kenjiku, who watched the scene with undisguised interest. "Come here," he commanded her. Kenjiku tilted her head, a slow smile spreading across her face as understanding dawned. "Well, this is an unexpected development," she purred, approaching with the confident grace of a predator. "And here I thought you found human desires beneath you." "I find nothing beneath me," Yakuna corrected, his voice carrying that imperial authority that brooked no argument. "I simply choose what serves my purpose." Yorozu's expression darkened as she realized his intentions. "No," she hissed, turning toward Kenjiku with murderous intent. "No concubines. No others. Only me. I've waited centuries for you, my love. I won't share." Yakuna's hand shot out, gripping her chin with enough force to silence her immediately. "You misunderstand your position," he said, his voice dangerously soft. "I do what I want, when I want, however I want. If you wish to remain by my side, you live by my rules, my desires." For a moment, rebellion flashed in Yorozu's eyes. Then, slowly, she nodded within his grip. "As you wish, my lord," she conceded. Her gaze hardened as she looked at Kenjiku. "But know that I will kill her, eventually." Yakuna's lips curved in a cold smile. "You're welcome to try," he said, releasing her chin. "Any woman too weak to survive your jealousy is unworthy of my time anyway." Kenjiku laughed, the sound rich with genuine amusement. "My, how things have changed," she observed, crossing her arms. "Are you truly serious about this, Sukuna? This isn't exactly consistent with your previous philosophy." "Have I ever not been serious?" Yakuna countered. "I won't repeat myself." Kenjiku studied him for a long moment, her eyes calculating, measuring. Then, with a graceful shrug, she began to undo the elaborate ties of her kimono. "As you wish," she said, allowing the silken garment to pool at her feet. "Though I must say, this is a rather dramatic change of heart." The last time I offered myself to you was nearly 1,000 years ago. Sukuna approached her, his imposing height, enhanced through modifications to Yuta Okotsu's body with Mahito's ability, allowing him to tower over her. He gripped her chin much as he had Yorozu's, tilting her face up to his. You wanted this even then, he stated rather than asked. It's why you were so eager to serve me. Kenjiku didn't deny it. I offered once, she admitted, her eyes glittering with ancient ambition. You rejected me quite emphatically. Sukuna pushed her against the wall, pinning her wrists above her head with one hand. Is that why you took part of my soul, he demanded, his voice a dangerous purr. Why you fashioned that false twin, that imitation of me? To sire the brat with. A flash of genuine surprise crossed Kenjiku's features before her composure returned. You knew about that? Impressive. Yes, that was part of my motivation, she admitted. Though I'm still rather annoyed that you killed our son. Sukuna laughed, the sound lacking any real warmth. If you want, I could bestow upon you another, he offered, his free hand tracing the curve of her jaw. My counterpart as well had a child on the way, something I sensed, perhaps I should explore that avenue as well, he thought, recalling the memories he had gleaned. 2 devoted women, just as I shall have. Though his second isn't quite as yet. From what I recall, since it was that other version of his woman from that emperor's world, I could practically taste her obsession towards him as I was falling through the cracks in the walls of the heavens. But I know she will be his soon enough, knowing myself as I do. Kenjiku's eyes widened fractionally, genuine interest replacing her usual calculated mask. Now that, she murmured, would be a fascinating experiment. Yorozu watched from the futon, her expression a complex mixture of jealousy and arousal. My lord, she called, her voice carrying that musical quality that had once grated on his nerves. Come. Let me show you what I've dreamed of for centuries. Sukuna released Kenjiku and turned toward the bed, his decision made. Connection had given his counterpart unprecedented power. He would explore this path, but on his own terms, beginning with the carnal, the physical, the domination he understood best. Perhaps, in time, he would discover what his counterpart had found, the true source of power that had allowed him the will, the way to transcend heaven's bounds. Urim, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, bowed deeply. I will leave you to your negotiations, Sukuna-sama, she said, her voice carefully neutral despite the discomfort evident in her posture. Please call if you require anything. As she slipped from the room, closing the door silently behind her, Sukuna removed his outer garments, his eyes moving between the 2 women who had pursued him across centuries. Both powerful in their own right, both devoted to him in their own ways, both potentially useful in his quest to surpass his counterpart. Now, he said, his voice carrying the authority of one accustomed to absolute obedience, let us explore this new path. Together. Outside in the corridor, Urim leaned against the wall, her expression troubled as she listened to the sounds beginning to emerge from the chamber. She had served Sukuna faithfully for centuries, had witnessed his cruelty and his brilliance in equal measure. But this new direction, this was unprecedented. What has changed you, Sukuna-sama? She whispered to the empty hallway. What did you see in that other world that has shifted your path so dramatically? Whatever it was, she would adapt, as she always had. Her loyalty to the King of Curses transcended understanding, transcended reason. If he had chosen a new direction, she would follow, even if that path led to places she had never imagined they would go. She was his daughter after all, and a good daughter always follows her father. With a silent sigh, she straightened and walked away, leaving her master to explore his new strategy for power. The world was changing. Dimensions were shifting. And apparently, even the King of Curses was not immune to evolution. Chapter 76, Acceptable. The Imperial Garden stretched for miles with silver-leaf trees with trunks of deep purple swaying gently in the breeze. Sukuna sat alone at the water's edge, his reflection rippling in the crystal-clear current. The river with its waters a shade of blue so intense it seemed brought immense peace to look at directly. But Sukuna's thoughts were far from appreciating the beauty around him. His mind circled relentlessly around the violation of the Imperial tomb, the theft of his previous self's corpse. Who would take it, he murmured, picking up a smooth stone and turning it over in his fingers. And more importantly, why? The Emperor had been devastated, his rage giving way to a cold, focused determination that was somehow more frightening than his initial fury. The entire empire had been mobilized to search for the culprits, but so far, nothing had been found. Sukuna's thoughts kept returning to a name, a face from the dimensional merger, Angstrom Levy. The man the Emperor told him was contacted apparently by another version of himself, one who had seemed to recognize him, to fear him with an intensity that went beyond rational concern. He fears and hates me. Sukuna muttered, as if establishing a fact to reason from henceforth, but why would he target me, my corpse specifically? Sukuna wondered aloud, skipping the stone across the impossible river. It bounced 7 times before disappearing beneath the surface. What could he possibly gain from it? Is it simply blind hatred wishing to defile my previous self? The questions had no answers, only leading to more questions, more possibilities, each more troubling than the last. Ritual components? Genetic material? Some form of dimensional leverage? Suddenly, a sharp pain lanced through Sukuna's chest, so intense and unexpected that he gasped aloud. His hand flew to his heart, pressing against it as if to contain something trying to escape. What is this? He hissed through clenched teeth, doubling over as the sensation intensified. It wasn't a physical wound, his enhanced body would have already begun healing such an injury. This was something else, something deeper, more fundamental. A constriction around his heart, a primal fear that had no obvious source. Sukuna looked down at his chest in confusion, his palm pressed flat against it. The pain had no visible cause, no external trigger. It simply existed, a phantom agony that seemed to reach across dimensions. A connection, he whispered, realization dawning. Someone is, pulling on me. Calling to me. But who? Who in this universe or any other had such a profound connection to his soul that they could reach him across the void? The answer came in a whisper so faint he almost missed it, a name that seemed to form directly in his mind rather than reaching his ears. Kenji. In the merged world, the GDA facility was in chaos. Alarms blared, personnel rushed through corridors, and at the center of it all, Mark Grayson stood facing both versions of Cecil Stedman, his expression a mask of barely contained fury. I warned you, Mark said, his voice dangerously quiet despite the chaos around them. I told you Kenji needed 24/7 protection. I told you those lunatics would target him to get to Megami. Behind him, Nolan and Eve stood in grim solidarity, their presence adding weight to Mark's accusation. Original Cecil winced, his usual composure cracking under the weight of Mark's justified anger. I understand your frustration, Mark. But you couldn't have maintained constant vigilance over Mr. Fushiguro indefinitely. Why not? Mark demanded, his fists clenching at his sides. The crime rate has dropped significantly since the merger announcement. Villains are laying low, waiting to see what happens with the Viltrumites. All I needed to do was keep Kenji at the facility where I train anyway. The world needed to see you, alternate Cecil countered, though his voice lacked conviction. People needed reassurance that their heroes were still protecting them, especially with Sukuna gone. And look where that got us, Mark shot back, gesturing to the empty room where Kenji had been kept. A good man kidnapped by dimensional psychopaths who have some vendetta against his nephew. Mark turned away, struggling to contain his emotions. Over the past weeks, he had spent considerable time with Kenji, trying to understand more about the alternate version of himself and the life he had shared with Megami. What he had found was a kind, patient man who had raised Megami alone after his parents' deaths, who had supported him through difficulties Mark could only imagine. In Kenji, Mark had found something unexpected, a connection to a life he might have lived, a friendship he might have valued above all others. And now, that connection was in danger because he hadn't been there to protect him. I should have been here, Mark said quietly, more to himself than the others. Nolan stepped forward, placing a hand on his son's shoulder. This isn't your fault, Mark. His gaze shifted to the Cecils, hardening slightly. The responsibility lies elsewhere. Though their relationship was still evolving, still complicated by the knowledge that this Nolan was not his father, Mark found comfort in the gesture. Nolan had also formed a tentative friendship with Kenji during his time at the GDA. The two men beginning to know each other during their time here, both before never having had the time to meet each other, but connected through their sons. There may be a way to save him, Original Cecil said suddenly. Alternate Cecil's head snapped toward his counterpart. You can't be serious. The risks are acceptable, Original Cecil interrupted firmly. Unlike you, I understand how bonds between people can truly shape someone's path. I've seen Nolan betray Earth in one timeline and choose to protect it in another, all because of his love for his family. He adjusted his glasses, a gesture that seemed to center him. I've witnessed firsthand what a being of Sukuna's power level would be like if he turned against us. If Kenji's safety is what keeps him on our side, then Kenji must be saved, no matter the risk. Mark barely registered Cecil's reasoning, focusing only on the possibility of rescue. What way? How can we reach him? Cecil activated a holographic display, showing a complex device that resembled a circular archway filled with intricate technological components. A dimensional portal opener, he explained. Still in prototype phase, but functional. The energy signature from wherever Kenji was taken is massive, easy to lock onto. We should be able to create a direct portal to his location. Should? Eve questioned, stepping forward. The technology is experimental, Cecil admitted. There are risks. The portal could collapse while you're inside, trapping you. Or it might not open at the correct coordinates. It doesn't matter, Mark said immediately. I'm going. I'm coming with you, Eve declared, moving to stand beside him. Mark turned to her, his expression softening but remaining resolute. No. You're not. Mark, she began to protest. I need to focus completely on getting Kenji back, Mark explained, taking her hands in his. I love you, Eve. And I know how capable you are. But right now, I can't risk being distracted by worrying about your safety too. Eve wanted to argue further, but something in Mark's expression stopped her. This wasn't about doubting her abilities, it was about his own emotional state, his need to concentrate solely on the mission. I'll go with him, Nolan volunteered, stepping forward. Alternate Cecil immediately objected. We can't leave Earth defenseless. You and Mark are our two strongest defenders. If the Viltrumites choose this moment to attack. We have plenty of capable defenders, Nolan countered, raising an eyebrow. And you should understand the stakes better than anyone. You've heard what the demon Pinmu said about Megami, that he's some kind of messiah, a potential savior or destroyer. His voice lowered, taking on a gravity that silenced everyone in the room. Do you really want to risk him choosing the latter? Becoming a destroyer through grief over losing the closest thing he has to a father. Alternate Cecil held Nolan's gaze for a long moment, then finally nodded. Activate the prototype, he ordered a nearby technician. Full power. The circular device hummed to life, energy building within its frame until a swirling vortex of blue-green light filled the center. The portal stabilized, showing a glimpse of a sterile laboratory beyond. Remember, original Cecil warned, this is a rescue mission only. Get Kenji and get out. Don't engage unless absolutely necessary. Mark and Nolan exchanged a glance, both knowing that such restraint might not be possible given what they might find. We'll bring him back, Mark promised Eve, squeezing her hand one last time before stepping toward the portal. Be careful, she whispered, reluctantly letting go. Without further hesitation, Mark and Nolan stepped through the dimensional gateway, disappearing into the swirling energy. The laboratory on the other side was a nightmare of clinical efficiency and arcane technology. Equipment that seemed to blend advanced science with something darker, more mystical, lined the walls. In the center of the room, strapped to a chair with restraints that phased in and out of visibility, was Kenji. A crown of thorns sat upon his head, each needle-like protrusion glowing with sickly green energy that pulsed in rhythm with his agonized screams. Blood trickled from where the needles pierced his skin, mingling with sweat that soaked his hospital gown. Two versions of Angstrom Levy stood nearby, one with an exposed, pulsating brain, the other with a more intact skull but the same manic gleam in his eyes. Around them, white-coated figures with shifting, indistinct faces monitored equipment and adjusted dials. Increase the amplitude, Mad Levy ordered, his voice high with excitement. The beacon must be stronger to reach across the plains. The scene froze as Mark and Nolan materialized in the laboratory, the portal closing behind them with a sound like tearing fabric. What Mad Levy began, his eyes widening in shock. Invincible. Scarred Levy shrieked, his exposed brain pulsing faster with rage and fear. How did you find us? How did you breach our defenses? Mark didn't waste time with explanations. Let him go, he demanded, his voice cold with fury as he took in Kenji's tortured state. You don't understand what you are interfering with. Mad Levy shouted, spittle flying from his lips. This is necessary. The beacon must reach the purifier. He must be called for the end of the devil. I don't care about your insane vendetta, Mark replied, taking a step forward. That man is innocent. Innocent. Mad Levy's laugh was brittle, unhinged. He raised the king of curses. Nurtured him. Loved him. His very existence enables the destroyer of worlds. Nolan moved with superhuman speed, targeting the white-coated figures first. They offered no resistance as he dispatched them with clinical efficiency, their bodies crumpling to the floor before they could react. No. Scarred Levy shouted as Nolan reached Kenji, carefully examining the crown device. Don't touch that. Mad Levy screamed. You have no idea what you're doing. The dimensional beacon is delicate, if disrupted improperly, it could tear his mind apart. I don't care about your beacon, Mark growled, advancing on Mad Levy with murderous intent. All I care about is getting Kenji home safely. Nolan, who had the most experience with advanced technology among them, carefully studied the connections between the crown and the monitoring equipment. The neural interfaces are complex, but the power source is simple, he observed. If I disconnect it in sequence. His fingers moved with surprising delicacy for such a powerful being, detaching connections one by one in a specific order. The green glow dimmed gradually until, with a final click, the crown went dark. No. Mad Levy roared, lunging forward only to be intercepted by Mark. With cold precision, Mark grabbed Mad Levy's arm and twisted, the sound of breaking bone followed by a wet tearing as the limb separated from the body. Mad Levy screamed, collapsing to his knees as blood poured from the wound. Mark advanced further towards Mad Levy, his hand poised to strike directly through the man's chest. This ends now, he stated, his voice devoid of mercy. You don't understand. Mad Levy gasped, backing away. He's coming. The devil is coming, and when he arrives, he'll devour this world as he has so many others. I don't care. Mark enunciated each word clearly, his hand inches from Mad Levy's heart, having seen the disaster these two monsters nearly bring, how they nearly ended the lives of trillions, nearly destroying the universe. Before the fatal blow could land, Scarred Levy activated some kind of device. Green energy enveloped both levies, and they vanished with a sound like shattering glass, teleporting away. Mark cursed, then turned his attention back to Kenji. Nolan had removed the crown completely and was gently lifting the unconscious man from the chair. Is he? Mark couldn't finish the question. Alive, Nolan confirmed, checking Kenji's pulse. But badly injured. We need to get him back immediately. The portal behind them flickered, beginning to destabilize. Without another word, both men moved toward it, Nolan carrying Kenji's limp form with careful strength. They stepped through just as the dimensional gateway began to collapse, emerging back into the GDA facility amid flashing warning lights and blaring alarms. Medical team, now, Original Cecil barked into a communicator as the portal winked out of existence behind them. Mark knelt beside Kenji as Nolan gently laid him on the floor, medical personnel already rushing forward with equipment. Kenji, Mark called, his voice breaking slightly as he took in the older man's pale, blood-streaked face. Kenji, can you hear me? You're safe now. You're home. But Kenji remained unresponsive, his breathing shallow, his pulse weak but present. Whatever the levies had done to him had taken a terrible toll. As the medical team worked to stabilize him, Mark stood back, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. The rescue had been successful, but the cost remained to be seen. And somewhere out there, two versions of Angstrom Levy were still plotting, still obsessed with drawing Sukuna out, still convinced he represented some existential threat. What troubled Mark most wasn't their escape, but what they said. Not about Megami, Mark refused to believe the guy, how little he may know him, could be the monster they described, but about what they meant with reaching across the plains. If they could kidnap Kenji from under the GDA's nose, if they could create a beacon designed to call whatever they were calling, what else might they be capable of? And besides all this, if Sukuna did somehow sense Kenji's peril, something he himself for some reason instinctively was drawn to him being able to. If he did find a way to breach the Emperor's dimension to return, what would he do when he discovered what had been done to the man he considered family? Mark didn't want to contemplate the answer. For now, all that mattered was that Kenji was back, alive if not well. The rest would have to wait. But as he watched the medical team work, a cold certainty settled in his gut, this was far from over. The Levies would try again. And next time, he would be ready. Chapter 80, Bonds of Convenience. Sukuna rose from the tangled sheets, his movements fluid and predatory despite the night's exertions. The morning light filtered through the traditional paper screens, casting golden patterns across the bedroom floor and illuminating the two women still sleeping in his wake. Yorozole lay curled on her side, her newly incarnated body bearing marks of their encounter, bruises blooming across her pale skin like dark flowers, evidence of passion that bordered on violence. Beside her, Kenjiku slept in a more composed position, her back straight even in unconsciousness, her breathing measured and controlled. Ever the strategist, even in repose. Sukuna studied them briefly, his expression unreadable as he considered the events of the previous night. The exploration of connection had been informative. There was power in such bonds, he was certain of it now. Not the sentimental attachment humans prized, but something more primal, more fundamental, an exchange of energies that transcended the merely physical. He moved silently to the sliding door, stepping out onto the veranda that overlooked the estate's expansive gardens. The morning air was crisp against his naked skin, carrying the scent of cherry blossoms and distant mountains. The Kyoto countryside stretched before him, a tapestry of traditional beauty that had remained largely unchanged for centuries. Sukuna breathed deeply, allowing the clean mountain air to fill his lungs. His mind turned once again to the revelations of recent weeks, to his counterpart who had somehow transcended the limitations that still bound him, who had bent reality itself to his will through connections Sukuna had always dismissed as weakness. The evidence was undeniable. If he wished to surpass his counterpart, he would need to explore this path further. Last night had been merely the beginning, a physical connection that scratched only the surface of what might be possible. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden disturbance in the air above the garden. The sky rippled, reality itself seeming to fold inward as a swirling green portal materialized approximately 20 feet above the immaculate landscape. Sukuna's body tensed instantly, cursed energy gathering around him in preparation for an attack. His eyes narrowed as a figure emerged from the dimensional tier, a man in a dark costume with a cape that billowed dramatically behind him as he descended to hover several feet above the garden. Sinister Mark. The variant's lips curled into a smile that didn't reach his cold eyes as he surveyed the scene before him. His gaze lingered on Sukuna's unclothed form, his expression tightening with mild disgust. I'd rather not see a man naked unless he's cut up and boiling in a stove, Sinister Mark commented, his tone casual despite the grotesque sentiment. Perhaps you could make yourself more presentable for our conversation. Sukuna tsked in annoyance, reaching into his shadow with practiced ease. The 10 shadows technique responded instantly, darkness coalescing as from it rose a simple black robe that he wrapped around himself with unheard movements. Better, he asked, his voice carrying that imperial quality that brooked no argument. Before Sinister Mark could respond, Yurim appeared at the veranda entrance, her expression alert and wary. Her arrival was silent but immediate, she had sensed the fluctuation in her master's cursed energy and responded accordingly, as she had for years. Sukuna-sama, she acknowledged, her eyes never leaving the hovering intruder. Shall I eliminate this trespasser? Stand down, Sukuna commanded, his tone leaving no room for discussion. You are not his match. Sinister Mark's smirk widened at this assessment, a flicker of genuine amusement crossing his features. Wise decision. I'd hate to deprive you of such a devoted servant over a simple misunderstanding. Yurim's expression remained neutral, though her eyes hardened slightly at being dismissed so casually. She awaited further instructions, her posture indicating readiness despite Sukuna's command. Prepare food, Sukuna instructed her, his gaze still fixed on Sinister Mark. To my preferences. Our guest apparently shares my tastes in cuisine. Understanding dawned in Yurim's eyes, Sukuna's preferences in food were well documented throughout history. Human flesh, prepared with the exquisite care only she could provide. As you wish, Sukuna-sama, she replied, bowing slightly before retreating into the house. Once they were alone, Sukuna turned his full attention to Sinister Mark, who had descended to stand on the garden path below the veranda. Why are you here? Sukuna demanded without preamble. And how did you breach the dimensional barriers? Sinister Mark strolled casually through the garden, examining a particularly beautiful cherry blossom with feigned interest. Lovely place you have here. Very traditional. I've always preferred more modern aesthetics myself, steel and glass, clean lines, minimalist design. Though I do appreciate the statement made by surrounding oneself with antiquities. It speaks to a certain historical perspective. He plucked the cherry blossom, rolling the delicate petals between his fingers until they crushed into a pink smear. As for your cuisine preferences, human meat is fine for novelty, I suppose, but I've found Viltrumite flesh to be far superior. The density of the muscle tissue creates a unique texture when properly prepared. And the marrow. He kissed his fingertips in an exaggerated chef's gesture. Exquisite. Sukuna's patience, never abundant to begin with, began to wear thin. Cut to the point, he commanded, his voice dropping to a dangerous register. Why are you here? Sinister Mark finally turned to face him directly, his affected casualness giving way to something more focused, more calculated. To get here, he began, his tone shifting to business-like efficiency, required extraordinary measures. I needed the remains of my world's angstrom levy, his research, and an insane amount of human sacrifices, a couple 100,000, give or take. Add some arcane magic, demonic summonings and enslavements, and eventually I created a machine capable of traversing dimensions. He shrugged, as if discussing nothing more consequential than a minor inconvenience. It's still limited, unfortunately. I can only travel to worlds where I've interacted with a resident. Hence my ability to reach you. Sukuna processed this information with clinical detachment. The casual mention of hundreds of thousands of deaths meant nothing to him, humans were abundant, their lives insignificant in the grand scheme. What interested him was the technology, the capability to move between dimensions at will. And your purpose, he pressed, though he was beginning to suspect the answer. Sinister Mark's smile returned, sharper now, more predatory. You must have noticed the bond between our counterparts, the Emperor and his precious Megami, even the relationship between Megami and his own Mark. Quite formidable together, aren't they? He ascended the steps to the veranda, closing the distance between them with measured steps. Which brings me to my proposition, let's work together. Sukuna's expression remained impassive, though his interest was genuinely piqued. Elaborate. Before coming here, I studied your world a bit, flew around a little here, Sinister Mark continued. Fascinating system you have, Jujutsu, though most prominently these binding vows. A way to formalize agreements with supernatural enforcement. Perfect for our purposes. He spread his hands in a gesture of openness. I propose a binding vow between us, no loopholes, complete trust, absolute cooperation. The Emperor achieved his position because of his Sukuna, and that Sukuna grew so powerful through his connections, particularly to his marks. We should explore that same path. Sinister Mark's voice took on an almost fervent quality, his eyes gleaming with ambition. True connection. True friendship. We share the same tastes, in food, in control, in domination, in being worshipped. Together, there would be nothing we couldn't achieve. He began to pace the veranda, his cape swirling dramatically with each turn. We could rule countless worlds, evolve to a point where we transcend mere existence. Become gods beyond human deification or comprehension. Sukuna considered the proposal with careful deliberation. The parallels to his own recent conclusions were striking, the recognition that connection might indeed be a path to greater power, that bonds could be leveraged for advancement rather than dismissed as weakness. His counterpart had achieved unprecedented abilities through his relationships with others. The Emperor had conquered 17 galaxies with the guidance of his Megami. The evidence was compelling. And yet, trust was not something that came naturally to the King of Curses. For centuries, he had relied solely on himself, viewing all others as either tools or obstacles. Even Yurim, his most devoted servant, was kept at a careful distance, valued for her utility rather than any deeper connection. But the dimensional merger had changed everything. The glimpse of his counterpart's capabilities had forced him to reconsider long-held assumptions, to question the path he had walked for so long. If connection truly offered a route to transcendence, then perhaps this alliance was worth exploring. Not out of sentiment or genuine friendship, such concepts remained foreign to his nature, but as a strategic decision, a calculated step toward surpassing his counterpart. A binding vow, Sukuna said finally, testing the concept aloud. With absolute terms. No betrayal possible from either party. Sinister Mark nodded, satisfaction evident in his expression. Precisely. A supernatural guarantee of our alliance. No need to waste energy on suspicion or contingencies against each other. All our focus directed outward, toward our mutual goals. Sukuna weighed the potential benefits against the risks. The vow would bind them both equally, neither could betray the other without facing supernatural consequences. It would be a true partnership, not the master-servant dynamic he typically preferred. But if it led to the power he sought, the ability to manipulate the heavens themselves as his counterpart had done. Very well, Sukuna decided, his tactical mind having calculated all variables and found the proposition acceptable. We will form this bond. Sinister Mark's smile widened, a predator who had successfully lured in his prey, or perhaps who had been lured himself. With beings of their caliber, such distinctions often blurred. Excellent, he said, extending his hand. Shall we begin? Sukuna studied the offered hand for a moment, then nodded once, a regal acknowledgement. The ritual requires specific preparations. Come inside. We will formalize our agreement properly. As they turned toward the house, the morning sun cast their shadows across the veranda, two figures from different worlds, different origins, now bound by mutual ambition and the pursuit of power beyond mortal comprehension. The binding vow would seal their alliance, creating a connection that neither could break. Whether that connection would lead to their ascension or their downfall remained to be seen. But for Sukuna, the King of Curses, it was a calculated risk worth taking. After all, if his counterpart could achieve transcendence through bonds, then so could he, on his own terms, following his own path to power. The door slid closed behind them, sealing away the morning light as they prepared to forge a pact that would shake the foundations of multiple worlds.